looking for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark. Control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark.
Hello mọi người, mình là Matt với vai trò vị trí đi rừng của CERBERUS.
Xin chào, mình là BMM, người chơi vị trí đường mid của CERBERUS.
Xin chào các bạn, mình là Fly, mình là support của CERBERUS.
Xin chào mọi người, mình tên thật là Trần Ngọc Phúc, mình là xạ thủ của CERBERUS Esports.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Hiếu Bon, hiện tại đang thi đấu cho CERBERUS đường vị trí Baron.
Xin chào tất cả các bạn, mình là Taco và hiện tại mình đang đi đường giữa cho CERBERUS.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Eli Đỗ Thành Đạt, mình là người đi ADC cho team Flash.
Xin chào các bạn khán giả, mình là Jisoo đến từ team Flash.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Coyote, người chơi đường giữa đến từ team Flash tốc chiến, đại diện cho khu vực Việt Nam.
Ba từ mình miêu tả về team rất là đẹp trai, đẹp trai, đẹp trai.
Thì nếu mà để suy nghĩ về team của em thì nếu mà ba từ đó thì chắc là vui vẻ, hòa đồng và nhiệt huyết.
Kể từ tròn một năm Summer Cup cho nên là giải WCS Finals lần này em rất phấn khích.
Mình cảm thấy khá là vui mừng bởi vì đây là lần đầu tiên mình tham gia giải đấu quốc tế.
Tại giải đấu lần này mình chờ mong là team mình sẽ đạt được top 4 và giữ cái vé đi chung với thế giới.
Điều là mình trông chờ nhất là cái cúp của giải đấu lần này.
Theo mình, đội tuyển mạnh nhất ở phiên bản này là Flatwork.
Vì Flatwork có lối đánh khá nhanh và dứt khoát.
Với sức mạnh hiện tại và nếu như bọn em có thể giữ vững phong độ thì ứng cử viên cho chức vô địch sắp tới chắc chắn là team Flash.
Cảm ơn mọi người đã theo dõi tụi mình, hãy cổ vũ cho tụi mình giải đấu sắp tới nhé.
Giải đấu lần này thì mình sẽ cố gắng cùng đồng đội mang chiếc cúp vô địch về cho Việt Nam.
เราตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับจากทีมบุรีรัมย์ United Esports ครับ
ผมอาร์เชนี่ครับ
ผมโนเอลครับ
ผมโคเดนฟรีครับ ผมแบงค์ครับ
สวัสดีครับ พวกเราทีม EVOS Esports ผม G4 ครับ
ผมวรัตครับ
ผมลอยครับ
ผมแฟร์เพเยอร์ครับ
ผมลีเนียครับ
ผมแคสตาร์ครับ
ว่าทีมสั้นๆเหรอครับก็คงเป็นโหดมากๆครับเพราะว่าทีมเราโหดมากๆครับ
นิยามสั้นๆของ EVOS นะครับก็คือกดดันมากครับ เพราะว่าทีมเราเนี่ยก็เป็นตัวเต็งมาโดยตลอดแล้วก็เป็นตัวผมเองด้วยที่ตั้งเป้าหมายไว้สูงตลอดนะครับแล้วก็ผมเชื่อว่าผู้เล่นทุกคนในทีมเนี่ยมี potential ในการทำสิ่งนี้ครับ
รู้สึกยังไงที่ได้ไป WCS นะครับก็คงรู้สึกดีนะครับเพราะว่าเราก็ได้เป็นตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับในการไปแข่งในรายการระดับนานาชาตินะครับก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุด
รู้สึกดีใจครับแล้วก็รู้สึกเสียใจที่ไม่ได้แชมป์ครับแต่ว่าโดยรวมก็รู้สึกดีครับที่ว่ายังได้ไปอยู่ครับ
เป้าหมายของ WCS คืออยากติดท็อป 4 ใน C ครับผมอยากเป็นตัวแทนประเทศไทยในการแข่งเวทีระดับโลกครับผม
ตั้งเป้าหมายว่าเป็นแชมป์ครับของทัวร์นี้ครับแล้วก็ไม่อยากพลาดเหมือนเดิมนะครับ
ทีมไหนที่เป็นตัวเต็งครับก็คงเป็นทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตครับเพราะว่าเขาสร้างประวัติศาสตร์หลายภาคในประเทศมาครับ
น่าจะเป็นทีมแฟดบูลนะครับเพราะว่าฟอร์มในการแข่งเขานี่ค่อนข้างจะดีมากครับแบบแพ้น้อยมาก
อยากฝากถึงแฟนคลับก็อยากให้แฟนๆที่เชียร์พวกเราติดตามพวกเราไปจนถึงรอบสุดท้ายนะครับพวกเราจะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับ
อยากฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆเหรอครับก็ฝากติดตามพวกเราใน WCS นี้ด้วยครับ
大家好，我是来自闪电狼的飞龙路选手拉挺座康，然后我来自大师赛区。
大家好，我是来自 One Team 的辅助位选手Ninja 7，我来自 WCS 大师赛区。
我想我们团队的优点应该是稳健、团结、敢打吧。然后我们的稳健的风格，就是因为我们在真物件方面，然后的营运上面也做得比别人好。然后团结部分就是在进行检讨的时候，然后我们不会因为自己个人的想要成一些英雄，然后不去听其他队友的意见。然后敢打就是我们在争夺一些小龙团战的时候，我们只会打我们想要打的架，我们不会去随便乱打，除非对面想来送。
用3个形容词形容我的团队的话，我相信第一个一定是团结，因为我们认为激斗峡谷这个游戏，如果你不团结，就没有办法就是走向胜利。那第二个的话就是互相信任嘛，因为团结中如果你没有互相信任队友的话，其实你并没有办法做好团结这件事情。那第3个其实就是友善，其实我们整体队伍的气氛其实非常非常好，我们认为就是互相良性的沟通是可以很好的建立团队优势这块。
进入 WCS 总决赛感想是，我觉得蛮兴奋的，因为毕竟很久没有打进，我们已经沉寂1年了，然后这次终于在比赛上面有所表现，然后蛮令人期待的。
对进入 WCS 总决赛的感想，就是其实心情并没有到非常开心吧，因为我认为我们在大师赛区总决赛这一块打的地方并不是很好，那希望可以在后面可以做出一些改变。
我希望我们团队在这场比赛中可以至少拿到前2名的成绩，然后尽量是有门票啦。然后希望我个人的期许是至少可以拿一次5连杀吧。 因为毕竟没有在比赛上拿过，最多就4杀而已。
那对于 WCS 总决赛的期许的话，我们队友的目标一定是以总冠军为主。那我自己个人会希望我把这个团战给开好，就是帮队友建立一个好的开团优势，然后让队友可以安心的输出。那目标的话，还是以总冠军为主。
最害怕的对手应该是 BRU 吧，因为毕竟他们的风格跟我们的风格是完全不一样。他们的风格比较属于那种疯狗式的打法，然后希望这次在遇到他们的时候，我们也可以用相同方式打他们回去，让他们知道他们不能这样玩。
我认为 WCS 总决赛最有竞争力的队伍应该是大师赛区的闪电狼，因为我自己认为，其实，在 WCS 整个全部11支队伍里面的话，闪电狼的就是他们的秩序是做得非常非常好的。他们在所有的规划上都做得有条有序，在所有的比赛上打起来，我觉得闪电狼是最有竞争力的一支队伍。
谢谢各位一路从例行赛支持我们到季后赛，然后到现在的总决赛。如果没有你们的话，我们可能没有办法表现得这么好。感谢有你们，然后希望我们可以拿下世界冠军。
那还是要跟所有支持我们 One Team 的粉丝说，谢谢你们一路以来的支持。那也请你们在 WCS 总决赛中继续支持我们 One Team， 我们一定会好好的打进世界大赛。
Hi, I'm Lance Hernandez, also known as Kaigu, and I'm from Team RRQ. We're from the Philippines.
Hi, my name is Miguel Vincent Quezon, and my IGN is Araisan from Team FENNEL Adversity. And we represent Philippines in the upcoming WCS Finals tournament.
I would describe my team as aggressive, instinctual, and mechanical. Because our team usually relies on the players' mechanical skills and instincts and aggressiveness to defeat and overpower opponents.
Una po sa lahat ay makulit kasi marami lang po silang ginagawang mga unnecessary na bagay. Tapos yung pangalawa po ay gutumin kasi lagi po silang nagugutom kahit mga madaling araw na po sa umaga. Tapos yung pangatlo, maingay po kasi minsan po masyado na nakakarindi sa tenga yung mga ingay na ginagawa nila.
It feels great, but to be honest, we didn't really expect that we would win it all. But I'm glad that we didn't give up and we really tried our best making it through the lower brackets.
Napakasaya po na nakarating kami sa WCS Finals kasi sa lahat ng hard work at practice na pinagdaanan namin sa mga puyat, naging worth it lahat kasi umabot kami dito.
Of course, we're looking to test our team and our team strengths against the top teams of the other regions.
Ang inaasahan ko po na mas tougher yung competition sa WCS Finals compared sa Philippines. Kasi yung mga kasali po ay mga top contender from other regions na mga champions and runner-ups.
For me, it's Flash Wolves from Taiwan because they play really well and they play really clean wild drift.
Isa po sa top contender na feeling ko sa WCS Finals ay yung Team Flash po kasi po parang masyado po silang flexible sa mga draft nila lagi sa nakikita ko sa tournament sa pag nanonood po ako sa Vietnam. Kaya po tingin ko sila din po yung isa sa pinaka best contender para sa WCS Finals.
To all our fans and supporters out there, please watch and support our team as we compete at the WCS Finals this upcoming May.
Hi po sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa FENNEL Adversity since day one. Sana po pagpatuloy niyo po kaming suportahan this upcoming WCS Finals. Gagalingan pa po namin at gagawin namin ang lahat para makapag-qualify kami sa upcoming Icons Tournament na magaganap sa Europe.
Oke, nama gue Dewa, gue dari Indonesia. Nama tim gue adalah Persis Esports. Tim gue dalam 3 kata itu troller, tukang tilt, sama jago. Alasannya ya emang begitulah kita, tukang troll. Perasaan gue bisa masuk ke WCS Final, tentunya gue sangat seneng ya. Kerja keras gue terbayarkan. Semoga gue di WCS Final bisa mendapatkan slot ke Worlds. Tim yang pengen gue temuin di WCS Final, RRQ. Tim yang paling terberat itu mungkin Vietnam sama Thailand. Itu tim terberat menurut gue. Alasannya emang mereka keras-keras sih. Pesan gue untuk supporter tim gue, tetap dukung kita. Semoga kita dapat mendapatkan slot ke World Championship. Amin. Persis Solo masuk.
Hello guys, we're Sam Knight and we're from the NYSG region. Old folks home. It's because our team has a lot of experienced, fine gentlemen, some well-aged gentlemen in our team. That's why we are old folks home.
Why give me a tap? This is the time we make it to Worlds.
Yeah.
Since we are in the playoff directly, so we no longer have the group stage curse, so I think we just have to go to Worlds. What can we do?
One-way ticket.
Yeah. I think pretty much everyone is pretty strong. Flash Wolf, VIU, Team Flash, they're all good, so I think, yeah, but we'll beat them all.
I'll see you guys in the game during the WCS Finals that's coming up. So yeah, stay tuned guys.
Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, mojo. Some days I just can't get up, comatose, stupid. Same old energy, scared of what the future holds for me and all my friends. We want so much better. We can only get there if we all just come together. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now, now. Your love is what's most important. No one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other. Recognition, demolition, I just need your light. Upside down, turn it around. I know you know I'm right. Take this love and give it all your heartbeat, heartbeat. We can only get there, it's a two-way street. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now, now. Your love is what's most important. And no one's gonna take us down. So love me now. I can hear whispers from far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. I can hear whispers from far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. If I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. If my heart was lighter than a feather, if I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. But I'm not ready to fly. I can hear whispers from far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. I can hear whispers from far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. If I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. If my heart was lighter than a feather, if I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. But I'm not ready to fly.
Cú vào của team một quá nhiều năng lượng nữa. Nhưng là rất khỏe ở tình huống này. Kill that triple flip is just too far, and they're going to get the kill. Sabino caramba con la triple kill. Tiene rápidamente con la 4. Y esto tuvo a responde. Saca para Guarda Brian. Không, nhà biết rồi. Nhưng mục tiêu được lựa chọn của em lại là Harry.
Welcome back, folks, to the WCS Finals play-ins. It is the last day of the play-ins here. I'm Brandon. With me, we're going to have some special guests. We're going to have Contra and Husky. But this entire show is brought to you guys by the wonderful people over at Riot Games, Coca-Cola, Those Gamers, and One Esports. And guys, I have to ask, what's going on here?
Well, I woke up on the right side of the day, just feeling great, and
we've decided to fuse together. So excited for the day.
Oh boy.
I can't even. Can you take a look at this? If I'm gonna be stuck with you guys for the first two series of the day. We have two matchups coming in. FLA SLG, EVOS SLG to start things off. FLA and SLG were pushed over from yesterday. And so we've had this match move forward. do you guys feel like this changes anything?
Well, it definitely helps SLG a little bit more to come even more prepared with their grabs because they have taken their games against Cerberus. Of course, it was looking a little bit shaky, but then again, that's the toughest opponent in the play.
So let me ask you this, Husky, who benefits more, FLA or SLG?
I definitely feel like SLG benefits more on paper, but FLA is no pushover as well, right? So even though they aren't as intense as Cerberus, I still think FLA is the more formidable opponent.
And before we get too much into the matchups at hand, we have a little video for you guys so you guys can catch up back up to speed on what's going to happen throughout this competition and a little bit more on the tournament format.
The WCS has reached its final battleground. 11 teams have proven themselves on their local stage. But as the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship approaches, only those who truly deserve greatness will be rewarded. One last competition leads to global representation. This is the WCS Finals. We begin with the play-ins, where 5 teams will fight for only 2 playoff slots. All 5 teams will play in a best-of-2 round robin, where the first place team will proceed immediately to the playoff bracket. For the first and second runners-up, only 1 spot remains, and they must face each other in a best-of-5 showdown. In the playoffs, our play-in hopefuls meet the best Southeast Asia has to offer in an 8-team double elimination bracket featuring the local champions. Make the Final 4 and qualify for Icons. Be the last remaining team and earn the title of the first ever WCS champion. The choices we make define us. For our teams, their choices will lead them to greatness or to their elimination. So, what will they choose?
Thank you, Magical Mika voice. She's not even here and I'm still learning stuff from her, right? She's still giving us a loadout, explaining what's happening. And I have to say, we're coming into day 3, last day of play-ins, we've got a full day ahead of us. 4 BO2s coming into this one, a potential tiebreaker, and a BO5 to determine the second team going into the playoffs alongside the likes of Cerberus.
Yeah, and we start off with the 2 teams that will play the most games for today. It's about the stamina run, and I guess for SLG, as we were talking on the days where they only played 1 game and had so much more time to prepare for the drafts against EVOS later on, as well as the rest. I think that this is going to look pretty good for them, but we saw that game previously that went 40 for Cerberus, and that was like a 20k deficit that they were suffering. I guess there's a lot of bandits that they have to look for, and I hope that they've got answers.
Yeah, and I think for SLG, it's kind of a blessing in disguise because they got through the biggest boss, and even though it ended in defeat, they get a reset, right? Now you start all the way from the bottom, you start from FLA, you go to EVOS, and then afterwards you go through 1 team. For this, the progression is going to be there for SLG, and I think it also allows them some breathing room to set up that pace.
I think we kind of set us up for that, Husky. Let's talk a little bit about what happened in day number 2. So day number 2, we saw a couple of matchups. Interestingly enough, Cerberus and SLG. SLG making their debut here. We've had a tough time bringing the Oceania region to play with us, right? The Oceania region have had to play, we wanted to get them in for the C Championships. We had a difficult time then. Now they finally get to play in with the WCS, and what a warm welcome they've had. Cerberus Esports being their first opponents.
Yeah, exactly, right? It is a very warm welcome, but it's also a brutal beatdown. Cerberus Esports, they pull no punches. They still want to make a statement that they are the strongest team. But SLG, they did show us some promises, right? They gave us a little taste of what they are good at and what they're proficient with. The songstress is what we've been looking forward to, and we also got a glimpse of that.
Yeah, and they've definitely faced a lot of adversities to just come into this WCS as the champions of their region, right? But the PH region was the one that invented that strong songstress strat, and FLA, I think they might have actually prepared something special for today.
But we also saw an interesting look from Cerberus Esports. Not only were they able to win their matches against SLG, we saw a 40 kill game in 14 minutes, Contra.
Right, and I guess that for Cerberus, it's just all in the day's work, right? They've come extremely prepared. We saw it from the draft itself that they've banned even the Seraphine, and it was just no holds barred. Cerberus really wants to get themselves locked in.
And as we went into that second game, we saw Cerberus Esports play some pretty unorthodox picks, but it's like you mentioned here, Husky, SLG tried to make something happen. We had Vamos roll swap into the mid lane on the Akali.
And I think this is actually a decent look for Vamos. He had some moments where it really felt like he was the superstar. There were some attempted outplays, and despite the result showing Cerberus basically farming SLG to pet their KD, I think SLG in that particular game has shown us that they're mechanically proficient. They just need to polish up some of those macro plays.
He kind of is a superstar, right? Like, you look at the guy, his mechanics are so on point. We had a couple of moments where he was like deep into the game and almost goes. That play was mechanically perfect, but he has no damage. Like, it's too late. The tempo was gone, and this is one of the issues that we mentioned with SLG.
Yeah, and it kind of reminds you of Seraphine, right? She is the superstar, but you need your backup dancers, you need your backup vocalists, and in that case, Vamos was on an island. I think Omo put it perfectly. They just needed damage, and Vamos was not given that resource.
Yeah, and they're so immobile, so you could basically have the rest of Cerberus just to exert that pressure from the early game, and there's not going to be all too much of what SLG could put up with when it comes down to team fights when the bottom lane has been weakened throughout. So heading into this matchup against FLA is going to be looking pretty interesting.
But that wasn't our only match for yesterday. We also had EVOS go up against one team. And when we saw these two teams play, we saw a back and forth seesaw match as neither team was able to pull ahead.
Yeah, my heart actually stopped after game number 1 because I looked at EVOS and I was like, what is one team going to do? EVOS just ran them over like they were mowing the lawn, but thank goodness one team were able to recover. But credits to EVOS though, game number 1 looked as clean as it could be. It felt like EVOS was one team.
Yeah, and they're just showing that they are multifaceted, where this is the first time that we're seeing G4 going on more of an assassin sort of playstyle, where we see him go pretty much rampaging on the Zed, and on top of that, this was one of their fastest games being played, and it's going to be crucial for them.
And it's such a neck-and-neck race for these two teams. Contra, remember back during the SSC when these two teams faced off against each other in the upper bracket in the grand finals for the Summer Super Cup, and now they're playing for their play-in slides to continue their run in the competition in their search for greatness. First, they must defeat this long-standing rivalry.
Yeah, and we saw them now being tied up, and there's that potential of a tiebreaker. I think that this is going to be that perfect redemption arc for one team if they could basically get that game going. And well, I think that it's being set up perfectly.
And one of the big parts for me for one team has been Yumal. This guy coming in here playing the hyper carries has been a consistent composition and strategy they've been trying to apply here.
Yeah, and I think Yumal exploded into the play-ins, right? On day number 1, we saw him playing that Kaisa swap lane to mid. And
Shen Galio,
right? He was the one who was the delivery system. But afterwards, we saw some jankiness from one team. They slowed down a bit. They were not able to close out game as effectively as they wanted to. So it got me thinking, is Gmao really the only key to the success?
Absolutely not. We see a lot of play from Senyo as well. Senyo is a big playmaker for this team. They need him to initiate. I think that's a kind of a recurring trend for a lot of the junglers we had in the competition.
That's right, and we look at how one team has been able to always find their stable momentum. Though game 1, they were a little bit shaky, but game 2, they really bounced back off strong, and I'm just looking forward.
So let's talk a little bit about the matches we have today. We have 4 best of 2. These start off with FLA versus SLG, EVOS versus SLG, Cerberus versus FLA, one team versus SLG, a potential tiebreaker, and a best of 5 between the second and third seed, the first and second runners-up, to determine the second team to join Cerberus going into the playoffs.
Yeah, when SLG got slain by Cerberus, we talked about the Hercules trial yesterday. So if you get slain by Cerberus, you actually get sent all the way back to the depths of the underworld. So
this is round 2!
Right,
back in the beginning.
So SLG has to begin their climb all over again. It starts with FLA, and I think that this sequence is the best possible sequence for FLA.
So what layer of hell are they at here, Husky?
For FLA, is the lowest depth. It's called Tartarus, where all chaos breaks loose, and I think FLA has delivered that. They've shown us that they can play the male-male connection, they're able to play pickup comps, and it fits perfectly with this description of Tartarus.
I love that you know that, Husky. Where did you learn this information?
I've been reading a lot on Greek and Norse mythology. I've been playing some games that are similar to that, so it helps.
Contra, did you know about this?
Just a little, and I guess that I've just learned a lot just by sitting here.
I thought you guys were fused together. I thought you guys have one mind.
You're right.
You're right.
I'm a little
actually,
behind.
so actually, this is him. He's taking credit for it, but actually, it should be shared between you both of you guys, right? Both of you guys. It's a team effort. And so, with that being said, what are your thoughts moving forward? I'm assuming you guys are of the same mind. Our first matchup coming in, FLA versus SLG. Which side which side are you guys leaning towards?
Well, I think easily say it. FLA has been looking pretty good, though they did not win most of their game ones in their previous series. They have been able to play a very fast play style, and SLG, I'm not too convinced yet on how well will they perform against such a team that could even come up with split pushes of their own.
Yeah, and I think on top of that, because FLA has diversified their playstyle, SLG will need to kind of keep up with the tempo, right? We saw SLG have some moments of brilliance. I think DDD is going to be the key. He has been, taking initiatives, but his team needs to follow up on that, and that's what FLA does good. Someone starts a fight, the team is back with that guy, with that member. So in this case, FLA definitely has the advantage.
And at the same time, we have to think back to their next opponents as well, right? Because FLA, SLG, we have some ideas here. SLG need to execute against them, but they also have another strong opponent lying in wait. It's EVOS coming in here with a lot more momentum now. And I'm looking to see what your thoughts are about the EVOS SLG matchup.
Well, EVOS SLG, I think that it's going to be a little bit more straightforward because EVOS have shown that they have been able to progress with so many different types of draft, and from yesterday's performance against one team, it has further convinced me that they have finally found their rhythm. Like the initial swapperoos that they did with G4 may not be the best solution, and SLG is facing against the previous champions of the SSC here. This is going to be a tough one to crack for SLG.
And I think for EVOS, we move out the hierarchy of the underworld. For EVOS, there are Asphodel. Asphodel is a land of mystery and uncertainties. And why do I say that, right? Because EVOS, even though they play fast games, they always run on the steam towards the end. And that got me thinking, what is EVOS trying to really do in the play-ins? Are they trying to play a fast in and out playstyle, or are they trying to drag out the game? It doesn't seem like any of those are kind of their fixed style. So are they going to give us a surprise today? I think that's what EVOS needs to answer.
I think as we look at this matchup, EVOS and SLG, EVOS have this leeway a little bit with this matchup. But at the same time, we have to think about what happens here in the competition. Well, as we look at the head-to-head tiebreaker rules, the teams with the fastest victory times will end up qualifying and winning the tiebreakers. So in a situation where the points are the same, they get to avoid that altogether. So this is going to mean so much for the teams moving into today. It's a time attack. Every match matters. You have to win them in the fastest ways possible. I guess for some of these teams, it's a good thing. Teams like one team have had fast wins and very slow losses. But the losses don't count. It's all about the wins.
Yeah, and if we really look at the wins, though, like, what's their usual win condition, right? One team, they like to drag that game out. They really like their Elder Dragons, their Baron buffs to close things out, and they're very methodical. So has this caused them to suffer a little bit when it comes down to that tiebreaker call by the end of the day? Because I think one team couldn't really match up the same pacing as compared to FLA or even the side of, EVOS Esports themselves.
Yeah, and I think it's good to draw this parallel, right? Because when we came into this play-ins, we looked at FLA and one team. We thought that these two teams have very similar personalities. They like to drag things out. They like to play the team fight comps. But FLA were able to show us another side of their team composition. They play fast. They go in. They close out the games prior to 15 minutes. But one team has not changed that at all. They stuck to that slow, drag it out, go late game, get a safe win. So FLA, they have kind of avoided that deficit that could cost them the time attack round.
So we've had these two teams that we've talked about, FLA now in a safer position against those time attacks. Let's talk a little bit about what's coming up next for us. FLA versus SLG, gentlemen, I need to ask your opinions on the outcome of this match. Are you guys going to say it at the same time?
Yes.
All right.
So 2-0.
2-0. Sorry, I'm a little late. I told you.
It's all right.
I'm a little slow.
You're lagging behind. You're lagging a little bit. You're lagging a little bit. It's okay.
Great minds still think alike.
Great minds still think alike. And that's what you guys think. So 2-0 FLA.
FLA.
2-0 FLA. All right. I'm going 1-1 FLA SLG draw.
That's interesting because we talk about the time attack mode, but the circumstances here are going to be pretty much even. What if SLG if they draw with everybody else, what do we do then?
Exactly. So much changes here. If we go into this one and there's a draw in the matches with any of them with SLG, because Cerberus, they're in a league of their own. They've been winning all their matches. They've been picking up so much momentum. They're at the front of the pack. They've confirmed their slot in the playoffs. Now the question really is, which teams can fight for that second slot? SLG had that first loss, but that doesn't count them out yet. They have the chance to pull back with any number of draws or a win. Now think about this for a second, guys. A win gives you 3 points, a draw only gives you 1. SLG can lose 2 matches and win 1 and still be on par with the other teams that we've had so far. So here's my little thought experiment for you guys. SLG, do they stand a chance? I'm thinking they start drawing matches here. Do you guys think that's possible?
Okay, let me start off with the first match. They met up with Cerberus, right? And that's like the biggest demon. But I don't see anyone else here being the lesser demon either ways. Like, the competition is so stiff. So I think whoever they're going to face, they just will feel a little bit of heat.
They've walked into the WCS, Southeast Asia, one of the best regions in the world, and are now competing against them. I have to say their opening debut match, not too shabby, but that's not quite enough. They have to really pull out the big guns, demonstrate something more. I think Otlu's brought up a great point. When you think about the quality of opponents they get to face in Oceania, we don't know. That's not something we see. Our area of expertise is in the Southeast Asian region, and you think back to what's happened now.
Yeah.
The Vietnamese region looking so dominant, the Thai region looking so dominant, the Filipino region looking, all the regions looking so good.
Yeah.
WCS stacked.
And this is the flavors of Southeast Asia, right? The diversity, the difference of play style, it's all coming together now. Imagine that this is so tight. We're going to go into playoffs with even better things to come.
Yeah, and I think on top of that, right, if we talk about win conditions for SLG, I actually have a small nugget of info. If SLG just plays double songstress, they have a better chance because FLA have lost 2 times to double songstress.
Okay.
Is that a real stat?
It's a real stat.
It's a real stat. So double songstress works specifically against FLA, despite all the weaknesses that we talked about. Too squishy.
Sounds like it, right? Because like the matches that FLA had played prior to this, they have lost to double songstress before.
All right, that's something to watch out for. If SLG stick to their guns, demonstrate the preparation they've been going for. I mean, honestly, the stuff that these guys have been coming in with have been pretty creative. I've liked what we've seen. It's not a matter of being further behind or ahead of the meta. It's a very real case of being geographically far, and so we start to see different ideas form about.
That's right, and of course they haven't been able to scream at each other, and there's also that element of surprise right here that this is just the first part of the draft where they whipped off like Wukong, Aurelia over a Baron lane. I think there's more to come out of SLG that we might not expect to get until they unfold their cards right before. So SLG here, what they really have to do is to just ban off Olaf just to get that songstress going.
Yeah. So gentlemen, let's talk specifics. Let's talk names, right? When I look at FLA, I'm thinking Danny, right? Danny is the core of the composition. When things go down to the wire, the team relies on the guy, falls back on him, and it's up to him to execute and elevate them to the next level. Danny down the bot lane goes up against the superstar of SLG, Vamos. What happens here, guys?
Well, Danny definitely plays very stable in the early game, and there's also the support that has been able to complement him very well as well. And I guess like one of the stellar plays that we saw of him was when he was playing that Kaisa. But if you're playing a Kaisa, then you're going to be dragging it to the late game. So you have to focus on very strong early picks. I'm thinking poke composition or FLA. Just go double assassins.
Stuff like the Varus, stuff like Ziggs. Would Ziggs have worked for them?
Right.
Though Ziggs is a poke composition, helps in a poke composition, but also slows down the game. Could that help them get to that late game point?
Well, I believe that this gives them a great chance still.
Yeah, and I think for SLG, right, we looked at the bot lane, Vamos and Aurora. They definitely look good. But what worries me is that if SLG decides to go for the role swap again, you put Utopian down bot, bring Vamos mid. Vamos will get to shine, but Utopian has been the Achilles heel. He has exploded in the Dragon lane. He's also been dominated in the mid lane. It feels like a lose-lose situation if we get to that point. I personally want Vamos to stay bot, play alongside Aurora, give themselves a lane that gets the skill and gets to be the late game insurance rather than Vamos being mid, starting that one-man show and not being able to convert that.
And you were telling me that you want to see DDD show up in the bot lane, make his presence known, help that bot lane accelerate, make them keep neutral at the very least, because that's a win condition. Without the bot lane doing well, it's a done day. It's a done game. There's nothing to be done for SLG.
Exactly, right? We're not talking about SLG needing to get a definitive lead. We're talking about SLG needing to neutralize the potential advantage that FLA can get in the Dragon lane. And DDD has shown their willingness, right? He shows up to a fight, he starts it. Most of the time, it ends up in his death, but at least there is the idea of wanting to get a lead for his team. So if he does that and they do it well, at least you won't have Danny run over that bot lane and you give Vamos a chance.
Let's start talking about our second match coming up then, EVOS versus SLG. Recurring points, we have SLG again, but we're now introducing EVOS here. Contra, I know you had some ideas, you've worked with them a little bit in the past, talked to some of the players. EVOS here, what are they looking like in your mind?
Well, I think that they're looking pretty good. Though heading into the first initial few games, they look pretty shaky. They tried with new supports, but overall, it definitely is a team that comes in with ample of experience, where you have two players who have been to Worlds.
Like Lloyd, G4, all these guys have so much experience, veterans, or as Riku would put it, legacy players. And I love that about them. You know, they have such a wealth of experience and knowledge that they get to bring forward with their team.
Yeah, exactly. And Contra also brought up a point early on where G4 is now more willing to take an aggressive stance. He plays Zed, he plays Lucian mid. He has played Fizz in the first day of play-ins as well. So it really unlocks his potential as an aggressive assassin player in the mid lane. And I hope that EVOS keeps that up, right? Because we touched on SLG, Utopian has exploded in the mid lane and the Dragon lane. If G4 takes advantage of that, I think EVOS has a really good chance.
And as we look at SLG into this specific matchup, I wanted to bring a little bit of attention to the top side. So we've got V and Lloyd. Lloyd has been looking good on the Darius, on the Garen, stuff like that, bruisers that enable him to play a safe, solid lane. Whereas previously, when we saw him play the Riven, he had some issues converting into bigger moments. His mechanics looked fine, but his sense, knowing when to join into a fight, seemed to have some issues with EVOS. Going into this matchup with Godfrey, though, Godfrey has been looking to try and establish control on the top side, playing aggressive pickup options. They're looking to skill check their opponents. How's this matchup between Lloyd and Godfrey?
I think Lloyd would have a decent time against GodV, not to take anything away from the SLG Baron laner, but fundamentally, I think Lloyd is just more prepared to take on this matchup. When Lloyd is on a carry champion, it feels like everyone on the side of EVOS is trying to vie for the spotlight. But when Lloyd switches to the Bruiser, he becomes the enabler. He becomes the person that allows his teammates to shine, and I think that's what fits EVOS the best.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. When we take a look at all
these... Of course you would! You look at you guys! Of course you would agree!
Like, yeah, it's EVOS, man. Like, Lloyd, he was not allowed to play all these aggressive Baron laners because it's always being banned against him. So SLG, we saw yesterday they opened up Jace, and for the first time, like, Cerberus unleashed every single drop of blood on the Rift.
All their pocket picks, stuff
Everything.
like the Singe came out.
Yeah, like that Singe mid, I think that was pretty surprising. But going back to EVOS, I believe that Lloyd will have a better time in this matchup where whatever he's going to play, he's going to be able to at least get things going over on a Baron lane and start split pushing. This is the EVOS that we really want to see because they haven't been able to bring that up too much. I think this is about time.
Yeah, and I'll quickly add on top of that, right? Because in a perfect scenario where DDD focuses his resources on that bottom lane, Godfrey will be left on an island. But you can't say the same for EVOS, right? You have Lloyd and you have Valdez. He's going to show up, and Godfrey will have to kind of tank that pressure alone. And I still am doubting whether he can handle a 2-on-1. So far, 1 versus 1 still looks okay. But if Valdez shows up, then I think that top lane will be in danger.
All right, so a lot has been said for EVOS and SLG. Let's start hearing your thoughts for the matches. I know I had you guys say what you guys thought first, so this time I'll start things off. I think the match between EVOS and SLG will end in a draw, 1-1.
Draw again? Are you sure?
I'm going with it. I truly believe that SLG have not shown all they had yet. This is their time to shine. Cerberus is a tough place to analyze from. It's a tough starting point for them. But now they've gone on to the next opponents. I think with FLA and EVOS, there's a chance that SLG show us something more here, Contra.
Well, shall we go again?
Yep.
2-0.
2-0 EVOS.
2-0 EVOS. It has to be, right? Like, if they can't really get perfect team fights, if they haven't really solved some of the issues that they have in the past, I think that it's going to be a recurring team for the rest of SLG because the team fights themselves haven't convinced me. And you're telling me that, this is their strongest point. I feel like there's too much to fix here.
I'm hearing double here, guys. 2-0, 2-0, win for EVOS. I'm looking at a draw. Come on, guys. I'm being bullied by my panelists here. My panelists are coming in here and telling me that you don't stand a chance. SLG doesn't stand a chance. I'm saying they do. And I'm going to be proven right Despite what my win rate tells me. My prediction rate might not be the best, but I have faith that things will change here today. And with every match that SLG wins, it changes the narrative significantly. Because every game they win, it affects the standings to the extent that there might not be a tiebreaker at the end of the day.
Yeah, two conditions for that tiebreaker, right? If SLG gets a 1-1 for every one of the games. But I think SLG, whoever that they will throw a curveball at, that team's going to suffer so much, and it really opens up a crazy turn of events by the end of the day. And when it comes down to SLG, I really want to look at Utopian here, because yesterday he hasn't been given that opportunity to shine. So we're talking about DDD needing to do a whole lot more. I felt like there's too much pressure on his shoulders. So Utopian, maybe he has to show us something different, like maybe play a Galio, so that you could easily join in those team fights.
Yeah, and another thing that SLG showed us was when they play double songstress, Utopian is relegated to the Seraphine, to the Sona. So you basically take this mid laner who has a lot of resources to potentially influence the map, and you put him on a Sona who, you know, just pokes you in lane, throws a crescendo when it's off cooldown.
Hey, he has sustain.
Sona has sustain. But you put a lot of pressure on DDD and Vamos, right? And I know that they are the superstars. Utopian is the one that, you know, gives them that resources. But I feel like if you put him on a Sona, you take away a lot of what he is actually capable of.
I feel like I can just pull out the gas mask right now. I'm like huffing copium.
To be fair, we're not saying that, you know, it's gloom and done. We're not saying that SLG are done in this competition, but the conditions for them to take a win off of FLA and EVOS is significantly more complicated than what, you know, than vice versa.
Right, it's that difficulty to tall all of the tasks, but that's also why we've kind of painted this as a labor. This is a difficult task for SLG to accomplish, but every success they have rewards them so much more here.
Yeah, and I guess when we take a look at some of the things that they have picked up in their most recent game, I do like that Irelia pick up over on the Baron lane. Maybe if you were to give them a little bit more room to play around Godvi, give him that time to shine. So that could enable them for that team fight that they're looking for. And I guess EVOS, will they be thrown off by a deeper blueprint? Because there's so much more time compared to the rest of the teams that have to grind day in and day out.
And even in that first match, I think the way that we've kind of looked at FL is they are a team that can beat anyone. They could beat the best team in the world, but they could also lose to a team of pubs.
Oh,
they have this upper bound and this lower bound that is just a world apart. And I feel like this is one of their biggest weaknesses and why they face so many issues being consistent on an international stage. Because no one doubts FLA being a strong team. The question is, how have they taken so many draws so far and not converted them into full wins?
Yeah, and that is where I want to introduce a new element, right? Horizon as the support. And I think this really unlocks FLA's potential in the Dragon lane because it allows them to pivot away from the standard Morgana +1, Senna +1 safe playstyle and go for a more standard Dragon lane. It allows Danny to be unlocked easier, it allows Horizon to move around the map and create plays, and that means that FLA no longer have to only rely on the top side of the map, the bottom side can also contribute.
And I don't want to discount the top side of the map though. Have you guys seen Com's Camille? Like the guy is a beast on it. Like Camille has been destroying everyone in the competition. Com can play with 2 items and beat guys with 3. Like, that's the power of Com's Camille. And I think that's something that SLG have to recognize going into this game. I would like to see them remove those options for Com and focus on enabling Godfrey like Contra said.
Yeah, I do believe that this gives advantage to FENNEL University when it comes down to the drafting phase in the picks and bans. So, like, do you really want to invest in that Camille ban, though? Like, because other than that, he's got other champions that you need to fear. There's going to be the Jays and any other skirmishes or bruises that he picks up, he's still going to be able to exert that pressure. We see him doing a lot more of those sort of push and shove, and he's been able to join team fights, frequently buying those teleports as well. So I'm liking their chances here, and I guess when it comes down to this match, yeah, it's going to be pretty rough.
Yeah, and I think, you know, if we describe these two teams as a deck of cards, right? FLA have shown a couple of styles, but for SLG, we've only seen 2 of them. The first one was Game 1 yesterday against Cerberus, scrappy team fight. Game 2 was double songstress. That's basically it. They have not shown, they have a lot more up their sleeves, so now it's just looking at the back of the card. What else do they have?
You know what, that's a lot to be said, and I'd like to see more from what we have for these 2 teams. We're going to jump into our first game between FLA and SLG. I hear the bells ringing. It's round 2. SLG go again. Their second match in the WCS Finals play-ins. And what better opponent than with FLA?
Yeah, I think this is the best testing ground, the best litmus test to see where SLG stands and whether FLA have polished that playstyle. I want to see FLA clean up the game as best as possible. I don't want to see a fast game 1 and a slow game 2. That's not... I don't think that's convincing enough.
Yeah, I definitely don't think that there's going to be any room for trials and errors for the side of FLA. They just really got to hit it home pretty hard and fast. So when it comes down to this draft, they need to identify, is it worth it to really ban any of the songsters, which you've mentioned? They've lost it to it before, so priorities coming along the line. SLG should have learned a lesson. They go in for the initial ban, and that's going to be the case.
Yeah, and I think on top of that, you have to also consider you need to take away the Camille. You also need to take away the Olaf because that's what FLA will go for if you don't. But let's say the Olaf goes out. FLA has shown us the Kitty Cat connection, Rengar Yumi. So there's another layer of consideration that SLG has to take into account. So the onus right now for SLG is which poison do they want to pick?
Whoa, the Meow Meow connection. You guys are the Meow Meow connection now.
We are the Meow Meow connection.
You guys are the Meow Meow
He's
connection.
the Yumi to my Rengar.
Yeah, that's why I'm a little slow. Like, I gotta get to him.
You're Yumi.
Yeah.
Husky's Rengar. Oh
He's
my
always on the
goodness.
trail of the hunt, right? So
Yes.
I can't find him.
I love this. You guys are like hype guys for each other. I love this energy. SLG, FLA. So first ban, we saw the Jace come through. The Olaf next to SLG, we saw FLA ban out the Karma and the Camille. So actually, not SLG banning the Camille. Blue side gets that first pick. FLA don't want any risk of having to play against Camille.
And I feel like this opens up a lot of options for SLG. If they want to go songstress, go ahead. But there are a lot more priority picks, in my opinion. We look at the Galio, we have the set. We also have Irelia and Riven, which I think SLG is more inclined to go for.
Yeah, and on top of that, you have a lot of all these options, such as the set, which I really do hope to see. And SLG now, with that opening pick, what's really the best plan here? Because overall, they haven't gotten this sort of leeway before. Back in the past, they were mostly playing on the red side. And now, I want to see that set come up online if they do have that going for Godby.
So we see 2 enchanters banned out, Lulu and the Karma, removing a lot of hyper carry options. SLG first picking the Senna, one of the few pseudo enchanters still left up.
And I think this is definitely a better start for SLG. Even if we don't see the set first pick, the Senna has been a high priority in the entire play-ins, right?
But Husky, I want to ask, is it high priority enough? First pick from SLG now opens up stuff like Thresh for FLA to find more tempo.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
I think for SLG, it's completely fine because, again, right, the bottom lane is to minimize the loss. You don't want FLA to get a lead, and all you want to do as SLG is to neutralize that equilibrium. So Senna provides that. A Senna +1. Gragas, Galio, Set, Nasus, they all do the same for SLG. And if they can pull it off, I think they will have a decent lane for Vamos and Aurora.
Yeah, and if they really want to go for a traditional marksman, I think Lucian would still fit perfectly when it comes down to this. When FLA, they're just doing what they supposed to do. And there we go.
That's what you wanted. You wanted to see the set. Why did you want to see the set so bad, Contra?
Okay, now when you put Nasus down the bottom lane, you can't really do anything proactive, right? So if in the case that they want to flex this set, you could do so. Sure, you can get a flay or you could get hooked by the death sentence. Doesn't matter. You have the Senna that could enable this set to run it down and just hit them hard with the facebreaker.
I love what FLA have here. They have the Kha'Zix, something that is so good on domain. I mean, you talk about domain phobia. What better than the Terror from the Void? I mean, this Kha'Zix has been able to initiate and find tempo for his team, open up the map more. SLG trying to play counter to that, perhaps with this Graves.
Yeah, and I think the Graves is a decent jungler, right? Because, you know, a few previous patches, he did get a slight buff to his jungle clear speed. But it kind of gives me the same concern as picking an Olaf into a Kha'Zix. You will be fighting alone most of the time, and you domain as a Kha'Zix will basically just outduel you with the isolation damage.
At the same time, this Graves could also be a flex pick into a different lane.
Yeah, I think that's possible. Maybe the Baron lane would be the best lane that he could go to if not the jungle. But I don't really like it, right? Because if you put God V on the Graves, you remove a lot of potential for that Baron lane to enable the team.
All right, and now FLA continue the second part of the ban phase. They're going to get rid of the Wukong, removing some strong jungle options, some pickups. They could potentially put a wrench in the plans for FLA, especially since they have this Verus, giving them some long poke, giving them some more pickoff.
Well, I think this ban is a slight win for SLG. We already talked about that flexibility, right? So with this set that could still go up top, I think that there is not too much to worry about, and you can see SLG further doubling down to remove anything that's going to be a threat to set. And I think the best way is by taking out the Renekton.
Of course, you have to get rid of Renekton. Get rid of Renekton, get rid of Calm's champion pool, because now at this point, not so many things left available on the table. If you bring the set into a number of matchups, the set ends up winning, so you want to get rid of its strongest counters. Surprising for me, though, is FLA banning away the Splits Crank. I do believe SLG had played it a few times in their regular season, but not so much after that.
Yeah, and for SLG side, regardless of the ban, I don't think the Gragas is going to be taken out, right? In fact, FLA takes out the Nasus.
It is the Nasus instead, yes.
Right, to disable the center Nasus lane. Again, it's a win for SLG because you have the set that can be flexed, but I want some disengage on SLG side. The Gragas looks very tempting. You don't allow FLA to just run into you with those pickoffs, but you also give yourself some breathing room to dictate how you want to take those fights.
Now, what I really want to see is what they pick up for the mid lane, because SLG, they really didn't want to show their cards until the very end. Now, FLA, they got so many other options. If you really want to commit to it, well, I'm thinking that there's still that Gallo that's being left out for SLG.
Sure.
I think Gallo's going to be a fitting pick.
That's the power of red side for FLA. They have to counterpick, so they get to decide what they want to try and play for.
Yeah. And they take away the Riven from SLG, right? We saw SLG play Riven yesterday. I don't think is a big loss. There is the Fiora that for some reason has not been picked, but it's the Akali, and that signals something. We might see Vamos back into mid.
This could be a roll swap. They could jump back into this, try and make something happen in the mid lane, execute with Vamos, trying to be that playmaker, getting SLG up to tempo. But what we needed to see was DDD on something aggressive, something to initiate and bring tempo to his team. If this Grace comes through, I don't see that happening.
Me neither, right? I think this Grace basically means SLG wants to power front, but they have the Singe. So this kind of changes things a bit. We might see the Singe up top, and we see the center set, which to me is completely fine because set acts as a bastion. Even if Danny and Arisen goes on to you, you have that set to act as that meat shield. So SLG should have a decent dragon lane. They won't lose out on too much. But this Diana is what I want to see, a skill matchup in the mid lane.
Guys, this composition just reminds me so much of the WRL, right? SLG's comp looks like something that still prioritizes the Graves, likes to go for stuff like Singe, Senna, set up, enable, and really run down their opponents. I think FLA have a much more well-rounded composition here.
Yeah, and on top of this, like, you have this Diana to really bring them all together. SLG, they wanted all those team fights. Can they really get things going here? Because there's going to be a whole lot of disruption on their way.
And I think the most worrying part is that SLG wants to not only get in your face, but they all fight in close proximity. And that means that Diana will get the easiest win of her life.
So let's talk quickly, guys. SLG or FLA in this match?
Well, has to be FLA.
FLA.
All right, well, let's take a look at how this one plays out. You can see here, Smash Logic Gaming have managed to come through their final compositions. Like you mentioned, I do believe Vamos will be swapping over into the mid lane with the Akali again, doing a run back, showing us something that did not succeed the last time, but could potentially succeed against FENNEL adversity. Otherwise, FENNEL adversity, I mean, what else can I say? Domain Phobia incoming. It just looks like SLG's in for a rough time against this jungler out from this team.
Right, and it's perfect time to taste that fear right now. So I really want to see how much can Danny get out of this. Could they beat the record of Cerberus of that 40K?
And enough talk from us on our end. We don't have anything left to say about this one. We're going to toss it over to Cassius instead to bring us into the very first match of the final day of the play-ins with the WCS Finals.
Alright, eto na nga. Muling itaas ang bandera ng Pinas. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, on the third day dito sa ating WCS Finals play-ins. Now, first series tayo, of course, SLG versus FENNEL Adversity. My name is Dad. Ay kasama natin, of course, si Papi Dash. Papi Dash, this is a very crucial series. Of course, for FENNEL Adversity, kailangan nila, of course, panalo dito 2-0 against SLG.
What up? And ito na nga, set tayo ng expectations dito, Deadeye, kasi sa nakikita natin, based on the composition from both of our teams, ang expectation natin is dahil ganito sila, FLA would have an advantage in the early stages of the game kasi nga marami silang damage already. Pero sa side naman ng SLG, they need some time to ramp up. They have a Senna, they have a Graves, and mapapadali rin onte yung pag-contest nila sa first objective dati. Pero bot lane,
Ito na nga, as you have mentioned, kailangan talaga magiging aggressive dito ng FENNEL Adversity. With this early game kits na nakita natin from FENNEL, they have the advantage to punish SLG. But you have mentioned, of course, Dash, scaling potential coming in from Smash Logic Gaming.
Yeah, Smash Logic Gaming, kailangan lang talaga nila ng damage para later on maging bot lane.
Grabe naman yun. Last Embrace connected, flashes in. That's gonna be Death Sentence First Blood para sa FENNEL Adversity.
Okay, that is a fast first blood. Expected yun. On a Cinch lane, hindi sila madadali, and especially classic combo to eh. Thresh Varus on the bot lane. Alam naman natin yung damage na pwede nila i-deal. Meron pa silang CC. Kaya madali sa kanila makakuha ng damage against them. And even though na, lalo na, hindi nila nagamit yung exhaust nila. Kaya FLA takes just 1 kill.
Alright, Summoner Spells though, na gamit na dito ni Ryzen, but this is what you want, diba? Expectations na sinabi natin that FLA should be very aggressive and dapat mag-continue to. They need to shut down this scaling potential coming in from Smash Logic Gaming. Pero dito sa gitna, that is gonna be a great shielding coming in from Ryzen doon. Buhay pa nga si Ryzen, that connection between these two players.
Oh, yan nga talaga yung sinasabi ko sa FLA. Lalo na pag meron silang pick composition, napakadali sa kanila makakuha nitong mga kill na to. Dahil nga alam nila yung timing every time. Yes, meron silang AOE from Arise and Calm, pero yung nature talaga ng composition nito is gusto nila maka-snowball etong si Domeng later on. Pero sa nakikita natin talaga, yung mga ganks ni Arise, sobrang aggressive, no?
Yes. And speaking of which, we have some questionings with regards to the switching of roles, no? Coming in from FENNEL Adversity. Now, Ryzen on the supporting role. Nagiging aggressive na yung FLA, pero this is gonna be an action here in the mid. Vamos! 50% health na lang, pero hinabol doon ni Arise under the turret. That's a solo kill!
Oh, come on, Vamonos! Sabi nga ni Arise, and nakita nga natin doon yung damage nila. Tapos nakuha pala sila ng kill sa bot lane. So, ang laki yung advantage na nakuha nila dito. Si Arise level 6, level 4 lang si Vamos nung naglalaban sila in the mid lane. Sobrang laki ng gap nila just because of that 1 kill kanina. So, ngayon, gagamitin to ng FLA para later on makuha nila yung kills sa objectives. And ito, yung nangyari kanina sa bot lane na was off cam, yung piercing arrow talaga, and also kahit play in the box lang sapat na para makakuha ng kill yung FLA.
Ito, Papi Dasha, I think the Singe support with a Thresh against you, I think advantage pa nga ni Ryzen dito because if you're a Singe player, dapat kailangan mo lumapit eh. But with the kids coming in from this Thresh, it's gonna be easy for them to go for the takeoffs.
Yeah, lalo na kasi na wala rin namang any ways until magka-Hextech Proto Belt itong si Aurora makapasok. Kaya ang hirap talaga, especially against kahit si Arise range rin naman to si Thresh eh. Kaya ang hirap sa kanila makalapit. The reason only why they pick up the Singe is para makancel yung mga dashes. Ang daming dashes sa side ng FLA. That is the only reason why. So makikita natin mag-shine tong Singe at the mid to late game. Pero hintayin natin kung magkakaroon nga ba nun kasi lalaban pa ata sila dito.
Yeah, I think lalaban nga. This is gonna be a contest. Again, great play from Ryzen doon. And another one that wins slashing. Di tinapos yung life dito si Triple D. Pero dito sa gilid, Arise in the middle of the battlefield. Grabe naman yun. Another clutch play for Arise sa kanyang Diana. Time and time again, FLA momentum base, di pa sila tapos. They need to continue the aggression dito. Rip Herald na summon sa gitna. Another death sentence connected against Aurora. Tingnan mo ang damage sa first araw na yun. Ang sakit yan, Besh.
And yun na nga yung nakakatakot dito for FLA eh. Yung early game damage talaga nila, sobrang lakas. And si Arise, hindi ko nga na-expect na magkakaroon ng damage na ganito kalakas si Arise just because na nakakuha siya ng 3 kills kanina. That's when kinakapitalize niya lang yung mga advantage na nakuha niya. Nakita mo rin si Arise, ang daming kill ni Arise, no? 4-0 na si Arise as a Thresh. And sobrang laki rin nito kasi mapapadali yung pag-rotate ni Arise. Later on, mas magiging confident siya kasi nga until now, SLG hasn't found any success yet.
Ito, Papi Dasha, na-mention to ni Husky sa panel na with Arise right now in the support, parang na-enable yung FENNEL adversity, magiging aggressive yung contribution ng bot side into that macro place. And speaking of which, this is gonna be another pick-off na makikita natin sa bot side dito with SLG going to go for that reinforcement. Buti na lang nakapag-escape dito si Vamos sa kanyang Akali. But I think it's just fresh na makita yung FLA nagiging aggressive sa early game.
Yeah, okay. Ang mahirap dito, Deadeye, is that dahil sa mid lane, na-push na nila yung tower, parang magkakaroon ng fight pala.
Oh, there you go. But Domeng, meron siya of course skill doon to go back away, and the SLG nag-react na naman sa early aggression coming in from the side of FLA. And Vamos, siya yung target again. Arise, very hungry for the kill, but still managed to go back away. Clash play din dito si Vamos with that honey fruit. Nakapag-survive pa nga with this. Grabe yung aggression pinapakita ng FENNEL at first.
Wow, grabe naman mag-weave sa fight si Arise. Umaalis, pumapasok together with the lantern from Arise. Ang problema lang, hindi nga sila nakakill, pero topside para makakill.
Oh, chain of corruption, nauli yung dalawa, but there is gonna be a redemption for additional sustain. Now, Cam and Doming na dito sa top side. They're putting pressure here against SLG.
Slowly but surely ang ginagawa ng FLA. Kuha lang ng towers. And this is a classic FLA playstyle. Pero ang nakikita natin nakakaiba sa FLA ngayon is they're turning on the aggression. Kasi usually sa PH hindi naman sila ganito ka-aggressive eh. Pero ito nakikita natin 8 kills already on the board. And kumukuha lang talaga sila ng towers from everywhere.
I love it. I love it. The FENNEL University right now showing flexibility then and their adjustments to incoming here sa WCS Finals play-ins. Now, SLG, we have doubts for this region. They are representing Oceania. Sila yung champion doon. And sabi ni Grandon, he's not taking away the potential of this team as well when it comes to this competition. Kailangan talaga nila yung tawag natin confidence or the comfortability sa WCS na competition na aura, kumbaga, yung ambience. I think this is going to be the first time na makasama dito sa international waters.
Yun nga. Itong FLA, ito yung gusto kong nakikita sa kanila sa mga game 1 nila, yung aggression, yung kuha ng advantage. Slowly, Vamos!
Speaking of aggression, Vamos, buti na lang meron siyang shroud doon. Still managed to negate that peak of potential from FENNEL adversity. Continue pa rin yung push nila dito sa bot side. SLG just hanging by a thread here and still going to give it away sa side ng FENNEL adversity.
Okay. Ang ganda ng ginagawa ng FLA dito. Kuha ng kills, kuha ng towers. 3 na yung towers nila already. Infernal Drake, mahalaga to. Kailangan makuha ng FLA if they want to get the same aggression that they have. Getting that extra damage is very important. Pero SLG, yung ang bilis ng pagkuha ng FLA, makukuha ata nila. Kala ko tatama yung death sentence din. Pero ito, kukunin nila yung referral.
Grabe naman to si Horizon. Nakakatakot, Papi Dash. And look at this one, Horizon and as well as Arise. This double A threats across the Wild Rift. It's just providing the space needed para makuha yung objectives dito in favor for the side of FENNEL adversity.
Oo nga eh, parang kumukuha lang talaga sila ng referral which will help them transition later on sa mid-game natin na makakuha pa sila ng maraming tower on their side. Pero Arise,
grabe naman Arise, another solo kill potential pero triple D! Magiging double G ba to? And he will fall indeed. Now late yung reinforcements coming in from the side of Smash Logic Gaming. There's the redemption, additional sustain, but it's not enough dito kasi yung FLA, grabe yung damage potential. Vamos, try to hold his ground, throwing the deep by jumping in. What was that? Grabe naman yun! And now it's gonna be FENNEL adversity. Just flawless sa laban na yun.
Handang-handa yung FLA. Si Triple D, hindi lang double dead, naging triple dead pa nga ang nangyari sa side ng SLG. And 4 sila, hindi lang pala triple, quadruple dead yung nangyari sa SLG just because of that one fight in the bot lane. And sa nakikita natin right now, walang objective sa mapa, pero yung FLA, yun nga yung sinasabi natin even before sa WCS PH, ang FLA are like spiders. Yung web nila, nakalabas na dyan, unti-unti na lang kakainin na sila ng FLA.
Yeah, preparing na lang sa kanilang ulam, kumbaga, Papi Dash. And Parang
Lunch
isa
na
na naman. Lunch na lunch. Parang isa na naman tong game, no? FLA with a flawless game. But look at this one, 2 versus 1 situation. Si Cam mag-isa. Great Lantern save. Pero nahuli doon with a showstopper. Buhay pa rin si Cam. Kalmado lang. Try to go for the retreat. Death sentence kumonekta from Aryzen. And slow down yung pursuit na yun coming from SLG. Clutch play once again.
Keep calm ang sinasabi ni Carl, pero si Vamos, 1 HP.
Oh my. Sakit yun. Sakit talaga yun. Another pick-off. And speaking of pick-off, this is going to be another team fight sa gitna. Utopian, very low. Aurora as well. Kahit anong gawin ng side ng SLG, pinapanish sila time and time again. Aryzen on that aggression na naman sa kanyang Thresh. And this is going to be now the build-up of the siege sa gitna. Walang magawa yung Smash Logic Gaming kasi Aryzen flashes in with a box as well. Unboxing yung nakita natin sa gitna. And speaking of gitna, no more outer turrets for the side of SLG.
Kala ko ba Utopia mong pangalan sa SLG? Parang dystopia yung nangyayari sa kanilang side. And FLA, wow! Yung pinapakita nilang aggression, yung pinapakita nilang pagkuha ng objectives, picture perfect right now. Hinahabol nila yung points kasi ayaw nila umabot sa triple tie, kaya pinapaliit talaga nila yung time dito laban sa SLG.
Yun nga eh, now that you've mentioned Dash, kailangan talaga ng flawless series dito ng FENNEL adversity because there's a possibility talaga na merong triple tie. Kung manalo dito yung SLG, it's gonna be difficult for FLA to grab the second and third spot. Kasi the rest ng laban, of course, ng one team at saka yung EVOS is SLG as well. So kailangan talaga nila i-sweep dito. But look at this one, FLA right now, just owning the Wild Rift. Again, there's gonna be a pick-up doon sa bottom. 3 versus 1, pero nakapag-stasis dito. Of course, si Arise trying to flash back. Hinabol doon, pero buhay pa rin! Oh, the sustain, the counter punch! Bam, bam! And now, FLA once again dominating that skirmish play. God be! Siya na lang mag-isa. This is going to be a pick-up. Once again, grabe naman to. FLA, kalma lang. 19-0 yung ating game na yun.
19-0. Parang hindi ata totoo na ganito dapat ang nangyayari.
Oh my.
18k gold lead, 19-0. SLG, wala man lang maisagot na kahit na isang kill. Si Arise, kanina 1 HP na lang, pero hindi pa rin nila nakuha. FLA, talagang hindi nila binibigyan ng tsansa. Kahit onti lang, kahit isang gramo lang ng tsansa, walang nakukuha yung SLG.
I think I like it. I think ito talaga, respect din sa SLG because they're not giving any weaknesses dito sa side ng FLA. Hindi sila kumpiyansa sa laro na to, Papi Dash. And you know what? This is great. Kailangan nila ng momentum, especially next series nila is CERBERUS Esports. So malaking bagay yon. So right now, FLA parang sa kanila sa Smash Logic Gaming, parang si Arise parang nagiging Arise talaga. And speaking of which, eto na nga, Arise, nakita si Triple D na naman. It's gonna be another great pick of play. It's not safe anymore dito sa Wild Rift for Smash Logic Gaming.
Smash Logic Gaming or Smash Logic Gaming yung nangyayari dito. Pero may fight pa rin.
Yun. And speaking of which, again, another kill. Showstopper, try to go for the prolonged team fight. Pero hindi mangyayari yun. Because FENNEL adversity, tatapusin yung laro nito. It is gonna be a potential.
Nako!
Of course, ace and it will. An ace. A perfect ace. Still, 0 pa rin yung SLG.
24-0. Pa rin. Kala ko magkakaroon sila ng kahit na isang kill lang, but because of the advantage na meron ng FLA, ang laki ng item advantage nila. 3 items na yung most ng members nila papunta na dun sa 4th item. Kukunin pa nila tong Baron, and after nitong Baron, that is when FLA would look at ending the game. That is typically their style. Hindi na nila to papaabuti ng Elder.
Yeah, true. Pero ano talaga, no? Nandyan pa rin yung pagka-surgical method ng FLA when it comes to play. Pero 24-0. Pwede na nila tapusin sa tingin ko. Pero they go for that safer road. They go for that Baron. And now, this is gonna be a potential GG.
Yun nga. Yun yung hinahanap natin dito kung matatapos na ba nila yung game. And meron pa sila fight.
Ito na naman. Grabe naman to si Aryzen. Forward on. And now, napaback na lang si Aurora. and they are holding under their inhibitor turrets. FLA with his Baron buffs and the minion buffs coming in, going in, and Smash Logic Gaming. What can you do? Sabi nga ni Ryzen dito, yung FLA is maingay, makulit, palaging gutom. Pero sila ngayon, gutom na gutom sa win. They are now going in. That is gonna be inhibitor turret down. And look at the moonfall for a rise. The finishing play. Walang magawa yung SOG.
Wow.
Exposed na exposed yung Nexus natin ngayon. And that is gonna be a death sentence connected with a play combo. Hold on the turret dito. And this is just an insane game. Final adversity. FLA with a flawless game.
Ilang minutes lang yung game na yun, Deadeye. Wala pang ang Elder nung natapos yung game, and that is a 29-0 game. Parang sinama na nila sa lunch, parang dessert nila yung FLA after nila kumain kanina itong SLG. Kaya sobrang laki ng advantage nila. Hindi tayo usually nakakita ng mga ganitong games, pero FENNEL Adversity with their playstyle, dinagdagan lang nila ng konting aggression, and ito yung lumalabas na FLA. Gusto ko, yung nakikita ko sa FLA right now, kasi yung ganitong aggression yung hinahanap natin sa kanila ng WCS PH, and pinapakita nila na kaya nila mag-adapt.
Yeah, that's true. Adaptability, flexibility, the switching of roles ito, it's looking great dito sa side ng FENNEL Adversity. We have doubts doon, yung sinabi ko nga kanina about the Ryzen support, but it enables the aggression dito sa side ng FENNEL Adversity. Again, with this opening game, parang maganda yung momentum dito ng FENNEL Adversity.
Oo nga, sobrang ganda na pinapakita ng FENNEL Adversity natin. If ever, also, sa drafting pa lang nila, alam naman natin na panalo na sila. Kasi yung mga nakuha nilang champions, it's really great for an FLA composition. Talaga may potential pick-offs, may potential sila para mag-counter punch as usual na sinasabi nga ni Otulus before. They're the best counter punchers in the game, in the PH. And yun na nga, everybody makita natin ulit yung explanation later on ng mga panel natin. Kung ano masasabi nila dito about our game.
Yeah, we are going to the panel in a while, pero this is still FENNEL Adversity, of course, in the game 1. No? So meron pa tayong game 2, but still hindi dapat magkumpiyansa yung FENNEL Adversity dash. They need to secure 2 wins in a row. Crucial yung game na to. So let us head back to the panel for their post-match analysis.
To happen? But come on, guys, don't do it to me like that. Don't put me through this. Come on, what is this? What is going on here?
Chef's kiss.
Yeah, like the casters said it best. It's a perfect game. You saw Aulus was just smiling from one end to the other, and Arise, man, this guy is on fire. Like, did you see those sort of solo kills that he's getting? And every time he enters with that Diana, he gets everything done. He walks away with that 1 HP clutch, and there's just no flaws being shown by FENNEL Adversity.
You know what, though? I'm surprised that Aulus didn't do this, right? Because I'm going to call this, right? I'm calling this my best match, my best take. I'm going to call it early. We're still in the play-in stage. But the first perfect game that we've seen in Wild Rift competitive in the Southeast Asia region, if I recall correctly. And so this is such a historical moment for us, and which better team to have it than FLA? I kind of stole it away from Aulus. Aulus forgot about this. He was like, oh, he's waiting for a better one. He's waiting for a better one. He knows that something else is going to come out. He has faith in his region to ensure that they give him something good for us. But otherwise, gentlemen, let's start talking about that match, because FLA SLG start things off strong. FLA give us a perfect game. They go the full distance. Let's talk about first thing. Husky, you started talking about Vamos. Vamos came back in on this Akali. He's gone back into the mid lane trying to execute something here.
But that was also like the biggest worry that I have for SLG, right? If Vamos goes mid with the Akali, you relegate Utopian to the bottom lane. That's step 1 to disaster. Step 2 is that Vamos plays a very lonely game. He plays the Akali, and we have seen some bright moments. He almost solo killed Arise, but then Arisen decides that, nah, I'm not going to give you the spotlight. Goes for gank mid, and the game was basically over for Vamos. So he plays a very lonely game, doesn't get to shine, and all the other lanes also collapse on his heels.
Well, honestly, there's a few ways that they could actually go about things, right? Like, when it comes down to the draft, I think that SLG definitely have implemented a better strategy here when they have so many of all these flex picks. Now, imagine this. Just take a little bit of the playbook of Cerberus, put that Sage up mid. You're going to be able to neutralize something at the very least against a Diana that can't really do much. And if you put that set down there, that's also going to be a clear solution where you could just try to have the Singe break wall them. Like, what's the synergy between that Akali as well as the Singe?
No, so
Absolutely nothing.
that's the thing, right? That's the thing, right? When you look at that set going down bot side, the Singe going down bot side, the set going up top side, is this actually a better matchup?
No, I honestly don't think that solves a lot of problems, right? Because basically what SLG did was they tuned into the broadcast, they heard their win conditions, and they were like, we will go against that because we looked at the set, and Senna, I think, is such a good matchup down bot, even though they will not necessarily win the lane, but you have a set as a punching bag. He gets to stick around with the team, he gets to start fights, he gets to dictate what happens across the map, where Singe can just split push and turtle under the turret. But if you swap that role around, Singe will be forced to stick with the team, and he wouldn't be able to go to the side lane. So SLG have thrown away a lot of faucets that they could have utilized.
I mean, that's a lot on SLG side, but we have to give some praise with the FLA. Look at
Of course,
Arisa, my man walking around the map like he put his team on his back and just walked around the entire map. The Rift was his. You talk about greatness, that's what it's about. Arisa did such an amazing job traveling around and putting pressure on every facet of the game. What was surprising to me were some of the more interesting interactions, right? The showstopper being used while mid lantern, and we saw even with that, Arisen still got his teammate out to safety, didn't allow for a single kill to slip out of his hands.
If there was a camera of our reaction, all our jaws just dropped like, okay, we've never seen this before, and I guess we learn something new every day here with SLG as well as FLA. Now, I guess we talk a lot about that bottom lane, and Utopian putting this Senna up mid isn't what I'm really liking, right? Like, Senna versus Diana, there's too much kill pressure that can't come out of this Diana. That dive was just easily being set up, and that was a solo kill. So I would rather have that Senna to really play on the support. So Aurora, I guess maybe this will call for a different shift when it comes down to the next draft. Maybe that Senna shouldn't be a first pick priority.
Yeah, I think the Senna, I still think that if I'm SLG, the Senna is a good pick. I don't necessarily feel like it is the bane of SLG's chances. It's just the assortment, how they made the arrangement in terms of the draft. Where do you put these individual champions? Is it worth putting Vamos as on the lone island? Is it worth sacrificing that bot lane so much to put Vamos as a superstar? I don't think that's the case.
And that's such an important point to raise as well, because you think about how competitive matches work. Teams that are higher seeded get side selection. Side selection matters so much for the way that you want to play the game. Because on the blue side, you get first pick. You get to determine how you want to play things out. When you get this first selection, you choose what your team's tempo, what your team's identity is going to be. Whereas on the red side, when you try and play, you get more counter picks. You get to see what the opponent picks first and get to play in accordance to that. Now that being said, you say that they need to change around the order of things. Let's also talk about whether or not they need to change some of those picks. Because DD on this Graves tried to scale, didn't quite get there.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought it up because Graves generally a really safe pick, right? Nothing should go wrong when you're going to be farming up the jungles and stuff. But the draft of SLG lacks that initiative proactivity where when your bottom lane is basically getting hard shoved, getting dunked on, DDD could basically come in to maybe do some pokes. What about that? Like, you want him to be on things like what they've picked before, a Xin Zhao, or better yet, just go for something even more aggressive. Steal that kitty cat away, take that Rengar. I want to see something different from DDD.
Yeah, Xin Zhao, Rengar, maybe even the Gragas jungle that we have seen in the play-ins, right? Something that allows DDD to take that first step. Someone needs to enable the team. DDD is the enabler, but if you take away the switch, who is going to pull the trigger? Vamos certainly isn't going to do it. He is going to have a really hard time, and that's why he is such a lonely man. He doesn't have DDD with him.
And even as we talk about these aggressive pickups, these aggressive junglers that are supposed to play into the team with them, we look at the Kazakhs, Domain. This major carry for his team, this major pain point for a lot of their enemy teams, he didn't have to do very much in the early game. His team won out lane by themselves. They won every single lane, put the pressure onto SLG, and Domain walks out and it's like, all right, I'll pick up 2 kills here, 4 kills. I'm going to end my score looking good, right? It's a perfect KDA, doesn't have to die. I mean, none of them died, right?
Yeah.
But he walks out. He didn't have to do very much in the early game. Is this also because their laners are not drafting strong enough in the early game?
I think the laners themselves, they do pose a bit of a problem, right? We kind of touched a bit on the Set and the Singe. I feel like Set should be in support, Singe should be up top, but also on top of that, it's just there's no fail-safe plan on the side of SLG. It feels like the draft indicates if the lanes explode, they completely just explode.
So it's not even a scale of from good to great or amazing. It's a scale from good to how do we stop our laners from just flopping over and dying? We need to keep them alive. You know, it's like the early generations, like the 90s and the early 2000s, where you have like those like digital pets, right? And it's like you're constantly tending to them. You're always making sure that they're still alive and kicking, right? That's why it feels like
you gotta feed them every single day.
You gotta keep feeding them more than every single day, like every couple hours, right? You hear the beeping, you're like, oh man, my guy died.
It's like, man, I gotta get another machine.
I gotta start over again.
Right, and what I really want to see out of SLG is a mid-jungle synergy, right? Like, I think that was a little bit lacking. I guess, like, with that Senna being behind already.
Contra, I have to specify which mid-jungle you're talking about because Vamos switches over every other game.
Okay. Honestly, this is going to be pretty hard to decide, but I think Utopian stays mid. And now that this hasn't worked out, maybe just switch out that Akali, go for a traditional marksman, or even an AP carry that's actually range, right? Like, that will help you a whole lot more.
Yeah, I think, you know, if I'm FLA right now, I look at what SLG has done yesterday and that game 1, I would just ban out Akali, right? You put Vamos in such a tough spot. You force Utopian back mid, you put Vamos back in his Dragon lane, and at least force SLG to do something about it. Because right now, we are seeing the non-existence of cohesion. It feels like they're not really playing on the same page. Baron lane goes down, jungler can't do anything, Vamos suffers, and the bottom lane collapses on its own. It feels like no matter where you look, SLG are panicking to find a solution. But if we see them back on how they used to play in that game 1 against Cerberus yesterday, put Vamos on a traditional Dragon laner, let DDD take someone who can engage, then maybe we will see SLG unleash that synergy.
It almost feels like FLA banning Akali would be them helping SLG. Like, you're gonna right. Yeah, there's so many other assassins out there right now. G4 has been playing stuff like Fizz, Zed. I think Zed is way up there. I think it's a little bit underrated right now. I think the other assassin options are better than the Akali, and yet we see Akali highly picked up by SLG. Maybe FLA banning it out is actually going to end up helping SLG.
And I would say exactly the same because, honestly, just don't go for it, right? Like, that's the best way to go about things, and you just got to find alternatives if, in the case, FLA does get the pick.
Well, game 2 picks and bans will start now. FLA will start on the blue side, and SLG now moving to red.
Yeah, my only complaint about FLA in game 1 is that they didn't drop a 30 bomb. Like, Odolu is looking at me from the castle, then he was like, what do you want to say? Like, Odolu in his mind, he's saying that, I've been telling you guys FLA is the best team from the Philippines and will be the best team, and I agree to that statement. But in this game 2, they started with the Senna ban. This is going to force SLG's hand.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. There was one point where I saw that Domeng on his Kha'Zix was running across 3 people while he was activating his Void Assault. That could have actually dented that perfect game. Yeah, just putting that out. But here we are at the participants.
Oh, I mean, that sounds exactly like something Domeng would do. So I absolutely believe you there on that one, Contra. Let's start off with this one. So Senna banned away by FOA, like you mentioned, Husky, but also the Karma. We saw Karma and Lulu banned away, trying to prevent that hyper carry composition, something we've seen from FLA before. Stuff that pairs well with the Olaf, but we've also seen recent adaptations to pull in the Rakan to boost in a potential carry like Olaf.
I have a feeling that if SLG doesn't ban the Rengar Yumi, FLA would just go for it because game 1 is like the appetizer, right? If FLA really has their eyes on the prize and on the clock, I think that skirmish type of composition will be brought out in game 2.
I like that because now SLG, they have options open up for the Songstress bottom lane as well, and that Rengar will definitely wreak havoc if they were able to get that pick. But SLG, they're only left with 1 ban. Set definitely have shown up to be quite a steady lane for GodV to play on. So I guess that now without the set, what exactly is the answer for GodV where you still have quite some good stuff open up? I'm looking at the Jace here being the first pick for FLA.
Jace could be a very nice first pick for FLA, especially since
we forgot about the Calm Camille.
You have to talk about this. Calm with Camille has been doing so well in so many of his matchups.
Yeah, and this is auto win. That's it. I think like if you give Calm his best champion, you are basically telling FLA to win the game. And in this case, it makes GodV's life 10 times harder, right? Calm is the best Camille. GodV now he doesn't have much option to deal with this. Maybe the Renekton, maybe the Darius, but it's all about Godfrey stopping that bleeding. This Camille pick has already put a couple of gashes on Godfrey's body. Now he just needs to put some band-aids on it, rely on DDD to stem that bleeding, not let Calm get out of control. And that means there's an extra layer of a problem for SLG to deal with.
Let's look at what SLG are trying to play off with, though. They say, okay, you have to Camille, you have to Camille. We're going to go for Thresh. We're going to take what you played against us and make it work for us.
Yeah, I love that they're going to be able to adapt very quickly and without investing more bans onto FLA. So now they also miss out the chance to pick up the Jace. There's a possibility here that they could just get it and send that Camille to Doming's hands. And I already see that this is going to be a huge threat. What is going to be the Baron laner that SLG is going to come up with to be able to hold up against this pressure?
I mean, so many issues now arising for SLG, right? You look at these power picks, Camille, Jace, Lucian, FLA, stacking damage on top of damage. This looks so terrifying. I mean, SLG, they got the Ziggs, they got the Thresh. 2 picks, in theory, very strong, but you consider that against what FLA have, it just seems like they're stacking the strongest current meta picks.
Yeah, the Ziggs and Thresh is basically basically products of Senna and Sec getting banned now, right? FLA come into game 2, they pull the rug out under SLG's leg, they remove one of the safest bot lanes, and they force SLG to go in a different route. Now SLG found the same, the champions that can do the same thing, but the synergy between Ziggs and Thresh, not really what I'm looking for. And now you put this Akshan mid, it means that SLG once more are trying to drag out the game. But FLA, they're in a monster truck. They're gonna mull over SLG if they don't get something that allows DDD to make moves.
I love the way you put it, right? Like, they may not have that much of a synergy, but I think that at least they have decent wave clear down the bottom side that they won't be able to get punished over as compared to, you know, that Akali cinch didn't really work out. Now, Akshan mid versus, say, a potential Lucian. I think it's still going to be able to match up very decently. So, question is it Vamos playing? Because he's going to be really good at that marksman role, and now at least this is within his turf.
We've seen this happen a couple of times, even with teams like One Team, right? Yumao goes into the mid lane instead. He starts to execute there and tries to set up for his team, especially when he has stuff like the Lucian, like the Kai'Sa. And so I could see Vamos moving into the mid lane. And you look at what SLG are trying to do. They get rid of the Nami, they get rid of the Kha'Zix. They don't want to allow FLA to have a very strong bot lane. Don't want to pair something strong to Lucian, but I still feel like stuff like Yumi's still up.
There's still the Lulu, right? One of the strongest enchanter supports that we have in this current meta. So FLA, they're not losing out on too much. In fact, they are just continuing to bleed out SLG. Finally, the Sinjao comes out. Because in my mind, if SLG don't lock his Sinjao, FLA could easily take it and bring it into the jungle.
That's the initiative that you guys want to see. You want DD to be proactive.
Exactly, right? You at least have someone that can dictate the tempo. Whether it works out or not is not the focal point. It's more of SLG even having
that option there, something to get them in there.
And it feels like they were listening to me on my point. Like, this intel perfectly, and like you said, this Yumi is going to be
called it. That's the Yumi.
Trouble for the rest of SLG.
They love the Meow. Does it? Maybe Meow Meow.
Rengar. Rengar.
Is it gonna be?
I got the twin terrors here.
Okay. Now, my problem with SLG's draft is that we don't really see a synergy between, say, the 4 picks that they have right now. So to really bind it all together, they don't even have the set. So what's the type of pick that you should go for? I don't think that a tank really suits it here. And if they do not pick a tank, then it's all about the Sin Zhao trying to start up this fight where, of course, there's a potential where you get a good death sentence, you lead right in. But it's still going to be hard for them to out-sustain because of this Yumi, and also they double it down with the Ahri for that extra kill pressure.
Then here we go. So instead of all we've seen so far, no more Akali, none of that. Back down to the Zed, a strong assassin, something for them to play with, something to give them some split push power, because that's something that they've been lacking. SLG have had issues with the side lane, but that being said, Calm on the Camille, terrifying in a side lane. If they do end up playing it, if they end up seeing the Jace sent to the Baron side instead, could very well change the narrative.
Yeah, and what I really love about this matchup is that SLG, they have a potential to come in with a mid-game split push that could basically throw off the side of FENNEL University as well.
And one of the things here, FLA round the composition off of the Ahri, trying to find some magic damage here potentially.
Yeah, and I think that gives them a good balance, right? Ari into Zed, not too big of a problem. Even though the Zed came after, I think Arise would be happy to take on that matchup. But come on, Camille, and it's against God vs Akshan. SRG saying, we're going to skill check you, but I don't know if you want to do that. Com is just looking so good right now.
No, so much to watch out for. I mean, FLA SLG is shaping up to be an intense series, but SLG giving me some faith, renewing some confidence in me that they're gonna win a match against this team, potentially off the back of a perfect game from FLA though, so we'll have to see. We're jumping into game number 2 soon, the first match of the day here. WCS Finals play-ins, Day 3, SLG joining into the competition yesterday. We'll play the second match against FLA as we get ready for this game. We're going to toss it over to the casters. Hound and Autoluz, take it away.
Thank you.
Alright, maraming salamat panels and welcome back dito sa WCS Finals. Pero action agad natin dito. Grabe naman to. Nandun pa rin yung aggressiveness, Papi Dash coming in from FENNEL University. Again, this is going to be a game 2 between FLA and SLG sa ating first series. Day 3 ng WCS Finals.
Tuloy na tuloy lang ang laban. Hindi pa sila tapos. Deday.
Oo nga inaabol dito. That is gonna be a flash being burned right now. Great aggression na naman from FENNEL University.
Nakuha nila Ignite ni Arisen pero dahil nga mag-isa lang dito si Vamos sa bot lane, laking advantage pa rin to sa FLA. Nakuha sila na space sa bot side, wala si Aurora pero yeah, upside, classic to mangyayari na to.
Grabe naman yung KDA dito. Of course, last game coming in from Doming 12. And pinapakita lang dito, of course, ng FENNEL University, another flavor sa kanilang playstyle. Now executing early game aggression, controlling the map here against SLG. I think this is going to be the same trend na makikita natin, Papi Dash.
Oo nga, yun nga makikita natin dito for sure for FLA. Ganito lang sila, aggression lang as usual. And the only thing that is gonna be different here for this side of SLG, yung Xin Zhao. Yung power ng early game Xin Zhao against Doming would be, bot lane.
Almost, pero ito na nga si Doming trying to go for the flanking maneuver. Make it 4 versus 2. Parang gutom pa rin yung FLA dito. Potential first blood with the charm connected doon. Yes, indeed. First blood. Unang dugo sa side ng FENNEL University. Pero action din dito, stop side. God V. Pabak na lang with heavy aggression din coming in from Calm.
Ito yung sinasabi ko na nakita kong lumabas yung Camille ni Calm. Nako, mahirap-hirap yan for SLG. Pero nakita natin instant replay natin kanina, no? Unang namatay si Danny dito, if I'm not wrong. Kasi, unang namatay si First Blood kasi sa Thresh. Lucian ay naging second death lang for their side. At least 1-1 for SLG. Wala na yung perfect game ng FLA just because of that one death in the bot lane.
Now, continue pa rin, of course, yung FENNEL University dito. Now that you have mentioned, of course, the Xin Zhao pick dito ng Smash Logic Gaming, Papi Dash, I think this is pretty good as well. The early game potential of this jungler champion as well will enable as well, especially meron silang Thresh, meron na silang, of course, Zed as well. I think the pick of potential will be there. And speaking of which, nagiging aggressive dito, si Utopia, sa kanyang Zed, that is that mark, Arise will going to flash out doon. It's not enough to go for the kill.
Of course, mag-flash itong si Arisen because kanina nakita natin si Doming pupunta sa mid pero bot lane.
Ito na nga, yung sinasabi mo, Papi Dash, the heavy aggression, that sentence connected doon. Flash is not enough with the Mega Inferno Bomb doon sa likod, coming from the side of SLG. Ito yung hinahanap nila, the counter punch here in the game 2.
Yan na yung sinasabi ko, yung Xin Zhao ni DDD ay nakakatakot, especially against Doming na naka-Jace. Wala masyado yung aggression ng Jace in the early stages of the game compared to a Xin Zhao. Ang lakas talaga ng damage ni Xin Zhao sa early game. Pero ditong Jace, it will take a bit of time. We all know, yes, it's an early game champion, pero he doesn't have the power that Xin Zhao has. Pero pupunta sa top side, okay, kala ko makikita si Doming dito ni Utopia. Pero yeah, chill muna tayo sa SLG side.
Yep, the new flavor coming in from Smash Logic Gaming. Ito na yung aggression, ito na yung peak of potential na sinasabi mo, Papi Dash. I think they need to continue this one, especially with this early game champions. Oh, the Lantern is in. Kailangan talaga nila again! The death sentence kumonekta sa kay Arise. Spirit Rush na pabak doon siya. And Kami is here trying to delay. Of course, yung pursuit na yun, they did manage to go back away.
Okay, great rotations. Gusto ko yung nakikita ko from SLG na ganito sila. Aggressive, almost. Nakakatakot naman yung death sentence niya. Pero to, upside step, maglalaban lang sila. Pero objective natin kasi lalabas na dead eye. So, yun yung hinihintay na FLA. Nagpe-play it safe lang sila. It's a good thing na nag-wave clear si Godby. So, mas mauuna siya dito sa Dragon Take na to.
Of course, in fairness, this is a better game for the side of Smash Logic Gaming ngayon sa game 2 na yon. Ngayon, as now Danny is here. Oh, of course, the ultimate there. Being committed as well for Arisen on his Yumi. Pero nakita natin ng Yumi ni Arisen on the first day. Grabe, full AP. I think this is going to be the same, build we are going to see.
Full AP dahil nga. Oh, topside!
Grabe naman to, 1v1 Calm! Pero meron siyang passive for that sustained solo kill for Calm.
Yan nga yung sinasabi ko. Si Cal, pag nakaruuan ng Camille niya, rumaragasa yung Camille. And nakita naman natin kung the top side, hindi talaga mananalo si Godby at this point. Yan, may hullbreaker na siya. Maybe he will have his chance right now. Pero magkakaroon na rin si Calm later on. Yeah, yan na nga yung hullbreaker na hinahanap ko kay Calm. So yun, we're taking the Mountain Drake. Very important to for both of our teams, especially na nagbibigay siya ng extra shields. It will be enough for them dahil nga wala silang dedicated frontline. Yes, meron Treasure isa. Magsistart na ata sila ng fight dito.
Yeah, exactly. Now come on the forward nandun si Yumi for additional tankiness. Pero Charm connected doon. Pero look at the flanking maneuver coming on the side of SLG! Great pick off doon. Nawala na yun. Si Danny Aurora doon very low. Pero nakuha pa rin ni Triple D. Yung dragon na yun. They still managed to go back away. Still managed to take a trade as well. Dito yung side ng FENNEL University. Godv falls.
Nakakuha pa nga sila ng isa and that's good for the side of FENNEL University. Kuha lang talaga sila ng kills and wait for the right timing dito sa Ref Herald. Talaga ipupush lang nila yung lane. Hindi sila nanalo dun sa fight na yun kasi they are not all there. Yung fight, remember, this fight, dahil namatay agad si Danny na kulangan na agad ng DPS at the early stage of the game, itong FLA. You know, si Danny lang yung DPS potential nila dito. Most of them are burst champions kaya nahirapan sila makakuha ng priority dito sa Mountain Drake.
Yeah, and the importance as well, yung ultimate ng Xin Zhao, no? The Crescent Guard really shows away the contest from FENNEL University. And speaking of which, this is going to be another contest. This time around for SLG, kukuha ba ng referral dito. And they will manage to do so with a steal from Vamos. Nababak yung FENNEL University. 2 objectives in a row for SLG.
Nakuha na naman nila yung objectives on their side. Referral sa mid lane. Naku, pag nakuha to against FLA, we all know the weakness of FLA. Pag nakuha tong mid lane turret nila, lahat sila nandito defending it. But the Referral would get the bonk, pero hindi pa rin tapos dahil gusto pa nila ng fight.
Oh, counter punch, pero ang gandang flame doon flashes out. The charm on point for Arise. Eto na yun. They still manage to defend the mid turret as well.
Yeah, very important talaga sa kanila yung mid lane turret. Almost all of them are here just for them to defend it. Para makapag roam around pa sila sa mapa, kailangan talaga nila i-prioritize. So SLG, I like what I'm seeing from them na ganito. Nagiging aggressive na nila. They know how to fight against. They parang nag-adapt sila from our fast game. Ayaw na nila yung perfect game na mapunta sa side ng FLA. So ito, kumukuha sila ng maraming kills. But SLG, so far, they have some damage potential pero hindi pa lumalabas yung ine-expect ko na makikita natin sa kanila. The longer this game goes, mas nakakatakot yung composition ng FLA.
True. That's a big point, Dash. Still, the scaling will be in favor for the side of FENNEL University. Pero ito na nga, nagiging aggressive yung Smash Logic Gaming because hindi nila gusto na umabot ng gando ng situation na yon. With, of course, cheeky play. Nawala yung turret dito ng side ng FLA. Pero ito na nga si Calm. It is gonna be another pick-off for Smash Logic Gaming. Death mark doon. Calm siya lang mag-isa. Hextech Ultimatum. A 3 versus 1 situation. Still managed to go back. No! With a Mega Infernal Bomb. Bursting him down. A kill for SLG.
Ang ganda sana ng timing na Hextech Ultimatum ni Calm doon pero hindi pa rin sapat para mabuhay siya. Uy, nakakuha tayo ng kill sa mid lane. And kukuha na rin yung tower sa mid lane just for them to equalize itong push sa top side na gagawin ng SLG, which is very good rin for the side of FLA. Taking this tower, very important. Bot lane yung transition nila. And si Godby, siya yung susunod na target dito. Hindi. Gusto pa nila ng second tier.
FENNEL Adversity! Akala mo, yung SLG lang may cheeky play. Sila din! That is 2 straight mid turrets and that is a big deal when it comes to map control.
Oh wow, kinuha nila yung both of our towers and dahil nag-back na rin si Godby, pwede pa nila potentially i-take tong bot lane. And FLA, no? Nagiging aggressive sila. Ito, bumabalik tayo dun sa roots natin for FLA. Nakita natin silang very slowly but surely game style lang and let Calm wreak havoc sa top lane. Ganun.
Yeah.
If na-absorb ni Calm yung pressure, pwedeng mag-take ng objective si other members.
Na-remember ko nga yung Cam Camille natin sa first day. Sabi nga ni tawag dito, Papi Osiris, Habarts lang, di ba? Ito yung si Cam. And I think this is a great transitioning then with a Hullbreaker kasi we have seen the trend of an action Hullbreaker then putting pressure on the side lanes with now Cam. On that Camille with the same itemization the whole that. Oh, that sentence naman, grabe naman dito si Aurora. Parang skill shot niya on point palagi, but it is gonna be Arise still holding the turret on sa bottom side. And now the rest of FLA going to defend this outer turret.
Kakaiba yung prediction sa Spirit Rush ni Arise, pero ayun, nawala na siya ng Spirit Rush. Very big rain for their side, pero namatay na si Aurora.
Now this is gonna be the second dragon right now. Now the calling has been used dito si Danny. Hextech Ultimatum, bigla lang! Sumulpot dito si Cam. Now this is gonna be an opportunity for the side of Final Version to clean the battlefield, and they will be able to do so. And nakuha pa nga nila now, this time around, the second dragon in the game.
Okay, nakuha na naman nila yung charm, nakuha na naman nila yung kill. FLA, ito na, bumabalik na sila. Kanina, yung first objective, bibigay lang nila yun just for the enemy to be overconfident. And nakita natin yung SLG being a bit overconfident sa mga push sila, trying to take it even though na nawala na si Aurora during that fight. So now, because of that, na-reward pa sila ng isa, may Drake, meron pa silang referral na makukuha.
Alam mo, Dash, parang nakita ko yung FLA, parang binigyan ng the same strategy dito yung side ng SLG. Okay. Kung nakita natin yung the first objective team fights, flanking maneuvers, ginawa din ng FLA. Parang taste of your own medicine, kumbaga. But now, FLA is slowly regaining control sa game na to.
Oh, parang yung nangyari dito. Nung una, sige, bigay mo na natin. Tapos ngayon, itabi mo. Ako na. Yung ginawa ng FLA. Sila yung kumukuha ng lahat ng objective. Pero Calm, apat na members sa top side.
Yep, with the Hullbreaker, medyo tanky siya and still manage to go back away dito. And now they have the vision as well. Alam nila na SLG nandito sa top side. It's gonna be a continued push dito sa Domin support naman.
Oh, yun nga talaga yung hinihintay natin sa champion sa FLA. Talagang waiting lang tayo magkaroon sila ng second items. Dahil nga may second items na sila, talagang mas kaya na nila, mas marami na silang stats against SLG. And slowly but surely, no? Hindi ko alam na 7k gold lead na pala. Yung at this point, yung game natin, even though na kanina medyo equal lang sila, dahil lang sa macro talaga ng FLA.
Exactly. You have to commend the macro plays coming in from side of FENNEL University. And makikita din yung veterancy on how they play. And speak of which, another pick of parang paborito talaga nila. Come! What was that? Grabe naman yung Tosh! Grabe naman, Come! Grabe!
Calm lang, Kuya Calm. Bakit ganun naman? Top side, pero si Danny na ipaglaban.
Another pick-off. Again, Triple D will be falling down. Danny with a Ryzen. Nakakabit sa kanya. Transition na naman sila dito sa gitna. And now, vamonos pa nga. And now, it is gonna be 3 straight consecutive kills for FENNEL Adversity.
Oh, wow. Ang sarap naman ng wins na nakita natin for FLA. After giving 4 kills to SLG, binibigay na nila, kinukuha na nila lahat ng advantage, kinukuha na nila lahat ng objective in their favor. Just because of that one, yung second objective na nakuha lang nila, doon nag-transition na napunta nag-shift yung tides in favor of FLA. And SLG, NK gold lead na after just that one.
Grabe naman to. I did not expect, of course, the quickness of the swing sa game na to. But FLA, again, this is gonna be a 1v1 again. Godfrey dito sa kanyang action. Putting pressure. Habarts lang for Cam. And now, with this map control sa side ng FENNEL University, is going to be the same thing na nakita natin sa Game 1. Pero continue pa rin yung pick-off potential dito ng side ng Smash Logic Gaming sa bot side. Another pick-off, pero the counter of play we have seen so far. Danny with a sustain coming from Arise. It's not gonna be easy this time around. Late game potential. Sinabi to ni Dash that this is gonna be the power spike. FLA, not enough. Stasis negating yung Mega Infernal Bomb. And now come once again with a Hextech Ultimatum. Isa yung side ng SLG. We're going to be pick off. Great domination once again for FLA.
Oh, yun na nga, nakita na natin yung macro plays ng FLA after mag-transition sa items. Meron na silang power spike and ginagamit nila in their favor. Godby,
ito, Godby, heroic swing just to go back away. Again, inhibitor turrets. Unti, pinipitasan na dito yung side ng Smash Logic Game.
FLA, ito yung hinahanap natin. 20 seconds of the clock, Infernal Drake. Yun yung next time na makikita natin meron ng almost third items yung other members na FLA. Kasi si Calm, kanina pa siya may third item. Nag-flash coming.
Aurora, Parang gustong maging mag 1v1 doon against Doming with that lantern right now. Utopian as well. They are hungry for kill dito Pero let us see. Stasis. That is gonna be negation doon sa death mark na yon from Utopian. Pero it's still going to prop. Out of position. Out of place doon si Aurora. Now there's gonna be opportunity for the side of Com and the rest of FLA. Namapitas again yung Smash Logic Gaming. And the Runo 2! Come dito! He's just insane in this game! And now once again, yung Smash Logic Gaming walang magawa sa mga counter punches ng FENNEL Adversity.
FLA, hindi na nga sila nagka-counter punch, Godby!
Grabe naman to. Com is just on a different level here. Grabe, baskog! Ang player na ini! Hindi normal! Grabe! And now, it's gonna be FENNEL Adversity, of course, controlling once again the momentum in this game too.
Oh wow, grabe naman yung smash dito ng FLA. Nakita natin yung damage nila and ito, ang hirap na nito for SLG na maka-comeback. Babalik ata tayo sa 20k gold lead na meron tayo during the first game and pinapakita dito ng dominance lalo na pag binigay mo talaga yung Camille ni Calm and ito yung punishment dito sa SLG.
Oh my goodness. FLA, FENNEL Adversity right now, of course, malaking kalamangan sa series ito against SLG. You have to give credit, of course, for SLG on the early game, pero grabe pa rin yung composure na pinapakita dito ng FENNEL Adversity. They are now in putting pressure more on the top side as well.
Oo, yun na nga. So nakikita natin right now, top side ang hinahanap nila. Meron pa kasing tower dito sa secondary turret and most of the members ng FLA meron na siya ambition. Oh, charm!
Oh, the charm! Arise! Napa-aray doon si Aurora with that great pick of potential and now vamos. Wala siyang magawa. Try to go back away na route pa nga coming in from Horizon on that Yumi. Hextech automatic lahat na nag-skills. Binatawa doon against SLG. Now there's gonna be a counter punch but it's not enough in a quadra kill! For the side of Doming, ladies and gentlemen.
Gusto nila ibigay yung penta.
Penta ba yun? Tingnan natin exhaust.
Gusto nila kunin.
Pero hindi, awit sa'yo, Godby. Hindi binigay.
Baka naman, Godby. Papenta ka naman dyan. Hindi nakuha ng FLA yun. So, pagbaback away na lang sila. Nakuha pa nila yung tower sa top side. May quadra kill na nga si Domeng. Di pa binigay ni Godby. Sayang naman yun.
Sayang, awit, pre. Awit. Yeah, okay lang. KJ din pala, yung mga taga-Oceana, no?
Oo. Sayang naman yung pentakill, SLG. Pero ito, SLG, no, may 15k gold lead. Nakakuha sila ng mga shutdown golds kanina, which is great. And FLA, talaga kino-continue lang nila yung dominance kasi without any towers, mahihirapan makakuha ng resources itong side ng SLG. Feel ko gagawin lang rin nila yung ginawa nila kanina, take the Baron, then end the game after.
Yeah, I think so. So, alam naman natin, of course, we have mentioned the very surgical yung method din ng FENNEL Adversity. Ito yung core playstyle ng FLA. They are not going to give parang kumpiyansa ng mga galawan, no? So, they are just going to make it slowly but surely. But speaking of which, si Cam dito is just on a different level talaga. Showing dominance, another solo kill. Wala siyang pake doon, Dash.
Godby, hindi niya siya makalaban pero nag-flash na si Danny.
Ito na nga, the play on 2, pero again, quick response from FENNEL Adversity. The box has been used doon, but still, buhay pa rin yung side of FENNEL Adversity. Grabe yung burst damage kami yung side of Arise. Si Vamos, nabatras na lang doon. Anong magawa niya? Kasi surrounded by the rest of FLA. Pero surprise! Oh my goodness! Parts pa rin! Parts pa rin! And this is gonna be a sweep for FENNEL Adversity.
Di na nila talaga pinaback yung members ng SLG during that game. What a great win for their side. Talagang, yung potential ng FLA dito during this game. Pinakita lang nila how dominant they could be. They're not even happy with this win. Tingnan mo, chill lang sila. Kasi meron pa silang laban mamaya na yun yung magiging kanilang hinahanap na laban against CERBERUS Esports later on. And nagre-ready lang sila. Piniface pa nila yung self nila.
That's true. But this momentum is very crucial din, Papi Dash, no? So, alam naman natin, when it comes to underdogs, meron talagang chance na manglason eh. Meron chance na manglason. And buti naman yung FENNEL Adversity just showing dominance here sa series na to against SLG. Now, sinabi nga ni Papi Dash, of course, the next challenge will be their greatest challenge because CERBERUS Esports later on in the third series flawless pa rin sa ating play-ins.
So FLA, sila yung kailangan magtanggal ng record ng Cerberus Esports. Flawless pa rin nga kasi sila kasi 2-0, 2-0 lahat ng laban nila so far. If ever na manalo yung FLA doon, mas malaki yung chance nila mapunta sa second place dito sa ating WCS Finals. Kaya yun, excited ako. Pinakita nila yung momentum. I hope na matransition to sa laban nila later on.
Yeah, I'm very excited as well, Papi Dash. But that was still our first series. Mahabang day pa to, especially for FENNEL Adversity. I'm very looking forward, of course, what will be their game against Cerberus next time around. Pero second series natin, of course, is going to be EVOS against SLG. So we are going to throw into the panel right now for some post-match analysis.
Grandin and the panelists, over to you guys. Hope you break it down well.
Nick, I'm not sure that works. Hostess with the mostest. I don't think that's quite right. Something about that. Wow. But what an amazing game from FLA and SLG. FLA will secure themselves their first win, giving them 3 more points and helping them jump ahead of the rest of the competition. So no more deadlock between the other teams. That being said, though, it started off really strong with SLG in this game. But gentlemen, what are your thoughts for this game?
Well, although it was not a perfect game once again for FENNEL Adversity, it was a mechanical display coming in from all 5 of their players. And we gotta start with Calm, right? Like, him on that Camille, did you see he just styled it when it was like a 2 versus 1 against him?
Oh, absolutely. I was there. I was looking at it, and you guys were like, what mechanic is this? What kind of mechanic is this?
Yeah, I gotta give props to God V. You know, he was willing to skill check Calm. They had a decent exchange in the first 10 minutes of the game, but evidently Calm came out huge. But I think the biggest switch that we saw from SLG was definitely DDD. That was my hero, got the Sinjao, and the spillover of him being on a jungler that starts fights for his team really showed true, right? SLG were able to take some initiatives. They were able to create windows of opportunities. They were contesting objectives actively. I think that really was what put FLA in a tough spot.
And not just in this game. The previous game we saw him play Sinjao, SLG looked infinitely closer to a win than they did in the other game where they weren't playing with something more aggressive in the jungle, where they weren't actively looking for something. And so this switch away from Grace was a very nice one. But also another big switch was the fact that Vamos went back down to the bomb side.
Yeah, and I love that he's been able to also give Utopian a little bit more of an aggressiveness with the Z pick. But going back to Utopian, we saw, sure, it may not be the perfect synergy between that trash, but a Ziggs generator can do well on his own, so you could have him just clear off all these sort of waves, and he's managed to also secure objectives. He stole the Herald early on.
Yeah, we have some key winning moment highlights for you guys as well. Husky, you know, we were talking about this bot side. Aurora now jumping up in priority. Has so much more initiative now on this thresh.
It's so beautiful to watch, right? Because in game number 1, what SLG was essentially trying to do was to not lose the game. But in game number 2, SLG were actually playing to win. We see them being a bit more proactive, being a bit more fearless, and that's kind of the mentality that you want if you are on SLG, right? Don't care about who you're going up against. Play what you're comfortable with. Be bold enough to make those moves, and that's what defines greatness.
That's true. That's true. Defining greatness is about all the small decisions that you make, you know, the way that you play, the decisions and the choices that you have. And then we saw that first game, FLA has strong control for it. You know, that was my golden power moment. And for all you guys back home, maybe not so sure about what the impact and the repercussions of the golden power are. Every talent, whether that's a caster or a panelist, only gets one. So we only get to have one vote for what we think is the most impactful game of the competition for the WCS Finals as a whole. And I've just used mine in that first game, right? FLA with the first perfect game I think we've ever seen in Southeast Asia, Wild Rift Esports. And so now, let's also talk about the second game here, Contra.
Yeah, I would have actually lifted the Golden Portal by
like
the very
3
end
of
of
you guys would have had, right?
Yeah,
you,
right.
Husky, Alus, all of you guys would have.
But, you know, that quadra that he almost got a penta. If it was a penta, sure. But
poor thing, Doming.
Yeah, like, Doming, I think he really did a lot of work on this Jace throughout the course of the series. But we also saw a rise on this Ari, right? 3-man dove onto that turret, and yet again, he walked out alive. Like, it just shows that they are so calm, composed, and confident. And that really sets them up for all the upcoming series for FENNEL Adversity with so much more.
Yeah, and on top of that, aside from SLG being a bit more daring to take those risks and to take the fight straight to FLA, I want to give props to Aurora. Him on the Thresh is actually very pleasant to watch. He was playing around DDD, he was sticking around with Vamos, and most importantly, he also dictates what happens. We saw him land some very sick death sentences. Sure, it didn't end up in a kill, but you need those good starts to get the rest of the day going, right? It's still a long day for SLG.
Yeah, and I guess that his performance was great. I guess one slight change I would like to see is that when you're playing a Thresh aggressively, bring that Ignite with you. You're facing off against a Yuumi. I think it will really help them to really close off some of all these fights.
Yeah, some things that we need to see done on both sides, right? But FLA, I'm sure they're going to be happy this match was pulled over from yesterday, brought over today instead. FLA still start off with a win. They're going to be very happy getting those 3 extra points, but the action isn't over for SLG yet. They have a long day ahead of them. There are 4 BO2 matches. The second one coming out will be EVOS versus SLG after this quick little break.
I can see. Fly with me, fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what you need to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the wheel of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. I've been walking that walk. What I hear it's all Tokyo. Never taking days off. Wait till a month's up. Yeah, that show me love. Oh, always play the same song. Don't forget what's right from wrong. You just got to hang on. Take a chance, let it go. You can have all that you want. I can see, I can see. Fly with me, fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what you need to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the wheel of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh.
Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. Just you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible.
University pull ahead in the groups with that win over SLG. I told you guys it's gonna be a quick little break. We're back with more action. The WS Finals play-ins. I'm Grandin with me. I've got the double trouble. I've got the twin terrorists. I've got Contra and Husky with me here again for our second match. SLG don't get to catch a break. They're back up against EVOS now. And gentlemen, I have to pull the room. You guys have told me already what you guys thought about EVOS and SLG, but does that change after the performance we just saw from this team?
Honestly, I feel like leaning on to SLG here to cause an upset, but I will remain the same with my predictions. So I'll stick with it.
It doesn't change.
Yeah, it can't change.
It
You
can't
get
change.
they're the same people, they're the same person at this point, right? Merged together, fused as one. Their minds and one the same on the same way of play. So when one person has to go eat, does the other person feel hungry as well?
Yeah, I'm always
think,
hungry.
Yeah, I think so far we have been very observant of that, and we actually saw that, right? When I went for my coffee, he also went for his coffee.
Okay.
When I went for some snacks, he also took a bit from me.
And I guess my hair is not as long, but it's almost there.
Well, look at it like a similar hairstyle. Can we get like the side profile for you guys both? Oh my goodness!
The only distinction is that different size, right? In case you get confused.
Yeah,
and
in case
the
you
color.
get confused. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. So we've seen quite a bit from these guys so far. SLG, I'm still looking for them to give us an upset, right? Game number 2, they looked a lot better. They need some time to warm up. I understand that, and that's as a result of not having the same kind of opponents that, you know, generally is a fodder to a lot of the teams in Southeast Asia. You're so geographically close, it's very reasonable for you to go on and play with. If I'm FLA, FENNEL Adversity, I can play with any of the teams in the Vietnamese region, in the Thai region. I'm out here in Oceania, it's difficult for me to find the same script partners. I would have to concede quite a bit here. Ping is going to be an issue, you know, internet is going to be an issue. Stability is going to be an issue. So all these things considered, it's understandable why they are going to be isolated somewhat, but they also have some interesting partners because they can still set up for teams, for example, in the WNS. So now, SLG, we saw them be more proactive. DDD stepping up the plate, playing the Xin Zhao. I like that. That's a good change for me. What about you guys?
Yeah, I absolutely love it. Like, we talked a lot about them playing too safe in game 1, and they immediately switched it up, and it was a full facelift that we're looking at. It wasn't only the Xin Zhao. Sure, DDD, he did do a lot of proactive things across the map, having them set up for success. They managed to get more of those objectives going down, so they've definitely stopped FLA from getting perfect games on that series.
Yeah, I want to see SLG keep that going, right? They have shown us that they can make those moves. They've shown us that they actually have a mind of their own. They don't conform to what FLA and the other teams have been displaying. They actually have their own initiatives, right? They know when to roll the dice. But now you need to continue that against EVOS because EVOS as a team loves to play that exact style.
Yeah, and I want to quickly add on to it. Like, we only knew them for their team fighting style early on. So for 3 games that they played with Cerberus, as well as the initial match that we've just witnessed, 3 games they tried. Team fighting style didn't really work the best, perhaps. Now, I'm liking that sort of split push mentality where we finally see the Akshan over on the Baron lane. That was pretty exciting.
But they had a tough time against Calm with the Camille, right? Calm was running laps around them. Domain was a big issue for them once you got into the mid to late game. And so we still see issues kind of that need to be solved by SLG. And so we're looking at strong opponents again here with EVOS. Lloyd coming into play, G4 coming into play, similar, like Husky said, to FLA. Does this actually help SLG? Because now they don't have to think too much about the change. They just play the same thing that almost worked against FLA.
Yeah, I think SLG just needs to kind of polish up in what they have picked so far, right? Just make sure that you clean up the rough edges, you will stand a better chance against EVOS. And at the same time, because FLA won their Series 2-0, means that they break away from the potential tiebreaker, and this puts EVOS in the hot seat.
Yeah, and speaking of EVOS, right, I guess when we look back at all of those series that they've played out, sure, they may not look like they're the team with the cleanest sort of ways to close off a game, but it's also because a lot of teams have really studied it true. And like, Lloyd, he didn't manage to get all these sort of aggressive Baron lane plays. I hope that we can see more out of Lloyd this time around if he does get to lay his hands on maybe a Camille, maybe a Jace.
Sure, if he's willing to go for that aggressive option, right? Generally, Lloyd has been playing the safer pickups. We're just waiting for word to when the match is ready so we can jump into this match proper. But talking a little bit about Lloyd here, right? Lloyd has been playing stuff like the Darius, like the Garen, and when he does that, he looks pretty solid. We've seen him play the Ribbon before.
not as clean looking. So we're hoping to see them really execute on this if Lloyd's able to come into play with that strong impact, especially when he's on a carry potentially. That opens up so many more options for EVOS.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what unlocks Lloyd is actually putting him on bruises, because what the effect of putting Lloyd on someone like a Riven, a carry type Baron laner, is that he also wants a piece of the pie. And when you have everyone trying to go for the exact same spotlight, to go for the exact same initiative, no one is willing to make space. They all want the same resources, and resources is pretty scarce on the Rift. But if you let Lloyd become the enabler, that gives Valdez the room to shine. That gives G4 a lot more breathing space. So you want to complement these two players instead of trying to go after the same thing that they're looking for.
We're looking at RTS level difficulty resource match.
Yes.
Like everyone's running around, they're like, I gotta go for the jungle cams, or I gotta go get lane, I gotta get all this golden EXP. We see that happen sometimes with FENNEL especially, but especially when you just have carries, right? When you just have guys that need a lot of resources, when you're trying to play for the late game, you want to get there as quickly as you can. We see that happen sometimes with SLG. They wanted to go for the Grace, they wanted to get DDD up to speed as quickly as they could, but what we saw happen instead was, they're not playing RTS, you're playing a MOBA. You have one character, you only have the one guy, you have to walk around, do it yourself. And so now, issue here being, I don't think they can afford to go for that, not against teams that can tempo against them, where they have this heavy pressure. They need someone that can allow them. Maybe against one team, that might be their saving grace, that might be the respite that SLG find from all of this. But against EVOS, I don't think that's going to be it. I want to see SLG continue and put on the pressure.
I'm glad that you brought up a little bit about one team esports, right? Like, we have to reminisce of the ways that EVOS closed out that rapid game, and they really hit hard and fast, and we expect Valdez to be still on that prime form, going with those aggressive junglers like Kha'Zix and stuff. But who I'm hoping to see step up here is Fairplayer, because Fairplayer, sure, he has played a couple of Rakans, he's played a few Enchanters here and there. Like, I think that he hasn't been all too snappy and quick feet about going in for initiatives that could have actually put EVOS ahead at most part.
And I don't want to be too dismissive about this Contra, but you know, we've talked a lot about Fairplayer at this point, almost talked about a lot about him, and there are some concerns about his mechanical play, yet he's still come in and acted as this primary engager for the team, whether that's going to be as the set or the Rakan. Husky, are you feeling confident about improvement from Fairplayer as we go deeper into the competition?
I definitely feel confident that Fairplay is going to show up even more. I think SLG would be a good testing ground for Fairplay to kind of push the limits a bit, test out some different buttons. But you know, for EVOS, the core is always going to be centered around G4 and Valdez, right? The jungle mid synergy is something that doesn't run too far away from EVOS's identity. But we talk about the potential tiebreaker where you have to race against the time attack, right? But EVOS themselves also has an internal time attack, because what we've seen in the past 2 days is that they always run on steam with the game drags on. So maybe that's something that SLG can prey on.
Yeah, and there were moments where they were always waiting for Elder Drakes. Now there's no time for them to afford to dilly-dally, and I guess that this might actually really shift them from, you know, Gear 1 all the way to Gear 5, but will they hit a wall at this point?
Yeah, it's dilly-dallying. I think it's a great way to put it, because EVOS, they love to play for that late game. They love to enable themselves. I think they have one of the highest Elder Dragon pickup rates in the play-ins right now, and we see that for a good reason, right? They're right there alongside one team. One team, however, are much better at closing out those end games, whereas it seems like EVOS gets there not necessarily by choice so much as kind of, well, I guess we're here now, so what do we do here? And so this is something that we need to watch out for. I'm looking forward to see if EVOS have managed to close that one up. So we've talked a lot about this matchup, EVOS and SLG. So let's take a look at these two teams as we go into our second game for day number 3 of play-ins. All right, here we have it. We're back into this. We're going back into Champions Select. SLG looking like they're going to start on the blue side against EVOS, giving them that first pick priority.
Yeah, and I just thought of a good way to describe EVOS' game plan, right? From early to late game. You know that meme where you split a drawing of a horse into different parts? EVOS' game plan looks exactly like that. Early to mid, fantastic. Late game, I guess Elder Dragon is the way to go. If you flip that around, it's actually one team. So I don't want to see EVOS drag it out too late. You need to race against that internal clock. And if SLG brings it to the late game, I fear that they might find it open to close out against EVOS.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And, you know, like, someone was doodling in the dressing room earlier, like, I guess how could possibly paint this picture pretty perfect later. But now I really want to dive into this picks and bans.
No, I don't think I can, because now you've just kind of issued a challenge to Hound. He's looking over here, it's like, what did you just say to me, Contra?
Hey,
you've issued a challenge.
I think it's great. Like, he definitely drew all of us, look fantastic. Now, of course, SLG, they have addressed a few issues from that previous composition that they fight against FENNEL Adversity, and Jace definitely was a little bit of trial then. Remove that completely. Now, there's also no Olaf. Are we going to see that songstress again?
I think the Songstress is less viable against EVOS because EVOS plays so fast, and Songstress, they just want to stay behind, play the musical instrument, drop a couple of spells every now and then. EVOS will just run at you, right? So SLG, go back to the Ziggs. That was what worked against FENNEL Adversity in Game 2, but they pick up their Lulu, which again is a different identity from SLG.
They prioritize things very differently from what we've seen in the WCS so far, right, guys? Lulu as an early pickup, Senna as an early pickup. It seems like these supports are some of the options that they like to choose to go for. Whereas from Evo's side now, I think they just get to have some very incredibly strong power picks, right? Camille has been removed, but that doesn't take away stuff like the Gragas, the set strong engages, strong tanks that are flexible in many different positions.
Yeah, and this is the best way to start things off. Not too telling of what EVOS is going to do next. This could be given to Fair Player to set it up nicely, and we've already seen Lloyd really going all in on this. So you ask for the courses, you get it.
Yeah, I was expecting the Kha'Zix to get picked, right? It's a no-brainer for EVOS. Kind of gives you a bit of a reflection from FLA's domain. Valdez also loves that Kha'Zix a lot, one of the strongest junglers that we have. But for SLG, if they want to go for a jungler right now, again, I think the Xin Zhao is the best bet they got. If they want to go for a safer one, I was thinking of the Jarvan, but the Lee Sin is also great because it allows DDD to take initiative, and the Lee Sin supplements that.
We haven't seen any Galio from SLG, right? SLG don't look like they'd like to play for something like that, but now with the Lee Sin Lulu, I feel like this might be viable, especially with an early Guardian's Angel pickup.
Yeah,
I absolutely agree.
Absolutely, right? The Galio, the Shen is also a champion that we have been keeping our eyes on every now and then, but for SLG, the question is,
wow!
Like, why would they go for a Vayne Lulu bot? And we saw it once, but it was a loss. When the first time we saw this Lulu...
But Lucian is up.
And Lucian is up, right? So, EVOS, I don't think they'll be bothered. Like, Lucian can be flexed. A G4 plays a Lucian mid. Cat Satan can go for the Lucian.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to pull this off, and the likelihood of a Lulu going mid, I don't think it's going to give that sort of pressure that we will like to see coming in from SLG as well. And also to face off against an Ahri. So I am really looking forward to what SLG brings over the mid lane. But at least when they scale into the late game, they have an insurance plan with this Vayne going on. They just have to look out for a huge phase breaker coming out of Lloyd, if that's ever the case.
There's a lot of impact that SLG have here. SLG are picking options that allow them to find good early tempo. Once they hit this mid game, they have a lot of objective shred, so they can finish off the dragons, the Rift Heralds, take those away from EVOS, and potentially scale into the late game as well. So SLG, I'm looking at a composition that once they get past this early game, the bans in the second ban phase are going to help determine how they get there. So Ziggs removed from SLG's side, Darius removed from EVOS, which is a little bit surprising considering I think EVOS benefit more from having this Darius.
Yeah, and this is where I want to see SLG start considering how do you want to draft that last two pick, because you already have Lee Sin to set the tempo. You know that Vayne and Lulu will be your late game insurance. Pivot your draft towards Vamos. Let him shine. Don't give Godby something like an auction. He doesn't need that. Give him something that allows him to stand in front, allows him to play disruption. A Renekton, would be great. And give Utopian a similar champion, right? Maybe you can give him a Diana, some form of utility, able to engage in those fights with that Zhonya's Hourglass. As long as SLG identifies that Vamos is the insurance plan and draft around it, I think they'll have a good chance.
And EVOS get to pick up the Lucian here.
And this is pretty huge for them. Like, they've already have something that could easily have them set up for success. But look at this. Irelia being brought into play,
Husky.
I think this is going to be pretty hard for Set to get things done.
Yeah, I don't see SLG standing in the way. If Gavi picks up the Irelia, I don't think he's going to stand in the way of EVOS, not with what he has.
Yeah, and I think SLG are just fearless at this point. Even though my version was having to play on Vamos, but it's SLG, right? God V, he doesn't really care who you are. He will try to check you as much as possible. I think the Irelia fits SLG, but we also see a Corki. This is a Corki mid for sure. So SLG are looking for DDD, God V, and Utopium to set the tempo down mid, but EVOS with the Lucian Yumi again, and that means that bottom lane of SLG will suffer a bit.
I just want to say for a second now, we're running it back, right? This is the composition we just
Yeah,
saw, right?
Right.
Pretty much like same composition that we just saw from FLA. EVOS going into this. We talked about how these two teams were similar, how that was going to put SLG to the test. EVOS do basically the exact same thing that FENNEL Adversity did, maybe in slightly different steps, but he got to the same conclusion at the end. What are your thoughts here? SLG up against EVOS. Let's start with you, Husky.
DDD and Godvi, they have to set the tempo right now. The bot lane is not going to be able to provide too much because of the matchup. The mid lane, you have a Corki, right? There's not really much kill pressure, but you have that Irelia. If DDD can work together with Godvi to get that top lane going, I think SLG will get some priority.
Yeah, but my concern to SLG is that there's not going to be all too much help for DDD with the support basically babysitting a whole lot more. So EVOS, they're just going to run it back like what you said early on. It is a draft that they have been very comfortable with, and I expect them to exceed expectations here.
Yeah, being able to play back a composition that they've done well at and now are trying to play for again. We see strong tempo coming out from SLG. Smash Logic Gaming now, though, have to be a little bit careful about this, how they approach this game. If what we see on the screens are true and there is going to be that roll swap, again, SLG consistently changing up where the players are going. We'll have to see if this is going to be effective for them or if EVOS Esports have their number, playing to their strengths, going for a composition they've played for time in, time out, and now in this matchup, EVOS looking for that win, trying to keep up with FENNEL Adversity, who have now pulled ahead an important series to 2-0 and set themselves up for a strong match.
Yeah, absolutely. I think EVOS is going to just win this in a fast manner.
And so we have no more words to say about this. We're going to let the casters take over the action instead as we jump into game number 2 of the WCS Finals play-ins.
Oh.
And yeah, we're back na mga kaibigan. Nandito na ulit tayo. SLG versus EVOS. Makikita na naman natin ang SLG in action. And kami nga pala ulit, yung magiging casters nyo. Ako nga pala si Dash and kasama ko dito si Deadeye. And Deadeye, set tayo ng expectations sa game na to.
Oh yeah, speaking of expectations, no, I would love to highlight, Papi Dash, that SLG natututo talaga when it comes to draft. They are just learning in the way here sa side ng WCS Finals. I do love their draft here. Meron silang full ADC dito. That is going to be the vein here with the Pulu combo. And we can now tell that they have the scaling potential when it comes to later stages of the game. Now, Gadvi on that Irelia, one of his best champion picks dito. Now, this is the best draft I have seen so far for the side of SLG. So they just need to punish the top side with Godv on that comfort pick champion and triple D dito, DDD sa kanyang Corki. They have the kit to do so. Now, on the other side, EVOS THE Esports na naman, they have the pick of potential. You have G4 here on that area. You have Baldus as well. And alam naman natin, of course, that's Philippine meta when it comes to Yume here. Aggressive rotations with the jungle being enabled coming in from the support champion.
Okay, so one thing interesting dito that I know, yung rotations ng players natin. Nakita natin kanina pumunta sa top side itong si Vamos and also si Utopium nga pala yung jungler nila sa side ng SLG. So nag-flex sila halos lahat sa side ng SLG. Lumipat-lipat sila ng lane kanina kasi gusto nila si Vamos ay kalaban yung set kasi you know the range advantage of a top lane against a set, medyo may disadvantage talaga sa set against them. So that's the interesting part about what SSG is doing. They're, yeah, as you said, learning on the fly. Pero parang makikita dito si Baldus at si Utopium sa top side. Pero nakapag-recall, so wala muna tayong gank.
Pero speaking of gank, parang ito na nga si Utopium trying to find opportunities doon sa top side. I think this is going to be a potential pick-off.
Yeah, top side. Nakita natin, Cat Satan wants to go for a fight. Pero dahil nandito si Aurora, kailangan niya umikot ng malayo. Walk of shame yung nangyari. Pero mid lane, a kill already onto G4. I'm for sure, tumama yung charm ni G4, kaya easy kill.
It is, and the Ignite has been used as well. Now, this is a big kill na naman for the side of EVOS doon. Now, the mid laner will be enabled sa side ng EVOS dito. But here on the top side, itong sinasabi ng panel eh. This is the center of the battlefield, kumbaga. But it is gonna be a switch of lanes now na nakita natin. Now, it is gonna be a lane though on the bottom lane natin. So, very exposed. But speaking of which, grabe naman yun. Double flash. Pero ito nga yung expect natin. EVOS Thailand here should be very aggressive.
Oo, napaflash na nga kanina si Lloyd, pero itong nakikita natin si Valdus nasa bottom side. Gusto nilang patayin si Vamos kasi level 4 pa lang siya. Yes, may exhaust siya. Meron din siyang flash, pero yun yung tumble would be enough to condemn, push him out of the way para maging safely sila sa bot lane. Pero nandito pa rin si Godby and Utopian, nandito na yung rest back ng side ng SLG. So if they want to go for a fight, pag tumama yung flawless duet, pero top side again, may namatay sa side ng SLG.
Wow, another lane win sa side ng EVOS Thailand. Now it is gonna be Aurora being taken down at Satan with additional sustain. Yung nakita natin, great mechanics din pinakita ni Vamos. And speaking of Vamos, he's one of the superstars talaga. I know, he's the superstar of the side of SLG. Pero ito na nga, potential pick-off.
Oo, yun na nga nakita natin sa bot lane. Lloyd is, meron pa ring haymaker though. Hindi siya tutuloy dito kasi you know how tanky a set would be.
Grabe, kinain lahat ng combo coming in from Utopian doon sa kanyang listen. Pero si Walk lang boss pa rin doon si Lloyd sa kanyang set. So very tanky with the haymaker of course. Pero ito na nga, Tash. Now that the objectives are up sa ating Wild Rift, this is now going to be very crucial, especially for the side of EVOS. Now, inuna nila yung referral because they want that early game momentum. They want to provide those map control para it's gonna be easy for them to rotate across the wild.
Yeah, and having it SLG, they're gonna go in rito. Meron din ang showstopper to push him out of the way. 1k HP and makakapasok pa rin siya. Masasmite niya ba ito? Hindi, wala siyang smite. And nakuha pa rin niya yung Drake. Pero nakuha naman ng EVOS ang kill together with the Red Herald.
Okay, that was... but hindi pa tapos.
Oh, hindi pa tapos. Valdus wants to go and get the kill here sa mid lane. Pero yun, para papasok sila dito sa mid lane. Godby goes in, pero wala nilang damage talaga. And Blade Surge wouldn't be enough. And that's gonna be the kill to the Red Herald. And one tower in the mid lane already.
Alright, so great raid coming in from the side of EVOS as well as SLG. Pero nakita natin, of course, on the Dragon takedown, no? It was too early na pinol off doon ni Lloyd na kanyang showstopper. But alam naman natin, with the safeguard from Utopian sa kanyang listen, it's gonna be easy for him to go into that Dragon pit. So managed to take that Dragon buff as well for the side of SLG. However, great response na nakita natin from EVOS Thailand on taking down that first blood turret sa gitna. But this is gonna be again SLG trying to rotate across, and Vamos here, we have to look out for this guy. If papabayaan dito si Vamos, this is one of their insurance here for the side of SLG. With the proper itemization, he's gonna be a monster here in the late game.
Yeah, nakakatakot kasi dito sa side ng SLG. Kaya sila meron disadvantage right now is dahil most of the champions have late game potential. Yes, meron pa silang Irelia, meron pa silang Corki na puro sa late game mapupunta yung damage. And dahil nga nag-first item death stance rin, etong si Godby, ang hirap rin magkaroon ng damage with this. Yes, you have the resistances pero not enough to. Especially nung katapat niya pa kanina si G4. Ito, na-hook na nga, na-face breaker pa, na-showstopper papupunta sa likod. Si Vamos mamamatay na dito, isolation target. And this is gonna be a taste their fear has tasted it against Vamos.
Great kill! And now, EVOS going to shut down, of course, si Vamos. Sabi nila kanina ka pa, nag-free farm dito sa both sides. And they know that one of their victory conditions is Vamos scaling up sa kanyang vein. So great pick-off, great transition for the side of EVOS. Here on the top side as well, EVOS Thailand, they are everywhere now, cutting off the space needed. But this is gonna be a team fight on the bot.
Okay, bot lane, meron agad silang kill kay Valdus. One kill, first kill ng SLG dito dahil nga doon sa reaction play na ginawa ni Utopian. And yun na nga, hinihintay lang na SLG na magkaroon sila ng chance para magkaroon ng second item. That is when most of their champions would pop off. Yung side naman ng EVOS, they are just capitalizing on it. And like ginagawa nila kay DDD, Charm would be able to hit, G4 was able to get it, pero wala siyang vision kaya hindi siya tumuloy.
Right, so that was almost a solo kill na naman, but great hold for the side of 340. But Godby looking for blood.
Oh, may flash, may 5k edge, pwede mag-blade charge, sumama nga kay G4, and namatay pa si G4 sa top side. Pero si Godby, nako, nandito na si Valdus, he would be hit. Godby, be able to go in, wala pang damage, and ito, patay na agad, kasama na nga yung Yumi, napakadali sa kanila makakuha ang kill.
Tama isolation plays, pero hindi pa tapos yung laban natin.
Okay, hindi pa nga tapos. Aurora ay ang target. Pero pa silang last chapter. A lot of damage from the AP Yumi. And that's gonna be it. A rampage already onto Cat Satan. This man is just crazy with illusion.
Grabe, demonyo talaga. Grabe,
Oh,
plus the Yume.
what?
Oh my goodness! Solo kill, Lloyd on that set against Vamos. This is big, Dash. This is really big. Hindi kailangan ng SLG ng ganitong sitwasyon. With kills after kills on their players dito, most especially kay Vamos, they are cutting off their chance for this big comeback sa late game.
Oo, sobrang nahihirapan talaga itong sila. No? Pero Utopian goes in. And to go for Dystopia, pero the Charm would be able to get the hit. And yun na nga, EVOS talaga. Yung kumukuha ng mga kills dito, tinapatay lang nila yung SLG. Hindi nila binibigyan ng chance. And without Utopia, ang hirap nito, hindi sila makaka-contest ng Ref Herald.
Exactly. Now, this is going to be a great opportunity right now for the side of EVOS Thailand to take this another objective. Rip Herald pa naman. So, itong paborito ng side ng EVOS Thailand ngayon. Now, they will take it freely. No contest whatsoever for the side of SLG. Now, in this moment in time, if this will continue, no, na napapanish sila, again, with the solo kills coming in from Lloyd on the bot side, it's going to be difficult for SLG talaga to go for it.
Okay, nasa top side itong si Cat Satan. So, ito yung pwedeng chance na SLG na gawin para bago nila i-take itong Infernal Drake. Wala, meron silang vision. It's because of that. So, nakita nila where Valdez is. So, ito yung makikita natin 5v5 fight between SLG and EVOS.
Yep. Ito na nga, they're preparing, of course, Dash. I think ito na, SLG, going to go for the contest.
Yeah, meron sila package on DDD. So, pagpapasok sila, masusunog yung most of members ng EVOS. And ito na nga, nakita na nga natin yung damage showstopper agad into Utopium. And nakuha yung tatlo. And yun na nga yung pinakamalaking final chapter na nakita natin sa backside. Ito sa Cat Satan, 1 HP. Pero makakatakbo pa rin. Nakakuha sila ng kill. Pero si Vamos tumatalon-talon, tumble. And tumbling to his death sa cemetery ang punta. Doon si Utopium, hahabulin na nga ni G4. Makakapag-flash away. Mabubuhay. Pero hindi niya makukuha yung Infernal Drake.
To be honest, magandang positioning noon pinakita ng SLG pero kulang na kulang!
Satan! Oh, yun na nga yung sinasabi ko. Pag hindi tumama yung Sonic Wave, wala pa nga siyang safeguard yung time na yun. Kaya nakuha niya pa yung kill. That is an official ace for EVOS.
Disaster after disaster sa side ng SLG dito. But, you know, Dash, that was great positioning already for the side of SLG doon sa Dragon Takedown. They have the package, they have the kit. Ang nakita natin sa industry play dito, they have just, but that man, that face breaker coming in from the side of Lloyd, just wreaking havoc on that formation against the side of SLG. And you have mentioned this one, Godv is the key here sa kanyang Irelia to go for the cleanup when it comes to big team fights like this. Pero walang damage eh. The itemization of the Death Stance is just a doubt there, but this is gonna be Godv being harassed here.
Oh, ito nakita natin yung Prowling Projectile. Napakalakas ang damage. Sinamahan pa ng Charm and naging doble pa nga. Double dead sa side ng SLG.
Oh my goodness. This is just looking great talaga sa side ng Special Gaming.
G4, nakapag-charm pa nga. Sumakto pa. Killing spree agad. EVOS. Nakakuha sila ng maraming kill and for sure, babasagin nila yung tower on the top side kasi wala pang gold. 14k gold lead sa side ng EVOS and SLG. Nag-aanap sila ng way Utopium. Pero wala talagang sila magagawa sa top side.
Wala talagang way, Dash. And this is just the first time nakakuha ng turret objective ang yung side ng SLG. At what cost? Inhibitor turret dito. So it's a big deal, a big difference when it comes to objectives here. And now, Smash Logic Gaming, napapanish dito. Well, let's go back to what we have talked about the expectations. No, they have to hold their ground because they have the scaling potential for the side of SLG. But what happened? EVOS dictating the tempo time and time again. Those pick-up plays, those charms, those isolation plays coming in from Balduz as well. Iniipit yung mapa, and this is gonna be a potential another kill.
Oh, showstopper na naman. Ito kay Aurora, wala na talaga silang nagawa. Pinalik siya sa north and ito, ayun, tinatabaan ng lagi itong si Vamos. And wala talaga sila makuwang kahit na anong kills dito to their side. So, this is just gonna be unfortunate sa side ng SLG. Wala silang makuwang kills. EVOS, kinukuha nila, dinedictate nila yung mapa. Mas mabilis pa ata yung game na to kaysa sa FENNEL kanina, no?
Oh my, I have to agree there, Dash. Again, this is gonna be another death rush.
Oh, ito, nakita natin. And damage siya condemn. Ito yata yung chance nila si Katsitan. 1 HP na pullback pa nga itong si Lloyd pero wala pa silang damage. Sobrang tanky sa side ng EVOS. Si Bama sa ganap siya sa very charm. Tumama kay Galby. Makakuha pa siya ng kill. Vanguard's Edge on to 5 members. Ito yata yung chance nila makakuha ng kill. Pero si J4 mamamatay. Katsitan nabuhay pa nga. Hindi pa na pull back to hell. And ito, hinahabol na nila. Ito yung damage. Come through pero showstopper enough para makakuha pa sila ng kill to their side. And that's another kill and DDD. Could be the 5 death. DDDD. 5 D yung napunta sa side ng SLG.
Oh, I feel sad for SLG. Nakita naman natin, of course, that their intention to go for the counter punches, pero walang damage talaga. The mechanics coming in from EVOS Thailand is just insane, and Utopian gigil because he's seen low life dito yung side ng EVOS.
Oo, naghahanap ng kill pero si Katsitan kaya siyang habulin, wala na siyang safeguard so wala na siyang cooldowns pa pero nakapunta pa ng Dragon's Rage kaya hindi sila nakakuha ng kill doon. Yung punta talaga ni Utopian dito, no? Sayang! Nakakuha sila ng kill sana doon.
Napakaganda din yung Vanguard's Edge yung nakita natin coming in from God Vito. That was the choke point area. It was very advantageous sa side ng SLG. But what happened? Great sustain from fair players. Yumi's giving heals a lot dito sa players ng mga side ng EVOS Thailand. And they know how to back away as well. Yung disengage potential from the players coming in from EVOS Thailand. Now they are going to transition here for this Baron objective. This is going to be the nail in the coffin sa laro na to.
Yeah, ito na nga yung nail in the coffin for their side, EVOS. Titapusin nila itong game. Siset sila ng face. Inahabol nila itong si Topiam. One more spin and trash. Pag tumama yung charm, patay na nga. And yun, yung magiging nail in the coffin sa side ng SLG. Nakikita natin Deadeye. Tatapusin nila yung game. Yung top side, pinupush na nila. Kahit mayroon pa 2 hours sa mid. Pero yung the calling enough para makakuha ng kill. Ang lakas ng damage ng Yumi onto their side. Pero Vanguard's Edge, pero parang wala yata magagawa itong si Godby. Naging cold piece sa top side. And ito, nakuha nila yung kill. The Nexus explodes and that's another win for the side of EVOS.
Godby naging Colby! Oh my goodness, napakasakit na yun. But this is, man, SLG doing their best talaga sa series na to, Dash. You can really see that they are really learning along the way, but it's not enough. Napapanish talaga sila palagi dito ng mga kalaban nila. And one of the victory conditions palagi, no, when facing the side of SLG, is the punishment on the early game. And it's still going to be the same trend na nakita natin. And it is going to be EVOS, of course, taking the first game.
Oh, parang same thing, no? Yung ginagawa ng FLA, especially against a team like SLG, yung ginagawa nila, kuha ng objectives, kuha ng towers, kasi maa-outface nila yung SLG. So far, sa nakikita natin sa SLG, hindi sila makasabay sa facing ng mga team right now dito sa play-ins natin. I hope na makakuha pa sila ng isang game, even just once, against EVOS right now.
That's the term, makakasabay. It's just very quick-paced yung parang maligayang pagdating SOG dito sa WCS Finals and surprise. This is just a new environment for them. But of course, that was still our first game, Dash.
Oo, yun nga. It's still our first game and may chance pa rin naman sila maka-turn around dito sa ating fight. So sa nakikita natin right now, SLG is slowly learning, no? Yun yung nakikita natin sa kanila. Nagmamadali silang makasabay sa mga phase ng mga team. Pero so far, parang onti na lang yung chance nila, no? Makasabay pa, makapasok pa sa play-ins if hindi sila makakuha ng games pa against the other teams.
And speaking of which, very crucial din because there is some possibility yung sinasabi natin kanina, a triple tie. Because SLG, yung remaining games ng the rest of the teams dito. But alam mo naman, when it comes to underdogs, merong malalasan dito. Let's see.
Yun talaga na-expect natin. But we're gonna be going to the panel for the post-match analysis.
Those of you who are interested, over to you guys. Take it away.
Thanks, Hal. No worries. You'll get your chance again after the end of the second game in this BO2. But before that, guys, raise your pingus. Raise your pingus up. Utopium, thank you very much, my man, giving us this incredible moment. Hit them up the question mark. Just make sure they know. Remember this moment.
This is greatness right there.
That is greatness.
This is greatness.
Quite clearly greatness. And I love that energy from them. SLG went up against yet another labor in EVOS, and EVOS was a backbreaking labor for sure.
Oh, it was certainly a fast one, right? EVOS understood the assignment. They beat CERBERUS' record time by 1 second. So that's a new record.
Yeah.
Congratulations to EVOS.
Could they go any faster though? And they weren't really rushing for that Nexus too. They're like, okay, yeah, there's still a few players around. Let's get them. I'm like, you know what? Let's just end the misery. Because there's a few things to address here, right? Like, other than Utopian going to the jungle, we saw EVOS trying to answer back by switching the lanes up. So that Dragon lane went up over the top side, and it just made it so awkward for SLG to answer. And that final pick of the Corki doesn't really complement what they really want to do, right? You get that Lee Sin, sure, you want to look for those picks. What can that Corki do in the early game?
I mean, it starts off so much with the draft, and then after the draft Contra, we saw them go into the game, move around the map, and we saw SLG pulled apart as a result.
Yeah, SLG pulling themselves apart, honestly, with that rearrangements of where the champions go around, how the lane assignments
Utopian on Lee Sin!
I think Utopia on Lee Sin is one thing, but that's the least of our worries because we saw
The
Vayne,
least of our worries.
Yeah, the least of our worries, right? That was like layer number 1. It's like an onion. The more you peel, the more you cry. That was what I felt. We saw them trying to put the Vayne against the set. The idea is great, but you are sacrificing everything that draft has been built around. You want the Lee Sin to play with the Irelia, but that is not going to happen if you switch the Vayne into the set. What happens? Vayne doesn't really win the lane. The Corki gets dumpstered by the Lucian and Yuumi. Everything falls apart. We are seeing SLG in their game 1 against FLA just internally imploding.
Yeah, and I absolutely relate to Hound's sad mummy emote because like by the time you get into such a
For
situation,
a second there, I'm gonna be honest. I thought you were gonna say I totally relate to when you just lose games quickly. Okay,
sometimes
I kind of relate to that a little bit
Yeah,
with
yeah,
SLG. You know, we're kind of sad movie together, Contra.
Right. And you know, like even for God V in this game, sure, you pick up the Irelia, which is supposed to go stable. Like you get thrown off. You can't build into something like a hull breaker when you're always gonna be switching.
Sure.
So nothing gets done. And instead, he went for the Death Dance. No damage output whatsoever. You dove in the fight. Sure, you can last a little bit longer, but I don't think the rest of the team can keep up.
He's in an episode of The Office. He's looking around. His coworkers getting nothing done. Jim's out there pulling a prank on Dwight, and he's just like, well, I guess I gotta do it myself now. I'm gonna go and buy Death's Dance.
You know, it's like that moment where I don't watch much of The Office, but there was this one episode
A shame, honestly.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll watch it.
We'll watch it together.
We'll watch it together. But
Right.
there's this one moment where they set the trash can on fire, right? It feels like that. The trash can gets set on fire, everyone runs around, and you have just that one guy is like, I guess I'll do it myself, right?
Yeah, Dwight's fire preparedness survey, making sure that everyone understands what needs to be done in the event of a fire. SLG are right now in a blazing fire, but it's okay. It's all fine. It's like that Poro that's the fire going around it. We still have a chance for SLG. They have one more match against here with EVOS. They have another match against one team. SLG playing one of the most matches today. This is a chance for them to start displaying themselves, start offering something putting them on the table. EVOS here now looking like a bad matchup. They had difficulties against FLA, and EVOS playing a composition virtually identical to FLA.
Yeah, well, when it comes down to the playstyle of both EVOS as well as FLA, sure, there might be slight differences, but the ideas are essentially the same, right? Like, FLA a little bit more edgy when they go for those double-edged sword plays, but when you're going up against EVOS, who's so methodical, who's so well constructed heading into all these sort of team fights, even if you want to draft into a team fight composition for the side of SLG, I don't think it's going to end well. So honestly, game 2 is going to be pretty hard for them to draft into.
Yeah, and it feels like the composition that we saw from SLG, on paper it looks well-rounded, but it's actually just a skeleton, right? The content was what was missing. It feels they're planned out where the destination is going to be. They plan out the starting point. They've got everything done. But if you open up the luggage, they actually don't have the necessities. And that's what I think SLG has been struggling in that game number 1. And at the same time, again, the reassignment was, I personally feel that it's a disaster. And EVOS just played it so well. They completely exploited SLG's weaknesses. And I hope that going into game 2, SLG did what they did against FLA. Bring out a composition that allows them to play fast, that allows them to be proactive. Because that, I think, so far has been their best game.
And I think the team for today is all about speed, momentum. And I look at SLG, they were playing for a late game composition, right?
Right,
like,
yeah.
I think it's about time that they've already seen all the games that all the rest of the C teams are currently playing and really just go in for all these sort of early game picks. That's what they really have to do, because that past game against FENNEL, that at least convinces that, hey, there's hope, and I want to hop onto that.
And I can't fault them, right? Like they're coming into the WCS for the first time. This is their introduction to it, and it's a rough one.
Yeah, it's like, you know, you finally get invited to the big party, you enter the room, and you know, it's just so overwhelming, it's so intimidating, right? There's going to be an element of that. But if this is a tale of the hare versus the tortoise, I think the hare is winning, because all of these teams are closing games out in a very clean
You
fashion.
don't even have to think, like, the hare definitely is going to win that, right?
Yeah, but in the fairy tale, the tortoise wins out because the hare takes a break. But these hares, they're not taking breaks. They are going straight for the Nexus. Sure, they're, you know, showing some flair, they're getting some style points, but they get the job done.
Yeah. I mean, the fables are a great indicator of good moral character, but reality is different. Reality changes. If this were fiction, SLG right now would be making me very happy. This would not have been the true result. I could be off in La La Land and you know, off in my own head. But the reality is, EVOS won that first match. Let's start talking definitive, gentlemen. First game, we saw them go for the Lulu first pickup for SLG on blue side. Now, as we go into the second game, what are your thoughts? What should SLG start with? Start with you, Contra.
Well, if SLG really wants to go for, say, an enchanter, just try to leave that Karma open. Like, I did notice that EVOS did try to ban it out, so I guess there is going to be certain opportunities if that was ever allowed. Or else, just go for an initiative support. I want to see them trying something new, like go for something like a Rakan that also snatches away one of Fair Player's very own picks. So Fair Player, yeah, sure, he went in for the Yumi. That's also something for themselves to consider if they were ever to fall back to trying to build this hyper carry for SLG.
Think of it as a foot pyramid, right? You want the draft starting from the very top so that you get to flex and have a plethora of options towards the very end. But what SLG did in game 1 was actually drafting an inverse foot pyramid. They funneled themselves into a tight spot, and at the
But
end,
I thought you wanted the carbs first. You want the good stuff up top. Husky wants like the good stuff. He wants like the foot pyramid. He wants
Cherry
like all
on
his
top.
he wants his the fats, like
Yeah.
the candies, the meats, the proteins, and then he doesn't care so much about the vegetables.
Yeah,
and
my
carbs.
vegetables
Those
are the
comes
top.
afterwards, right?
It's been working out for me. I think I'm looking great.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, but I think that
Your twin is too.
my twin is too, right? Like this is the before after.
Oh,
whoa.
So I'm like EVOS, right? Well fed, and
Exactly.
everything's going great.
Exactly.
This is how it goes.
So someone's been eating from the inverse food pyramid, someone's been eating from the actual food pyramid, so I'll leave it to you. But as you were making that point, talking about what needs to be done here for SLG.
Yeah, you don't funnel your draft into a chokehold, right? I think that's what they did. Lulu, Vayne, looks great. It feels like they have already cornered themselves into, all right, Vayne is our late game insurance. This is what we're going to play for. And they don't follow through with the insurance plan. They break the contract halfway through. Now they have to pay all these fines. And in this case, they pay with a loss.
Yeah, and I don't know. Everything doesn't seem all too fine for them. Like, at least they were trying something new, right? Like, sure, falling back to something that's more stable. Just get Utopian back a little bit. Like, sure, go for Zed again if you want to. Just try to set things up if ever the case. And, well, if he's going to be going in for a little bit of switcheroo, just plant him back down to the bottom.
I mean, we've had many switcheroos at this point. Like, everything is switching around. We're going back into picks and bans here for the second game between EVOS and SLG. And with so many things changed, I'm not sure what to expect from SLG, but surely you guys have something to expect from EVOS.
Yeah, I expect them to do even better this round. Like, that looked to be...
Even better? 14 minutes and 1 second. Even better.
Yeah, like, I think this is the signature move of EVOS Esports, what we've known them and love them for, right? Like, what I haven't really seen from them, still, we talked about Lloyd as well as Valdez here coming to really set the tempo for the rest of the team. I want to see that sort of flashy play coming out from Lloyd. Just give it something that he could hard carry on and exert that pressure onto Godfrey, and I'm going to be happy. I haven't seen a Fiora throughout this WCS plan.
And maybe for good reason, but as we start off in this one, Ziggs Karma banned out from EVOS, so no Karma like you mentioned, Contra, and SLG removing the commute here.
Yeah, and on top of that, EVOS have identified the main way that SLG keeps themselves in the game, right? They turtle out with picks like Ziggs and maybe the Karma. Though I don't think the Karma is the biggest concern for EVOS, but just for safety measures, they eliminate that as well. But for SLG, it kind of goes back to the exact same bans, right? You take out the Jace and Camille, which both are flex picks that EVOS can go for, but it doesn't necessarily solve their problems because SLG are fighting an internal war with their own draft, all the switcheroo. They could be Houdini for all I care, but I don't want to see all these exchanged because it is not working out for them. Stick to what they did against FLA in Game 2, and I guarantee we will have a better game.
They're more like Chris Angel here.
Chris Angel, right? Yeah, like a little bit more Daredevil-ish.
Yeah, a bit more Daredevil, you know,
like,
we got a bit more...
Set everything on fire, I'll try to make an escape.
Yeah, that's SLG.
Okay.
Evo start things off here with the set pickup.
Okay, the set definitely is a no-brainer for them. EVOS looking great, but I guess I'm still happy that if they pass it over to the Fair Player or even Lloyd, I think it is worked out back in Game 1. But what would be turning up my attention is this Riven. Is it still going to the jungle, or is Godv going to play this into set? Because I think having that Riven to match up against the set is going to be a decent answer, so they don't really have to worry. If you're going to switch that lane, sure, I think they can handle just fine. Blitzcrank, though!
I see Husky kind of cringing at the Riven pickup, though. When he saw that Riven, he threw his hands up.
No, it was actually a moment of delight. I wasn't cringing at it.
Moment of delight, okay.
Yeah, I feel like this Riven...
Are you delighted about Blitzcrank, though?
That was the reason FLA banned Blitzcrank in their Game 1. Maybe this is why, right? Maybe this is... Well, Blitzcrank, I think we had this discussion prior to the broadcast where Blitzcrank, sure, you get those rocket grab, you know, you get to isolate targets. But if you miss your hook, there's a big window for EVOS to punish you. And EVOS, they go for the Jax and Corki. And that screams that EVOS just wants to fight. And Blitzcrank doesn't protect SLG against that.
Here's my thing, though. Aurora looked really good on the Thresh when you did manage to play it. So I feel like this Blitzcrank is going to look good, piloted in his hands. Hopefully SLG have some sort of game plan with him. At this point, you know, just keep throwing stuff until something sticks. SLG want to play spoiler here.
Yeah, but my argument to this is that, sure, Blitzcrank, if you utilize his ultimate, he essentially silence everybody, right? But look at EVOS. Everybody's just going to be punching their way out. Like, you don't even need spells for this. And I guess they really want to ensure that there's a little bit more kill threat. Now that it's being paired with the Lux, sure, it makes a little bit more sense. But that's winning the lane. But what about team fights? Yeah. What about it?
And this is where SLG needs to recognize that they have a lot of setup. They have a lot of ways to keep EVOS locked down. Now you need someone to take advantage of that, right? And that kind of falls into the role of the jungler, DDD. Pick champions that allow him to utilize these kind of lockdowns. And this also spills over to Godv if he ends up playing that Riven. I want to see the Sinjao come back. I think this is great for SLG because you have already laid down the foundations. Now you need to build that structure up.
And as we saw previously from SLG, they had played Riven in the jungle, so it is not a surprise to me that EVOS wanted to get rid of that Irelia, right? Godv had a pretty decent game. He was able to solo kill his opponent multiple times, depending on who was sent over to him. Was able to solo kill G4 in the Baron lane at one point of the game, and so EVOS getting rid of those options against them. SLG will now
Wow!
For the Yasuo to pair that together with the rest of the team.
Woo! Okay.
Rico has been waiting for this since yesterday.
Okay, this is mind-blowing, right? Like, we're looking at huge setups for SLG. If you do get that chain knockup coming out of that Riven, and you could just set it up perfectly for the last breath, but what really matches up against that Yasuo, you put it up over a mid lane or in the Baron lane, this Renekton's gonna run into him, and I think that he's going to have such a tough time, though.
It is a very interesting composition from SLG right now. As I look towards this, Husky, why don't you run me through what are the kind of lane assignments and the matchups that they're facing against EVOS?
I think the Yasuo is going to have a really hard time regardless of where he goes. Against the Akali, not a good lane. Against the Renekton, not a good lane. We see the Wukong getting picked.
Hair swap the Yasuo.
Yeah, it does help the Yasuo, right? But this also screams SLG. They don't really have team fight, but they have a lot of pickup potentials. Now, if they can pull it off, then yes, you can drag the game out at least against EVOS, who is prone to run out of gas when you reach the late game. But getting to that point is going to be hard because you need to win your individual lanes.
You know what's even more exciting? This is Yasuo bot lane. So Yasuo, I guess going up against Cat Salen here, the biggest worry is that Fair Player is just going to run right at him, but with that Blitzcrank always protecting, I think it's not too shabby of that adjustment. EVOS, they will have that stability from early all the way to late, so It's a time crunch again, but this time it's on SLG.
You know what, Contra? I'm sorry to say, I don't think it's going to be a Yasuo bot lane unless they tend to player swap
Oh,
again,
right.
which is possible. Which is possible, mind you. SLG have done that to us multiple times at this point, but look over at EVOS Esports, right? They are calm, collected. It's another day in the office for them. Today is a critical day. From a team that was previously the winner of the Summer Super Championship, this time last year, winners of the regional competition, they are now fighting for their space and their spot in the playoffs. And so, Smash Logic Gaming, let's see how they perform up against this veteran team, against a team with tons of international experience as they are introduced, thrown into the WCS and Southeast Asia as a whole. Let's toss it over to the casters, Hound and Arlos, to take this match away.
And okay, and balik na nga tayo dito sa game, everyone. Kaming uli yung magiging casters nyo. Ako nga pala si Dash, kasama ko uli si Deadeye. And ito, yung second game ng EVOS versus SLG. And nakikita naman natin, yung lineup nila, may Yasuo, may Wukong. This will be an interesting matchup.
Exactly, Dash. Talaga ako. Because they have open Blitzcrank doon, plus the Yasuo here. To be honest, ito talaga SLG, their core play style, Dash, is team fight talaga. So I think this is now their comfort picks, to be honest. Now, I have doubts on this Blitzcrank, especially they have showed dito sa early drops pa lang. And now, EVOS TH has the advantage to go for counters as well. Pero all in yung composition dito. When it comes to scaling na naman, you know this is going to be a Jax here. You have a Corki as well dito sa side ng EVOS Thailand. I'm really looking forward. A 5v5 brawl will be in favor for side of SLG. Now, we have mentioned, of course, when it comes to damage output then, and SLG, sinabi mo nga, of course, on our off-stream, that they do have as well the damage kit needed. But let us see if EVOS will be able to go for that on par, but it's gonna be a pick-off.
Ito yung mahirap dito yung G4 versus Godby in the mid lane dahil nga Yasuo yung gamit niya. This, hindi madali i-gank ang isang Akali. The safety and the of an Akali together na walang CC ang SLG, mahihirapan sila na makuha yung ganks. Dahil nga si DDD yung kailangan nila when it comes to rotating around the map.
And speaking, of course, of CC, SLG, probably open, hold it on.
Upside, suntukan, meron Ignite na nagtitake sa ulo ni Lloyd pero meron pa rin siyang Honey Fruits na magsusurvive siya sa top side.
Ito talaga, the Wukong pick is one of the iconic picks sa side ng SLG. They love Wukong, they love teamfight, pero...
Nag-flash agad itong si Utopia. Meron pang kasamang Valdus. So papasukin nito ni Valdus. Meron pa siyang flash. Tumama yung counter-strike and Utopia would probably be dead on the top side. First blood sa side ni Valdus.
Unang dugo, it is for the side here of EVOS Thailand. Now SLG Galvi. Naparespond doon sa top side. Trying to clear lang muna, of course, the wave doon. And now SLG, sila pa rin hinaras, all their games, yung sinabi nga na panelists natin, they should have learned on how the meta works, especially sa C. But it's not gonna be easy. Because, yun nga sinabi, if papasok ka sa party na baguan ka lang, it's gonna be a new environment. You're gonna be shocked, parang yung culture shock, kumbaga. But this is still a aggressiveness doon.
Sa both sides, si Vamos tumama, na yun pa, Gatling gun to shred some armor, pero hindi pa rin enough. Hindi tumama yung hook, kung tumama yun, that could have been death.
And then dito pa rin si Aurora, of course, sa kanyang Blitzcrank. Just holding their ground, pero here action sa mid.
Wala pang damage itong si Godby. So yung last breath, wala pa masyadong nagawa on their side. Pero ito, top and the bot side, si Vamos, wala ng flash. Kaya siya yung namatay. Meron pang flash itong si Aurora. Pwede pa siyang kumuha ng isang hook, pero hindi siya makakuha ng anything else.
Ito talaga SLG is just very easy to be punished when it comes to their laning phases. But it's not their full potential yet. Their full potential is going to be a 5v5 brawl. But they need to hold their ground. Pero ito...
perfect execution. Tumama na nga si Godby. Kailangan niya umiwas dito si perfect execution. Pero hindi tumama. That's a good ignite, a good dodge on to Godby. Pero na-burn na yung flash at ignite niya.
Wow, that was scary, parang crucial yung exchange ng 1v1 na yun. And speaking of exchange, dito sa top side, Utopium, of course, versus Lloyd. And Wukong is one of their iconic picks na sinabi nga natin. Pero that's Cyclone. It enables the full potential of SLG under 5v5 brawl. Now, especially right now na nakita na natin, objectives is spawning in the pit. I'm looking forward talaga on how SLG going to execute their composition dito against EVOS Thailand because they have so many great synergy between champions.
Kailangan talaga nila mag-rotate. Good timing to for the side ng SLG na dininay nila yung recall nito ni Katsitan kasi without the package, mahihirapan ng EVOS to actually fight this Red Herald. And the top side, gusto i-risk ng EVOS to actually take this. SLG, they have a lot of people here. 5 sila, medyo late na itong si G4 pag pumasok para makikita tayo dito ng laban. Si Fair Player papasok na nga, meron pa siyang Soul Topper to the Face Breaker. Si Godby nandito pa pero may steal nila yung Red Herald out to their side. Baldus, okay! DDD is now 1 HP. Siya na yung target, napatay na nga siya ni Lloyd. 2 kill agad sa kanyang side. Si Utopia tumatakbo pero sa other side nakita natin si Yasuo. Si Godby namatay na rin. 3 people down to the side of SLG pero hindi pa sila tapos. Gusto yata nila i-dive itong members nila. Aldous, ito na yung wave. Si Vamos, si magiging target. Utopian, nakapag-flash away. Meron pa siya decoy if ever gusto niya umalis. Pero Utopian, makakasurvive nga ba? May ignite sa ulo niya and that's his an official ace for the side of EVOS.
Grabe naman yung punishment na yun from EVOS Thailand. Great contest! Especially for player. Oh, rocket grab!
Okay, suppose gumamit yung rocket grab, tumama yung hook. Meron pa tayong haymaker, sorry. And hindi na enough yun para mabuhay si Fair Player.
Yeah, they still managed to get that kill, but man, still very good advantage na nakuha doon. Coming in from EVOS Thailand, get the steal on the Rift Herald, get that unofficial ace as well. 7 score kills advantage against 1. Now, dito na naman tayo. The snowball effect from EVOS in the early game.
Wala pa tayo nakikita sa SLG na aksyon na tumatama in their favor. Yes, nakakuha sila ng isang kill kay Godby, pero enough na ba yun? Hindi pa. Kasi at this point, meron tayong 5k gold lead sa side ng EVOS. Ocean Drake yung hinahanap na nila. Meron na silang item, 1.5 items on most members ng EVOS. So pag lumaban sila against SLG, malaki yung advantage nila.
Exactly. Speaking of organization, naka-Hellbreaker na nga dito si Lloyd. So this is gonna be a split push strategy na nakita natin ngayon on
yung
side.
damage.
Oh my goodness, ang sakit yun. It is just a statement there, Dash.
Oo, grabe talaga yung damage ito ni Cat Satan kahit Black Cleaver yung first build niya. Makikita natin dito sa bottom side ng mapa natin. Itong nakikita natin na to, Ocean Drake, ini-start ng SLG. Alam naman natin pag kayo yung nag-start ng Drake, kayo yung nasa disadvantageous position. And nakikita na nga natin, ito na nga, Face Breaker, Showstopper, tumama na nga. Ito na, may Haymaker pang kasama, half HP on both members. Pero sila pang disrupt, pero hindi enough para makakuha na kill sa side ng SLG. And SLG would be able to get a kill on 1. Pero si Fair Player lang napatay nila, si G4 habulin si Aurora, and that's gonna be another kill onto the side. DDD is still alive, pero meron pa siyang magagawa dito para makapag-steal pa. Makikita sila dito ni G4, pero si DDD, oh no, wala siyang makukuha damage, and that's again another official ace to the side ng EVOS.
Another contest, another ace, another big win. Nakita natin sa instant replay dito. Fair Player with that unfair initiation sa kanyang Showstopper na ipit most of the team members doon ng side ng SLG. Great punishment once again dito sa EVOS Thailand. And grabe talaga sila mag-isolate din ng formation dito ng side against the side of SLG. And they're looking for more.
Lalo na pag gusto niyang pumasok against a set, doon malakas si set sa mga team composition na gusto mag-try pumasok, gusto mag-try mag-frontline. Kasi Showstopper to Face Breaker, sira agad yung formation nyo as a team. And that's why EVOS is just capitalizing every time. Yes, mahilig kayo mag-team fight, pero meron kaming set. It's like sinabi nilang, we have a home. Yun yung meron sa side ng EVOS.
And now they're preparing for yet another contest dito, Dash.
Okay, gusto nila yung contest. 1k HP, mas-steal nga ba? Nakuha ng SLG yung Ocean Drake, pero it doesn't matter. Meron tayong Valkyrie, ang lakas ng damage itong package sa side ng SLG. And wala na silang HP lahat. Tumatakbo sila, pero triple kill already on the hands of Cat Satan. Take na Quadra, last one member. Habulin nyo na, bigay nyo na yung Penta, please! Sa side ng EVOS, oh no, Aurora, hindi pa binigay yung Penta.
Ginamit pa nga, of course, na yung skin na yun dyan para makatakas against EVOS Thailand. Pero again, we see yet another perfect contest there. Even though nakuha, of course, ng SLG yung Dragon at what cost? Grabe. 16 score kills dito. Another potential ace. Sana nangyari doon, hindi nakatakas doon si Aurora. Pero grabe, once they go for the contest, ang gandang isolation plays. Parang scattered agad yung formation ng SLG. They are just wreaking havoc, especially when Fair Player on his sets initiates the contest.
And also remember, every time napapasok sila, meron silang dalawang things na kailangan isipin nila. Kailangan nila isipin yung Showstopper. Tatlo pala.
True.
May Counter-Strike, may Showstopper, may Valkyrie. So yun yung mga kailangan nila isipin. Like right now, tingnan mo si Fair Player, nasa harap na naman nilang lahat. Merong Haymaker, na half rocket grab pa nga siya. Pero hindi ata magandang target si Fair Player kasi sobrang kunat with the Gargoyle Enchant. Rampage already to the side ng EVOS, si G4. Pero ito, si Lloyd pumasok pa nga. Gusto pa nga ma-deploy ni Lloyd dito sa baba. Hindi pa nakuha yung kill. Si Utopia, unti ka na mamatay pero nakuha yung EVOS, yung Ref Herald sa top side.
Oh my, grabe. Lloyd showing us dive doon sa inhibitor turret. It's also a statement there na very confident na yung EVOS Thailand dito. They are just going for this win, going for this W against SLG. And now SLG, sinabi na natin, very strong when it comes to 5v5 team fight. But when fair player just going to initiate here, wasak agad yung formation na yun. Even though nakita natin the combo of the rocket grab, follow up doon with that last breath, meron pang ang final spark doon sa likod. Where's the damage? Grabe, very tanky na talaga, especially with these itemizations right now coming in from EVOS Thailand on their lead na nakuha nila in the early stage game. Is very difficult to outplay EVOS Thailand at this moment in time.
Yeah. Yung sinabi mo na nga, 2 items na nga yung members ng EVOS. Meron silang gold lead dito. Napakalaki ng gold lead nila. 14K yung gold din nila. Quick mats and SLG, hindi na sila, mahihirapan na sila maka-follow up dito. Kailangan nila ng pick-offs, hindi nila kailangan ng malaking team fights. Oh no, na-slow na yung overdrive. Naging punishment pa nga sa side nila. Oh no, showstopper actually dito. Mama dun sa backside. Meron pa silang hinahabol na ito si Utopia 1 HP. Pero ito na last breath na nga sa backside. Ito si Cat Satan. Nakapag-flash away. Nakakuha sila ng kill. 1 HP si Cat Satan. Hinahabol sa backline si Godby. Nakuha yung kill. Pero ito na nga yung facebreaker. Makakuha pa ata ng isa. Pero hindi. Na-deny pa ng members ng EVOS. Kailangan nila humabol yung FENNEL, makukuha yung tower dito. Hahabulin sila ni Baldus. Eto na nga, kumaltok na nga sa top side si Aurora. Counter-strike para makuha yung stun. Fair player, hindi sila mahahatak. Pero still enough na yun para mag-back away ang EVOS.
Alright, auto turrets are gone. Pero ito pa nga, overdrive pa doon. Yung Blitzcrank natin.
Nag-overdrive. Second stock pa nga no overdrive yung ginamit nila. Suloy, namatay itong si Aurora. And nakita na nga natin, hinahabol pa nila itong si Utopian. Pero hindi na sila tutuloy. Dahil EVOS, nakuha nila yung kill, nakuha nila yung tower. Enough na yun para mag-back.
Grabe naman ito yung SLG. Kahit na dihado sila na when it comes to team fight, they're not backing away. Sige, suntukan kung suntukan. Kahit duguan, kailangan pa rin nila. Of course, trying to defend this inhibitor turret, of course, na pinapressure ngayon ni Lloyd. Remember, Hellbreaker na nandito si paring Lloyd natin on that Renekton. So, continue yung pressure on the side lanes dito. And now, SLG, with this big disadvantage when it comes to economy, when it comes to map control. Now, it's really difficult, especially hindi pa na natin nakita yung damage potential on this composition side of SLG. It was Thailand here, just going to go for this objective takedown.
Yeah, what's great about this is dahil nga may Black Cleaver sila, mas lumalakas yung damage nito ni Baldus pati ni Lloyd every time na meron silang fight. And ito si G4, tinatry nila kunin, nakuha na nga ng rocket grab pero wala silang vision so hindi nila mahahabol. Perfect execution pero tinamaan ng light binding. Tamang-tamang placing pero may face breaker to the Valkyrie sa backside natin. Si Cat Satan deal na maraming damage yung Valkyrie enough para maubos sila. And si TTD, ang last member, magiging quadra pa nga ito kay Baldus sa flash into the counter strike. Si Lloyd hahabulin pa siya para makuha ni Ace at tapusin na itong game para maging favor na ng EVOS itong game na to. This will be the last draw. SLG losing another game against a member here. EVOS 2-0 against them and Nexus is gonna explode.
Maligayang pagdating SLG WCS Finals play-ins. This is again another flawless game sa side ng EVOS Thailand against SLG. You can really tell sa mga mukha dito ng side ng mga SLG, no, they are in shock. Oh, grabe naman, parang ganun. Grabe naman to yung mga players sa side ng sa C rather. But yet again, this is, to be honest, this is a great opportunity as well for Oceania region to have this experience. Because alam naman natin yung Oceania is very much isolated sa WCS scene in general. But with this experience, they can learn. And nakita naman natin that they have learned along the way when it comes to a draft execution as well. But this is not yet the last time na makikita natin yung SLG.
Yeah, and I like nga na nagle-learn sila on the way, nag-a-adapt sila, nakakakuha na sila ng mas maraming kills compared sa mga ginagawa nila. Pero yung drafting nila, I think needs a lot of work sa side ng SLG. Kasi yung prioritization sa drafting ay the reason why they're getting countered a lot sa side ng, sa mga nakalaban nila like FENNEL, like EVOS, nakaka-counter sila lagi sa draft. Kasi yung mga kinukuha nila sa first rotation are not really supposed to be priorities. Kaya napapunish sila during in-game.
Yeah, that's true. I think right now we are seeing na yung SLG, they're playing their own game. Kasi ang hirap talaga to fully adapt talaga yung WCS Southeast Asia meta, no? But they are still playing their own game. Nakita natin mga respect bans doon. And unfortunately, yung pacing ng Southeast Asia is very quick, very aggressive, And again, sinabi ko nga, experience is the key. And this is not yet the last time for the side, of course, ng Oceania region to have their own comeback. But man, EVOS Thailand again 2-0. Parang potential triple tayo.
Oo nga eh. So nangyayari ngayon dahil wala nakuhang kahit isang game yung SLG against most of the teams here, yun na nga, parang malaki yung chance na makakita tayo dito ng triple tie and mga tiebreakers ulit later on. So yun na nga, yung makikita natin dito sa games natin. Kaya excited ako kung ano mangyayari dito sa triple tie natin. Whoever got the earliest na matapos yung games nila, yun yung magiging priority sa ating kung sino man yung mas makakaangat sa placements natin. But now, the panel would discuss this on a post-match right now.
Thanks, Hound. Thanks, Onlus. No worries. We'll finish your points for you so you guys don't have to feel bad about missing out what they were saying. All right, I know you guys have something to say. What is this? What's happening here, guys?
Well, let's start with you. I got too much on my head.
Right. The main takeaway I got from that outro from Hound is that Hound said that it was a harsh welcome. I think this is customary for Southeast Asia, right? Like Hound is kind of a snowflake, so we don't blame him.
Oh,
but yeah, he hasn't felt the Southeast Asian treatment. But
he's ice cold. But you guys
are on fire.
You guys feel it. You're on fire. So which one are you guys? Which one are you guys? Are you the Brush or you Brand?
I'm Brand.
You're Brand? You're Brand.
I'm Brand.
All right, so they're Brand, they get to enjoy the good life. They watch as their opponents burn in flames. And SLG, well, they've come into this one in a difficult matchup. EVOS have managed to close out a strong game against them. And we talk so much about these guys. I want to give credit where credit is due. SLG came in here with some strong innovation, bringing in this Blitzcrank in the bottom side.
Yeah, the idea of the Blitzcrank is good. I actually liked it, right? Like when I saw the Blitzcrank, I was happy because they had a direction they want to go to. Set up for the Yasuo, have a pick-off composition that might throw EVOS off their tempo. The problem is they didn't really utilize the Blitzcrank, and what we saw was very obvious, right? Just to make it simple, Lux Blitzcrank, you don't do much against the bot lane of EVOS. The Blitzcrank should be moving around the map, setting up success for the Wukong, setting up the Yasuo and the Riven. Aurora didn't do that, and the Blitzcrank was kind of just scrap metal in the bot lane.
And part of that innovation is that Yasuo, right? The fact that they went for the Yasuo in the end, and they had to pair it together, give them something to do here. How has that worked out for them?
Yeah, like back to the fiery point, like I thought that they're like these cavemen that just found fire for the first time. It's like, yes, this is great technology. We're gonna bank in on this. And what did EVOS do? Pick the Kali. It's still gonna be a bad matchup up mid, and the best pick, Renekton. Absolutely shuts them all down, and there's no way that this Yasuo could do anything throughout the match.
We have the highlights up for you guys here. So the first match, what we ended up seeing happen, EVOS went for a matchup that was very similar to what we saw from FLA. We saw role swaps happen again, the Lee Sin come into play for Utopia. He gave us that little Pingu moment, that little question mark. We love him for that. But still, SLG now facing off against some stiff competition. EVOS looked strong against them. First game went out pretty much exactly how we imagined, and with the second game, Husky, I know you have more thoughts.
Yeah, I think the theme for both Game 1 and Game 2 are pretty much the same. It's SLG having an idea of what to do, they had the framework, but they didn't utilize the draft as it was intended to. And this Blitzcrank pick could have been a miracle, the magic that they need if utilized correctly. But unfortunately, Aurora, he was just staying bot with Vamos, and it was a lane that he could not get anything done, and EVOS completely used that window to shut down the rest of the lane. You already handicap yourself with the Yasuo pick. That means that this Blitzcrank has to be active. You are a robot, you don't get tired from running around the map, but Aurora decided to take a break down bot, and it was kind of disastrous.
So let's talk about what EVOS did right. So we talked a lot about SLG. What did EVOS do right here for you, Contra?
Starting from the draft, they definitely have different things that they can accomplish here. Even hitting the late game, they will still look to be very steady. And you have so many great crowd controls. On top of that, I think that we've already covered about the Renekton. The way that they covered fights, which we can see from the highlights, they managed to make a big wraparound across the members of SLG, and they just tear them all apart. Like, everybody goes on this chaotic fight, and when do you get to press R on this Yasuo?
Yeah, never, really. And I love this from Katsune. We saw it there for just another second. The quadrant kill from Katsune, and it's such a nice look for EVOS. You know, they were previous champions in their own right now in the competition. Again, they must re-earn that title step by step. One of the first things that must be done is making it into the playoffs. And in playoffs, they will join into that second pool, meaning they play against the first seed from every single region. The toughest of the toughest, the strongest, in one of the strongest regions in the world.
they're going into this competition. Well, we're going for a quick little break, but when we come back, we're going to continue the action. Cerberus versus FENNEL University.
Looking for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark. Think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark. myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Some days I just can't get up, comatose, stupor. Same old energy, scared of what the future holds for me and all my friends. We want so much better. We can only get there if we all just come together. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop this now. Your love is what's most important. No one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other. Recognition, demolition, I just need your light. Upside down, turn it around. I know you know I'm right. Take this love and give it of your heartbeat. We can only get there, it's a two-way street. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop this now. Your love is what's most important. No one's gonna take us down. So love me now.
Welcome back, everybody. We're half day throughout our WCS Finals play-ins. Day 3 or the final day here. And Wildlings, are you guys ready? I'm your host here today. It's going to be Chu. And joined in by the panelists, none other than Odalus, from there to here. And now, Omo, finally you're in. How are you guys feeling?
Omo lose.
Omo lose.
Omo lose.
That's
Let's do
actually
it.
a really good nickname because Omo always loses.
Wow.
Do you?
Constantly.
Against Brandon.
Well, let's not talk about that. We don't talk about that one.
We'll see if you lose against me today because there's a very important thing that
Yes.
we have to talk about.
Yeah, that's kind of true. Speaking of which, our next series, which is going to be Cerberus Esports versus FLA. Now, this is going to be a heated one throughout the entire day of the finals. And also, who gets to get themselves into the playoff later? We have one more slot available. Cerberus definitely going to be in. Omo.
Yeah, Cerberus, like I said, they are the best team here by far. It's without a doubt that they're going to make it in as a first seed. They've secured that. They've locked that in. What I want to talk about now is FLA, FENNEL Adversity, and their chances to make it in. It sounds simple on paper because all they have to do is win one game here against Cerberus and then qualify for the main stage. Just one game.
Exactly. Just one game. It will give them enough points to just have an advantage against one team in EVOS. So for me and FENNEL Adversity, we're going to take it one game at a time and just make sure that, you know, against Cerberus, we're going to treat this just as an ordinary game, I would say.
And what we always say about FENNEL Adversity is we feel like they can win a game against anyone.
Exactly.
At the same time, they could lose a game against anyone, but they have the upset potential as well, right? So maybe that's what it takes here against Cerberus, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think Cerberus is just too good.
Did you watch the first 2 games? They were on a drive.
They were playing
momentum.
against SLG. I don't want to rub that in, but...
We'll see.
Wow. Wow, that's going to be a burn and toasted for FLA for now, since this is a very different team. I'm sorry, I ought to lose. You're losing here because I don't feel like SLG did kind of, you know, give it away towards the side of FLA team. But hey, we're going to talk about our prediction as well. We're going to go it fast this time. CES, Cerberus versus FLA. Now, I'm going to start with Omo because I do know.
I mean, the choice is clear. Everyone that's been watching the show knows every time Cerberus is playing, I'm going to say straight up, Cerberus is going to 2-0. It's going to be as simple as that because they're the best team in the play-in stage. Until they make it to the main stage, they will not drop a game.
Okay. Let me stop you for a bit. It will be FENNEL Adversity 2-0.
Okay,
Wow. Let's go. FLA 2-0 for CES. They'll be the first team to actually win against Cerberus here.
Yeah, I know. I came from the future.
But hey, for me, I'm going to go this time for Cerberus 2-0 against FLA. I hope I got my prediction right this time. But that's going to be it. But the reasoning, are you guys betting over here? Do we have any sort of punishment if that actually happens?
So I have a punishment if I lose, right? If you win, Autolus here has a FENNEL Adversity sticker.
Okay, exactly.
Yes.
And you got to stick it to your face.
So for context, I'm doing one more panel after this, and I'm casting for 2 more games. So I'll have an FLA sticker somewhere on my face.
There you go.
For the
All right.
entire duration of that.
Now I have all the reasons to win. Okay, let me just get the handicap here.
Okay.
Is it
Yes,
okay if
that's fine.
If
If
we
you
at
win
least
one
get
game,
1 point?
Yeah. You win
I
the bet.
Oh, okay, all
Fair.
right. And then if I lose,
I
what
don't
do
know.
do?
I'm really bad at coming up with bets, but I will figure this out.
Okay, you can figure this
Hey.
out.
We'll take a rain check.
What
on
I
it.
figured out though,
I'll
is that
give you a
there is-
horrible one. Don't worry.
okay, but what I have figured out though is
Yeah.
that there is a way for FENNEL Adversity to win, and here
Nice.
comes the auto-lose, auto-win conditions. Number 1. All right, so number 1, keep
Nice.
calm and split the map. Calm is a
Wow.
very good split pusher. We have seen his Camille an auto-win,
Oh, yes.
as indicated by Husky, and also his Riven. So I think they're more than confident to just put Calm on an island and let him lead the show. Number 2, make a rise. Meaning, he just has to have that counter pick, possibly. You know, he has this action, and he actually wins against Zed on that action pick, and he has a lot of counter picks on his arsenal. If he basically slows down, so does FENNEL Adversity. And number 3, bring out the Fly Swatter. Because it will be Fly's team. Then again, right, the most banned player in Cerberus Esports has been Fly, right? So just put the bans and give Arisen more space to breathe in the Dragon Lane.
But hey, I think there's a rebuttal coming up from Omo, definitely. For Cerberus,
You
we
can
do
tell,
know
right?
they're-
I'm itching to go.
they're champions.
Yeah.
There's not even a pool anymore. It's champions of oceans of everything there.
Yes. Exactly, and that's the problem here as well, right? You said ban out Fly. Well, there's too many picks to ban out. I think he's too skilled at too many different picks. He can play Enchantress as well. He just doesn't need to because he's so good at the engages. And I love that you brought up Calm. I love that you brought up Arise as well because you look at their counterparts here on the side of Cerberus. You have to look at, well, let's not talk about Hugh first, right? Let's talk about Taku and let's talk about BMM because if they're the ones that's going to be playing here today, their champion pools are massive. And if we talk about target banning, counter picking, well, I feel like Cerberus, their pool is just too wide for that. And I think it's really going to come down to side selection as well.
Exactly.
Maybe on red side, I could see FLA take a game.
Then again, we have to go back to the regional finals of Vietnam. Okay. How Team Flash attacked CES was on the top side, right? So, for FENNEL Adversity, just borrow a player from the playbook, and this should be okay.
Yeah, and I want to take a look at Cerberus here as well, right? You look at their regional finals. So this was back in Vietnam, like you said. In the finals, Gragas was picked a lot, but he's kind of fallen out of favor in the meta, right? It doesn't matter, that's not important. We don't look at that. Renekton and Jace, this tells us a story here. We linked that into their top picks here at WCS Finals as well, and you see what CES likes to play are powerful champions. Yeah, this is really cool, by the way.
That's so cool.
I'm kind of scared, by the way, but he's snarling at you, Choo Choo, so I think you should be a little bit more scared.
He can eat my head, but you mentioned about Jace.
Yeah,
you saw
Jace
how
Arcade.
Jace usually wins a lot of games here today.
Yeah, Jace is a very powerful champion, and I think the name of the game for Cerberus is Power Picks. You look at what they've played here at the WCS Finals as well. Olaf has been extremely successful for them. Varus, Renekton is still a staple, and I think that's going to be how they win the series here today. You're going to fight fire with fire, and Cerberus always has more firepower.
Now, the question that I may have for you, because this series is no longer, it's non-bearing for Cerberus. They're already first seed.
Yes.
Will they play around a bit?
Well, I still feel like, given what they've shown so far, it's all power picks, and they haven't had to show too much. So unless they get target banned, I expect them to pretty much just play the same champions. I can just close my eyes going to draft, and I'll see something like, oh, there's going to be a Renekton and Olaf, maybe a Varus in there somewhere,
You mentioned about Olaf and also Varus. There's going to be one of their top picks as well. So there's going to be, this is so cool.
I actually really love that.
I'm loving this one, but hey,
Kind of
Olaf.
want to take a selfie, right?
Can we actually do that now? Not right now. We can ask for later.
Yeah.
But definitely Renekton is like one of their core picks here coming out from the side of Cerberus. So do you think FLA will actually snatch it away first?
Of course. There is this case for FENNEL University that they really love to study their opponent. And if taking away champions is the #1 thing to really throw off the rhythm of the opponent, FENNEL University will do that, right? Now the question is, again, at least if I'm going to stick with my win conditions or with auto win conditions, just stick and play on the top side and make sure that Fly doesn't get really too comfortable.
But hey, that's going to be on hold for now for CS versus FLA. We have one more series. We're going to be the last of it. Now, for this prediction, one team versus SLG. Okay, just drop the numbers. Just drop the numbers in which team. That's it.
A moment of silence first for SLG fans in the region, because this is not going to be any easier. This is against one team that we're talking about, right? And to me, they did their homework, right? They flew over, they're here, they were able to play against the best of the best, but then again, the resources, the practice environment, it shows here that they are not that equipped to face the best of the best.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take away from this, I think, from SLG is you don't look at the score lines, you don't look at how the games went, you kind of treat it as a learning experience, you try to take away as much as you can, bring it back home to Oceania, see what you can implement in the future, right? But I do think it's a bit of a copium, no, it's a lot of a copium thing going on here, but SLG against one team, maybe this is the team that they will be tested the least against, just because of the pacing which one team likes to play at. I say that, but yesterday we saw Sienio also go crazy on that Olaf in the early game, so we know one team can be aggressive. It's just, will they do so in the draft? I mean, at the end of the day, I still think it's going to be a 1-team 2-0.
I mean, like, drop down numbers here. It's going to be 2-0, 2-0 for you guys, but it's going to be 0 for SLG.
Of course.
Yeah, there you go. The same goes for me. I'm sorry, SLG, but we see that you're trying and thriving, but the thing is, I think they kind of get a good exposure for this time, at least, to bring it out
Hated exposure.
to their regions. So they're playing for exposure. Maybe for the next season, we're going to see something different thing coming up from the side of this series. But hey, teams are ready, but are you guys ready? Because right now we're going to jump into our drafting Renekton, looking at for both FLA and also Cerberus. But will they ban or will they pick first? We're going to jump into the matchup. Okie dokie, are you guys ready?
Yep.
Is this gonna be the tiebreaker if FLA actually winning one of the match, not the entire series, is enough?
Yeah, just one.
Just one.
Just one is enough.
I mean, the way things are looking right now, we're shaping up for a three-way tie at the end of the day, aren't we? Between FLA, EVOS, and one
Nah.
team. FLA,
No one wants
in
that.
their heads. I mean, I do kind of want that. I think it'll be really exciting to see these last three teams face off. But FLA, you know, I think you don't want that. You want them to win it here. You want them to lock in their spot to the main
I
stage here.
want that sticker on your face. That's what I want. Karma being banned here by FLA, good respect against CES again. Being able to play Karma on 2 lanes specifically. Now, the red side being FENNEL University, do you like this?
I mean, I think you like this. They'll have the chance to counterpick, right? That's what we
Exactly.
talked about. You want Calm to have a chance to pop off. You want to rise. Red side's with the best chance to do it.
Exactly.
I think that this is a very respected, calm ban of their Camille. Earlier today, we saw how he can actually just 2v1 away in the last minute versus Zed as well. And that's a pretty good ban, but I still a lot of, you know, champions are being left out here, still not being banned out.
Yeah, I like the Olaf ban. That's a good one.
There's no rushing here. CES could, you know, just elect not to ban the Yumi because Yumi is most
Never mind.
effective.
There we go.
Okay. All right.
You were hoping for them to let go of Yumi here.
Nah, I still think that Yumi is second rotation pick worthy, not really the first rotation pick worthy.
There's a lot of respect coming out from CES though. Omo, do you think they're gonna do something that's unexpected for CES? We mentioned about Renekton is still on the loser.
Look, it's just gonna be a first pick Jace or first
Yeah,
pick
I know.
Darius.
Yeah.
I don't expect them to show any cards here. Why, right? Because you've already locked in your spot.
Gragas.
Okay, so this means a first pick Jace.
FLA saw the stat that we put up on the screen just now. 6 games of Gragas. That's better, guys.
Going for the Jace, and to counter, this could possibly
But there's
ascend.
no Camille, right? You ban away the Camille, you get the Jace. There's very little matchup that can really punish that in Wild Rift.
For me, this could very well be a Senna game. True. University loves their Senna. Danny's most picked champion in the region as a whole is Senna.
Autolose, I want to ask you something, right? With the Camille, nice call.
There you go.
With the Camille banned away, what do you think FLA will play into the Jace here? Riven?
Wait, hold on. Because this is a potential that there is a potential that Jace could still be in the mid lane. Sure. So as much as possible, you want to keep things flexible. Renekton is
Like
also,
that. That's
well,
flexible.
This is never. Oh well, kind of flexible, right? Arise still plays the Renekton, but given the history though, Calm's second favorite champion is Renekton.
But I'm not a fan of that matchup though, Renekton.
Of course.
Jace, right? Yeah. It's a little bit odd. All right, interesting.
But
Let's see.
can you explain why it's not your favorite matchup yet?
Yeah, it's just one of those matchups where Jace has full control of the lane. He can prio you, he can zone you away. Renekton has very little opportunities to try to find windows to trade. And every trade is pretty much a bad trade in this matchup.
But I think Jace is pretty much still a flex pick, which can
Yeah,
be
it is,
placed
it is.
anywhere still.
It's primarily top though, right? Like you kind of expect it to go top with a flex potential to go mid.
You know how I really describe this champion, Jace?
Yeah.
He wins every trade automatically because he has 6 skills.
Yeah, he does.
That's basically it. And looking at what we have here, it's a very strong early game champion.
It's power, right?
Yeah,
When we
I know.
describe CES drops, it's power.
Xin Zhao. What would be the answer here for FLA? Senna Nasus. This is too.
I don't
I'm
like
not too
this,
happy
right?
with this. Yeah.
Like you've already shown the center lane and you're playing it into Varus as well. He's gonna out-trade you in this lane. I'm not fond of this matchup in CS. It's a typical comp for them. They have a lot of power, but they also have a lot of poke. And if you look at their drops, because they prioritize Jason Varus so much, poke comps have been very good for CES. They are very good at playing around, kiting and using the spells, using the cooldowns, playing around rotations. This comp just looks right up their alley.
Exactly. As it does appear that we have to wait for the second rotation of the picks and bans
So
to
far,
happen.
CES haven't picked any of their support yet. So
Well,
chances are, who do you think they might actually pick against?
There's the respect. The Thresh flies water. Just ban his champion.
Flies water.
Yep.
But he still can play Rakan for the side of CES, so he's really good with Rakan. So we do know their champion pool coming out from CES. No matter how you ban, they still can outpick or outdraft you in either way.
You know, I'm thinking right now, right? Because you have two options here. If you were Fly, you could play something like the Rakan to try to enable Mess and go very aggressive as a sub-jungle duo. But I also think there's an option on the table for him to play something like an Enchanter, for him to play something like a Lulu and really just try to destroy the lane here.
Yeah, I'm loving the Lulu pick for CES here. But I'm also loving that FLA just wants to fight fire with fire. Having that Lee Sin one of the strongest early game champions in the jungle that we have in the meta right now, or actually in the game.
In the game, yeah. But I want to ask you something though. Like every time I've watched Domain play Lee Sin, I've not really been impressed. I don't really feel like it's his kind of champ.
It's actually his favorite
Really?
champion. Yeah.
I mean, I like it when he's playing all-in champs, right? Renga, Olaf, but is Lee? Well, let's see. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong.
There will be an instance in this game that you will see a doming insect kick. Or
Let's
flash
get
kick,
it then.
kick
Let's
flash,
get it.
Something. But Galio being picked up here, a very stable counterpart for a Varus. Now I'm actually looking into FENNEL adversity because this appears.
Oh,
Aurelion Soul.
I love it. They actually played one
is a very
for
early game
CS in
oriented
their
though.
regional back then. And they actually won because of this pocket pick coming up from Asol, or we call it Aurelion Soul. But based on this composition, I'm gonna ask for Odalus first.
Wait,
He's
we
booting
still have
for
to wait
FLA.
for the last pick, and I'm thinking this is a marksman as well. They're borrowing.
Akshan, maybe?
Possibly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
there you go.
Akshan, right? That's, you kind of want to match the roam with the roam.
The double marksman composition is something that was kind of effective against CES when one team played it. Like one team, CES really tried to deny that from one team. And if we remember, CES versus one team took a long while.
Yeah.
So the scaling for FENNEL Adversity, infinite scaling on the Zed Nasus, and the Akshan on Arise is a match made in heaven.
Yeah, I really like this Akshan pick because it really just shuts down what CES is trying to do. Or not shuts down, but it negates it a little bit. Because if you look at CES's comp, it's very clear what the goals are. Strong side lanes, push, 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 stack to dive. We have mid jungle that have power and they can roam with you, early wave clear as well. Akshan can kind of combat that, Lee Sin can kind of combat that. It's going to be fire against fire. I do agree, but I think CES, their side lanes are so much stronger.
Exactly.
And he's saying now FLA might lose.
No.
You're voting for them.
Well, the number one auto-win condition of having calm split push, right? It's not going to happen against the Jace. I don't think so. But the number two win condition for FENNEL Adversity is for a rise to rise. And this is the game
For
I
a
believe
rise.
he will be rising above the rise.
Yeah, but will it be a Fly Swatter game? That's going to be another question, though. Can they swat it away for Fly?
I mean, he is still on a Galio. He's still on a champ that with a lot of initiative.
Yeah.
So I still feel we will see this guy pop off.
Yeah,
just play
definitely.
topside though. I'm thinking that there is an opportunity for Doming to really help calm, bully out this Jace, at least in the early game, right?
But I don't know, your voice sounds not a bit convincing.
He's trying to convince himself.
Yeah, I know. It's like he's trying to justify it. Maybe. It's a maybe. Don't cry again.
It's because it's a Jace. It's
But
one of the strongest
but hey,
champions
that
in the game
Jace
right now.
or not,
Yeah,
don't worry,
Jace is
Auto
really
lose. Hopefully it's going to be Auto win. But here goes the Rift action taking.
Alright, ladies and gents, ito na ang pinakahintay natin. Of course, the
Uy,
third
may
series
bakbakan.
action agad! Dito, CERBERUS Esports versus FENNEL Adversity. Again, very crucial series dito. We are going to be your shoutcatters, of course, Dada, here together with Papi Dash.
And eto na nga, simula agad ng laban, simula agad ng suntukan, nakita natin yung nakuha nila agad na XP on their side. They were able to already win some early skirmishes for the side of CERBERUS na magiging malaki rin sa kanila later on.
Oh yeah, and speaking of which, napakagandang auto-lose, auto-win condition na nakita natin doon sa
tama.
production. Papi Otto pa shout out naman. Pero
Baka
yeah,
naman.
great points. Great points actually from Papi Otto-Lose, no? Sabi niya, calm right now split pushing strategy will not be effective this time around, of course. Pero we have to take note that Arise right now on that marksman, specifically of course on this action, he has a big role to fill in dito, Papi Dash.
And Joe, sa nakikita mo, an Akshan versus... Oh, wait, pero itong top eh. Nakikita ko may gank dito eh.
Oh, exactly as what you have expected dito. There's gonna be a first blood kill. Pero naka-trade doon. But then again, it will be a first blood advantage for the side of FENNEL.
Okay, 1 for 1. Good thing na nakuha sila ng trade on the side of CERBERUS. FLA, nakuha nila yung first blood. Big win for their side. And ito nga, usually the Jace versus the Renekton matchup, pag nakakuha ng advantage yung isa, magiging malaki yung panalo nila for their side. So ito, for now, nakita natin FLA, even si Arise naging aggressive. So Arise and Aurelion Soul, ito ni BMM, ang ine-expect nating win conditions dito sa early parts of the game natin. The way that they rotate, yun yung magiging magsiset apart sa teams natin kung paano nila i-rotate yung match na to kasi pareho silang may malaking access sa mobility.
Yes, that's true. And with this Aurelion Sol, I think this is not new, especially for Cerebrum Esports to use this champion as well and PMM and highlight din ng panels dito that they are one of the teams as well with a great champion pool, very flexible as well. And you have mentioned, of course, Dash, that the agility or the speed rather to roam across the Wild Rift is one of the key here for both teams.
Yung the tandem dito the jungle mid tandem. Upside, nakita na si Calm dito pero meron tayong rotations from Danny. So if ever magda-dive sila sa top side, ready at on the go ang Danny natin, si Kuya Danny sa side ng FLA.
I'm just happy to see, of course, si Danny ulit nandito sa Sena niya. And I'm very excited, especially if Danny goes for this hard AD carry talaga. Now, Ryzen as well. Highlight natin now on that Nasus. Alam naman natin, former top laner dito, but here in WCSP Finals, nag-jump na go siya sa support role. But there you go. This is going to be the pick off that the side of Cerberus Esports is going to need a 4-man commitment dito. A Ryzen left alone. That is going to be surely a kill dito against the Ryzen. Pero grabe tankiness. That is going to be a time been taken out. Pero doon sa top side, at trade na naman dito coming in from FLA. Ito pinaparity nila dito Dash yung top side.
Gusto ko yung pinapakita ng FLA. Hindi sila nagpapatalo pag minawala sa kanilang isa. Kukuha sila ng something else around the map. And ito, objectives natin ay up na. So sisimulan agad ni Mesto. Pag nakuha nila to agad, yun ay masama for FLA. Nag-rotate sila. So kailangan nila i-contest itong Ocean Drake na nandito sa bottom side ng mapa natin.
Grabe, it's very quick yung transition ng mga teams natin ngayon. Now it's gonna be, of course, Cerberus going to go for the Dragon contest dito. Calm jumping in, pero nakuha pa rin dito. Of course, Nimes yung objective. Still managed to flash back. Still managed to escape. It is gonna be FLA here in the pit. Just as Sponge connected, and Danny forced to go back with that summoner spell as well. Walang napitas doon. No casualties, pero objective mission complete for Cerberus.
Nagka-enduran lang sa side ng CES at FLA kanina during that fight. Wala tayo nakitang kills. Meron trades lang dito ng objectives na nakita natin. Kinuha yung referral sa top side. So gusto lang nila makakuha ng plates on the side of Doming dito. Nakuha nila yung first trade. That is a big win for FLA. Getting that tower pressure would just accelerate yung advantage nila all over the map. Later on, pag lumabas na yung second objective na.
Wow, you mentioned, of course, Dash, grabe yung trades na pinapakita ng FENNEL University. And wow, very quick! Talaga, this is just a fast-paced game. Kahit nakuha doon, of course, ng Cerberus Esports yung objective on the Dragon, hindi ko napansin yon that they have taken as well that referral on the top side. Great trade still between these two teams.
Yeah, ito. Talagang ini-slow down nila yung pace ng game natin kasi wala pa naman tayo talagang nakikitang objective. This is a very classic matchup for both of our teams na talagang ini-slow down lang nila. Hintay lang sila ng time para magkaroon ng susunod objectives. Wave clear lang kasi you know, etong team compositions natin from both of our sides is hindi tayo mag-expect ng late game power from both of them. Pareho silang makikibagbakan ng early to mid game. Siguro pwede natin magbigay ng isang situation na yes, pwedeng lumakas sa Taco, pwedeng lumakas si Danny. Pero feel ko hindi tayo aabot sa point na yun. Kung sino yung maka-snowball dito, dun sa second objective natin, sila yung magkakaroon ng malaking advantage.
Now that is crucial. Team fights, big team fights. Alam naman natin, of course, Cerberus Esports as well as FENNEL University love those objective takedowns. And I just wanna ask Dash, yes or no? Dito, si Arise, do you think he's going to go for the Hellbreaker?
Oy!
But hold that thoughts! Ito, surprise indeed! Grabe yung sipa na yun, but the counter attack coming in side of Cerberus Esports is not enough. Another trade between these two teams. Taco's out, Doming's out. Grabe naman yun, but this could be a flanking maneuver once again for the side of Cerberus Esports. Hindi pa nakusing laban natin. Calm, keep calm, because he is under pressure here, but he's out of position, outnumbered. A kill for Cerberus Esports.
Ito yung sinasabi natin yung Cerberus, yung rotation nila is very big. Yes, nakakuha sila ng 2 kill pero still up on the pressure itong si Arise. Balik ako sa question mo kanina, no, Deadeye. I can see a way na pwede, kumuha sila ng Hullbreaker dito kay Arise. If gusto nila pupuntahin lang si Arise dito sa side lanes natin para makapag-push lang siya and para sabi nga ni Oculus kanina, Arise should rise on this game. And Hullbreaker is isa sa mga key para gawin nila yun.
And now FLA still holding their ground. Same thing coming in from CERBERUS, pero nakikita natin mas aggressive yung rotations ngayon coming in from CERBERUS here. They're just going to go for that pick of rotations, but we have to commend din yung quickness when it comes to response from FLA's movement as well.
Oo, yun na nga. Ito yung sinasabi natin, movements lang, Aurelion Sol is the key for CES na makaroon sila ng mga mabibilis na rotation to their side, no? Kasi it's a very early game champion, has a lot of pressure, has a lot of HP. So, kailangan nila gamitin yung pressure or yung movement abilities nito ni Aurelion Sol para mapabilis yung game, ma-accelerate in their favor. So far, FL is slowing it down. I like na sinaslow down nila to kasi remember, even though na sinabi natin na wala tayong late game potential on both sides, we still have marksmen sa side ng FLA. And dalawa yun. Kaya, yun yung kailangan nating tignan dito. Kung paano gagawin yung objectives ng FLA at ng CES.
Wow. We have seen previous series, no, fast-paced yung laro, but between these two, CERBERUS Esports and FENNEL just playing it carefully. And now that is gonna be a miss. Nandito si Fly out of position. Siya yung tinatarget dito ng side ng FENNEL with the comeuppance has been used as well. Napatras doon si Fly. And they will control yung Dragon Pit dito. FENNEL should be careful kasi ready din dito yung CERBERUS to go for this contest.
Oh, mahirap dito. Si BMM may voice of light. Pwede sila palayuin ni BMM every time. Pag lumapit sila, tinry nila lumapit. And even si Dome, pero ito, maglalaban na ata sila.
Yeah, numbers advantage dito yung side ng CERBERUS, pero nakuha pa rin. Dito ni Messi yung objective na yun. Counter punch for the side of FENNEL Adversity. Hinabo doon. And yun, the first damage. And dito na nga si Calm trying to go for this attack. And CERBERUS Esports backs away. Pero grabe, yung hold na yon, they really love the Dragon objectives here kasi yung sinabi mo nga, Dash, when it comes to late game, malaki yung advantage dito ng FENNEL Adversity.
Oh, ang ganda nung kick doon kanina. Nakita naman natin. And ito, sinisimulan na nila yung Red Herald. Tinatry nila kunin pero magsisimula na ata sila.
Yeah, it's gonna be a mess right now, pero nakuha na nga dito ni Doming yung objective na yon. Not enough damage for the side of CERBERUS. Oh, Horizon still has been pick up doon. A kill for the side of CERBERUS Esports. Action-packed na nakita natin.
Yeah. 1-for-1, 4K gold lead. A lot of towers are down sa side ng CES. So ito yung kailangan nila. Okay lang na nakukuha sila nun. Basta itong mid-internet nila, kailangan nila i-defend.
Kailangan talaga i-defend, and we know how careful FENNEL Adversity is when it comes to their turret objectives, no? So the defense is the key dito on the side of FENNEL Adversity. This is still a close fight. Nakita natin. Dash, very crucial series as well. Again, one win kailangan dito ng FENNEL Adversity just to make sure to take that second spot sa ating play-ins. If matalo sila dito ng CERBERUS Esports in a sweep, it's going to be a possible three-way tie with the side of one team and EVOS TH.
Oo, grabe naman. And yun na nga yung tinatanong natin kanina, yung Hullbreaker doon sa kay Arise sa items. And siya nag-Hullbreaker, nag-transition sa Stormracer. Very smart to. Kasi kailangan talaga nila ng damage sa composition na to. Dahil if walang magda-damage, if lahat sila magba-Black Cleaver to utility build sa kanilang, and HP build pala sa kanila, mawawalan talaga sila ng damage. Good thing, ginawa to ni Arise. Ito yung chance talaga na mag-rise si Arise. Kasi sa nakikita natin dito sa damage potential nila, slowly but surely si BMM mawawalan ng damage to. Kaya yun yung kailangan nila. Kailangan lang nila mag-buy ng time kasi itong mga marksman na to sa side ng FLA ay magkaka-damage later on.
Tama, Dash. When it comes to late game, si BMM dito magiging utility champion na lang siya. Of course, the Star Surge will be great when it comes to a team fight, but the damage output, nandito naman coming in from Arise. It is actually for the side of Com, nag-Hullbreaker siya, at least trying to fend off din yung side pressure na ginagawa dito ni Taku sa kanyang, of course, champion dito. But FENNEL Adversity, they love this kind of pacing. Taking it slowly but surely, CERBERUS Esports, I think the timer is against them.
Oo. Yun talaga yung gusto ng FLA. Gusto lang nila lumaban sa objectives, hindi sila magta-take ng fights na alam nilang hindi sila mananalo. Calculated plays talaga yung FLA. So ito, sa nakikita natin, CES, nagiging reactive sila sa mga nangyayari. Parang nagiging impatient na nga sila. Gusto nila humanap ng tower, gusto nila humanap ng kill. Pero yung FLA, hindi sila binibigyan ng chance.
Grabe, controlled aggression talaga, no? Just showing the core characteristics of FENNEL Adversity here in the series. And alam natin on how aggressive CERBERUS Esports is. But ito na nga, nagkamapans and nalocate yung formation dito ng side ng CERBERUS Esports. It is gonna be now Danny and Doming going sa likod with that Sonic Wave. Trying to go for the pick-up and they did! managed to take down Fly. Another one falls down, messes up. Grabe information dito ng side ng FENNEL Adversity. Trying to play the battlefield as well. Hindi pa sila tapos. Flashes in. Another one falls down. Gensa is out. They're looking for more blood. FENNEL Adversity right here. Just dominating that team fight.
3-4-1 dun sa fight na yun. FLA in-start nila yung fight. If nakita natin yung Dragon's Rage kanina ni Domeng, yun yung reason kung bakit sila nanalo. Pag wala si Fly, wala na sila masyadong CC on the side of CES. Yes, meron sila. Pwede natin sabihin na si Aurelion Sol, yes, may Voice of Flight pa, meron pang slow, pero hindi enough yung slow eh. Lahat sila nakaka-attack pa sa side ng FLA. Kaya nung time na yun, FLA just got the bigger advantage.
Power spike talaga, Dash, no? The power spike is now here. FENNEL Adversity right now is just feeling it. Panararamdaman dito ng FENNEL Adversity, but hindi pa sila magkumpiyansa. But there's gonna be a miss here sa side lane natin. Try to go for that flanking maneuver. Pero CERBERUS Esports knows about this one. They need to be very careful at this moment in time din. Parang dragon takedown na naman yung makikita natin here dito, Dash.
Ito na, at least, ito na yung chance na FLA makakuha ng Dragon of their own. Hindi sila abot ng Wind Becomes Lightning dito. So, kailangan mag-commit ng CES if ever gusto nila mag-fight. Pero priority ng FLA na i-defend yung mid lane turret and tinitreaten ng CES yun. They know na kailangan nila kunin to. Tingnan mo to, fight na ata.
Grabe naman, nag-proto belt doon si Fly, trying to go for the initiation, the stun for the Star Surge, pero not enough follow-up coming in from the side of CERBERUS Esports. They managed to take down that pin turret there, pero again, out of nowhere! Grabe naman yun, that's gonna be pick off now, wala na si Taku! It is gonna be FENNEL Adversity with the down ng Shadow down sa likod, and now Fly jumping in with that Hero's Entrance, pero that sustainability will be giving time for CERBERUS dito para makapag-back away. Now, as you mentioned, Dash, first time here, it is gonna be FENNEL Adversity kukunin yung Dragon takedown.
Si Kuya Domeng naman, yung mga Dragon's Rage naman natin dyan. Grabe yung pressure na nakukuha nila. Yung CES, nagdidikit-dikit sila. That's why madali yung chance ni Domeng makuha yung isang big Dragon's Rage na makakatama sa marami. And usually, nasusurprise yung CES. Every time na nangyayari yun, hindi sila nakakapag-react. Kasi si Domeng, it's just, parang, he's just everywhere.
Domeng Baskog, pre. Yung kami dito sa mga Ilonggo, no, Bisaya, when we say Baskog, Dash, malakas yan. Tigas, kumbaga. Baskog. As Domeng. Proud Ilonggo yan. And grabe. His listen pa nga, nakita naman natin on his performance when it comes to WCS PH. His listen is one of the best. Now, showing here against sa CERBERUS Esports. Now, CERBERUS here is looking great. Map control, nandito na sa FENNEL.
Si Domeng, nagnakaw pa nga ng blue buff. Kinukuha na lang ni BMM eh. Nakuhanan pa nga siya. And ito, sa nakita natin kanina, no, ini-expect ko kanina during the start of the fight na si Mess yung may advantage against a Lee Sin. Kasi you know naman, Xin Zhao in the early stages of the game, ine-expect natin na meron siyang damage compared sa Lee Sin. Yes, may burst si Lee Sin, pero kayang mag-sustain ni Mess. Pero so far, si Domeng yung lagi nakakuha ng advantage.
Exactly. And now, with this itemization, meron na siya nga GA. With this GA, meron siyang confidence na nakita natin, Dash. Out of nowhere, just jumping in with the flashy kicks against CERBERUS Esports dito. Pero, that was very shocking. And I think yung element of surprise, it is one of the, one of the key din against CERBERUS Esports because they love major team fights, they love to hold on, pero unpreparedness is one of their weakness na nakita ngayon ng FENNEL Adversity.
Parang hindi sila handa dito sa binibigay sa kanila ng FENNEL Adversity. I like this FENNEL Adversity energy na nakikita ko right now. Si Calm kanina pa, even during the games against SLG, si Calm, ang lakas lagi, ang taas lagi ng gold lead niya against his adversary. Tingnan mo si Taku, 1.5k gold lead. Meron si Calm. Kaya ang laking advantage yan for him. Getting the item, getting the Hull Breaker, walang may kaya makipag 1v1 sa kanya at this point.
And now he's putting pressure as well dito sa bot side. Nagre-react na nga yung CERBERUS Esports. And you know what, Dash, this time around, kahit anong gawin ng CERBERUS Esports to find a way na para makapag-pick off sila, hindi binibigay ng FENNEL Adversity.
Yeah, and also nagpapahirap pa dito, sobrang low-key. Yung Nasus ni Arising, yung Spirit Fire, every time na nagsisimula sila ng fight, shredded sobra yung armor nila. May kasama pang slow kasi naka-realize pa itong si Arising. Kaya pag tinamaan sila ng Spirit Fire, low-key, nauubos yung buhay nila sa kanila side. Ito, nakamiss pa nga eh.
Tama nga yung sinabi mo. Plus, with this 4 Black Reavers right now na nasecure ng side ng FENNEL Adversity, stacks mo pa yung armor reduction na yun, armor penetration. And now the first damage is real. Domeng just shining in this game 1 sa ating opening game. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, sa play-ins natin, Cerberus Esports, flawless sa kanilang run. Wala pa silang talo. And this could be potential the first game loss sa kanila.
Oh, yung laki niya, no? Yung Star Surge!
Grabe naman.
Nakakatakot yung Star Surge na yan. Pero yun nga, yung sinasabi nga natin kanina, the biggest wins for FLA here is pag nagkaroon ng damage itong si Danny tsaka si Arise. Pag meron na silang damage, nakikita natin may Black Cleaver, may Sunderer, tas 3 items na si Arise. So pag na-shred yung armor nila, yung full armor, parang, kumbaga, kung naka-silver or full-plated silver armor sila, nagiging leather armor na lang eh. After, every time na nagsisimula yung fight. Kaya, every time, yung lakas ng damage si Arise at Danny against them.
Now that you have mentioned, if makuha pa nga ng Final Adversity yung Elder Dragon na Infernal na dito, hindi lang leather, magiging cloth armor na lang dito. Kasi grabe na yung damage potential coming in from Final Adversity here. And now, Cerberus Esports, hindi nila gusto na ibigay freely dito yung Infernal Dragon. They're preparing to mid, pero ito na naman si Domeng, the flanking maneuver. Nahuli the orb in the stasis pop-up against Kensa. Donic Shadow doesn't go the additional sustain, but this is just insane damage for Final Adversity. Napatras na lang yung Cerberus Esports. Comeuppance up. Fly here, backs away. A double here for Calm. Hindi pa tapos yung Final Adversity because they're hungry for more blood. An opportunity for them to take this Infernal Dragon, pero surprise! There's Tonto. Huli yung 4, pero ano nangyari? It is still gonna be Final Adversity with a counter punch. A double here for Danny. Going straight beeline dito sa inhibitor turret sa mid.
Ito na, gusto na yata nila tapusin. Meron sila tayo para gawin si Beth.
Last embrace! Oh, the ace! Ladies and gents, mga baskog sa Wild Rift PH! Ito na nga! The first game loss ng Cerberus Esports! Final Adversity showing dominance here in the opening game!
FENNEL pala ang magbibigay ng unang talo ng Cerberus dito. Look at the happiness ng members ng FLA. Pinoy pride ang nakikita natin. First loss ng Cerberus, nakuha ng FLA. Ito ay just magsa-set up ng momentum nila para sa susunod na game natin, Deday.
Pinoy pride indeed. Napakasaya ko ngayon. No bias. No bias pa nga.
Totoo.
Pero grabe.
No
bias. Pero napakasaya ko ngayon. That was an insane performance. And again, first game loss. And that is a big thing na pinakita dito ng Final Adversity because they are showing, sabi nga ni Otolus, that Final Adversity is the strongest team dito sa play-ins.
Yeah, let Arise rise. And nakita naman natin during that game, even the action, sobrang low-key lang ng mga damage nila ni Danny. Pero enough yun para ma-shred yung most ng members ng CES during that game. And also si Calm, talagang kahit iwan mo lang si Calm sa lane, bigyan mo siya ng isang kill, enough na yun para makapag-snowball siya, para makapag-Oha Bards nga, sabi ni Osiren.
Exactly. And to be honest, I have doubts with the switch of Arisen on the supporting role. But again, from the series we have seen, nagiging aggressive na talaga yung Final Adversity. Great adjustments here, especially here with the WCS Finals na nakikita natin against other regions, showing that Final Adversity specifically and the PH region can really be versatile as well.
Yun nga maganda dito sa ginagawa nila. And sa nakita naman natin, if he's using the Nasus, it's way better talaga. Wither, Spirit Fire, yun lang yung mga kailangan niyang gawin. And enough na yun para magkaroon sila ng advantage. And we're just gonna be heading back to the panel, everyone, for the post-match analysis from our panel.
Cerberus actually lose. But hey, Emo, you lost that. You know what?
One of us is having fun.
Evelyn!
Oh, you have something for me. What is this? What is this supposed to be here? This is the FLA sticker? Okay, so where's it going on my face? I'll let you take a pic.
Left.
Left? All right. So I lost the bet officially. FLA.
There we go.
Oh wait, this doesn't fit. This doesn't stick. I think I've got like 30 layers of makeup on, so it doesn't work.
Yeah.
You can just put it on your forehead. It works usually.
There we go.
There we go.
Finally. I'm repping Final Fight.
Pose for a moment. Oh. 1, 2, 3.
There we go. Clip that. Clip
there you go.
Branded by Otolus on the face of Omo. But hey, Omo, so many things happening, especially even in the early stage of the match just now.
Before we talk about the game, I want to backtrack and bring up one thing really quickly. Do you guys remember when we started off the first panel 2 days ago? I said that FLA was the second best team here. That's true. I did peg them to get out of That's groups. true.
He still
So you
want to claim
basically
his stuff.
won, right? You still. I win either way, right?
But I mean, like, you voted for Cerberus, even though you
Yes.
thought they're
Well,
second best, but they fought against the best right now.
Yeah.
That kind of bring FLA one of the best.
I mean, we casted our votes even before day one started, right? Just to be fair. But there's also one thing to highlight here, right? Top lane. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what you guys were talking about, right? The top play, the early game. And I gotta say, I think Doming must have hurt me or something because I was saying, like, I have not been too impressed by his Lee Sin. He won the game. Not even the mid-game kicks, not even the late-game kicks, not even every time he kicked Navarus into his team. He won the game from level 2. And it's just amazing because he cheated the timing window. If you look at how Cerberus play around the Jace, that's what I said the last time. They are so great at identifying roam windows for their supports and their junglers to go and cover for that Jace. But it doesn't matter because Doming cheated the timing window, level 2 red buff to top lane, he got the kill off, even though it was a 1-for-1. That just shut the Jace down. He can't snowball. Cerberus, their hands are tied. They could no longer roam top lane. And every time you see the A-Soul roam down to the bottom lane, you know that Cerberus have messed up somewhere. Exactly. And again, going back to the auto win conditions, right? I did say, let calm split push. And that's what happened. That's what happens against the Jace if Jace is far behind. Renekton will be able to sustain enough damage coming from the Jace and will be a threat by himself. Number 2, let Arise rise. And we discussed S3, you know, the item selection of Arise. He has a different way of playing Akshan. Oftentimes we see Akshan on Hallbreaker, which is actually something that Riku is allergic about. Now, with the 2 items that has been picked up, the Black Cleaver into the Storm Razor, and possibly even the Infinity Edge. Yeah, the Edge. He hurts so much. Yeah, and I think something to touch on a bit as well. You talked about Calm in the top lane, right? When you see a Renekton play against a Jace matchup, and he buys Mercury Treads, yeah, the game's kind of done, right? He's just like, this matchup is free. I no longer care. We've won.
For you, like that kind of matchup, how do they actually fix it in that condition?
No, it's done. Jace is just really snowball here. You have to devote a lot of resources to fix it, and if you do devote a lot of resources to fix it, the Renekton is too strong at that point in the game, where you see, if you take a 3v3 skirmish, you saw on the screen, when both teams traded sides of the maps, A-Soul roamed down to the bot lane. Yep. FENNEL University, they had 3 players top lane as well. If you imagine a situation where it's flipped, and we take a 3v3 top lane, you're never going to win that on the side of Cerberus. Your Jace is too weak. Again, it goes back to the regional finals thing. Yeah. Between the Team Flash and Cerberus. How did Team Flash demolish Cerberus? It was on the top side, right? They just, dissected the top side, played around Zissou and Shy so well, and it's very reminiscent. I'm just so happy that FENNEL University got the win here. That means that the tiebreaker could potentially be between EVOS and it is, what's right? I think it's basically locked that we're going to have a tiebreaker. There's still an SLG.
The third and fourth.
Okay, so it's locked. That's what you're telling me. It's locked at EVOS and
It's
still an SLG.
It's definitely locked for FLA for the second team to fight against the third team.
Yeah,
now,
exactly. They will be waiting. They're waiting. Okay. So we are going to throw away what numbers we have about the game time. Yeah, because that's no longer needed. That's already out of the way. And FENNEL University, they could calm down. They could just relax on this game number 2 and focus on what's important. The best of 5 that's going to happen later this day. Yeah, I mean, FENNEL University, I think they're breathing a sigh of relief right now. They know they no longer really have to care about Cerberus as an adversity. Whether you win the next match, whether you lose the next match, the stakes don't really matter anymore. Because you're locked in number 2. So I think you can take it easy. You don't really care about the results. The main thing is don't get tilted because you've got a long day ahead of you. And this is something we were talking about yesterday as casters as well, right? It's not playing a lot of games or casting a lot of games that kills you. It's the downtime that kills you. That's where you get really tired because you're just like sitting around. You don't know what to do. That's what FLA have to do with now. They have to play one more game, take a long break, come back, play a best of 5 to try to make it to the main stage. It's not going to be easy.
I mean, like, they can actually study throughout the games later on because that's an advantage for them. While they're sitting out, they're being benched, they can see through what's going to happen when it comes to the draft later. But that's what happened when it comes to the first game of series just now. What's being banned and what's being picked. The Arsenal pick was a pocket pick. We do know that CS actually played it during their regional. But I think it didn't actually work out against FLA.
Exactly. And what I really loved about FLA's drafting is the respect that they're giving to the Singed. Oftentimes, you would let it go through, but they figured, hey, you know what? Singed might be the BMM pick here. Yes.
Yeah. And now he's forced onto Aurelion Sol, which is going to be a lot weaker on the sidelines and has to be, moving at the early parts of the game in order for him to be effective.
I think there's also something to be said about better the devil you know than the devil you don't. I don't think a lot of teams have experience playing against Singe. I don't think a lot of teams have encountered a lot of Singe on a professional stage. Get rid of it. You don't want to face against something that it's such an oddball pick. You don't know the trading patterns as well.
And there is actually one thing that I do know about the FENNEL University. Their assistant coach is a Singed man.
So they do know.
Yeah, they do know. And it could possibly be, this is going to be a Singed game. And right away, just take it away from the
He's
game.
telling his team, trust me, guys, Singe is broken here. Ban it, ban it.
Bam.
I don't know, maybe we're going to see a Singe ban lead or maybe a Singe pick. We have no clue, right? As we speak, and what are your expects or when it comes to perspective, when it comes to second draft or the second game?
ASOL is gone.
Definitely, but do you think that Cerberus will at least try to win? Or maybe is it Cerberus trying to take it easy?
Yeah, right now
they
it's an ego match right now, right? You can't get too old. You've been dominating. You're not gonna let yourself get too old. You have to win this for your pride.
Same goes for FENNEL University. You want to build as much momentum as possible because going into that tiebreaker between the second and third seed, having to brag about being able to beat Cerberus 2-0 will be a mental advantage by itself, right?
And also it'll be tilting Cerberus next time they are facing against each other, knowing that they have the experience. They lost actually a 2-0 series, but they haven't yet since we still got one more to go. But speaking of which, will it be the same game or the same history repeated or not? We're waiting for our draft here later on. Are we going into the draft yet? No, I don't think so. But not yet. Yeah, there you go. But do you have, we saw Renata, will it be banned? Definitely, I have a feeling Jace might be banned for the next one. We do know how Jace kind of really plays out for the
It depends on the side. I mean, FENNEL University also loves their Jace, but if they will be given up an option, like, say, for example, they're on blue side, if they're given up an option of if they're going to first pick the Camille or the Jace, 100% sure the Camille.
Yeah, I mean, the Camille is going to remain banned. I'm pretty sure about that one. I think the main question right now is, are you going to run back the Jace if you're Cerberus? And I think the answer to that is yes. You just don't pick an ASOL. Because the ASOL, the thing is,
ASOL was the problem, right?
They didn't only double down. They tripled down on their team comp, being a timing-based team comp. You have Jace, Varus, ASOL. They want to do one thing. You want to keep tempo. You want to push. The one when you fall behind, the game starts to get out of control. You can have two. You can double down, but you shouldn't have three. And so I get it from Cerberus, right? You guys have been dominant. You guys have been killing every team 2-0.
My question for you then, if ASOL was the problem, what could have fixed it? What
ASOL wasn't the problem, but ASOL was a symptom of the problem, which is that all three lanes were trying to do one thing. They needed to have a fallback option, but they didn't. Yeah.
I'm just trying to unregister my mind.
I
How
know.
to pronounce
If you-
Aurelia Soul. I'm trying to pronounce it Asol to avoid another word of
It's okay.
Asol, which is gonna be
I
sounds.
always get caught an asshole.
I didn't say that. Okay, but okay, he got it. But okay.
Possibly just Stars Dragon or something. Celestial
Stars
Dragon.
Dragon.
What
Stars
is the old
Dragon.
name? What is the old name that we did?
Aoshin.
Aoshin, yeah, Aoshin, yeah, that's the one, right? But
Oh
we're
my
not-
god, with such nuts.
We're boomers, you know.
I know.
You guys are ancient.
Hey,
It was like a quiz bee or something. Maybe we could run a segment.
Run a
right?
trivia?
Yep, me and you.
Go ahead.
I'm really bad at trivia. I'm not a believer in reading lore and things like that in a
No.
competitive game.
It doesn't really have to be lore.
Okay.
Just, history.
Well, then Chu quiz us.
I don't know.
Putting you on the spot.
I don't know anything.
And we'll have
Get
a
me out
buzzer or
of
something.
this.
Okay, well, I want to bring up a little story since
Oh,
we're
go
talking
ahead.
about lore anyway, right? And we've got a little bit of time, right?
Uh-huh.
I'm of the opinion, and I got this from a tweet. I stole it from a tweet. It's basically like the people that read about lore in a competitive game are the same people who read the stories before recipes. My grandma used to cook this for me when I was a little child. Now every time it rains, I get nostalgic for this bowl of soup. It's the same thing. Why are you reading about the law of Mount Targan? Just play the Pantheon and go that bot at level 2, go gank. That's it. That's all you need to know, really, right? Okay, I'm done. That's
You're
all. I'm just telling
alienating
a story.
yourself from a lot of fan bases that really is crazy about League of Legends lore.
Wait for the MMO. Wait for the MMO.
Or possibly the movies.
Yeah.
We're waiting for
Wait
Arcane.
for Arcane Season 2,
I'm
that's
waiting for
right.
Arcane Season 2, and that's
Yeah,
it.
Jace does not have a good fate in Arcane Season 2, judging from what we saw from that game.
Can you not be a spoiler here?
From that game. Season
want to
two?
be a
I
spoiler.
can't
though.
spoil season 2. I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen
Season 2.
Of
Season
course,
2,
there's
we
no
only have
season
season 1. It took 6
There's no
years.
season 2 yet.
Yeah, exactly. So I can't spoil it. That's my point, guys.
But hey, we're done speaking about games, and there's so many laws, and I'm sorry for you guys who love lords. I love them as well.
Yeah.
But okay, we're not that bad of a
Happened to you, Omo.
people. It's just Omo. He's being an asshole. So
ASO.
really so. But let's jump straight into our draft right now.
Oh,
Not yet.
Not quite.
Not yet, he says. But yeah,
Now,
we're
what
waiting.
do we talk about?
I don't know. We have so many things to talk about, but I definitely don't want to say about the Star Dragon anymore.
Yeah, let's not. I don't think it'll be picked anymore. And it's, what time is it right now? It's 4 p.m. I think I've hit my daily quota of being caught in Aurelian Soul for the day, so
But
I
hey,
think we're good.
we did mention about Gragas used to be picked in the regional for CS. Now, definitely
Yeah.
we will want this win so bad. It's all about their pride and dignity at this point, right, at stake. But do you think it's going to be picked, or will it be entirely being banned?
Nah, it's just gonna be forgotten.
Yeah,
Why is it so
really
sad?
it really depends on the side selection, right? Again, it doesn't necessarily mean that if FLA went for red side game number 1, there will be a switch over.
Yeah.
It really depends as to what will be the decision of the loser of the coin toss, right? So, we'll see. One thing's for sure, Homo, me, and Shu will uncover the draft as if it's nothing, right? Unless it's a crazy game, which could possibly be a crazy game right now because there's nothing at stake for FENNEL University, there's nothing at stake for CERBERUS. So on the flip side, true.
Ego, pride, that's the biggest thing at stake here.
Ego, yeah, how about just play the wild side?
Yeah, true. And I think it's really good that we're talking about draft as well because this is kind of what we brought up in the pregame, right? I said FLA have a chance to win as well if the draft goes their way, and it kind of did.
Yep.
I did still like the draft from Cerberus, but it was so all in. The moment Domain cheated the timing, got the level 2 gank off, it's all over because draft wins games when it's a more evenly matched matchup. I do still think Cerberus is a better team, but I don't think it's by that much. Maybe 65-35, something along those lines. Does that add up?
That's too
Is it
much.
65 plus 35, 90.
Yeah,
that's
that-
100%, right?
but
Okay, yeah, just making sure here.
Too much.
I think so.
If it's...
You think it's closer?
Yeah, I
I
really
was
do.
going to say 70-30, but I know I'm already getting crucified on Twitch chat. I don't want to make it worse here.
65-35.
Yeah.
I'll probably give it a 52-48.
Really? I'm biased though.
It's a
I know I
1-0
have
though.
this, but like
It's a 1-0 though.
True. If the stream ends right now, FLA is the better team.
Exactly.
True.
Do you want the stream ends right now?
No.
Hopefully not.
I'm just saying.
Don't jinx it.
What a
Now
Chad.
don't jinx
What a
it.
Chad.
The door is that way, Omo. Don't jinx
See ya,
our-
boys. I'm out. Good night.
But hey, I do want to know if you're gonna put another stick on him. If it happens to be FLA
Yeah,
winning,
so what
2-0
happens
here.
if it's a 2-0?
What happened if it's a 2?
I don't know.
Do you have another sticker for the other cheek?
Well, I only got 2 stickers. And one, I'm keeping it for myself, right?
Right, yeah,
Well,
of course.
we have multiple stickers in the room as well. The
You
big
know
ones.
what?
FLA though.
You know what? Let's ask FENNEL University for more stickers.
True.
And the next time that we meet,
Yeah. No, while
I'll
they're
put
at
it
it,
all over your face.
while they're at it, give me some like jerseys as well. Give me some swag. FLA.
Wow.
I did vote for you guys to get out of groups here, and I have this on my face
What
right
a
now.
shameless
I
guy.
do quite like your jerseys.
My God.
So I mean, just DM me for my
That's
address or something. I know.
It's just not shameless, so demanding as well. Oh my goodness.
I'm-
Well, they were able
That's
to
as
send
nice
their
as I
apparel
could
from
ask
Japan
it.
to Philippines. So they could possibly do that to Singapore, right?
Yes, it's not
I'ma
too
hook you
far.
up.
Yeah. I'll be in Malaysia for a while longer if you want to ship it down here. Maybe I'll wear it on the main stage.
Wow.
What a
Wow.
quick shout out. Shout out to FENNEL University and the management.
Now you're shutting out for FLA, but the one you're voting for, Cerberus, you don't want to ask any of their merchandise now?
I mean, I was asking for RRQ jersey on Twitter yesterday as well. Twitter.com/omo2_2. I was asking for RRQ jersey on Twitter as well yesterday, but no one replied to me. So I guess FLA is my affiliation now.
I can wing you on that as well.
Nice.
Wait,
You got me.
Riku doesn't have a gear yet from RRQ. She comes first before you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sorry, Amo.
I'll try to
You're,
look for
you're just
someone.
going to drop on the list, yeah, you know?
I'm gonna hear instead. It's falling off.
You're not the favorite here. Sorry, Omo.
You guys want to
No
know
matter how many
something?
stickers you put, it's not.
Oh, there we go.
Hey, the drive is here, guys. What do you want to say just now?
I probably shouldn't say it. It's kind of gross. Like the sticker fell off because of all my makeup.
Okay, now you said it anyway. But
Yeah,
hey,
you asked.
Yeah,
second
something
game
memorable,
of
though.
our third series of the day, FLA versus CS. Take it away, boys.
Well, okay, it all depends on the first ban. If they, well, looking at their faces, very, very serious. So this
Okay,
could be-
okay.
Yeah,
Not
very
celebrating just yet.
Yeah, that's
And
true.
Cerberus a little bit more somber in their career this time around. Huh?
Yumi ban right
Okay.
away. The Gragas.
Why the Gragas though? It hasn't really been a prio in this
I mean,
tournament.
it's a good disengage just because of
guess,
that.
You
but it's-
discussed CES regional finals.
Yeah,
the
but
number
the
one
meta
most
has
picked Gragas.
changed. Yeah, that's the thing. It's a bit odd. I don't know. They know
I mean,
something
like,
I don't.
even
right?
sorry, I have to point out yesterday example in WCK Grand Finals, right?
Yeah.
For Freaks versus the Rosa Y, they did almost win entirely for Freaks because of this Gragas only.
WCK,
the
right?
flash, yeah, the flash and the
You still
body
have
slam.
time to watch You see, the thing is, right? We shouldn't be comparing ourselves to a worse region than us.
The burn. Well, that's true.
Yeah, right. Thank you, Otto.
Exactly. Guess why?
Why?
Because we became the second strongest region.
Team
off of-
Secret.
Exactly.
Team Secret.
There you
Let's go. Yeah, I mean, I do
That's
still think the
flexing.
Gragas is a strong pick. I just think it's dropped in prio, but I guess they are just afraid of it from CES because it's one of their top picks, right?
That's
So
a
it
very
does
good
make sense.
ban for FENNEL Adversity. They know that Fly wants to spread his wings, at least in this game. Now, it will be a very heavily prioritized Jace pick for FLA.
You think so?
Yeah, I
FLA
think
is
so.
going to grab the JCM.
No questions.
Come on, pick it already.
They want it so bad, we can feel it.
No questions there.
Just take it. No.
Karma was
Riku is celebrating.
Riku's dancing. Riku's dancing.
Clip that, clip that.
Okay.
This is her game, so definitely she's gonna be happy. But that's leaving out the Jason.
Yeah. I was able to pay attention to the Karma. I'm getting so used to Karma being permaban.
Yeah, exactly, right? I didn't even expect it to come because it's just permaban. And CES might be a bit of a bait, honestly. I feel like the Jace, well, he'll be more careful this time. He won't let himself
Jace
get
is
cheesed,
set,
right?
though.
Interesting.
I
I mean, it's double flex, so it's a good start to the draft here.
We remember Taku played Sat the other day, and this was pretty well
Yeah.
done as well. So his timing when it comes to initiating will be one of the best. But the Kazakh's next.
I'm not remembering this correctly if CES does play Jace in the jungle. Doming showed it earlier against SLG though.
I'm honestly not a fan of Jace in the jungle, though.
I second
okay.
to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I definitely think it is a waste of time.
It's
going
not
to,
bad, but I just don't think it's
It's a
great.
waste. For me, it's
Yeah.
a waste, not to the full potential.
The thing about CS's draft is, I do like their first two picks. I love their openers because it gives them so much flexibility.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say they should 3P marksman here, right? But this is
That's
so
a
hard.
very strong bot lane.
This is really good here from FLA because now you force CES into the situation. Do we 3-pick our marksman or do we 3-pick our jungler? Because whichever one we pick, the other role is gonna get banned out. So
Yeah.
what's their choice here? I think it might be an Ashe angle, but I don't know if Genza will play that. So maybe they'll default to something like Lucian. I think you let your jungler drop and give Mass a 4-pick jungle pick here.
If it will be an Ashe angle, then I'm assuming that
Okay,
Arise
they pick
would-
jungle then.
Yeah, okay.
They just
Rengar.
want the law matchup. They just want the law matchup, man. That's not.
It
I
will
thought
be
you
an
don't read
interesting
laws.
Sight to behold, though.
Yeah, but everyone
Nemesis
knows this.
duel.
This one literally pops up in game when there's a Rengar and Kha'Zix at the
Yeah,
same time.
Nemesis duel.
Yeah, Nemesis duel.
Back in the
exactly.
Philippines, though, we had a Nemesis duel between Nasus and Renekton.
Wait, that pops up as well?
That's the thing.
Okay. You know what's interesting about this draft, though? If you flip the name tags of the teams, I think that fits a bit more. Right, Doming's Rengar, the Varus Kha'Zix here for CES.
Yeah.
It's a bit of like they're swapping team comps.
Well, having known FLA from the region, I know that they played Karma in the mid lane. I haven't seen Arisen. Well, basically, I haven't seen Arisen on anything.
Yeah, on any support, right?
because he was originally a Baron laner. But yeah, surprise, surprise, FLA is performing well.
Yeah.
With him on this point.
And I think we're likely not going to see Karma mid still, right? So this should be the game we see Arisen on the Karma. Actually, I think we might have seen him on one game of Karma, but I'm not sure if I'm remembering that one correctly. We'll have to see, yeah. The Garen ban, does that indicate anything? Does Jace not like to play into Garen?
There's a lot of picks on Garen these days. Basically, just to hold
It
the
is also a
lanes.
possibility that they would go for a Zed. Well, no, not anymore. I mean, FENNEL Varsity, if
The
they go
Ashe
for a
ban.
Zed.
I really like the Ashe ban. I think the Ashe is 100% a good pick here. So this
Really?
forces you to play
Why not just
Lucian,
bait
right?
it though? And then pick the Zed or something.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe a Jin here? Oh. What? Okay, so this shows their hand, right? They're basically double flexing the Jace Renekton, and that shows the stat 100% going to sub here.
Okay.
Which I don't really like because you believe the Varus Karma, it just sounds brutal.
Yeah, it is very brutal. The range advantage, the pokes.
And also imagine
Just a free lane.
the ulti coming up from Karma, if everybody kind of stacked up together, that's kind of a bit
Yeah,
of a
you've got a lot
problem.
of melees, right?
Yeah.
Just serve coffee right away. Then it will be a funeral.
Definitely, yes. I'm not sure how they're actually going to play. Yep, they do have the Jace a bit for the range, but I'm not sure when it comes to being kited, though.
I don't like the Diana, but other than that, I really like the draft from FLA.
I'm okay with the Darius against 4
I'm okay with that.
melee champions,
Yeah.
right?
But it's just the Diana is the one I'm not fond
I
of.
kind of get it with the Transcendence Embrace coming up from Karma, followed up by Diana Moonfall. That's pretty much
Sure, in
enough
theory,
for
right?
yeah, in theory. But
Oh, this is our first Orianna pick. Finally, we got an
Okay.
Orianna. The ball delivery system, that's one thing to look out for. And I do
Platform?
like the Ori Diana matchup as well, right? You get a bit of prior going on here. It lets you really cover for your Rengar slow tempo in the early stages of the game. But the problem is, when you look at this draft here from CES, they have no way to cover for the Jace.
I have to ask you guys, of
Wait,
all
no,
the
it's
lanes
Jace
here,
mid. It's Ori bot. That makes sense.
of all the lanes here, which matchup do you think will be the toughest one?
The bot lane.
Bot
Always.
lane looks a bit brutal.
Yeah, I don't think there will ever be a lane that can win against a Karma plus Virus. That's not a win.
I was thinking, if you have the set, what you can do is the level 1, level 2 cheese E-flash thing, right? But if you're paired with an Ori, there's never enough damage there to even threaten them in that matchup. So you're just really going to be under your tower the whole game. With that, I think Kha'Zix, he can just take over the game and against Rengar's weaker early game.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see.
Again, this is
Hey,
all
I'm
about
voting for FLA. I'm saying FLA is going to win, bro.
This is all about momentum. I'm
Okay.
feeling that they just want to relax, actually.
Okay, that's fair.
I don't know. I feel like our panelists have sort of identity crisis right now between those two. Definitely Omo and
I think
also
the sticker did a number on me.
too much. It suck away your soldiers, so not just the makeup on your face.
You have to push for it more.
Yeah.
So that they can hear you.
But let's not waste any more time. Casters with Riku, the fanatic, and obsessed about Karma. Definitely happy. And also Husky, take it away.
And yes, everyone, nandito na ulit tayo sa ating laban sa ating mga kaibigan na nandito agad. FLA versus CES. Kami ulit yung magiging casters nyo. Ako nga pala si Dash, kasama ko si Deadeye. And this is gonna be the game between them. And sinasabi nga natin yung bot lane advantage, yung kata-rotation here, Deadeye.
Yeah, oo nga eh. Yung sinabi nga ng panelist natin,
Oy!
maging brutal. Pero ito na nga.
Oo nga, nag-flash agad. Nakuha na ng face breaker. Oh, the snowball. Yun yung hinahanap nila sa side ng CES. And nawala agad yung flash ni Arisen sa bot lane. Pero you know, this is a lane na may big advantage itong si Danny pati si Arisen kasi the damage that they can deal is just big.
True. And speaking of which, hindi pa tapos?
Ano yung nangyayari to the skies? Arise, kailangan niya mag-dash away. Doesn't even need to use the flash. Playing it safe dito. And si Fly, trying to get some vision para later on alam nila kung saan magro-rotate ito si Domen.
Grabe naman to si Fly. Fly high like a butterfly. He's just proactive here in the early stage of the game. Yep, you have mentioned, of course, Dash, no? The bottom side ng FENNEL University, they have great pokes. They have great power spikes in the early stage of the game, which they can use, actually, to bully out dito si Genza at saka si Fly against CERBERUS Esports. Now, when it comes to team fight, though, I do love the team fight capability of both teams. They have their own initiation-wise. Pwede mag-initiate dito si Fly sa kanyang set, or Genza here sa kanyang shockwave. The other on the other team dito sa FENNEL University, meron ding Arisen with the Transcendent Embrace. Arise, of course, the last pick sa kanilang composition dito, has also that Moonfall. So, which is pretty good hit kasi all-in din dito yung side ng CERBERUS Esports. Now, when it comes to victory conditions, I think it's going to go into that 5v5 heavy team fights, especially on objective takedowns.
Yeah, and also sa nakikita natin, the reason why Darius is picked here, everyone, it's very iffy, but ito, bot lane, medyo iffy yung fight, Domeng. No HP on the members of CES. Slowly, gonna try, but yeah, he's gonna back away.
Yeah, back to your point, Tash.
Yeah, yung balik tayo dun sa point ko kanina. So yung point ko kanina was the Darius kasi it's nerf, right? Yung attack speed sa Darius is nerf. It's a pretty big nerf. But this is one of those situations where the Darius would be effective. The Darius would be strong on this matchup kasi ang dami na nilang poke potential. Taga-clean up na lang, taga-linis na lang yung kailangan nila. Kaya si Calm with the Noxian Guillotine would be big here.
Yeah, I can really now see. I can imagine it. It will likely to happen talaga. The FENNEL University. Walang bias yun, ha?
Ito, Moonfall agad sa mid lane. Meron agad silang damage si BMM. Nag-flash away. Not even a flash has been used by Arise. Malaking win to sa mid lane para wala silang flash kay BMM later on sa objectives.
Sa totoo lang, Dash, I'm really having these doubts when it comes to Diana, the power spike niya. Akala ko utility na. Pero when it comes to Arise using this champion, parang Parang naka-Milo talaga eh. Walang energy gap. Grabe yung damage. Grabe yung mechanic. It's just a different level. And speaking of different level, this is a new FENNEL adversity I'm seeing right now. On point yung rotations, proactive across the Wild Rift. Hindi na natin nakikita yung typical turtle strat ng FENNEL adversity. They're just doing it pretty good. Now, when it comes right now to executions here, CERBERUS Esports must also play on their composition. Remember, meron silang Rengar dito. Rengar loves to have that pick of play. And meron din dito sa kabila, Domeng. Now, the team compositions basically having the same thought or strategy against each other.
Yeah, I like the taster free evolution dito. For topside evolution on the fight, 5 stacks on the heads of the mess. Pwede siya mag-auction guillotine if he wants to though. Masyadong malaki pa yung HP nila. May flash sila kay Taco but he needed to use the flash. On to Calm kasi pwedeng pumasok si Taco with Ruthless Predator.
That's true, pero nauna na nga dito yung FENNEL adversity sa Dragon takedown nila, which is great timing. Pero it is gonna be a trade though sa top. It is now going to be FENNEL adversity going for that contest dash.
Oh, buti na lang hindi sila lumaban. Transcendent Embrace have been used and kinailangan nila mag-back away. The flash has been used already. Si Messi gano'n gigit target. Showstopper wala. Tatamaan and the first blood already came out. Nakuha nila yung kill pero marami pa makukuha ito. Yung auction guillotine ata dito kay Mess. And walang flash itong si Calm. Hindi tumama yung Hextech Protobells pero si Arise walang moonfall. Hindi sila makakuha ng damage and not enough para one kill. Pero piercing arrow. Double kill agad kay Danny. Kukuha pa sila na marami. Face breaker. Taku will go down. And ito na yung last shot. 4 kills aside the FLA.
Choo-choo! Grabe, ito na nga! The momentum coming in from FENNEL adversity. Yeah, despite nakuha doon ng CERBERUS Esports, CERBERUS Esports yung referral na yun, they still traded dito in advantage for side of FENNEL adversity, punishing 4 players. Napakandang combo from the side of Arise as well as Danny doon. Perfect display, perfect execution, great early game domination.
Partida, walang moonfall dun. Si Arise nung game na yun, nagamit niya kanina during the Dragon Fight, pero itong mid lane turret nila, mukhang naghihingalo, hindi dapat tumabasag, makakahit pa ata! 20 HP yung mid lane turret nila. Pero good thing na defend ito ng FLA. Big thing to for them, and ito si Arise, hinahabol niya na nga ito si Fly. Oh no, na chain of corruption pa nga sa Transcendent Embrace, pero hindi nila makill. Shockwave tumama, pero walang follow-up sa CES.
Grabe, 2 donuts yun. Transcendence Embrace sa Shockwave doon sa kabila. Pero it is still going to be Fly backing away, survive pa rin siya, and great hold from FENNEL adversity. Despite 20 HP na yun, very crucial pa rin yan because, of course, the turret just showing, of course, makontrol ito.
Yep. Pero nakuha pa rin nila yung threat sa mid lane. Unfortunate sa side of FLA. Mapapahirap pa tayo laro nila dito kasi nakasuhanan sila ng tower agad. So CES, big win sa kanila. Nakuha nila yung Rift Herald kanina kasi na-punish nila. Yung rotation dito ng FLA magiging awkward.
Yeah, and now, of course, nakita natin dash dito, no? FENNEL adversity is taking it slow this time around. But another big major team fight will likely to happen sa next objective takedowns now. Nakita natin with this team composition, you have a Danny here, of course, on the Varus. Nakita naman natin that great synergy between Arise as well. And the damage you have mentioned in the early game is now showing here for the side of FENNEL adversity. On the other side though, CERBERUS Esports, malaki din yung scaling potential nila. Meron silang, of course, BMM dito, of course, on his chase, which is very scary with the proper optimizations here. But we haven't seen these aggressive rotations comparing the earlier series ng side ng CERBERUS Esports. Now you can tell na they are respecting FLA's domination here.
So far, no, wala pang item itong si Calm. Ang dami niyang binibiling item. Gusto niya mag-transition onto Triforce. Naging very much needed item na yung Triforce dito kay Darius just because of the attack speed nerf na nakita natin sa kanya. So top lane BMM, sinabi na nga natin kanina, naka-hullbreaker siya. So mapapadali yung pagpupush sa kanya. Even at the top side, si Calm mahihirapan din dito. Meron silang vision on this side of the map, so kailangan nila maging careful. BMM still is pushing on the top side alone.
Yeah, with a Hullbreaker, it is going to be his job right now, Dash, na putting pressure dito sa side lane. Pero ito, potential pick-off.
Wheel of the Hunt, kinamit na nga nila. Meron pang moonfall itong si Arise. If ever kailangan pumasok, ayun na nga pumasok, pero walang tinamaan. So kailangan nila i-respeto to si Taco. Meron siyang rage. Max stacks yung rage niya, pero si Messi magiging target nila. Hindi sila tutuloy and tinalang nila yung Mountain Drake na lumabas. Pero topside though, si Fly nandito, nag-ultimate, nag-flash itong si Con. Mapa-5 sa kanya ata itong si Fly. Hindi maganda yon para sa kanila. So yes, kailangan din nila mag-flash away. Kailangan din nila mag-protobelt away.
Pero ito pa nga, they're still going to put pressure dito sa bot side. Pero I have to commend the disengage coming in from Cerberus Esports. And dito sa top side, you have to commend as well yung si Cam defense naman despite having the 2 versus 1 situation. But take note, naka-staff of flowing waters na nga dito si Arisen, which will enable the spam of skills coming in from Danny. Great synergy on this itemization.
Naka 3 towers na agad yung CES. Pinapabilis nila yung laban. Hindi gusto ng FLA yung mga ganitong pacing na sila yung sumasabay sa kalaban. Kasi kailangan nila sumabay dito. Pag wala sila nakuhan tower, malaking disadvantage yun para sa side ng FLA. So FLA, kuha lang stack ng Drakes, wait for the winter, and pagtapos na ng winter, tsaka na lang sila lalaban.
Yeah, and now with your mention, of course, the turret objectives has been the priority dito ng Cerberus Esports. Pero Dragon naman, scaling potential naman for FENNEL Varsity. But this is going to be a team fight na makita natin sa referral.
Gusto nila mag-RH, merong ultimate. Itong si Mess nakapag-thrill of the hunt, pero silang vision dito sa site na mapa na to. Hindi nila ma-steal, makukuha pa rin nila yung referral. Transcendent Embrace, tumama doon sa likod. Itong si Arise, gusto yata na malaki moonfall! Sa apat, tumama, pero wala follow-up fly. Is unang fly away to heaven to their side, and that's gonna be the kill together with the referral para sa side ng FLA.
Still great space yung ibinigay doon ni Arise with that big moonfall. Unfortunately, hindi lang kumonekta sa follow-up na yon. They still managed to take down Fly though, and that referral bonus sa side ng FLA. Now, this is going to be the perfect opportunity na nakita natin, Dash, that FENNEL Adversity is scaling pretty well here in our Game 2 series.
Oo, yun na nga. Gusto ko kailangan talaga mag-follow up dito inside ng Cerberus Esports. Nakita natin yung Hullbreaker dito, no? So, kanina pa natin nakikita to kay BUMM na ginagamit ginagamit talaga nila yung Hullbreaker every time. Pero I wish na magamit nila to on the right place para maka-turn around sa FLA. Kasi nakuha na sila ng 3 tower on their side. So, FLA, kailangan nila isipin kung saan sila magpupush. Kasi referral na to, sobrang crucial para makakuha sila ng tower or rather, ng map pressure against CES.
Exactly. Now, this, yung sinabi nga natin, this is going to be a perfect opportunity for FENNEL Adversity to grab those turret objectives at this moment in time. Kasi with this referral, at least, ma-control din nila yung map control that Cerberus Esports is having right now. With this Hullbreaker coming in from BMM, yung sa side naman ng Cerberus Esports, they need to go for this pick of potential na makita natin sa bot side.
Okay, gusto nila makipaglaban. Si Khan pumasok na nga ito. Meron siya 5 stacks on the head of Taco. Isang Noxian Guillotine. Pwede ka na mapatay pero hindi dahil stun siya. And ito, dahil sa rotation nila na ginagawa, yung mid lane pinapunch ng CES. Hindi ito maganda for the team. Look at that. Arise, 1v3. Sila dito sa mid lane. Hindi sila makakuha ng anything. Moonfall would come in and parang si Arise yata ay mapapunish showstopper. Pero yeah, sila magagawa after that. Domeng wants to get some kills here. Meron siya slow, meron chain of corruption. Oh! What was that damage from Domeng? Hindi natin in-expect yun pero sobrang laki na at this point. 8k gold. Kaya meron na rin siyang item para makapagdan ng damage.
Now, with that pick-off, ito na ang oportunidad, of course, ng side ng FENNEL Adversity to go for that push. Buhay pa rin yung referral nila, and there's gonna be a siege going sa mid.
Oo, ito yung hinahanap nila, yung push. Magkakaroon ng Shelly ng isang hit sa mid lane. So yun, malaki na rin yun for them, pero mas maraming towers talaga yung nakuha yung CES against them.
Pero you know, that was a big move for the side of Cerberus Esports, no? They have taken resources yung against the side of FENNEL Adversity on that bottom side, parang dinate nila. And then just like that, Cerberus Esports once again prioritizing yung turret objectives. Now this map control is going in favor for the side of Cerberus Esports this time around. With this Hullbreaker, pwede nila ma-enable, but the shockwave did not connect though against Danny, but this is gonna be a bait here.
Dito mama yung shockwave. Ito yung chance ng members nila para po lumaban inside ng FLA. Si Domeng nakita ata dito ng Drill of the Hunt. Kailangan nila mag-back away from this. Hindi nila kailangan mag-connect pero dahil nga walang shockwave, gusto nila maghanap ng laban. Si Fly ay isolated pero hindi sila tutuloy.
Great disengage, of course, for the side of Cerberus Esports on that moment, no? Pero of course, BMM with his Hullbreaker, hindi pa rin natin nakikita, of course, that maximizing rather this itemization because FENNEL Adversity is not giving it away. Hindi natin nakita yung push talaga sa side lane because aware dito yung FENNEL Adversity and they are making opportunities themselves parang i-bait out din yung Cerberus Esports into a 5v5 which is likely to be here sa Infernal Dragon Takedown.
Remember, may vision tayo dito sa part na to ng mapa pero tingnan may CES. Gusto lang nila mag-go siya. Showstopper nila sa likod. Ito si Arisen. Kailangan niya mag-transcendent embrace to the chain of corruption. Wala na sila maka-ult. FLA, this is a disadvantageous fight so kailangan nila umalis from here. FLA will be going. Wala talaga sila. Hindi sila magpa-follow up si Arisen. Magiging sacrifice. Yes, okay lang na mamatay siya kasi at least nakaalis sila.
At least nakali sila. That is 3 Dragon takedowns in a row in favor dito sa ating FENNEL adversity. Again, the scaling will be likely talaga sa kanilang side. And now, Cerberus Esports, back is ticking. They are making some plays here.
Nakita natin Trail of the Hunt, kinamit na nga, meron pa silang Genza, meron silang ultimate para gamitin, pero wala, hindi sila magpa-follow up. Good thing na nakaalis doon si paring Domeng.
So talaga, no, you can really see already the mga presence, pero 1v1?
Arise versus BMM, hinahabol na nga siya, and yung tumama pa nga yung Crescent Strike. And that's gonna be the kill for FLA, so this is gonna be a 5v4. If ever makikipaglaban sila dito, this might be the chance for CES. May shockwave ito si Genza, wala na nga siya. The Chain of Corruption has been used, meron siya shockwave para gamitin, pero si Fly ay naiwan. 3 members ang natamaan ng shockwave, pero walang follow-up sa side ng CES. Meron pang flash ito si Taco, so if ever gusto siyang i-kill dito, tamang-tama yung timing. Dito, FLA has a lot of members with low HP, so magbaback away sila, pero parang umadvance dito sa Rise mag-isa siya, pero nakakill pa rin with a piercing arrow. Whoa, the support from the team is right here. Taco will not be able to get the kill right there, and this is gonna be the ace for their side, and this might be the Baron call for FLA.
Beautiful isolation play with the sacrifice coming in from Arise. Of course, press F for respect doon. Now, this is going to be a big thing, pero nakita natin here the replay. He is the catalyst of that delay sa side ng Cerberus Esports para hindi sila makapag-escape. That greediness coming in from Cerberus Esports has been punished, pero ito na nga, yung Baron transition.
Remember, meron silang showstopper, and BM has a lot of damage with the shock blast, so kailangan nila i-respect yung si Fly. Kailangan niya i-right yung timing dito kasi showstopper, hinahanda na nila to the backside, tinawaan na face breaker, pero pa sila pang end, and that's gonna be it. The Baron has been slain. Kailangan lang nila tumakbo kasi yung makatipi na dito na Transcendent Embrace to buy some time, and ito na nga, piercing arrow from Danny na Jomang pa nga. And Shong, ito nakikita natin, Zonya for Danny, and he will be dead, but it's okay. They got the Baron anyway.
Exactly. Mass teleportations nakita natin coming in from Cerberus Esports kasi ganun ka-crucial yung objective na yon. Successfully, FENNEL adversity secured that one. Yes, napitas doon si Danny. We have seen on that one, but still, great trade. Great pick off on that Baron objective. Now, FENNEL adversity, this is going to be their chance to control again the Wild Rift against Cerberus Esports. Dehado sila when it comes to target objectives, but with this minion having this Baron buff, they can go for this push and lane pressures as well against CES.
Okay, so nakikita natin, nag-set tayo ng expectations kanina, no, Dead Eyes. Pero ito, sa nakikita natin sa game natin right now, it's slowly going in the favor of FLA. May 5k gold lead tayo. It doesn't matter at this point. The 15 minutes in the game, this is gonna matter only if merong sobrang disadvantages. For example, someone like Mess. Mess doesn't have half ng third item niya at this point. Pag si Domeng nakakuha ng third item niya, that is when Domeng would be destructive. So after mag-start ng Nemesis battle nila, ipakuha ni Domeng yon yung kill against Mess, that would spell the end for CES. So hinihintay lang natin na mag-level up sila para makuha na natin yung Nemesis battle. Pero para papatay na agad nila si Genza, pero sila Shockwave na huli na nga, Noxian Guillotine para matapos. And si Taco may 5 stacks sa head niya, and ito na nga, makakuha pa nila yung kill, makakuha pa nila sila sa 5 stacks. Si Fly yung susunod, ito na, ubos na yung CES. May natitirang 2 members, pero it won't matter kasi 5-man strong pa rin ang FLA.
Oh, FENNEL adversity, grabe. This is different, pero kailangan parang tapusin na nila dito, Dash.
Tatapusin na ata nila. Doon na, papasok sila with the Moonfall, the show. Ito, Zonias pa nga, walang magagawa kasi ito at 2-0 ng FLA against Cerberus Esports dito sa WCS Finals.
Oh my goodness, ito yung sabi natin, walang curse, walang second place curse dito because FENNEL adversity just showing their dominance, showing the flexibility, showing a new brand of their compositions, of their play style. Very dominating here. Remember, Cerberus Esports walang talo sa play-ins. This is FENNEL adversity securing the title that they are the best team dito sa ating play-ins.
3 points yung nakuha nila. 2-0 against Cerberus Esports, and I was not expecting a lot, pero kinuha nila yung 2-0 against Cerberus Esports. Sila yung nagbigay ng unang talo, and 2-0 pa nga yung binigay nilang talo against Cerberus Esports. Can't be more proud for our boys, our FENNEL adversity team from the Philippines, and I hope na magtuloy-tuloy na ito, na makapasok sila sa play-ins even later on sa second versus third match natin.
I agree with that, Dash. This is very still crucial. Meron pa tayong, of course, secured na. Guys, secured na yung top 2 ng FENNEL adversity when it comes to play-ins, pero meron pa tayong second place versus third place later on, and that's gonna be a best of 5 series. No smiles yet. serious phase pa ngayon. But this momentum is a big deal na para makuha ng FENNEL University, of course, yung second place spot for them to go into the playoffs.
I hope na itong playstyle na to, itong momentum na ito, madala nila para sa match nila later on sa second versus third matchup para talaga makapasok sila dun sa playoffs natin na susunod. Kaya kailangan na nila mag-rest muna, FLA. Chill muna bago yung susunod natin laban. Keep the momentum up para makapalo up pa sila sa match nila later on.
Grabe yun. That was intense actually. Yung nakita natin, Dash, no? On that between. I really thought 1-1 pa eh. Be honest, I really thought it's gonna be a 1-1 series against CERBERUS. Pero napakita ng CERBERUS, they are a very strong team as well. Pero let us see kung anong analysis ng panel natin because FENNEL University is showing great game.
What a play! And ooh, I have to say for FLA because that's the only team that won against CERBERUS. And I have to say, auto lose, your auto wins are actually working.
Such a statement.
Wow.
I have to do it over and over again. Only for FLA though.
Only for
This
FLA.
is just the start. This is just the beginning.
Oh yeah, that's true.
The thing is, Omo, FLA, they're having a tough time against one, and they're having a tough time against, who is it again?
EVOS as well.
EVOS.
Yeah.
So they are actually in the tiebreaker before. And CERBERUS actually defeated all the other teams except for FLA.
Yeah. I think it's there's a lot to be said about the stylistic matchup, but we won't get too in-depth about that until maybe these two teams face off later on. But what I do personally love to see from the storyline perspective is, once again, it's Vietnam against Philippines.
Yeah.
It seems like the top two regions. In WCS at least.
In the play-ins.
In the play-ins.
Hey, don't disregard my region as well, but hey, okay.
Sorry, what? Your region is my region, and
yeah.
Okay. I must step back a bit.
You're a
Because you've been roasting each other. You can roast each other.
But hey, speaking of which, you guys saw just now, what are your take when it comes to the second match? It just slammed down all the way from the side of FLA.
Yeah, well, I mean, the red pair fight was so
It
good.
was so, but it's just so hard. You
Yeah,
saw
it's-
the first few fights, it was 4
I didn't
kills.
see anything. My eyes were closed. That was too brutal. My CERBERUS fanboy heart, it couldn't take it.
To me, though, one thing to take away is that, again, for FENNEL University, it's all about controlled aggression. Even though they know they already have the lead, they will take things one step at a time, right? Like cooking something with the story, right? Just put in this, next this, and then...
My grandma says this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And again, about CERBERUS, it's not a knock against them. And I'm not too eager to really call FENNEL University the better team right away.
Second best team. Second best team here.
You're still going to go with the second best. They just
it's
defeated
clear,
a
though.
2-0
I mean,
on
Look at the
CERBERUS.
points. Look at the points.
it's
Look at
clear,
the
though.
standings. The story is clear.
I mean, like, they haven't fought CERBERUS before.
Yeah, that's true. That's my argument. Right?
Hey.
That was my argument since yesterday. I was telling you, right? The only thing that I was wrong is that I thought it would be a draw. I did predict for a 2-0 just because I'm not, the type that,
Okay, hear me out here.
Yeah, okay.
So maybe FENNEL University is better than CERBERUS. But, this is my counterpoint. As a lead up to the main stage, Team Flash is better than RRQ, okay? I might not have won here today, but my dad can beat up your dad, alright?
We're not there yet. Calm down. Calm down, Mo. No, yes, Otto.
to me though, that's actually somewhat true.
Otto, you can't say that.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, RIQ, but
such a
even they
traitor.
themselves, when I talk to them, Team Flash is really,
Flash
really
is really
strong.
good. But yeah, we're not there yet, of course.
Exactly.
When
Just
Trader's
getting back into
speaking,
that.
yeah, let's get into the highlight. What really happened? This is the first game just now. We saw the Aurelia Soul.
Just doming highlight reel, really.
Yeah, I mean, like, doming phobia is just real, this one.
Yeah, it's just striking fear onto the hearts. CERBERUS Esports, familiar thing for the Vietnamese. Did you know that the Vietnamese did actually visit our channel when they were winning against us? Just to exchange pleasantries. That's how
Exchange of
I know, that's how our
I too
rivalry
always
is going.
exchange pleasantries with my teammates in solo queue.
Oh, yeah.
Many
that's-
pleasantries. You have a great day ahead of you,
I
friend.
know. But it's not over. For FENNEL University, this is just step number 2. The final step comes later in today. It's a best of 5. I know we've been having a couple of best of 2s, and we could possibly have a best of 1 if one team gets to handle SLG, but
I think this is kind of what we were discussing a bit about yesterday as well. I think you and Riku were having a conversation about how are FENNEL Universities in best of 1s, right? And I think the conclusion is they would probably be pretty happy they dodged that.
That's true, but Riku did actually send me a message at around 11 p.m. She backtracked Every single best of twos that FLA did have, and it turned out FLA are actually good with game ones.
Okay.
This is I would say this is something weird.
Okay.
That in this play-ins, FLA has been dropping game ones against EVOS and against one team. Still though, those drop games weren't actually as scary for me.
Yeah.
And scary for the fans of FENNEL University, scary for FENNEL. I mean, scary for FENNEL.
So you're one of the fans, basically, yes.
100%,
That's true.
yes.
That's true.
He's obsessed about it.
Just because, as to how they bounce back on game number 2, and this is already a statement by itself, right? Having to win against CERBERUS Esports is already, an accolade.
Yeah.
And now you double down. You go for 2-0. That's just a statement for everyone.
I think that set the tone for the side of FLA, but the thing you mentioned about the downtime.
Yeah,
Now,
it's gonna be
definitely
tiring, right?
It's going to be cut off their momentum here.
Yeah. It's gonna halt their momentum for sure, but I think they'll be happy. I think this gives them time as well to do some prep, enjoy the win, but the fight's not over yet. This is just the first step, right? Now they need to prepare for a best of 5, and it's gonna be against most likely either EVOS or one team. My heart tells me EVOS, and that's not gonna be an easy matchup at all.
So we're going to have possibly, yet unknown, since we have one team esports, one more game for them.
Yeah.
Versus, well, we do know one team. The thing is, they are a bit slow. So might be they made a mistake sometime. We are dragging the game way too long. That's the thing about a very long gameplay. But hey, you know what? We have no clue what's going to happen. And we still have one more series to go. Definitely right now, FLA is sitting on the
They're happy.
second place. We got CERBERUS definitely going towards the playoff. But who are they fighting against? It's down towards 1 versus SLG for the next series. We're going to take a break for a bit and see you guys after this. Welcome back, ladies and gents, and all of our wildlings all around the world. Welcome as we walk into our final series in the round robins or the final day in the play-ins of WCS Finals. But hey, we're down to the last one, which is going to be 1 versus SLG. We have Odolus and also Omo. SLG, again, a lot of SLGs today, Omo.
No comment. Move on.
What?
I mean, it's like I said earlier, right? It's a bit of my condolences to them. It's rough coming here and experiencing the big boys for the first time. But I would say the main thing is I'm glad at least that they got a chance to get the experience of playing against great teams like this. And hopefully they take it back to their region. Hopefully they learn something from it, take away something from it.
They're losing, but they're winning.
They're still losing. It's pretty brutal at that.
They're
but, you know,
winning in experience. They gain experience. Hey,
from
at
my
least
experience, when you play MMOs and you kill mobs, or the mob kills you, you don't get experience. And they've just been getting slaughtered. So
okay.
I'm trying to see the bright side here, guys. At least give them a bit of a bright side. But also, auto lose. Any auto win condition for SLG?
Nah.
It's rough. It's rough. It's definitely rough
Wow.
because one team as a team, I think they're just too stable to be upset by SLG. Right.
SLG, I hope you guys can actually hear us. Yeah, SLG.
I hope not, because they might come down and punch me. So.
but that's the thing, right? If there was a possibility for SLG to at least get one game,
yeah,
I was thinking of it, you know, one team being too hasty and rushing things. But now that the time attack thing is already out of the way because of the win.
Time crisis.
Yeah.
My favorite
it's
game.
already down. Now that that's already out of the way, then yeah, they could just play their game, and I don't expect them to be dropping a game against the SLG that we saw yesterday and earlier today.
But you mentioned about time, Omo, and also Omo, definitely you saw this one team is actually one of the most time. How do I say?
Yeah, okay, let's get into this, right?
Yeah.
It's a little bit confusing, but we basically have a statistic for you guys. The fastest games that one have played, the fastest games that they've won, and the slowest games that they've lost. So even when they're losing, they do tend to drag games out. They have a very slow and steady approach to the game at times, but that doesn't mean that they can't. That doesn't mean that they won't take advantage of good game states when they get them. One of the slow that kind of pop up right now, but we'll talk about it when it gets there. Basically, what one team does is they play lanes very stably. They eke out gradual advantages because their players are really good. They've got really good individual players. Kid is amazing. Yumal might run it down sometimes, but he's mechanically very skilled as well. And when you get a lead, CNAO comes to seize the day, right? So this is a team which can get leads, can run it through, can get early game wins. But they can also take a step back, play it slow, drag out a game, play for late game, which I think is the play here against SLG.
Well, it's a bit of a waste. They actually have huge potential when it comes to early game, but it's so hard for them to shift their playstyle for a bit. But I do want to see if we can get the stats coming out. Is really one team esports the longest played duration of time when it comes to their games here? Because every single team that actually fought against them, well, we mentioned previously, FLA won against Cerberus, right? But FLA also having a hard time to win against one team.
I mean, statistically, when I reviewed, it was actually FENNEL Adversity that took the longest time to win against teams. And if it was, if it came to a point that we will have a tiebreaker in where we have to depend on the game timings, FENNEL Adversity would be losing outright, right? And I think EVOS will be winning just because of their playstyle not being as slow as this too.
I have a feeling that contrary to what we think, one team might actually have had the fastest wins because EVOS didn't win that quick either. Well, it might have been, in my mind, don't quote me on this, it goes one team, EVOS, FLA, in terms of win times.
Possibly.
Yeah, because one team, they lose really slowly. They drag games out very well. They don't take fights that immediately lose them the game. They try to eke out advantages somewhere else on the map, trade sides, etc. But when they win, they do win pretty fast. CNAO leading the charge there.
I agree. There's sort of a snowball. But the thing is, how can they snowball in the first place if they can't get the momentum here?
This isn't a snowball. This is an avalanche.
Exactly.
Be nice. Be nice now.
And again, okay, let me just throw a quick win condition. If you are going against an underdog of SLG Sword, I think the best way to attack this is to go for aggressive champions right away. Go for the Lee Sin, there is really no need for you to go scaling like Senna. No, throw it away. Ziggs, throw it away.
Suddenly, Odol's got an auto win
Exactly.
condition.
Go for
Suddenly, he
it.
pops one.
I know. It's a common trend, especially when it comes to qualifiers, right?
But hey, let's check out our matchup for One Team Esports versus SLG. Who's going to take away the crown? It's down to our last match and it's a series. Yeah, will SLG be the party pooper? Will we have a tiebreaker?
Yeah.
Will is actually One Team Esports taking a win with a 2-0?
If SLG wins at least one game, we go straight to the best of 5.
I'm congratulating them. At least they get one out of all the series the entire day.
Right. They get one game from one team.
For SLG, at least one. You know? Play nice, Omo.
One team gonna be banning away the Yasuo. I'm a bit curious about that one because Yasuo didn't really stand out to me.
But it is some champion that can really throw you off just because of the wind wall, right?
Yeah, it's just a bit annoying to play against. Sometimes you want to avoid the wombo combos. I do get that. One team, they are just getting rid of Vamo's champions. And to be fair, it's been a little bit lackluster on the Akali. I kind of did expect a bit more.
It's not just the Akali though. You have to name all the champions then.
I lost track.
Right, Jace and Camille being banned here by SLG. And I'm thinking that One Team will probably just prioritize having, you know, fast games here. I would love to see Ninja 7 on the Thresh, similar to how Arisen did it, or possibly Yumi.
Yeah, I think the Thresh does very well at exploiting the weaknesses of SLG's bottom lane. Of course, they did come into this with a support sub, so it's not really... It's rough, right? I understand. But I think the Thresh is very good at exploiting that. You're here to win fast. So get the Thresh pick up, I think it's a good call. But Karma's still available. A lot of strong picks are still available. Varus was one of them.
I'm going to be a villain here. Whatever One Team picks, they can actually just win. I'm
Of
sorry.
course, of course.
Because SLG, we saw, they got a good draft. They tried every composition for today, but it just didn't work out for them.
Back-to-back games that Karma has been picked. It's kind of boosting, the win rate of Karma. And I know that Riku is just happy.
I think that Karma's win rate is going to be high regardless because the champ just seems so insanely strong right now.
Right.
For me, I'm not liking her when it comes to scaling to late game. I don't see her effects or impact when it comes to dragging the game way too much, especially it's being played by one team. But hey,
I like this.
SLG getting the Olaf, this is golden.
Snatching that one away as well. You're denying the Karma Olaf duo setup here. What else are they going to pair this one with? Maybe they go back to the Lulu again.
Yeah, exactly. It's a pick that they already have shown multiple times. And the Lulu plus the Olaf composition here makes a lot of sense. Going for the Renekton first. So far, at least for today, Renekton has been so solid.
Yeah, he's been solid. He's had a good time, but I don't think he's been crazily impressive. I'm a bit surprised to even see Renekton come back to the meta after he's been a bit out of favor, I would say, for a while.
There was a change.
Yeah, I mean, people did prefer the Darius Garen for a while, right? But Renekton coming back in, I do like it. I like the champion. I think it's fun to watch.
No, Darius has been nerfed to the ground just because of the
still
attack speed.
playable.
Hey, Sil, Garen's there. Hello.
Garen is here. Yes, he's here. Wait, what are they pairing this with, though? Wait, I feel so bad for Kid because you're playing against SLG and you're on Garen duty.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking as well. First Fiora.
Finally,
This is really the first one.
Yeah, this is the first one to play it. So we've never seen any.
No.
No, nobody cares about Fiora.
Because of the changes.
Because of the
4.1
launch,
that's true.
short
The
range,
range,
right?
exactly.
But it boosted up the damage, but I don't know how it works out
The
this time.
interesting thing is, I don't think it affects jungle Fiora that much. Like, it hurts, but I think it hurts top lane or Baron lane Fiora way more.
Just penetrating, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. But this could signal a new era. Once again, the Fiora will be remembered by teams. Hey, it's a champion that can still be used. Ari being picked up here by SLG, securing them the mid lane. And we're going to look into the second phase of the match.
Riku is asking SLG to pick up a Ziggs here, slow down the pace of the game. But I'm saying, please don't, just let's go fight, let's go fight, let's do this.
Exactly her reaction when she saw Zig coming in. But then, you know, this time she's actually favoring Ziggs. I'm surprised.
Alright, so I do like the draft from SLG so far. I think it's a fast, tempo-based gameplay style. It's going to be hard to execute on. But you get a couple key picks here and then, maybe you can snowball the games out of control. You will be strong at Dragon Fight. You will be strong at Herald Fight.
Exactly. I'm loving the draft of SLG as a whole, right? Just pick the Lulu here, and I think you have a very clear win condition. As to what will be picked up here as a Dragon laner, possibly Varus has been banned. Corki, or maybe even the Finn.
Please no Corki, don't say that. Anything but Corki.
Gragas.
I mean, Corki is good against the Garen somehow. You know, armor shredding.
I just don't like the champion, but let's see what they do pick up for.
Hey!
Of course, it's SLG. Why do we said Lulu, but we forgot about Seraphine.
It's their comfort pick, this one.
Yeah,
Definitely
they're
the songstress is back.
So, do we even have to guess the last pick though?
No way they play Sona again, right? Surely they've learned their lesson and they know how.
Soraka is also, well, basically any enchantment.
No, Draven. No Sona. No, you cannot do Sona. I think what you do now is you play Seraphine Dragon Lane and you pick up a tank support.
Oh, I'm loving that. So, okay,
yeah,
I've
brutal.
seen.
It's brutal.
I do know you watch LFO games before, right? And also we watched Draven and Trash being played by LFO before, and they got 100% win rate.
Yeah, but I don't think you should talk about noob teams here, so it's fine.
And it's one team!
No, as in LFO. But it's okay, let's move on from that. Draven,
Wow.
It's just really odd to me that you double down on the Seraphine.
Yeah.
It's just baffles, you know? Like, if you're planning to pick Seraphine on 4 anyway, why don't you just leave up the Ziggs? It's a fine matchup. You get poked out, you get shoved in the tower. At least you can scale for free. Ban the Trash. Don't get the Draven Trash double setup. He takes Draven +1, Draven Karma, or Draven whatever. You just play a Braum. You run Seraphine Braum. You can survive the lane. This is just asking to die. This game's over. They're gonna lose the game to bot lane at like 2 minutes. Mark my words.
I agree. I couldn't really find a counter to that, just because of the power of Draven. I'm really a huge fan of Draven when it comes to the laning phase. I expected to see him more when Vayne was in the meta. But this is even an easier matchup for him.
So
there's really
free.
Nothing,
It's so free.
There's really nothing that they can do against the axis that's being thrown at them.
I have to agree, especially if Trash just drop a death sentence, and then you can't run away from a Draven quite early in the game, though.
I think the only thing we should ask is, are they gonna die at level 1? I have a feeling they will die at
Yes,
level 1.
I have a feeling as well, because it's not enough for the side of just Sona and Seraphim to be dual in lane. It's gonna be hard for them. It might be one of the fastest games.
Maybe they're lane swap. We'll see.
But it's one team. I don't know how fast can we get actually in
There's
this
no
game.
time to die level
Honestly,
1 here, I don't think so. Having played the Sona Seraphine, I mean them, they should know the weakness, right?
Well, they didn't ban it.
But hey, let's just jump into the riff. We're trying to our casters. Take it away.
Yes, thank you very Shento Concerto ang drafting ng side ng SLG dito against one team. And kami nga pala magiging shoutcaster nyo kasi Yasmin yung kasama ko dito, si Apuru. And kami ang magbibigay sa inyo ng labanan nga ng one team at SLG. And paring Apuru, how's the state ng dalawa nating songstress sa baba? Feeling ko makakarni to eh.
Medyo delikado eh. Tulad ka ng sabi ni Omo, baka ma-first the pero si Godby. Medyo madami-daming damage ngayon tinake niya dito. Tinulungan niya si DDD sa red buff. Pero mukhang magkakatotoo ba ang sinabi ni Omo na mapa-first blood at level 1? Mukhang hindi naman. Mukhang tatagal sila. Mukhang makakaabot sila dito. Makakaabot sila level 2 dito habang binibigyan ng concert. Wait! May flash!
Yeah, may nag-flash in. Sabay, I don't think kung nag-connect yung death sentence doon dahil hindi natin nakita and hindi naman masyadong pabalik itong si Seraphine. I guess hindi nag-connect nga. Yung death sentence doon na ginawa ni Ninja 7 dahil mas nagiging duguan yung sitwasyon dito ni Utopia at the middle lane. But yeah, sorry Omo, there's no first blood at... Teka lang, baka hindi! Baka hindi, konti na lang, munti ka na! Level 1 level 1! Munti ka na magdilang ang hen si Omo, pero just so happen, buhay pa din naman itong si Aurora.
Akala ko yun na yun, pero si Shu. Okay, ganda. Maganda ang gank doon na SLG. Nakihuli ni Utopium at ni DDD si Shu doon sa mid lane. So ngayon makakakuha ba sila ng Scott? Hindi, nakuha na nga dito ng one team yung bot lane Scott. So kailangan ngayon tumakbo din ni DDD sa top side para makuha naman yung Scott. Pero Yasu, habang papasok nga tayo sa game na to, let's set the stakes lang para sa one team kasi sila talagang makakabenepisyo dito pag nanalo sila. Unless mahook dito si Vamos, mukhang hindi naman. Okay, sige. Pwede natin ituloy yung ating istorya dito. Si one team, kailangan nila manalo dito ng 2-0 para makatie pa sila, para may chance sila sa ating tiebreaker later on laban sa EVOS. Oo, nakita nga natin, di ba, ang FLA kanina na 2-0 ang Cerberus. Grabe talaga. Pinas number 1 ang pinakita nila doon.
Sabi-
Di tayo, di tayo
Sabi ng
number 1
ano,
sa points, no?
sabi ng FLA, eto ba yung 2-0 sa inyo? 2-0 lang namin. Pero anyway, hindi parang true 0 yun namin. FLA, 2-0 na yun eh. Tapos na yung story natin doon. Pero 1-0 na tayo on the score dahil kapapatay lang ni Kid. Etong si si God V at the top lane. And hindi natin nakita yung laban doon. Actually, kung ano nangyari sa chase doon. It so happened na, I think, nagkaroon ng damage onte itong si DDD. Pero yun na nga. Ito na pala sa replay. Pinasukan pala.
Simple
Mahilig
lang.
din po Flash. In simple lang, isang hampas tapos divine. Di biglang ano na lang, Dimash Justice na lang agad.
Oo nga eh. Timings lang yun dahil nga kanina, di ba, nakita natin si Godv tinulungan sa red buff si DDD, yung kanya lang si DDD. Tapos, nahuli siya. So, mas cool lang siya sa experience. Level 5 nga si Kid. Maganda nga lang yung ginawa niya doon. Flash, silence, para hindi maka-flash away si Godv at hinulugan lang, Dimash Justice. At that was the quick first blood para sa one team. Pero ito na nga tayo nandito. 3 minutes into the game na tayo. Ang unang dragon na lalabas ay ang Ocean Drake.
Nako po, masasandwich dito. Itong si Vamos, pero bumabamonos. Doon pabalik sa base dahil nahuli at na normal attack dito ni Yumao. Itong si Vamos.
At nakakuha pa siya doon ng mas madaming gold dahil nga dito sa passive ng ating Draven dito si Yumao ngayon 1-0. Pupunta na siya sa kanyang Storm. Laser malamang dito ang kanyang bubuong first item at magiging crucial yan. Nakita natin, shove niya ngayon yung lane, busy call siya, kukunin niya yung first item at magiging significant to sa susunod nating laban which is malamang magiging dito sa dragon na to. Malambot, ang dragon laners, baka kaya na pating kaagad.
Dalawang espada yung hawak ni Yumao. Dahil dalawang axe nga naman yung hawak niya. Dalawang espada na lang pero nanggagaling sa likod nito si Ninja 7 with another play para dito kay DDD. Pero DDD, napop niya agad. Etong Ragnarok, binait ka lang, nagpa-bait ka naman. Pero Shanyu, deflecting that charm against Utopian. Just so happened para hindi nga naman siya ma-charm.
Grabe yung post timing, no? Pero mission accomplish doon ng one team dahil sabi mo nga na burn yung Ragnarok, wala ngayon ito sa nagbabadyang laban dito sa ating Ocean Drake. Nakapwesto na ang one team, kita dito na SLG pa si Shanyo.
Yup. Uy, masyado advance yung charm. Advance yung charm, di ba? Ito yung nakakadireto na play, pabalik ito si Utopian, pero the box nila maganda na sila dito, hindi na sila makahabol para sa side ng SLG, pero hindi pa din naman nakakapasok dito sa loob ng pit. Yung one team, actually one team yung merong vision inside the Dragon Pit as of now, pero yun nga, hindi pa din nakapag-reward dito yung SLG, so basically, kitang-kita sila sa CCTV dito ng one team. Ang one team naman, they are interested to getting itong ating Literal top lane, but I don't think na makakaabot pa sila for the take na tong dragon natin sa may bandang baba.
Ayan, nag-decision sila. Pero teka, si Godby pumapasok!
Uy, si Godby, medyo tinataboyatan nila dito itong si Shanyo. Shanyo daw, medyo low on HP, pero si Naiko! Pero sa Dimash Justice and in the life of these alligators. Sabi niya, see ya later, alligator! Sabay na habol nila dito si Ninja 7 with a flash out. He's still safe after all, despite getting chased ng Ragnarok na DD.
Medyo maaga doon na ang pasok ng ating alligator sa referral pit nung wala pa yung members ng SLG. Si Vamos sinubukan niya makatama doon ng kanyang ultimate on the Seraphine, yung Encore, pero sayang alang walang tinamaan, baka pwede sila makapala. Pero ito nga, simula pa lang natin dito, ang SLG, wala pa nakakuha ang kills habang 3 kills na dito ang one team. Nakakuha na kanina ng gold itong si Yumao. And medyo chop suey pa rin ang kanyang build dito, no? Yasu, naka-2 BF sword nga at saka meron na siya ngayong Vampiric Scepter. So dahan-dahan siya, chinachapsuy niya yung build niya, minamaximize niya yung nakuha niya attack damage. Habang mukhang magpupush dito ang one team, nag-react naman dito ang SLG.
Yeah, of course, they wanted to defend itong turret at the top lane ng side ng SLG, pero joke lang daw, hindi na nila de-defend. And partida, hindi pa nila sinamon doon yung referral ngayon pa lang. Pero tago-taguan, maliwanag ang buwan. Nga ba, nakatago yung dalawa doon sa may damo, pero alam ni Shanyu yan. Bakit kasi nandito si Aurora? Masyadong obvious kasi doon si Aurora, men.
Tama.
Iniiwan nyo yung support nyo. So it's more likely na meron nakatago sa damo.
Saka nakita nilang, alam ko may nakita sila isang nasa top side kanina eh. So medyo, alam mo yun,
actually nakita yung dalawa eh.
Oo, so may hula sila meron doon sa brush na yun. So actually okay lang din na walang, at least hindi namatayan doon na SLG kasi medyo derek sila doon kapag sila yung natalon ng one team. Pero dito na tayo, medyo nag-chill pa, hindi yung kasing laking aksyon kanina. Katulad ng mga una nating series, kanina naka 40 kills ang labo doon sa SLG, kaya medyo nakakatakot. Ang SLG ngayon, wala na talaga siya sa running, no, para sa ating playoffs. Kumbaga pwede nilang gawin dito is play spoiler against one team, and yung best showing na lang nila para sabihin natin man na Oceania, isa sa mga unang best nila makalaban sa best of the best din dito sa Southeast Asia, pero experience ang kanilang makakalap dito sa tournament na ito.
Yeah, pero ito, speaking of experience, ginawang plus XP si Utopia. Idamay mo na si DDD dahil enough na si Ninja 7 at ito si Shanyo. Si Shanyo naghahanap pa siya ng isa, kaso nga lang tumipis sa gitna si Aurora. Ba't ka dyan nagtitipi, Lods? Balik ka onti. Medyo move ka naman dun sa under the turret or kaya lakarin mo na lang. Di ba? Para kay Aurora dito kasi si Kid masyadong hot. Sabi niya, huwag kang magtipi dyan, Lods. Bawal magtipi dyan.
Bawal nga dyan, Lods. Makikiraan lang din ako. Huwag ka dyan basta nagtitipi. Napunta na ako doon sa top side. Daming gold doon. Pero yun na nga si Kid. Ito din yung Garen natin na naka-Bramble na at Black River 2-0 ang simula. And let's talk about a bit kung saan pupunta tong game na to, dahil na-snowball na ng one team. Itong si Yumao, ito, may nabuo na siya kanina, Chapsuy. Pero naka-storm Razors na nga, papunta muna siya sa Infinity Edge bago niya ibubuo kung ano man yung kanyang ilalagay dyan sa Vampiric Scepter. Pwedeng Blade Blowing Team, pwede din siguro Bloodthirster, no? Pero mukhang naghahanap na naman ng isa pang mapipick dito ang one team, at mabisang makakahanap sila dahil nga may threshold, mabilisan sa makakuha ng hook. Mukhang delikado si Godby.
Gagawin ng sandwich burger alligator dito si Gadby, pero joke lang kasi si DDD mahuli nila. Ragnarok ginamit yung defensive pang takas kasama ng kanyang flash away. Hindi na makalabas dito yung SLG sa kanilang tarima, pero hindi, kala ko nakuha pa niya yung muntika na yun, 1 HP and a dream, si DDD.
Ang muntika nga pumatay sa kanya yung redemption.
Yung redemption. Ay, ginamit sa kanya.
Muntika doon, makasnipe pa si Kid. Grabe no, pa ang dahan-dahan, nagdadasal kang di ka mapatay. Pero buti lang, hindi nga siya nakuha doon. Pero up na ang ating Cloud Drake. Ito ang second Drake of the game. One team naghahanap pa rin ng pick ko, at nakikita nga dito ng member ng SLG ang nasa mid lane natin ngayon.
Mukhang SLG, sige na protection lang under the turret dito. Pero yung Anchor, tumama lang sa isa para kay Siyo dito. Redemption para doon sa mga miyembro ng one team. And wala naman halos sinulida na tinamaan doon. Paubos na dito yung buhay ng Dragon. Walang magagawa at hindi makakalapit yung SLG. Dito kila Shanyo. Sige, precision na lang kami dito on the referral. Pero chance na tama kay Ninja 7. Pero wala siya pala. Nararamdaman ng charm na yan with the play, nag-flash in and the back. Nakurok nila dito. Itong si Kuya Nyosona. And mukhang makakabulin pa. Itong isang si Ari na nag-ulti, patakbo, palayo.
Oo nga, napilitan siya doon mag-spirit rush palayo dahil si Kid naghahanap.
Hinakot po si Kid. Bata pa pero nantitake na ng mga shouty. Pinikap niya doon si Vamos.
Pinikap pa niya na yung Seraphine, nakuha niya doon. Ni Kid, no, nag-flash in pa talaga siya, pasiguradong habol niya. At wala din, sayang makapwesto sana ito nga, yung mga shorty dito ng SLG. May Seraphine, may Sona sila,
may ari mga shorty to.
Oo nga, may ari pa, daming chicks no, nandito sa SLG.
Wala Alam mo, ang hirap dito, paring Crazy Apuru. Diba, ang daming shorty dito sa side ng SLG. Yung mga bouncer, parang hindi binayaran Diba? Parang ang hina ng mga bouncer nila dito, hindi sila makapag-frontline na maayos. And kita mo naman ito, si Ninja 7, Mr. Pick Your Girl, pero nandito si Godby na dined sentence na sasalubungin dito ni Kid, na di hamak mas malaki ang muscles kumpara dito sa alligator ng side ng SLG. And kita mo naman, Godby, kalahati yung buhay dito. He's still alive though, and mukhang susundo na itong si DDD, pero hindi na sila humabol pa. Pero the charm will connect on si you dito, pero natanggal agad, men.
Grabe yung
parang hindi naman na charm. Pero, eto, binagsak na yung pressure na nanggagaling dito si Chanyo at si Ninja 7 sa may bandang likod. At pinabagsak na nga itong si DDD. At mukhang sunod na dito si Aurora, pero mas nauna dito si Utopia. Pero wait, there's more. At hinahabol pa nila dito itong si Gadby. Gadby still alive, though lagi na lang kalahati ang kanyang HP. And this is gonna be another third na mapapabagsak ng one team and maybe two. Actually, kasi hindi makakauntog itong si Kuya Rift Herald doon sa may middle turret. And dito pa nga sa inhibitor siya, uuntog ng malupit and butas na ang middle turret ng SLG dito. Bukas ang pinto ng SLG. Ingat lang, baka makalabas yung aircon. Pagalitan natin yun.
Baka makalabas nga Elcon, sila na nga ang mid-lane inhibitor ng SLG. Pero going to this replay right here na nakita natin, yung decisiveness din naman ng one team, yung pag-engage, pag-isa-isa. So na lang sabi mo, medyo kulang ata ang bayad sa mga bouncer dito ng SLG. Nagsitakbuhan sila doon sa bot lane kanina, nagsama, sinubukan sunduin na kanilang mga shorty, pero wala hindi na umabot. At wala din mga ultimate doon si Vamos, saka si yung Ari nga, kaya yun, nakabutas dito ang one team. Getting closer and closer sila sa kanilang win condition. Ang isa din kailangan kasi ng one team para talaga makaiwas sila dito sa tiebreaker. Meron tayong tinatawag na time attack na kailangan kung fastest average win time gives them a slight advantage sa ating tiebreaker. So one team din naghahanap ng ganong speed na mabilisang pagtapos dito sa laro na to. Talaga naman natin, one team din, laki na naman, 10-0 na sila in terms of kills.
Yeah, ang unang mamatay sa side ng one team, walang dinner mamaya, di ba? Pero ito, redemption and chance, gagamitin sa may bottom lane para mag-assert ng dominance, pero nag-flanking na si Gadby para i-target ito si Baon. Ako po, wala kang dinner mamaya, pero the back will be here para i-keep slow yung side ng SLG from getting more kills. And yun na nga, Yumao habang si Chanyo binubutas yung top lane nyo sa side ng SLG. Pero wait, there's point kasi naiwan dito si Ninja. 7, pero joke lang, hindi ako naiwan dito, kayo naiwan dito sa akin. Pero kita mo naman, 4 yung mahabol sa kanila, pero nag-chat-chat sila doon. Si Shanyo! Si Shanyo! Nasaan na kayo? Naandun sa Nexus, baka gusto nyong umuwi. Very light lang dahil hindi na papasok dito yung chat. Walang minions! Teka lang! Back muna! Konti pa! Another 5 ng minions dadating dito sa may Nexus nila, pero feeling ko dito si Pansit. Ay, hindi pa. Bumalik dito si Kanyo, pero biniwala na bottom lane. Si CU dito, sabi ni CU sa Alligator, see you later, Alligator! Dahil natakam si Cadby kay CU!
Napalalim sila masyado na nag-tower dive sila against kay CU.
Ano pa sila?
Yung sila ng Torre. Pero yun nga, hindi pa tapos ang laruan natin dito. Yeah, so kita natin kinukuha na ng one team ang Mountain Drake. At yun nga, silang-sila na yung base SG kanina. Ang takot lang natin, bukas yung pinto sa mid lane, baka lumabas yung aircon. Ngayon, wala na, 2 pinto na, pati bintana, nakabukas na. Sila-sila na rin yung dingding ng Nexus.
Alam mo kasi, Lods binisita sila ng demolition team. Dito, ang nagngangalang one team. Ay,
bulldozer, no? Nila ba bulldozer yung pumabangga sa kan si Shanyo. Laki-laki na dala ng bulldozer. Pero teka lang, si Ninja 7 naghahanap dito sa gilid.
Tama kayo dyan, paring Aporu, pero wala silang naging customer as of now. Munti ka na! Etong si Kuya Gadby, pero ngayon palang lumalabas dito yung SLG. Lumalabas sa sarili nilang jungle, pero naibit na naman nila dito itong si Kuya Gadby. Gadby nag-dash in, walks out, pero hindi, tuluyan pa rin siya na maalam at pinaparek with the embrace. Pero flash out, Ragnarok na naman, pero nandito naman si Kid, binabata yung dalawa na natira dito sa side ng SLG. Actually, tatapap sila dahil nandito pa itong si Utopia na nagtatry mag-derep dito sa bottom lane. Pero what is depth? Kung pwede naman i-focus na yung Nexus dito dahil ilang partida yung dadala ng one team dito, and the Nexus will be destroyed ng one team, and that's a 1-0 right away.
Yeah, 1-0 kaagad pa sa one team sa ating best of 2 series dito. At grabe, ang one team. Parang usual na nakikita na natin ang best yung ginawa sa SLG. Pero ang SLG naman, nilabas sila yung usual nilang hilig na lineup. Nakikita natin to sa mga replay nila sa Oceania, sa tournament nila. Mahilig sila dyan sa double songstress bot lane, yung malakas kumonset. Healing galing. At medyo, alam mo yung kada cast ng spell, may ingay may ability na sinisigaw Pero yun na nga, victory para sa one team, at they're still on the road na para sa ating tiebreaker mamaya para makapaglaban pa sila, magkaroon ng chance na makarating sa ating playoffs.
Yeah, tama ka doon, paring crazy Apuru, and yung one team, I mean not the one team, pero yung SLG dito, the best that they could do as of now is maging lason sa one team. Kasi kapag ka nag-1-1 sila against one team, hindi tayo magkakaroon, much more likely hindi tayo magkakaroon ng tiebreaker against EVOS.
Yeah, tama. Yun na nga, isang nitignan din natin na pwedeng gawin nga ng SLG dito play spoiler sa one team para nasa kanila kung kaya nila makasungkit dito na isang panalo, wala na lang chance ang one team sa ating tiebreaker. Pero kung matalo sila sa susunod nating laban, makikita natin naman na yun nga, malamang magkaka-tiebreaker tayo between EVOS at kay one team.
Yeah, and yun nga no, after netong series na to, kung sakali, that's the scenario. Pero kasi sa lagay ng estado ngayon ng SLG, parang sorry for the word, pero parang sila kasing nagiging walking bank for all the teams na nandito sa play-ins as of now. I do respect na SLG dito. They are still trying their best. They're still trying kung ano yung kanilang kayang bigay dito sa ating play-in sa WCSC Finals. It's just so happen na meron tayo mas malalakas na team. And I guess, kailangan na natin iba to sa panel and panels. Take it away.
It comes to One Team Esports versus SLG back on our panels table. Erolus, what's your take? It's an amazing game.
Just one more win for One Team Esports before we move on to the best of one tiebreaker. But yeah, let's just go back. Let's just go back a bit. I think the Sona Seraphine was just easily countered by the Draven pick. And
The double
Thresh.
bar, it just
Again,
doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean, the Thresh is really just a very big champion that you have to ban if you are going to pick this Enchanters. Thresh is a no direct counter since inception, right? Since the very beginning, I believe if there's an Enchanter, like pick Blitzcrank or pick Thresh.
Yeah.
And if you could connect those skill shots, things will go your way.
I really want to see if they can actually use Blitzcrank. They have nothing else to lose anymore for SLG.
I mean, they did, right? They picked Blitzcrank once earlier today, but I feel like you can't just be picking champions with no rhyme or reason, which is something that they've been doing. I do believe the last time they picked the Blitzcrank was 1-2 first phase rotation on red side. Nothing was shown. That's why I was even asking, like, does Blitzcrank Ultimate have the shield breaker mechanic? Because the only thing shown was set. There was literally no rationale behind it. And I feel like, unfortunately, that's kind of what we're seeing from SLG as well. I understand, like, poor gameplay sometimes, but you gotta have some sort of planning in your drafts.
I agree. The fact that we look at their draft, they don't even have a structure to begin with.
That's
honestly
unfortunate,
speaking,
really.
it's just they don't have objective, and they definitely don't have any plans when it comes into the game itself. The moment they are drafting, not even the game began, they just lost it entirely. We saw that draft just now.
Yeah, I mean, I do think they really just need to think about what they want to be playing, because I think it can be quite soul-crushing as well, right? To come in here, get absolutely demolished, and I understand how that takes an effect on your mental, how that affects your approach to the games as well. You might feel like my approach is not working, it's never going to work, I don't know what to do, and then that just throws you off, you start randomly picking champions. I get it, it's just, you know, it's the reality of the situation. I think you should just stick to your guns.
I hoped that at least there was something done in the early game, like possibly just put Sona and Seraphine in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Just to poke it for a bit.
Yeah, just to make sure that they get to at least scale well into the 4 minutes. We saw the first blood happen on the top side, the Garen versus Renekton. That's unforgivable. If you are playing as the Renekton against the Garen, and Garen gets level 2, and you still path yourself towards danger, the punishment for level 1 Renekton is infinitely worse than any other champion.
Yeah, I have to say they're in such ordeal right now for the side of... Definitely it feels... You know, put yourself in their shoes sometimes. They try to actually do everything they have today, but it just didn't work out for them. They're hitting a wall here. Definitely something has to change. Major changes need to be made, and if really they can make it out in a very short time when it comes to the second game later. But look at the draft just now. We saw how they're trying to... They picked Seraphine and Sona the last few in the end. So I'm not sure why are they going that way while we're having Draven and Thresh picked off by one.
The Sona pick is a problem for me. I think Seraphine was still fine. I think what you needed to do here, like I said, was flex her into a dragon lane position and take a sort of tank support. To make that happen, to make that work out well, you drop the Ziggs ban, you take a Trash ban instead. And I think that would probably be the best case scenario here for SLG. The problem is they doubled down because this is what they know best. This is what works for them in their region because that's what doesn't get punished. But we've seen time and time again that if you double down Seraphine Sona, you will get punished by WCS teams. The sad thing is I really like the first phase of their draft. I think Olaf, Renekton, Ahri, it gives them a lot of room to play mech, it gives them a lot of power and objectives. Of course, once Renekton gets soloed, that kind of all goes out the window, but the draft did them no favors either.
Exactly, and yeah, the solo kill was just so hard. And again, for SLG, that this is not the end of the road for them. Even if they go out, you know, losing this next game, we all know that they will just come back stronger. OCE as a region. Come on, man.
I believe
That's the
in
thing
them.
that they say. They say O's will not be silenced. Yeah, that's the thing that they say.
Okay. Well,
in League of Legends PC.
O's will not
Yeah,
be silenced.
obviously not for Wilder if it's very silent right now.
They used to be a bit loud back then.
They
Used
still
to be.
are. They still are. Very
Yeah,
boisterous
still.
folk.
The thing is, all they need to do right now is just maybe explore a bit when it comes to different type of strategies and play and also draft and get used to it at first. And we kind of also mentioned they need more of the scrims. And so for maybe after this, they met out with the WCS team, they can actually scrim with each other. I mean, like they kind of know the WCS team, so they can actually behind the screen meet up next time to set up a screams, you know, to get used to those plays.
Ping is
Maybe.
too.
It takes-
That's why they had to
Yeah,
fly. The
exactly.
Ping is too, the ping gap is too
It
big.
takes a lot of
Problem.
resources in order for them to just to
Yeah,
be
I
able
mean,
to
like-
scream, right?
It's unfortunate.
They have to
Honestly,
go
like I
top
don't
tier.
want to be a Debbie Downer here, but what I think they can take away from this is how to read the meta. I think that's the
Yeah.
biggest thing, because clearly there's an issue with their read, right? Like it's Sona Seraphine, we pick this all the time in O's, no one punishes us, but obviously it's not gonna work when you play against better teams, and then you start problem solving, you start breaking it down. Okay, if this doesn't work against better teams, why is that? If people play this against us in the future, how do we exploit that? And you go step by step and you try to learn and problem solve from there.
Like you mentioned about them not being able to poke for a bit just now, but they do have an Ari. But the Ari didn't actually do much, and we saw how one just took advantage of it. And
It's
they
some
have
flashy moments.
I'm just saying, they have Olaf, which is so hard to actually have your hands on it.
That's true. And again, the Olaf pick, no one was questioning that. Renekton was actually a very solid pick as well. And the Soda Seraphine, they actually planned that from the get-go, right? It does appear that, you know, once they found the Olaf, okay, 1 meter away or 1 mile away, it's going to be a Soda Seraphine composition. We hope for a Lulu or something, right?
Yeah.
It could have been more stable in lane. Lulu is very underrated when it comes to laning phase. Although against the Draven, it will still be very scary.
Of course, Draven Trash, you're still going to be losing that one out. I think regardless, they had to ban the Trash. Maybe they weren't expecting Ninja 7 to pull that one out. That's probably the only likely reason I can think of here. But even then, you know.
We've been, you know, putting it out.
Yeah, you've been saying it. So, like, as a team, it's your due diligence to, like, be aware of it.
Exactly.
But, you know, it happens. It happens. I've missed some bad bans before in my life as well. You know, you got to get used to it. You got to learn from it. I'm just trying to put myself in their shoes here.
Yeah, I'm getting very personal here, by the way. Yeah, that's very nice of FOMO. It's a very rare scene that we're actually witnessing right now. Be sure you guys clip that because it's never going to happen anymore. Ever. But yeah, I just want to ask, Odo lose, is there any Odo win? At least for once. I do want to see SLG take one win for once. For once. Come on.
If one team disconnected a Dragon fight, one team had to go 5v5 at a Drake fight and half their players DC. Then they can win.
Not that way.
But it's a win condition.
I mean, like a clean way, you know? Like,
it's an act of
the
God. It happens.
man-to-man way, you know?
If they win, they're in the game, right? Like if they are able to
Just
at
win
least
the early game for it.
Because how it's been, like for the longest time, is that they've been surrendering lane kills, right?
Yeah.
So at least
don't get
clean that out. Clean that out. Then you can, you know, similar to what they did during the game number 2 against Final University. They were at least able to get 4 kills against.
I'm not even gonna say anything.
Get 4 kills against University, but yeah,
hey, but Final University 2 old CERBERUS, so 4 kills against them ain't all that bad, okay?
We're counting kills now. Up to the point we don't count series of games.
One team, I believe has the lowest number of kills against SLG.
Well, they're dragging. Well, they have the most game time. So
There we go. Here we go. We're back in it.
yeah, let's jump into the draft straight away. But let's get into SLG versus One Team Esports, game number 2 in our last series of the round robin.
OCE versus MST. No one gets silenced. No one gets silenced. We'll see. Garen has been a problem for OCE, but I'm hoping that at least in this game number 2, I'm going to turn my back around. Let me know if Thresh got banned.
Okay. They're turning their backs on me right now. I'm the only one actually looking at the screen with the draft.
My eyes are closed. I have no thoughts. My head is empty. I'm just thinking about what we're having for dinner, guys. I know what one team's having for dinner.
What?
Come on, don't make me say it.
I don't know.
SLG.
Oh, wow.
It's right there.
Surprise.
Okay. So what are we looking at here? Varus has been banned, Jace has been banned, but the all important one, the Thresh has to be banned if they want Aurora
and Vamos to at least have a safe laning phase, right?
Yes.
It's not.
It's the bare minimum. It's the worst case scenario.
There
right?
you go.
Nice. Okay, I like that because trash
Yeah,
is the worst
you
case
just
scenario.
want that to happen. That's it.
They blew kisses at the camera when they banned the trash. Well, either that or they flipped me off. I know it's one of the two, right? But I think it's the former. I think it's the former. So let's see what's gonna be the first pick option here for SLG.
Seraphine has been, by the way. So Olaf is still open.
Seraphine? They bet Seraphine?
That's
That's a dub. We take those.
Camille is open.
We take those,
Camille
okay?
is open. A very good. They have shown that they can play Irelia, so they could possibly just pick the Camille here. And
Rico
win
shouting
early.
karma over there.
Let's go.
Rico
Let's
is
go,
shouting karma
SLG.
now, but
Let's
Camille,
go.
I believe in you.
I mean, Camille is a one-man, or I guess one-woman win condition, right? You can win a game purely through a Camille.
Yeah.
But then again, you're playing against Kid. You're playing against Sienna.
Yeah, very stable.
No.
Baron lane.
And Rico is just saying that done. They got karma.
Ooh, there we go.
Oh my
This
God.
combo.
But hey, this combo is one hell of a combo between Olaf and
least-
Karma. But hey, what can we do for SLG side right now?
I mean, at least Olaf's Ragnarok won't be able to do a thing against the Hexag Ultimatum, right?
I
He gets trapped there. So now you can pick the Ziggs. You can pick the
could pick
Ziggs,
the
and
Ziggs. It's
you
not a
know,
bad pick.
Now it's gonna be a set.
Set. Go for the Ziggs, please. SLG.
It's
back
not a
for
bad
them.
Ziggs angle here, but Senna is fine.
No.
I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. It might not be Ziggs, but I think this is once again SLG's first 3 picks are good. Are okay. They're playable, serviceable. It's a playable draft right now. Let's see what happens on
Playable
4-5.
draft.
Rakan mid.
Up to the point we're saying, is it playable or not for the draft? It's
No,
not
because
even
last
it's
game,
good or not.
Genuinely, last game when they locked in Sona on 5, I thought the game was just over, right? It's regardless of the team, regardless of name tags, you lose the game in the draft right there. This one, that's playable for now.
Looking over, they're gonna ban out 6 still, but never mind that then.
They don't have to ban Ziggs if you're one team.
No,
'Cause
definitely for one, definitely they have the spot for that.
Garen being banned away at least.
Can I just say, it's so cold in the studio today.
It's
Just go
raining
back there.
outside.
Shivering.
Okay, let's look at Renekton. Come on, Renekton be left open so that it get baited and Godvi will have a field day in the Baron lane. Please. Oh, Teemo get banned.
Okay!
Teemo get banned.
No, it's smart. You see, they're 2 steps ahead. They know maybe one team want to do a bit of styling right now. What's the usual champion you do when you want to go styling? Teemo. So they ban that away. They won't let that happen.
Wow, 2 steps ahead.
2 steps ahead.
I don't know about that, man. I'm like,
Okay.
I want to blow some kisses back to them, but the camera's not coming back.
You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know.
No, it won't come back to us,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Oh, wait, it will after the series. Okay, gotcha.
Exactly.
Done.
All right. Oriana.
Not
Another scaling champion. I don't
genuinely
like this.
not a bad draft. It's a very slow draft, but
it's a
what
playable.
the hell? This is like the best draft SLG have done like the whole tournament. It's a decent draft.
Yeah,
I really
at
like
least
it.
it's not the Graves jungle, right?
But
Yeah,
at
I
least,
really like this, honestly.
I don't know. It's on paper, it's kind of right, but execution-wise, we have
Well,
to wait and
that's
see.
well,
first.
we
That's
can't
another
talk
thing.
about that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just on paper, this looks fine.
Hey,
oh,
Shen.
Oh.
that's a very good last pick. It's fantastic here. It's
Yeah,
a
Shen,
the
Karma.
linchpin of their comp, I would say, is the Shen. It
But I don't
ties
know.
everything together.
I've seen Shen and Karma together. So far, it hasn't actually have sort of good win percentage just yet.
Together?
Yep. When
How
it-
many games have they played together?
No,
Probably not
I
too
saw
many, right?
that throughout the entire like tournament I've
Yeah,
seen before.
things that you have.
Well, I would say that Kid is one of the, if not the best Shen player that we've seen so far this tournament. Of course, it's a very small sample size, but I do think the Shen is so good at doing 2 things, right? You
Right.
shut down the Camille split, I would say shut down, but you make the Camille have a harder time split pushing. It's a decent matchup enough. And you look at your team, right? You combo so well with the Olaf. The whole comp
Exactly.
revolves around him. Karma shield, Rakan bouncing off him, Shen stand united, you just run it down. You have the Kai'Sa flying in.
Yep.
It's a great comp for both
And
sides.
yeah, speaking of Kai'Sa, late game insurance.
Yeah, yeah.
Just a one-team staple pick, I would say. So
This-
this is very one team, and I'm thinking that they're thinking ahead, and just wanted to practice this draft.
Yeah. And I
just in
actually
case.
do like this bot lane matchup here because I think this is one of the few bot lane matchups that SLG have drafted where they actually not even don't lose, they might even win because Set Senna, I think, has a good time against Kai'Sa Rakan. They might win bot lane.
Hold to your wits there. We're gonna see what's gonna
The
happen.
champions should win bot lane. Whether or not it actually happens again, we'll have to find out.
Hold on to your wits because we have no clue. Maybe because because anything can happen with SLG. It calls match logic gaming for a reason, but Casas, let's just straight get into the drift. Take it away.
Yep, and we will... Puso lang mga kaibigan. Yan dapat ang bitbit ng SLG dito. Versus one team dahil sa second game na tayo ng series na pa. Pero nagpipicture taking lang sila sa may SLG. Nating to lose. So, picture time muna mga lods sa may middle lane. Pero this is good, no? I think this is still good sportsmanship dahil alam nila kung ano na ang estado ng kanilang points dito. So, they're just having fun right now.
Tama. Good vibes lang. Good vibes. Sa simula na laban natin dito. Malamang kita na yung huling beses nating makikita ang SLG dito sa WCS. Pero madami sila nakuha ang experience at yun na nga. Good vibes lang sila kanina sa mid lane. Nagpa-picture taking liba sila nagpakita doon. Habang ito na nga ang pangalawang laban between SLG at One Team. Kailangan makuha ng One Team ang panalo dito para makapag-tiebreaker pa sila sa EVOS Thailand.
Yeah, tama ka doon. Pare, crazy Apuru, pero grand entrance sa tama sa dalawa dito. Medyo nasaktan itong si Utopia. And actually, parang crazy Apuru, nag-ano sila dito change lane yung side ng SLG. Utopian on the Senna, on the ADC lane right now. Habang si Vamos naman yung nasa middle lane sa ngayon. Gaya nga lang sinabi ng panels natin, no? When it comes to the draft, ang ganda ng draft dito ng SLG. Pero, how about the execution? Yun yung laging question dito.
Sabi nga ni Omo, di ba, na maganda yung draft. Yung champions in concept mananalo, pero mananalo ka pa talaga sa game. Pero si Godby, mag-dive dito.
Yeah, mag-isa lang dito ito si Godby, pero with a hook shot, papalayo. Kaso nga lang, tatlo yung kanyang kaharap dito. Mukhang ipag-hello niya na nga lang tayo kay San Pedro.
Nga, pinahagod pa siya doon, exhaust siya, binato ni Yumao, pero going back din sa sinabi ng panel kanina, no, yung Rakan sa yung Kaisa, yung medyo lugi dito sa Senna at sa set lane, pero tulad na nasabi mo, nag-lane swap nilagay nila si Yumao, yung Kaisa sa mid lane, habang nilagay naman nila itong Kalma at yung Rakan doon sa bot lane. Nakita na din natin kanina ganong ka mobile yung dalawa kasi mag-speed boost, may dashes, paliko-liko, di mo alam saan tatamaan. Yung Rakan saka yung Palma, kaya nahihila tuloy yung set saka yung Senna, kaya medyo mahirap yung lane nila doon. Pero nakita natin dito yung play sa topside, si Godby nga lang ng tatlong miyembro dito ng one team. At pinakasusi dito na-exhaust. So, na nakaalis doon si Godby, easy tower dive.
Easy tower dives. And yun nga, no, nung tinatawag natin dati pa, it's the kuyog strat. If you go inside the turret, if you go under the turret, nang napakadami nyo, yung kalaban nyo, isa, dalawa lang, kuyog, kinuyog ang tawag doon. And, SLG, one team, naka 1-0 na nga dito yung one team pagdating sa kills, 2 minutes into the game going 3 minutes. And kita mo naman yung mga CCTV ng one team dito sa may top lane natin. Pero mukhang, kala ko magro-rotate si DDD. Kaso hindi, nag-take lang talaga siya ng mga farms niya.
Pero sabi mo, dami nga ng CCTV, nakitang-kita nila lahat ng pwedeng mangyari sa blue buff side jump ganitong SLG. So kaya na-spot out din nila si DDD doon na nagpakita.
Ang
Vamos.
Ang dami DDD, Lods. Oo, apat DDD. 5 pala. 5 yung narinig ko, pero okay lang yun. Okay.
Ang dami kasi, ang hihapit akin, DDD. Okay, pero na, yun, tama na tayo. Pero yun na nga yung Kha'Zix, nakita nila sa top side. 30 seconds, sinitawan yung Ocean Deck at yung Whip Herald natin dito. Pero medyo nagkakabagbunggan dito.
Yep, 1v1 with a great one, pero si Godby pa rin ang medyo nalulugi dito with a flash trap na ginawa niya. Pero flash naman ang ginawa dito ni Kid, pero after all, he's still gonna die in the hands of Kid. Normal attack lang. And nilabanan niya pa kasi, kala niya lumalim na
Oo nga tingnan namin yan doon yung Hextech Ultimatum para mag-dodge na konti yung frames ng Ignite para maging invulnerable siya. Ang next step sana doon, Godby, makakuha ng konting healing para makakuha ng Honeyfield, tapos baka mabuhay siya doon. Pero hindi nga, didn't pan out that way. Napatay pa doon siya ni Kid. 2K gold din na para sa one team at up na nga itong Ocean Deck. Unang nakatingin ngayon dito ang one team nandito, ang Kaisa at Rakan. Pero mukhang hindi nila itutuloy nag-recall habang tinitake na ng SLG ang ating Whip Herald.
Yeah, dapat mabilis lang to para sa side ng SLG, pero mukhang maabutan sila dito ni Kid with the blast cone being used. And smite yan Kala ko. Nanakaw Pero nakuha pa rin naman dito ng SLG yung Rift Herald natin dito habang nag-transition na lang din on the take ng Dragon yung si Shanyo and the other members ng side ng 1T pero hindi pa sila
Oo.
nag-fully commit dahil umaara din dito yung ibang member ng SLG. Di pa actually sinisimula ng tuloy-tuloy dito ng side ng 1T pero definitely pwede nila makuha to nandito na ito.
Pumasok.
Yung DDD pero pumasok na rin. Itong si Ninja 7 with the killer instinct na ginawa din dito ni Yumao trying to free hit yung mga pinasukan nila pero si Aurora nang gagaling sa likod. Another Cathian Rain ito tama dito. Normally mo,
Aurora.
habulin mo. Lakad tayo. Itakbo mo hanggat may lupa dito. Pero nice block! DDD Void Seeker para mailigtas si Aurora.
Grabe nga, nakita niyo na sa malayo pa lang yun na babatuhin yung projectile na yun. May screenshot para halangan mabuhay pa rin si Aurora. Si Godwin duguan ulit dito sa top side habang yung Dragon nga ay sinecure na dito ng one team. Nakakuha sila ng isang kill doon kanina doon sa kanila. Very decisive engage sa SLG at nakuha din nila yung Dragon. Nakatingin sila ngayon ulit sa mapa with Herald para kanina no, napunta sa SLG. So pwede nila tama sa mid pero si Ninja naghanap siguro dito ng engage.
Yeah, naghahanap talaga ng engage with the knock-up coming from the grand entrance. Di naman sila nag-fully commit doon dahil walang follow-up. And I think gusto lang din nila mag-reset as of now. Asserting dominance lang ba?
Ha, tama. Asserting namin, nagpapalamdam para hindi nyo i-bully yung aming mid lane na madedepensahan pa rin namin yan. Pero nakita nyo din dito yung items ng Kid. Minsan nakikita natin yung mga Shen ang na Sunfire Cape kasi tanke. Pero hindi, si Kid. Kita natin kanina, Kid ang pangalan niya pero Brusco kung gumalaw, Brusco makipag-away at nakikita natin laging in siya ng in na 1v1 niya si Godfrey pero sila nakadepend sa defense. Vamos!
Yeah, come on, vamonos! Everybody, let's go! Back to the base ang ginawa dito ni Kuya Vamos dahil hindi niya na napigilan si Shanyo pero the quickness sa the bottom lane. Connecting din yung grand entrance, taking down itong si Kuya Utopian pero the face breaker and the showstopper hindi magiging enough para mapayao ito si Kuya Yumao and the Catherine Rain and the normal attack. Pinagtatakampan nila dito si Aurora kung mabubuhay pero one more hit away. He could be dead pero kiniller instinct pa men!
Kailangan isip mga masyadong mabilis yung set eh. Hindi yung makapagpasa rin yung mga hindi makutuan pa na isang atake.
Alam mo, patay na yun kahit walang killer instinct sana pero ewan ko, Kuya Apuru. But it is what it is.
It is what it is. I mean, sulit naman eh. Nakakakuha ng kill. Imbis na mag-flash na.
Alam mo kasi, kaya tinawag na killer instinct yun. Dapat may mapatay ka nga naman. May napatay naman siya. Given. Okay.
Meron siyang killer instinct doon. Kaya niya napatay. Kaya niya ginamit. Kaya niya binurn niya. Kahit ultimate ba yan. Pero going back dito na medyo normal na proseso ba? Pagkatang sabihin dito ng SLG early on, malaki na naman ng one team pero may engage naman.
Yeah, another knock-up na naman yan for the grand entrance na nag-connect sa dalawa at mukhang napayaw na naman nila dito sa Utopia. Pero maganda sana yung shockwave. But, yun lang, hindi enough yung damage and yung discord na nagawa nila on that counterplay. Actually, hindi nga counterplay yun eh. Sila yung lumalim dun eh.
Nga. Pang items kasi yung itong si Vamos sa Oriana niya eh. Na alam mo naman ang Oriana, maganda shockwave. Ludens pa lang. Pag wala pang items sa Vamos, nakita natin dito ulit yung mahiwagang 4 na shockwave. Yun, 4 hindi naman pero tayo. Ganda nga, hanga half HP pero wala eh. Early game pa tayo dito, Yasu, at medyo kulang pa ang bawas ni Vamos sa kanyang Oriana. Another 2 kills ang napunta sa side ng one team dito. And normal process, one team ay ang lamang SLG medyo nahihirapan dito.
Very minute the quickness and the grand entrance. Teka lang! May dalawa doon kanina! May tao doon kanina!
Uy! Na-eviscerate sila! Hindi ka na nakita! Naubos! SLG Utopia at si Vamos at yun na nga Vamos papunta sila sa mid lane sinisira ngayon habang yung Herald ay tinitake naman ni Shani si Kid though. Dalawa nakatingin sa kanya.
Yeah, pero si Shanyo talaga sinosolo niya lang talaga yung referral dito habang sinicheck lang ng iba pang miyembro ng one team. Nakalipad naman papalayo itong si Kuya Gadby into safety. Still alive pero yung Tori nila hindi na magtatagal at mukhang secondary turret na nga sa gitna ang kinakatok dito ng side ng one team. Hindi pa naman nila mapapabagsak pero again walang makukuha na objective dito yung SLG. Wala pa nakukuha actually.
Wala pa nga habang pa-up na dito ang ating Infernal Drake. Less than 10, mga 10 seconds, dito daw na yan at ang one team nag-recall na ngayon para makakuha ng mga items at babalik doon. So far na ito sa laro natin na to, si Ninja, grabe yung mga pasok, nauubos, nawawala yung mga miyembro din ng SLG pagpasok niya kasama ng Mantrad na first ability nito ni Shoot, tapos si Kita sa lahat sila. Pero yun na nga, dito SLG, pumapaysa na din sa Infernal Drake, kitang-kita ni Shanyo.
Yeah, kita talaga ng CCTV. Isang CCTV lang yan pero nandun sila nagpa-party-party sa vision ng CCTV. Ayos ba yun? Pero one team dito, hindi pa naman nila pinapasukan at patiently waiting. Etong si Kuya Shanyo sa may Gedli. Pero eto, makakuha naman ng isang torre dito sa gitna yung side ng SLG. And that's actually an important turret. Alam naman natin kung gano'n ka-important ang middle turret dito. Pero kayo 4 versus 5 yun sa may bandang gitna. Pero napabalik with the embrace, niyakap na nga. And tinatry lumayo dito ni Kuya New Utopian and the rest of the team ng side ng SLG. Pero hindi na talaga kaya, Lord. Si DDD magiging dead. Another hit and that will be a kill na binigay kay CUN an ace para sa side ng one team.
Pinakita doon yung embrace, ang embrace ng kamatayan doon ng SLG. Naubos sila ng one team doon sa laban na yun sa Dragon Pit. Nakuha pa yung Infernal Drake at isa pang torre ang bumagsak. Nakuha ng one team dito. 10 minutes into the game, 15 kills at 14,000. Halos na ang gold dito ng one team. At yun na nga, dito tayo, Yasu, SLG. Kailangan tayo nilang sa lang, laki na ng lamang ng one team eh. Ang hirap na makahanap dito ng bright spot para sa SLG. Pero ano naman ang SLG dito, experience ang kanilang hinahanap. Looking at the map ngayon, no, dito, one team, nag-pick-up lang bumalik. Dami ng items ni Yumao dito sa kanyang Kaisa. Meron siyang Infinity Edge, meron siyang Blade of the Ruin King. Pumasok siya dito, ang dami niyang damage na pwedeng ibato sa SLG.
Kumbaga, bayad na itong si Kuya nyo Yumao dito dahil uninterrupted naman yung kanyang farming. And at the same time, hindi pa siya nahuhuli standing at the sitting pretty sa 3-0-3 KDA si Kuya Yumao. And hindi pa siya yumayao kasi ito, pumasok na naman dito yung side ng one team. Pero yung hate spike dito ni Kuya nyo Didi, parang hindi naman kasamang hate, parang naging love spike lang. At naiwan nga itong si Kuya Aurora, nasa gitna ng 5.
Ano ba naisip ko lang kanina, Yasu, nung unang game natin, concert ang pinakita ng SLG, pero level mo nakita natin dance party eh. Gano'n na sa mid lane, sayaw-sayaw lang. At yun na nga ng teams natin dito, iba-iba klaseng party.
Yeah, flash out. Nastas niya naman yung sarili niya para kay Kuya Utopian dito. He's still alive so far, pero ang mapapani is going to be Godby na hindi na nakapasok dun sa kanilang wall Maria. And babangga pa nga dito yung another Rift Herald in the middle lane. Inhibitor ng side ng SLG. Bukas na naman ang pintuan. Lalabas na naman ang aircon.
Lalabas yung aircon. Papasok na yung mga Titan. Nasira yung Wall Maria ng Armored Titan na si Shelly Binunggo. Nasira na yung attack. At yun na nga, one team. Nakatingin na sila sa sunod nilang laban dito. Ang laki na kasi na lamang nila. Hirap sabihin dito na kaya pa bumawi ng SLG. Alam naman natin, SLG, galing Oceana. Experience ang habon nila dito. Isang una nilang laban sa isang international competition. At madami pang marating itong team na to based sa nakita natin sa kanilang region. Pero let's talk about one team dahil after nitong laban na to, nagbabadya ang kanilang tiebreaker sa EVOS Esports.
Pero ito, lumilipad ang literal na manok. Shockwave will be there pero hindi na nabuhay itong si Utopian even with the Shockwave present dahil parehas na skill eh. Ni Ninja 7 pero ito mas bigati. And the hexagon ultimate to touchdown with a stasis. And mukhang kinarne na. Pumasok kayo ha. O eto kayo ngayon sa killer instinct coming from Yumao. Taking na even dito ni Kuya Vamos. And rekta na rekti dahil kaya na tapusin ng one team. Etong game na to, butas na ang gitna. We only have Aurora to defend. Pero here comes the dash in. Aurora, hindi na talaga siya makapag-defend dito. Focus na lang. And nakaisa! Yung SLG na kill!
Nakaisa na SLG, nakaisa pa silang kill bago natapos yung laro. Pero ito na nga, ang victory ng ating second game dito sa series na to ay napunta sa one team. At business as usual, oh. Ito na yung reaction nila, hindi man sila nag-celebrate. Nakatisip na sila, nakatingin na sila sa susunod na laro.
Yeah, ganun talaga, Lord. And one team dito, seryoso pa din sila. Of course, kasi tiebreaker sila na against sa EVOS later after this series. So, kudos pa din sa SLG dito. Ginawa nila ang kaya nilang gawin just to play at makipagsabayan sana sa mga teams natin na iba pa na nandito sa may play-ins. And at the end of the day, nag-enjoy na lang sila doon sa kanilang last match against one team.
Ay, enjoy sila eh. Concert, game 1, game 2, dance
Dance floor,
dance
no?
party.
Dance
Oh,
party.
dance party. May mga EVOS sa mid lane. Pero yeah, sad to see din na hindi na natin makikita. Hindi na natin makikita ang SLG. Pero great din to see na may patay mga ibang regions dito na sumasabak sa international competition. Pero yun na nga, after nitong series na to, malamang malalaman natin kung ano yung maging lagay ng ating tiebreakers, no? Ayunig natin yan mamaya sa ating panel. Pero going back itong one team, grabe yung domination din na pinakita nila. Sa tingin ko sila yung team pa lang so far na pinapakita itong Kaisa Shen, parang submarine combination. And medyo delikado dito pag nalabas nila ulit to laban sa mga susunod na teams makakalaban.
Kaisa Shen is like lumalalim, no? In the turf
Oo.
ng enemy dito. Wow, may natutunan. You can learn new things every day. You learn new things every day. But yeah, SLG, kudos pa rin sa kanila. At least, pag mayroon silang natutunan in terms of the move ng pro scene natin dito. And they really did have fun. And entertain naman tayo on that last game. And good sportsmanship from them.
Good sportsmanship na hindi sineseryoso. Di ba yun, alam mo naman seryoso pa yung pumasok dito talaga. Hinanap nila paano yung formula nila. Bakit ba nakilala nila? Gumawa sila din ng impression sa atin at sa ating panel. No? Yung Sona, Seraphid na botlane na lang gagaling talaga sa region nila. Dati alam ko meta yan pero ngayon mas hindi na lalo na sa Pilipinas. No? Hindi na talaga natin nakikita at kahit dito hindi talaga gumagana kasi medyo may kahinaan. Pero yun na nga, bago tayo masok sa susunod nating series, tayo ay babalik naman sa panel.
Like we expected, at least for the side of Smash Logic Gaming. It's smashing my brain right now. I can't even. I mean, like, what's your take, guys? Come on. For that last series.
I'm okay with having a fire portal just because first off, I would love to celebrate. I would love to, give love to SLG, celebrate OCE as a region. We'll see you next year, okay? That's it.
I mean, before I show what I'm feeling, can I ask you guys, what do you think this is? Do you think it's something mean? Do you think it's something really, like, upsetting? No, it's not. I love you, SLG. Thank you guys for coming down. Hope you guys had a good time here. I know it's been a tough time. Kisses to you guys as well. Hope you guys come back stronger next time.
I don't know if that's sincere enough coming up from both of you, honestly speaking, knowing you guys as a person.
Why?
And in person, I mean, like, that's too nice coming up from both Omo. Odin's still nice,
I've been
but from
bullying them for the
Omo?
last 2 days. I have to say something nice.
I'm a nice person, right?
Yeah, you're a nice person. But Omo,
I'm a nice person, right?
Production, anybody want to
Twitch
respond to that?
Chat, yes. Put a
Even
yes
the,
in Twitch chat.
even the production, even the production is so quiet right now.
Can I get a poggers in Twitch chat for how nice Omar is? Thanks, guys. You got me.
I don't know if there's any pockets right now, honestly, in the chat as well. I'm sorry, Omo. But hey, I hate to say it, but we saw just now Odalus. One definitely knows their champions technicality-wise, micros and everything way better.
I mean, I'm a fanboy of one team, so they should at least have that, right? Because if not, then I'll be super upset. Like, I voted for FENNEL University at one team to advance. Now, since CERBERUS was able to advance, that brings me down to a maximum possible win rate of 50%. That
Unless
being FENNEL
EVOS make it
University and one team. So yeah, I kind of want one team to make it out.
Okay, one team versus FLA will be his vote because then at least he'll get one of the votes right?
Right, exactly.
Oh, okay, but for me, I do want to see if one team can actually make it out for the playoff as well, because we do know later on, right now we have a tie, because since one team, Esports, won this round and won this series, definitely it's going to be a tie with EVOS Esports.
Yep.
So it's going to be the best of one later on to see who's getting the third place. And also, we're going to move forward when it comes to the best of 5 in whoever advances later. That's going to be everything spicy in there.
And it's against FLA as well, right? Who are currently sitting pretty at second place. And I just want to say real quick, I voted for CERBERUS and FLA. So at the risk of jinxing it, feeling a little bit good right now.
Yeah, and you have showed your true colors by having that sticker on your face, right? So.
Yeah. SLA jersey.
For SLG, otherwise, we do know it's still a lot for them to actually improve. There's so many room of improvement here.
I mean, the drafting on game number 2, Omo was right on this one. This was a lot better. However,
I love hearing Omo was right about this one. I hear that a lot.
We tried to find his fault next time. So Omo is wrong.
I was wrong about the CERBERUS matchup, though, and I paid for it.
Yeah. I hope we
Yeah,
get
so about
more
to
of
draw.
it. So, yeah. So there you go.
This guy though. Okay. Anyway, so going back, we said that there will be games that Camille could carry by herself.
Yes.
However, there was a very good and very timely dive that happened from one team, and they even switched over Yumal to the mid lane, right? Giving them a Cerberus special. Basically borrowing a play from. This is actually the same exact draft from Cerberus, right? Having the Shen and the Karma.
Karma, yeah.
So it's pretty much the Southeast Asia as a region is basically just, let me borrow yours for a bit. Right? And then OC will have that Sona and Seraphim.
But hey, speaking of which, that was still a heck of a game coming up from one team Esports.
Yeah.
But we still have one more series ahead of us. It will be on a short break because the best of one tiebreaker, I think, will be next. And also, we have the best of 5 later on.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
that
really
one.
hyped for that. We're finally going into best of 5s. No more BO2s, none of this 1-1 nonsense. We get a true winner every single match from now on. When we go into the main stage as well, that will all be best of 5s.
You've been waiting for this since.
I'm hyped, man. Let's go.
All right, looking.
But hey, here comes our scores. Right now, as we speak, we do see SLG points.
That's a lot of points, by the
Yep,
way.
there's so many points.
It's flipped, but
I
it's okay.
know.
It's flipped. It's actually the
Yes,
reverse.
I
For
think
now,
so.
I think we kind of calculated all the way coming up from CS.
It's in here, right?
I think it's
they
didn't get 12
So
because
it's 9 for Cerberus,
9 points.
5
It's
for
9
EVOS,
points.
and 5
9,
for
8.
1. There we go.
There we go.
Oh yeah, 8 for FLA. Wow, the trio against Cerberus is really paying off big time. 9-8-5-5. I mean, it's a clear division, right?
So for side of SLG, I'm sorry to say, well, I just wish they actually get away with 1 point at least.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen.
So for the viewers at home, let's run through the format a bit here, because again, it can be a bit confusing right now. Where exactly are we?
We're already on the play-ins. When it comes to the round robin, we're already done with the series. So right now, we're going to go for the tiebreaker when it comes to one and also one team Esports versus EVOS later, where because of this tie, we cannot know who's the third and the fourth.
Yep.
We will actually try to determine the second and third place fight later on after this tiebreaker is done, where we do have definitely Cerberus already qualified. So we have one more team to qualify.
So here's the exciting thing, right? One team and EVOS, very similar matchups, very similar scorelines. They both beat SLG 2-0. They both tied against FLA. They both lost to Cerberus. But where it gets really interesting is they tied each other. So now this is the tiebreaker. Effectively, these two teams have played a best of 3 against each other.
Exactly. Now, the
best
best
of
of
three.
3, right? The best of 3 point that we did bring out yesterday, that basically the one team versus EVOS, the battle for glory during Summer Super Cup. Almost a year later, it's battle for survival. That is how our region has grown.
So competitive.
Yeah, exactly.
Used to
Anyone
be
can beat
Battle
each
of
other.
Glory. Now back to Battle of Survival. That's just how different when it comes to comparing. Just within a year of Warrior, just how big of a difference there is. But that's going to be the scores. Hopefully you guys are clear for that, because right now we're going to heading over the break. After the break, we're getting towards the best of 1 first to see who's get the third place to fight against FLA for the second place in the best of 5. Because right now Cerberus will advance for the playoff in the WCS Finals. Who's going to be joining Cerberus? That's the biggest question for the end of today. So we're going to throw the break for a bit. You guys stay tuned and see you guys after this.
can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what it means to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the veil with the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. I've been walking that walk. What I hear it's all Tokyo. Never taking days off. Wait till I'm on top. Yeah, that show me love. Oh, always play the same song. Don't forget what's right from wrong. You just got to hang on. Take a chance, let it go. You can never that you want. I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what it means to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the veil with the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh.
Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible.
looking for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind, but I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are, even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark. Think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are, even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark.
Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo.
Welcome back, World Players. Finally, we are back for a best of one here. speaking of, it's going to be the best of one of the tiebreaker between EVOS and also One Team Esports. We have Rico and also Contra. Speaking of which, the journey between these two teams, and it's very a nostalgic matchup as well, Riku.
Oh yeah, this rivalry dates back to the Summer Super Cup where it went to a full Game 5 and it was EVOS Esports managing to bag that championship win. Then we get to see them, duke it out again. It was even, it was 1-1. So now this tiebreaker is a big deal.
Yeah, I can recall during those days there was a lot of back and forth going on with the team. There were banters being thrown up online, and by the end of it all, it was EVOS that take the fair final game, and that was due to G4 making some really huge plays, and that's what I do hope to expect out of this matchup. But we see that One Team, they have been evolving throughout this play-ins.
Oh, I know, right? One Team, when I first watched them again this year, I found them very slow. Too slow. I had this worry about how they're gonna survive in a state where it feels like the fast defeats the slow. But look what they've done. It feels like they have evolved, they have adapted to the entirety of the play-ins where they draft and cover every single game state. They draft top jungle, early to mid, and then they have that late game scaling in towards the dual lane, which I think is the best mix out of everything that they've done so far.
But if you compare that, I also feel like both teams throughout the entire play-ins, they actually quite evolved. Not evolved, but evolved into
It's
both
part of
different
it.
teams.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
I
do.
mean like for one team, they are evolving as well. But if you compare both back-to-back for both teams, which do you think is progressing more and faster?
If we really look back into EVOS' journey in the play-ins, right? They look pretty shaky in the early stages, and we have a lot of questions for them as we compare them in their prime form. This didn't really cut it at first, but I could see that the resurgence of EVOS' perfect shape, I think they're starting to really get themselves into perfect health to actually take on the rest of the One Team.
Riku?
Based on what I've seen so far, I think the worrying trend is that even though it's still the same, like I look back at their playoffs performance, even though they get like a 10k gold lead, all three dragons, they still don't end the game. They still don't make proactive movements. It feels like they're so hesitant. They take care of their lead like a little baby, and it's so frustrating at times because you know that they can win, and that is the window that One Team is going to be welcoming because, hey, you're taking a while to end the game. That is our window. That is an opportunity. Especially One Team, from time to time, they like their the late game scaling drafts.
But if you compare here for the time attack results, which is going to be the game duration they take it for the fastest match, it was EVOS versus SLG. You mentioned about them
12
having a
minutes.
hard time to close game, but they have the fastest. Yeah, it was today.
Yeah, exactly right. I feel like when it comes to when they get a lead and they end it like cleanly, EVOS, or rather, sorry, it is One Team that is far better than EVOS when it comes to ending games. They're not afraid, they don't hesitate, they know what to do. They surgically remove your towers and objectives in a very fast manner versus EVOS, who's very hesitant at times. So I think that is my worry for EVOS in this BO1, especially it's a BO1.
But like EVOS definitely thrived in a really tense situation. We saw Baron steals coming in from Valdez, and with all those sort of aggressive jungle picks, and with G4 also showing up with assassin pickups, I think it does change the dynamic of this whole matchup itself, because One Team, they love to play double marksman. So if they were to go for, Corky once again, or you want to drop it like Sean up mid, I don't think it's going to work all too well against EVOS.
I super agree with you because that is the struggle that One Team had to face in the Masters region. Every single time they always lose against Flash Wolves, right? And their biggest problem is Bruce being able to, be the puppet master of the entire match.
Like
being
things like Diana.
Yeah, Diana especially being a huge key. And winning basically that lane, that mid lane. So if G4 is able to step up, replicate how Bruce controls the game as an assassin on an assassin champion, I think EVOS has a big chance in winning the BO1.
But the thing is, can they actually do it? Because we do know, yes, I'm loving the fact, we mentioned this behind the scene just now, how fast EVOS is adapting when it comes to comparing day 1 of play-ins and day 2 and down to day 3, they are a completely different team. They managed to close game even cleaner than before. But the thing is, we're talking about One Team Esports who knows how to defend as long as they can.
Well, when we look at the way that both teams have drafted, I think that there is evolution and growth for one team, but when it comes down to the stylistic play of it, I think it's very one-dimensional what they're trying to achieve. Meanwhile, EVOS tried so many different methods, and I think that many of them have worked out throughout this play-ins, and perhaps some of these sort of cards that they have managed to stack up can be thrown up against one team here to really get this game for themselves.
Yeah, for pick potential for EVOS, draft rather, for champions that they can pick, I think they need a lot of self-setup. Something that has CC and can also supplement the damage. So I'm thinking, you know, Lee Sin, Fizz primarily for G4, which he used a couple of times, won once, lost once. And I think, again, it's all about repairing the clean, how they end the game. Honestly, that's my only gripe.
Yeah, EVOS just have to play on that knife's edge, you know, like a lot of times, all these team fights that they call for, it's always a coin flip. So against a team that's so clean, it's hard to do.
I mean, like, it's down to this best of one to see who's the better team to fight against. Definitely going to be FLA, since FLA secured themselves in second place. Now, who will actually get themselves in third place? I can't wait to see if the draft is actually ready for us right now. Because if we do, we want to walk straight into it. Because this best of one, we mentioned it before, is going to be a do or die.
Yeah, speaking of draft, I feel like for one team, if they really want to solidify the early game, replicate what they've been doing with the adaptation, Olaf is going to be so crucial for Xianyo. That's how they're able to win early and keep hammering down their lead. If they get 3 kills, I think that's definitely enough for one team to close out the BO1.
Yeah, and I really want to highlight another match that is not the ones that they were facing up against. So CERBERUS, they have found this method where, sure, one team, they love to stall that game. So what do you want to do with it? You want to outscale them. You want to go for infinite scaling. So things like Senna or even Anasis that can actually bring it to ultra late game, that could work. But the last time that EVOS brought it in, they lost that first match against one team.
Yeah, if we're talking about things that we want to see, I want to talk about things I do not want to see. I do not want to see a Ziggs, because that slows down the game, and I don't think one team should do that against EVOS.
Speaking of you don't want to see things, now we did have Odolus mention about his auto win conditions.
Okay.
So for in this case, since Odolus love to say what he can actually do if you want to win this game, for Contra, I want to say, what's the Odolus? I mean, like, not the person. The conditions to lose in this matchup when it comes to EVOS versus a one-team esports.
Coin flipping Elder Drake. That's the biggest one. All right, so I guess historically, it's been a really tough decision for them, and you just can't rely on Valdez alone to do all the job for you to steal all these big objectives.
Yeah, exactly. I wanna add in that not doing Baron with a 10k gold lead and still waiting for Elder Drake to spawn.
I can feel your agitation since how agitated you were yesterday until now from that fight. But hey, let's just see our matchup of best of one right here, right now. Here we go. Do or die, make it or break it. The only one will actually advance to the best of 5 by the end of the day between one team, Esports versus EVOS. Esports tied. And this is the thing, EVOS, if they drag, it's going to be one team advantage, right?
I would agree. And we've already spoke about it early on. And you know what? We already got what Riku wanted. No Ziggs, they heard you.
Yeah, I know. Like, Ziggs is a very good ban against one team because it denies any sort of... if you want to kill the lane, ban up the Ziggs. Ban up the Ziggs. But there's still the Varus that one team can still pick up. Something that can outrange a lot of the champions EVOS like to play and is able to just clear the wave and basically not interact. But one team says, hey, I'm going to ban that too. We're going to go 2v2.
Yeah, they're just going to go at it while... this time around, what I do like about one team's approach is that they really want to hit on all sides of the lane. Like, back then, the last that they met, they know Lloyd was the weak link. All these sort of Baron picks that's going to be up for grabs now. will still be available, and I believe that we're going to be seeing a lot of flex picks here. And that set is being left open. I believe that this is a good chance that EVOS will be able to take it.
Yeah, I wonder if Camille's going to be the priority. No, it's going to be the Olaf. A lot of respect. Again, the Cianyo, we know once he gets that champion and once he gets ahead, there's no stopping him.
Yeah, and other than that, remember, there's also Camille. Like, is it going to be taken by one team? Generically, we look into the sort of matchups that they've gotten. Although it's open, they didn't really have to prioritize it. We could still go in for that set, play it safe. You could flex it if you want, but hey, I think that they're going to go with both, and I would love to see what they're going to do with it.
Yeah, there's still a lot of mystery for one team's draft, right? The Camille can still go on 2 lanes, while the set on 3 different lanes, so we'll have to see where that goes. Well, we haven't seen a set jungle, so I'm just putting it out there. But in the meantime, we'll see what's going to be paired with this Olaf, because you need some sort of that enabler. Do we see the Orianna? Do we see the Rakan? Do we see the Lulu to make sure that the Olaf stays alive and to hammer down? I love this pick coming from EVOS, because what is left for one team? Do you want to see Yumao on this not Lee Sin, no, not the Lee Sin, Lucian rather, because we're down to what is the next best thing. You get a Corki, you get a Lucian.
It's a good chance to get that Lucian in, but this also tells you that EVOS want to match into the late game as well, because Corki, sure, you will be weak in the early levels until you get those big packages, drop into those big team fights. But how do they fare in team fights? Now it's not really telling, though. They do have the Garen, so if this Camille's gonna go over the Baron lane, she's not going to be too much of a threat anyways. So that set could still go in the support role, but I do assume that Kid will still try to match this one up. So that's going to be a fair fight for Garen.
You know, usually the Garen can still be flexed in the mid lane as well to deny any sort of kill pressure if one team decides to pick an assassin in the mid lane as well. Kaisa, you're already sort of revealing your AD carry, which is totally fine. I think the biggest question is, how do you make the comfortable laning phase for the Kaisa? Because you're going to have a big problem. You're going to get outranged by the Corki, especially when it comes to the wave clear department. Usually you want to pair it with disengage. The Braum is the first thing that comes to mind, but at the same time, the Braum hasn't been working out too well during the play-ins.
Well, what's really interesting here is that they understand this Corki could still appear down bottom. We've seen Cat even play the Corki. He looks fantastic. So they have identified, okay, now we will have to take at least one assassin with us, but EVOS, they're also making sure that this double marksman comp won't be a problem for them heading into that late game. So that leaves Lulu still up in the open.
I know, one team can pick it up, get that away from the Olaf to make sure that he's very soft, he's gonna melt. But instead, remember, we talked about the Trinity.
I love this.
Cianyo, Olaf, Lee Sin, Xin Zhao. There's the Lee Sin. It enables the team to move fast. It enables the team to be aggressive in the early to mid game. And we talked about the adaptation of one team securing the early to mid with top jungle, and then trickling down to the late game, which is Yumao on the Kaisa.
Final few picks for EVOS Esports right now. They start off with the Braum, so it gives them so much of that disengage potential and just try to go in for a little bit more retake. Now, as compared to how Valdez usually likes to play, he just have to find that direct access. And finally, we are seeing Fiora here in the WCS.
Yeah, we're seeing Fiora all along. Like, we saw Fiora earlier today, but it's like she disappeared for the first 2 days of the play-ins. And like, surprise, I exist, by the way, especially on games that are high stakes. And here comes the Fiora coming in. I'd like to talk about the Braum as well. I believe this is a takeaway. It's a 2 birds in 1 stone. Braum is a takeaway against the Kaisa because you need safety to transition perfectly towards the late game. You need that safety. Braum is also anti-dive. Looking at the composition of one team, they're capable of diving. Lee Sin, Camille, Sett, they're very tanky. They can go in and out. And so I like this Braum pick. It deters one team to dive against EVOS.
So many catch potential coming in from one team esports. Looking at EVOS Esports, I guess they just really have to ramp things up, get the split pushes going with this Fiora, build that hullbreaker early on, but when it comes down to fights, can EVOS handle that pressure? Now, you don't have ways to directly access that Baron Pit or even the Dragon Pit. They'll have to burn a flash coming from Valdez if you really want to get that snatch going on. Yep. So it's really, really tough to call. But when it comes down to draft, Riku, who do you favor?
I love one team. Oh, wait, no. Yes. I love one team, but I like the Olaf on the side of EVOS.
Riku is a best of one here. Are you sure about that? There's only going to be one game for Contra. Who do you think it will be? Last call here.
Well, I've been voting for EVOS, so I'm just gonna take it. I want to see them fight against FENNEL.
Can I change my mind? EVOS.
Make up your mind!
EVOS, there. Final answer.
Oh my god, but I'm loving the fact one team taking a bit something that uncomfortable sometimes, but this is it. It's make it or break it. It's do or die. It's the death match between these two teams. Are you guys ready to rumble? As we're gonna just pass over into the rift for our casters. Take it away. Not yet.
We're still here.
We're still here.
Surprise, we're still here.
You guys got trolled.
You know why I changed my mind?
We were just going for the hype all the way, and suddenly we're just never mind,
let
guys.
Riku explain.
I want to
right?
change my mind.
Why?
You know their comp? It's we don't want to die comp. They have a Braum at the bottom part.
wanna
They've got a Garen basically. So they're removing the adaptation of one team wanting to win early. So if you don't die early, you're not giving anything to one team.
You know, there's a reason why my name is Contra, right? I sometimes contradict myself. Like, have you seen that player in every fight? He always got himself into a trigger-happy scenario, and he always burns his ult, especially on that Rakan. This is what happened.
But you know what? I'm not gonna do the hype thing again. My customers just take it away now.
And here we have it, EVOS 1 team.
Yeah, and we are back! Dito tayo sa best of the best down dito sa EVOS versus One Team. And kami ulit magiging shoutcaster na ako si Yasmin na kasama ko dito, si Crazy Apuru and EVOS One Team. Kanino ka dito? Ha.
Ay, naku, puting me on the spot dito, Atay.
Yes!
Sige. Rumbling. Ako, sa totoo lang, between the two, ang gusto ko kasi, natutuwa ako dito sa flexibility ng One Team eh. Kaya medyo slightly na sa One Team ako ngayon. Gusto ko itong mga style nila eh, na nilalagay nila si Yumao sa mid lane ng Kai'Sa, lalo na pag nagka-Kai'Sa sila, tapos si Shu, yun nasa bot lane. Doon na natin nakikita dito, imbis na nagkakaroon ng weaker lane itong Kai'Sa na nahihirapan, nabigyan pa nila ng lalong easier lane. Kasi kalabing dito sa mid lane, Garen eh, free farm yan para sa Kai'Sa.
Yeah, free farm talaga yan. And even though sabihin natin, makasurvive dito si Garen, it's all about Kai'Sa, getting items, getting farmed without any problemo coming from the side ng EVOS dito. Maliban na lang kung rotate dito yung jungler ng side ng EVOS, which is nakikita natin na nasa taas siya, pero hindi naman nila ginoo itong si Kuya Kid. Pero eto nga, dito lang tayo nakatutok sa may bottom as of now. Kasi eto yung lane na mainit. Dito yung usually na mga bata pa kayo, nag-aahawa ka ng tenga at si Ninja 7 na ngayon pumupronta, pero joke lang naman daw yun. Pero the top lane, top ikan lang din. Hi, hello, kamusta ka? Okay lang ako, sabi dito ni Lloyd at ni Kid.
Oo, nananakot lang din si Ninja, making space, tinatakbo. Si Katsatan at si Fair Player nga doon sa Dragon Lane. Pero so napansin ko dito yung item build nila na medyo na
Grabe naman yun, Kuya G4, like a G4. Well, level 5 na rin naman siya dito eh. Kung i-imagine mo hindi nakapag-flash out ito si Yumao, baka chumalangit na siya. Kasi level 4 lang siya nun eh, at that point. Pero meanwhile, at the bottom lane, andito si Valdo sa the bottom lane. Kaso nga lang, naramdaman ni Kuya Sui at saka neto ni Ninja 7.
I think na tinatimingan lang din niya. Kita mo dito si Shanyo. Medyo nasa bot side siya, kakatake lang niya ng Wolves. May naaamoy ni Baldus eh. Yung rotations ng mga enemy jungler. At alam natin, isa sa star player to ng EVOS, si Baldus. Yung game sense niya, yung pagbasa niya sa mapa, pagbasa niya kung nasaan yung enemy jungler. Medyo nanigurado siya eh. Pa just in case. Kasi medyo lamang, medyo malalim eh. Sa lane si Katsatan at saka si Fair Player. But going back nga dito, no, very crucial pa sa EVOS at sa One Team. Kung ating mga viewers ay kakabalik lang dito sa ating stream, sa ating broadcast, this is the tiebreaker between EVOS and One Team. Kung sinong manalo dito ay lalabanan ng FENNEL sa isang best of 5. So, very crucial para mayroon pa silang chance ang makapasok sa ating playoffs.
Yeah, by the way, best of the best nga pala to. Kasi best of 1 lang to eh. Pag natalo ka dito, wala nang bawian. Laglag ka na agad. But, tignan natin, no? EVOS and One Team, mukhang nag-rotate na nga dito both the supports ng both side natin actually, and magkakaroon na nga tayo ng nagkaroon na tayo ng lane swap kasi nga yung first objectives natin, eto na, lalabas na the Rift Herald and the Dragon, pero mukhang nakapwesto na dito sa Dragon yung side yung EVOS, nauna sila doon sa may pit, kaso andito din si Kuya Shan, yun, nag-aagawan pa muna sila sa Rift Scuttler dito, pero si Yumao manggagaling sa likod, habang apat ng side ng EVOS, pero hinabol men, flash in, pero si Yumao nakasik under the turret, pero hindi na siya magtatagal doon dahil Divine Justice ang bibigyan ng hustisya, but at the same time they're gonna be losing Baldus sa side ng EVOS dahil tinangkin niya masyado yung Torre habang hindi na naabutan neto ni Kuya Fair Player upang iligtas pa itong si G4 at kinarte na siya with the final spark. Liwanag ang kanyang huling nakita bago siya may-attack.
Ngayon, liwanag doon na lumilitaw sa final spark ni Shu. 3 kill lang nakuha doon ng one team compared sa nag-iisang nakuha ng EVOS. Binato nila lahat eh. Si Valdus nag-flash in, smite pa, slow down si Yumao. Tapos nakuha nga nila yung kill doon sa Kaisa. Pero dahil sa time taken ng one team, 5.3 kills na yun, ang EVOS ngayon nagsisimula dito sa Dragon, pero parating na ang one team.
Yeah, padating na ang one team, pero patapos na din yung Dragon. Pero maagaw pa nga ba to? Mukhang hindi naman dahil nakuha pa rin dito sa ng EVOS yung Dragon natin. Pero si Ninja 7, mukhang hindi siya ninja dahil pinauwi na siya sa Konoha. At mukhang baback away na muna dito yung side ng EVOS. Pero wag daw uuwi, sabi ni Kid dito, Hexagon Ultimatum. Kaso nga lang, si Fair Player tinamaan. Yun nga lang naiwan din itong si Q at see you later na naman. Yumao mukhang magsisay goodbye and magyayaon na pala. Pakiload na lang kay San Pedro, pare.
Pahilo na lang kay San Pedro. At yun na hindi lang basta yung objective, yung nakuha doon ng EVOS. Nakuha pa sila ng 3 kill on top of that. At dahil nga doon, medyo silang slight gold lead ngayon. Si Shania medyo pinatapik lang itong Rift Herald. Hinayaan lang siyang medyo mag-aggressive. Pero itong EVOS, nabawi nila kaagad yung kill score. 2-0-1 ngayon si Troy. 2-1 po ngayon itong si G4 on his Garen. So bibilis na ng item. Kung mas lalo sasakit. Tapos sinisimulan na ngayon ni G4 itong Herald. Let's see kung kayang i-contest dito ng one team.
Yeah, I think gusto pa rin at gigil pa din yung one team dito. Hindi nila nakuha yung Dragon eh. Pero kita mo, walang masyadong vision. Walang iniwan man lang na vision dito. Yung side ng EVOS sa loob mismo ng pit. Yung vision nila nasa likod ng Rift Herald pit dito. Pwede na simulan ng one team yung pagre-Rift Herald dito. Though malapit naman yung EVOS, but hindi nila sinimulan para sa side ng one team. Pinapakaramdaman nila kung nasan pa yung ibang miyembro dito ng one team as of now. Habang naka-standby lang yung ibang miyembro nga ng side ng EVOS.
Tama. Nirespeto na eh. Nakita natin both teams dito ngayon. Nirespeto ang isa't isa. Lalo na alam nila, crucial itong game na to at kaya. Simulan na.
Sinimulan na dito ni Valdus. Malamang nakita yan ng one team dahil may vision sila sa loob ng pit. Ang problema nga lang lagi silang huli. Nakaposition dito para sa side ng one team na sa kabilang dito si Chanyo. Hindi na naman niya naabutan yung Rift Herald and not even gonna attempt on that steal.
Good take para doon sa EVOS. Inintay lang nila na yung one team medyo makalayo kasi isa sa mga lakas ng mga Lux composition ay kapag sila ay nasa loob na ng objective, mabilis na silang makakahanap ng pwedeng matali, pwedeng ma-light binding. At yun na nga ang nag-take advantage ng EVOS, inintay na makalayo yung Lux. Kita natin dito yung usual natin labanan sa dalawang duelist, pero mukhang tutuloy ito.
Nice hook shot dahil kumanig dito kay Noy yung stun as well. Kaso nga lang wala nang mana itong si Lloyd. Next ultimate will be there. And inayok niya Janyo yun with the final spark pa na assist coming from CU.
Baited na baited doon si Lloyd. Pinasabi ni Kid, kala mo mayroon ako mga tropa dito na kasama ko. May last work pa, mayroon pa dito siya.
Si Valdus, man. Binabaldog dito itong si Kid at tinakbo na niya si Kid. Pwede pa ang maabutan. Walang hook shot pero may flash out. Pero under the turret, buhay pa naman siya para kay Kid. And napagamit pa ng Ragnarok Nagpop ng Ragnarok si Valdus doon just to not get the kill kay Kid.
Sakto na nakakuha si Kid doon ng shield. Nag-upload din yung kanyang passive. Kaya pag hit niya kay Valdus, enough yung HP niya. Hindi na hinabon ni Valdus. Batuhan ulit ng isang axe. Ang ginawa pa nga doon ni Valdus nag-flash in sabay pop ng kanyang Righteous Glory para ma-slow down si Kid. Pero it wasn't enough. Naka-flash away pa. So, safe siya doon, buhay. At first turret, open sa one team dito top side.
Naisahan na yung EVOS regarding the turret dito. And pansinin mo, paring Puruno, lamang pa din yung one team dito despite not getting a Herald, despite not getting a Dragon. Pero inahabol na naman nila dito. Nakita tinamaan ang Fissure. Pero nandito na ni Chanyo to save the day kahit papano. And nice assist yun. Nice save yun. Nice sundo coming from the side of one team.
Na-scout nila yung kanilang bata si Kid na naligaw. Naligaw sa gilid, in-exhaust pa. Naligaw na bata doon at ganda din ng timing ni Shanyo. Pansin mo doon, hindi niya ginamit kaagad yung sipa. So walang na-repose si Lloyd, walang na-stun. Inintay niya munang mawala eh. Talagang yung mind games, yung sinasay ko dito ni Shanyo, yung mga kalaban niya.
Talagang sinasay ko ni Shanyo. And hindi man nagko-commit talaga completely yung one team dito pagdating sa mga objective. I think this time, no, gusto nilang makakuha or makabawi man lang ng isang dragon dito against EVOS. Pero EVOS na naman yung nauna dito sa loob ng kit. Again, meron na naman vision na nakalagay dito yung one team. Kita nila kung ano yung movement sa ginagawa ng EVOS. Pero ito, pumasok na nga with a showstopper. Ito si Ninja 7, hindi nga tumawin dito sa may 4, sa may bandang gitna. Pero si Ninja 7 low on HP na, pero the package ginamit na rin dito. Hindi ko yan yung cut Satan. Kaso nga nagdubuan na at mamamaalam si Kuya Ninja 7. Habang sa loob ng pit natin, nagagawan pa rin yung dalawang ating jungler dito. And nandakaw na ni Shanyo. Yung dragon na ginagawa dito ng Evil, pero may ipin si Kuya Yumaon. Nakapag-flash out outside the pit naman dito. Pero sa Stacy Bolt help cap Satan to survive. And even gotta punish itong si Kuya G4.
Grabe naman yung turnaround doon ng one team na na-steal nila yung dragon. Nakakuha pa sila ng 4 na kill. Double kill para kay Shanjo. Double kill para kayo unfortunately, hindi nila ito matatransition doon sa Rift Herald. Pero na-transition naman nila sa isa pang torre sa bot side ngayon. Sige, may kita mo dito. Malamang mag-recall dapat ito. Mababa yung mana mo dyan, bata. Kailangan mo na maka-only sa base para makuha yung mana mo. Pero kita natin dito yung reflex. Nakuha nga na steal yung dragon. Mukha pa nga dito madedehado ang one team. Pero ang galing lang. They might created space para sa carry sila para hindi sila ma-pick up 1-4.
Yup. Alam mo nangyari doon, Kuya Crazy Apor? Nalibang sila sa ginawa ni Ninja 7. Hinabol nila si Ninja 7, iniwan nila yung ibang miyembro sa backline. Sabi si Ninja 7, nabulin nyo ko. Hinabol naman. Tapos, ayun, kinarni yung mga natira dun sa may bandang likod. And hindi pa makatose, pero the final spark will be there as well. And the Fisher tatamaan yung dalawa, pero golden muna tayo with us Crazy. Kaso hindi din makakatulong sa kanila para mabuhay. Pero nag-showstopper dito si Ninja 7. Kaso parang hindi pa rin enough para mailigtas ang kanyang sarili. 2 downside ng one team. And I don't think na magkocontest pa sila dito for the Rift Herald.
Pero pwede nilang i-contest pero nakita nga dito si Lloyd. Si Shanyo.
Nice block. Kaso kung ilapit dito, Valtus, wag ka dito. Kasi may tatak, pero nakuha pa din naman ni Valtus.
Medyo nagbabadya doon yung steal ni Shanyo. Nakita naman natin kanina sa dragon pero yun nga, nahinto. Hindi pumasok, natamaan ng Sonic Wave. So, hindi naka-lead in si Shanyo. Naisip ko pa nga doon, nung ultimate. Steal ba yun?
Galing base Galing testing lang, baka kasi hindi gumagana. Bakit hindi gumagana yung ulti.
Tama, testing. Titignan kung F pa yung ilaw. Final spark natin.
Nadiliman. Siguro nung pagbuhay neto ni CU, sabi niya, medyo nandidilim yung paningin ko mailawan nga yung kalsada.
Naghahanap siya ng liwanag sa dilim doon dahil nga wala kitang-kita sa mapa. Pero yun na nga, going back here, sobrang close pa yun ang laruan natin dito, Yasu, no? Yung one team at EVOS, alam nila gaano ka-crucial itong laro na to. Itong Rift Herald na, nakuha nila ulit, sinasama nila sa mid lane, kaya ito banggain, masisira itong taon ito. So tingnan natin paano sa depensa ng one team.
Ito na, uuntog na si Kuya Rift Herald. And another final spark, ang dalas ng final spark ni CU. Kaya naman pala, yung kanina, flex lang pala yun. Kita mo, ang bilis ng timer, final spark ni Kuya CU dito. Sang pa, dito ka na. Sakay na.
Tama. Yun ang bilis ka na pero walang hinto dito. Galit na galit.
Ragnarok. Pero in-exhaust nila dito. Itong si Kuya Yumao na nagtatry mag-free sa may bandang dito. The feature ginamit na rin. 3 ang umangat. Pero disengage lang muna ang dalawa. Pero Yumao, ang tapang mo dyan Pumupronta, nagpitipi na yung EVOS.
Pero yun na, kanina pinag-usapan sa panel na ang one team naghihintay ng late game. EVOS, tinatapatan nila medyo ng late game dahil meron silang call team. Pero nakakatakot pa ito. Kaisa ito. Kanina nakita natin yung items yung Kaisa. Medyo chop suey, pero ngayon nabubuti niya dahan-dahan. Meron siya Blade of the Ruin. Palapit na siya sa maybe Storm Laser. Pwede rin yung buuin. Maybe another Infinity Edge kung yun yung gugustuhin niya. Pero ito, mukhang si Kid.
Pinapasarap lang yung stay dito ni Kid sa may bottom lane ni Lloyd. Dahil lilikuran na sana ni Baldus, pero sabi ni Kid, parang alam ko na to baka may mag-offer sa akin ng candy, ipasok ko sa ban na kumukuha ng kalbo, hindi naman kalbo si Camille dito. Malamang si Shanyo, pwede pa. Pero anyway, one team and EVOS, another Another objective na naman yung pwede nilang pagtalon-talunan dito, which is itong Cloud Drake natin nakaka-spawn lang as of now. Pero tagu-taguan, nandito si Taguan. Pero the Ragnarok will be popped right away. Medyo early nga lang dahil wala silang na-free doon for the side ng EVOS. Gumamit lang sila ng ulti para kay Kuya Valus.
Wala na nga siyang ulti, wala na siyang Ragnarok. So pag nagkaroon ng laban dito, kaya siyang tulakin palayo kaagad ng one team, kaya mapatay kaagad itong Olaf, which opens up itong Cloud Drake para sa one team. So malamang maghihintay dito muna ng cooldowns ang EVOS. At dahil nga doon, hindi lumaban ng one team, nakita mo, bilis ang cooldown doon ni Valdez. Pero may isa pang malaking skill na mawala ngayon sa EVOS. Pinick up kanina ni Cat Satan yung package eh. So wala siya ngayong package pagdating itong Cloud Drake. Nakita naman natin kanina doon sa ating second Drake fight no, na nung ginamit niya yung package, nakakuha sila kaagad ng kill kay Ninja 7, although hindi nga nila napanalo yung fight na yun. But still, it's one of those crucial na skills na mayroong nakukuha itong isang Corki. So let's see ngayon kung paano magagawa ng paan ng EVOS. Kasi makakuha lang isang pick dito ang one team, malamang may papaputok sila.
Oo, kala ko tinagos talaga. Tinagos pala talaga ni Shanyo yon para mapunta
Sadya.
sa likod. Baka kasi may manlikod or nag-aabang sa may gedli likod ng pit. Usually, doon yung abangan, kumbaga, ng Jeep pasakay dito sa may Dragon. Pero sinisimula na naman all throughout ng mga objectives natin, referral Dragon, ang EVOS yung laging nauuna dito sa beat natin. Pero mukhang naisota nila dito si Kid na nakapag-flash out just to save himself. Pero yun nga, hindi na hinabol ng EVOS dito. Hindi sila naging greedy. Habang si Yumao, patuloy lang na pag-clear ng wave, minion wave dito sa may middle lane. Baka sakali, malibang nila dito yung EVOS. I think this is the chat-chat-chat strat. Alam mo yung punta ka sa mid, punta ka sa Dragon, punta ka sa mid, just to secure yung mga kalaban nyo. Pero ito, sinisimulan na ng one team. Yung Dragon as of now, nakalahati yung HP. And pareha sila nag-aurahan dito. Na light binding nila dito si Fair Player. Pero Fair Player still safe as of now. Nag-reset yung Dragon natin. Pero okay lang, kalahati pa rin naman yung HP nandito sa likod. Ito si Valdus, pero meron din pang talon. Pero the Cloud Drake still gonna be secure dito ng one team. Flash with the final spark na magpo-connect dito sa mga miyembro sa side ng EVOS. Pero killer instinct! Si Yumao pumasok na abang sa showstopper. Dalawa pa yung mapa-face breaker sa may bandang likod. Pero, naabot na pa rin ng Dimashan Justice. Hindi na naikutan dahil nakapag-flash out. But still, the Guardian Ninja will be popped kay Shanyo. Kahit nag-flash out na siya, hindi pa rin siya safe gone. And they will still be able to take that turret, one team. Kahit wala silang napatay, panalo sila doon all in all.
Talaga. Paralo sila doon, all in all. Nakuha nila yung Cloud Drake, nakuha din nila yung first tier mid lane threat. At alam naman natin gano'ng ka-importante yan. 16 minutes in the game na tayo dito. Medyo pupunta na tayo sa ating late game. Pero still, dahil na-take down nila yung threat na yun, mas open na ang mapa para sa one team. Pwede sila pumasok sa left side at sa right side na jungle ng EVOS at maglagay doon ng mga malalalim na CCTV. Paalamokin ang EVOS pag pumasok sila sa mga bush. Pero si Fair Play, okay, nakita sila doon ng Skyers Bloom. So, alam dito ng one team ngayon, no? Late game na nga tayo dito, Yasu. So, ang next objective na magiging malaki dito na pupokusan ng dalawang team natin ay ang Baron. At medyo online na si Kid on this Camille. Malaking split push threat na to sa side ng one team. So kung magkamali dito ang EVOS, pwedeng dire-diretso ni Kid ang pagsira ng mga torre. Pero mukhang lahat sila nakatingin ngayon dito sa Baron, no?
Lahat sila. Ito na kasi yung the next big thing dahil mamaya pa naman, mas matagal pa yung dating dito ng Elder Drake. I think ang ginagawa na lang dito ng bawat teams natin, keeping the lane pressure as much as possible. Hindi nila binibigyan ng chance na makapag-split push, the Fiora, even etong si Camille. And surprisingly, no, sila yung nag-split push pero they are not building a hull breaker dito.
Oo nga no, hindi nga pa sila nag-build ng Hullbreaker. Ayaw nilang mag-fully commit kasi alam nila gaano kadalas ang nagiging teamfight sa between them, lalo na sa mga objectives. So parang sayang din kasi yung Hullbreaker kung lagi ka naman magti-teamfight, ang ginagawa mo naman sa side lane is nagka-counter push at nagpo-push. Although, itong si Kid, lagi natin nakikita gano'ng kalalim, gano'ng katapang niya. Pero mukhang sa mid lane, mukhang nagkakaroon dito ng laban. Pero hindi lang nakuhang catch pa doon. Tulad nga nasabi mo, no, ay naghahanap lang dito ng pressure ang EVOS, naghahanap ng catch. Problema nga lang hindi na mahanap yun. And the longer this game goes, mas sasakit palalo yung poke ng Lux. Nakita naman natin, di ba kanina, gano'ng kabilis yung cooldowns ng Final Spark. Pag isang magandang Final Spark lang ni Shu ang tumama kay Cat Satan at kay Valdus, mahihirapan ng EVOS mag-contest ng mga objective.
Totoo yan. And talagang naghihintayan lang sila. Patience game. Patience is the name of the game ng ating best of one between EVOS and one team. Kung sino ang unang mawala ng pasensya, maaaring sila yung matalo sa team fight dito. Kasi pareha silang hindi nagko-commit. Hindi nga sila masyado lumalabas sa kanilang mga river dito. Unlike, except dito kay Shanyo, no? Naglagay siya ng aggressive boards doon sa red buff ng side ng EVOS as of now, which is okay lang din. Actually, that's good kasi makikita niya kung sakaling may red buff doon and kung andun ba si Valdus or ibang miyembro ng side ng EVOS.
Yeah, yun na nga. And, okay. 7 to 8 in kills tayo dito. Sobrang
18
late
minutes,
game.
Alam mo, paring Aperu, feeling ko bukas na ulit tayo bukas na matatapos to.
Best of 5 pa yung mamaya, no? Baka medyo...
Bukas na rin yun. Hindi na matatapos to, naghihintayan lang to eh.
Tama. Di na matatapos sa WCS forever na tayo dito. Pero, yun nga, sabi ko nga, baka di matapos, pero naghahanap ang EVOS eh. Gusto nilang makarating sa playoffs dito, Yasu. Gusto nilang makalaban si FENNEL. Pero alam naman natin na kay FENNEL tayo bottom mamaya. But anyway, legit pa tayo sa larong ito. EVOS versus One Team. Sobrang close pa rin ng labanan nila. Kailangan makahanap ng pick-up ng mga team na to. Elder na nga. Ang mapa, Elder Infernal pa ito.
Yeah, Elder Infernal sinisimulan ng kaya ng EVOS pero ang bilis ng kanilang damage dito. Pero mukhang sa sandwichin yata sila dito ng one team pero Hextech Ultimatum dash on that Stasis. Walang Hextech Ultimatum na naganapin dito. Showstopper! Sila na ng apat doon! Yun nga lang, siya yung nagsisintuan para sa side ni Ninja 7. Ninja 7 is still alive and has 1 HP. Pero Stasis, para dito kay Kat Satan pero hindi na rin yata siya magtatagal. Tinatry siyang iligtas dito ni Fair Player na papa nila yung GA dito ni Shanyo pero Fair Player and Kat Satan nagkita na lang sila doon sa base share si G4. Nahuli niya si CU doon sa may middle lane pero takbo tactical sweep magkoconnect of forces ang hit na lang pinakain ng bukling na paa ni Kuya Kid etong Kuya G4 and that's an ace na nakuha ng one team and yes tatapusin na nila to without even taking the Infernal Drake dahil rekta na rekti meron silang minion wave ilang card to 4 talagang ano na to men rekta na to and one team. Sorry panel, pero yung prediction nyo is very wrong. It's one team na makakalaban ng FENNEL Adversity later sa best of 5. Fight for the second place dito sa ating play-ins.
Yeah, sabi nga din ng panel na ito na nakabawi ang one team sa Summer Super Cup between these two teams. Yung una doon, natalo sila ng EVOS. Pero one team binabawi, dinrap na nila ang EVOS. One team ang makakalaban sa FENNEL Adversity later on para sa ating second spot sa playoffs.
Yeah, one team. Sabi mo nga, paling Peru na nakaisa. Dahil one team naka-1 against EVOS. Yung one team dito sa best of 1 series natin. Pero hindi pa kasi natatapos yung kalbaryo at storya ng kanilang buhay dito sa play-ins eh. Kasi meron pa ring laglagan portion. FENNEL hindi pa rin sila safe as of now dahil one team ang makakalaban nila for that best of 5 series. Just right after ng ating panel mamaya, right after netong game na to.
Yeah, right after nga ng netong panel mamaya na makita natin yung FENNEL Adversity muli. Pero pag-uusapan na natin nila yung EVOS kasi nagkaroon din sila ng improvement, nagkaroon din sila ng mga showing dito. Nagkaroon pa tayo ng first day na kakaiba sa kanila, di ba? Na si Fair Player ay hindi naglaro sa support ay sa G4 at nagkaroon na si Lenia ang naglaro sa mid lane. So itong team na to, hindi sila mag-a-advance sa ating playoffs pero madami din man pinakita sa atin yung EVOS na mga magagandang laro sa course ng ating play-ins.
At least alam natin na hindi hindi lang SLG ang malalaglag. Actually, 3 teams po ang malalaglag this day and yung last team na malalaglag is kung sino yung matatalo nga mamaya between FLA and one team. And FLA tayo syempre. FLA PH ng malakas! Lista nyo
Pinas
na
number 1.
Magbe-best of 5 pa? Huwag na! FLA na! Joke lang.
Alam naman natin where our hearts is at. And that is with FLA. Pero yun nga, magkakaroon tayo ng isa pa para malaman kung sino yung magiging nasa top 2 na yun. Ang malalaman natin, it's gonna be between FENNEL Adversity at one team. Magiging best of 5 yun, guys. So make sure to stick around for that.
Of course, di na namin kayo bibitinin pa. Pero ipapasa muna natin sa panel to. Panel, take it away.
What a banger for a deathmatch just now. Really close. And I'm close at the brink of tearing up my eye right now because that was a heck of a game. And one advancing for the best of 5. It's not that they try to high five, but it's not done yet. As we still have a best of 5, Riku and Contra. And also, what are your take regarding that best of 1?
Well,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, this is basically a very staple one team, right? Like, you basically... and during the draft, okay, EVOS took one of the trinity of one team's Xianyo's strength in the early game. That's basically 3. Olaf, Lee Sin, and Xin Zhao. Eventually, you know, still, Lee Sin available. He's able to control, be the puppet master for the early to mid game. But the game, EVOS wasn't able to get a humongous lead. It was very, very close. So that means as you trickle towards the later stages, 20-minute mark, that's where one team shines. They have that Kaisa. And for me, the one thing that stood out the most, I agree with Omo. The Fiora, Lloyd, unfortunately, wasn't split pushing. I was a bit puzzled because Fiora, I believe, is the strongest hull breaker champion, and then the rest is like A tier, B tier, right? So they were joining the team fights. They couldn't maximize the Fiora pick to apply pressure across the map. But at the same time, you know, EVOS' strength, I totally understand. It is the team fights. It is them winning the big 5v5s. But I felt like one team's composition was more equipped because number 1, they have Engage. They have the set. They have Hexic Ultimatum. They have Hold with the Lux. EVOS, they only have Disengage. The Olaf is just going to scream Demacia and hack and slash, but nothing to hold them down. Braum is for Disengage most likely because you have a full engaged team on the opposite side. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry,
like,
Contra.
Don't worry.
I'm sorry,
I
Contra,
understand
wait.
your full rant on it because
Yeah.
I would have done the same.
Yeah.
Right? Like, yeah.
I want to ask
Go
that.
on.
The moment Riku mentioned that they had everything, but why did Riku actually change?
Yeah,
last
yeah,
moment?
like, now she has to cry with
That's
us.
true, though.
We
That's
cried
so true.
together, but hey, Chuchu, you definitely got the right prediction here, and it was down to all the sort of staple picks that they've gotten for themselves, right? But going back to that point on that Fiora, I guess EVOS Esports, they realize if they don't have that Fiora around, they will lack so much more damage. We saw what happened in some of these team fights. It was kind of like a 50-50 at first, and then One Team Esports, they overwhelmed EVOS, and without that Fiora being around, I guess she's already built into that Stasis Hourglass. So if you have that TP, sure, go for that Hullbreaker, and you will be able to match up. But I think it's a show of no confidence from Lloyd after getting soloed out early on.
That's true. I agree with you there. And I really, really agree with Contra's point about they're going to lack the damage because G4 is not on an assassin. He's not on a damage champion. He's a champion that has to stay alive. Yes, he's very effective against squishy champions, but at the same time, you're just going to get kited out by the Lux, by this Kaisa, which, again, props to one team. They were very patient. They were so unfazed with the aggression of EVOS. It's like, we read you like a book. We know what you're trying to do. We can just stall out. It's fine. I love the adaptation as well with lane swapping because it was a bit worrying that Kaisa wasn't paired with a disengaged champion. You know that a Kaisa early game is so vulnerable in the lane. What they did, they lane swapped because what can a Garen do? Yes, G4 almost killed Yumao, but at the same time, they couldn't really keep doing that, and Yumao was able to transition to the late game.
And on top of that, when we look at the performance of every individual player here, Xianyo was doing everything right. There was so many opportunities that Valdez was trying to look for. They snatched it perfectly on time, and this was that golden showstopper right there to crush their hopes and dreams.
I mean, like, we saw the moment that definitely all of us are actually just start to question. Fiora, no Hullbreaker, the best moment to use it, not split pushing. We saw the Camilla the split push just now on top before they ended up. And also, you can add up in the Odo lose, but not really.
The Elder,
losing Odo lose
the Elder
condition.
Drake's up, and it's like,
Yeah,
this
there
is
you
what
go.
we were worried for. And though EVOS Esports, they get that free access, I would say that they did, one team, they had the right idea. They did what EVOS does best. They like to congregate, surround their enemies. This time, when they're the ones on the receiving end, there was no answers.
I hate to say it, but there's two actually Odo lose condition on the side of EVOS here. First, it actually dragged out quite a long time.
Yes.
We thought that they actually progressed into a team that can actually close it up in the mid game, but they didn't. And you mentioned the Odo lose option. Contra is going to be one. They're going to be dragged over to Elder Drake. Secondly, I have to say it's going to be G4 not having his champions like you hope it will be Riku.
Oh yeah, because we talked about the auto-lose condition of one team is that G4 dominating his lane with an assassin champion or a carry champion whatsoever. but it was on a Garen. And that was enough space for one team. Really love the draft from one team as well. I was a bit worried without any disengaged champions for the Kaisa, but they played it out really well. Xian Yo did an amazing job relieving pressure across the lanes.
Yeah, I guess this goes back to the picks and bans, right? I think it was pretty worthy to invest in the ban on that set, because if they're not going to be the one that pick it up, then why not just remove it completely? Because that definitely has been the problem to be dealt with throughout this course of the battle. And sure, it doesn't matter if he's going mid lane, support. G4, he wants that matchup against this set. And whether you get it or not, it really doesn't matter. How much more does the set contribute into the team fight is what brings one team to glory here.
But hey, what's done is done, and that's going to be the death match. The best of one. Nothing can be changed, but definitely something can be changed for their journey to greatness as FLA versus One Team Esports next in for the fight of the second place to advance to the playoff for our next series, which is going to be the best of 5. We're going to hit the break for a bit. We really need the break right now as we're going to jump into the next very interesting series. See you guys in a bit.
Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo.
Some days I just can't get up, comatose, stupid. Same old energy, scared of what the future holds for me and all my friends. We want so much better. We can only get there if we all just come together. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now. Your love is what's most important. No one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other. Recognition, demolition, I just need your light. Upside down, turn it around. I know you know I'm right. Take this love and give it, girl, your heartbeat. We can only get there, it's a two-way street. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now. Your love is what's most important. And no one's gonna take us down. So love I can hear whispers too far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. I can hear whispers too far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. If I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what you need to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the wheel of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. I've been walking that walk. What I hear it's all talk, yeah. Never taking days off. Wait till I'm on top, yeah. That show me love. Oh, always play the same song. Don't forget what's right from wrong. You just got to hang on, take a chance, let it go. You can never that you want. I can see, I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what you need to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the wheel of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh.
Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. Just you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible. Oh, never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, you can never fall. Feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight.
Welcome back, Wildlings! Finally, here we go for our final day of the play-ins. In the WCS Finals play-ins day number 3, we're down to the best of 5 here between FLA versus 1. But before that, thank you. This is brought to you by Riot and also Coca-Cola. But hey, Riku and also Contra, after the entire gruesome of the play-ins, we're finally here with FLA and one team.
Oh my god, the stakes are incredibly high. One team just came off of a very intense 1v1, not 1v1, BO1 rather, against EVOS to get the last third place slot, to fight for the last slot to get into the playoffs. This is going to be very, very intense.
Yes, and they've already eliminated their opponents back in the Summer Super Cup, but there's more work to be done here. Falliversity, they have played against one team before even this tournament began. That was during the off-season, and they've managed to actually clinch victory and walk off with the top prize. But this time around, it's a different beast that they're dealing with, and we saw one team, they're riding on this momentum. There's a chance that they could still find those victories against FENNEL.
I mean, like, both FLA and also a one team have a bit of a slow start, maybe a bit of too safe, we can call it. But right now, both teams that actually play it very safe reach it up to just the battle for the second place here, Riku.
Yeah, that's the thing. Both of these teams have changed over the course of the play-ins. It's crazy. One team in FENNEL, they're known to be very slow teams in a way where their win condition has to reach towards the 20-minute mark, up to the 25-minute mark. It's crazy. And the adaptation for 3 days, now they're able to get another win condition is snowballing, being very confident in the early game. It all boils down to mostly, it's quite similar, right? To top, jungle, and mid lane to control the early to mid.
Yeah, and I guess that when it comes down to this matchup, it goes down to how well can FENNEL control their team fights. And we saw early on, one team Esports, Yumao looked great on Kaisa. And we gotta take a look at Xianyo. He's been doing everything to get things working for one team Esports. And I believe that we're gonna be looking at a few champions here being contested for this entire BO5. We're probably expecting things like the Lee Sin. Olaf is going to be one of them. Camille as well said. These 4 picks is going to be up for grabs for either one to really put up the best performance.
Yeah, speaking of which, you did mention about Zenyo, and we do know Ninja 7 plays a big part as well. But hey, FLA, we do know the domain phobia thing. And earlier today, they're also the only team that managed to defeat Cerberus in that state of all the other teams. But when they fought against one team before, it was a draw. So do you think some things might change, Eriku?
Oh yeah, BO5, it's a different scenario. It's a different ball game. You have a lot of leg room, wiggle room to adapt throughout the draft, to change things here and there, see what works, feel the waters at the first game rather. And I want to bring up something in regards to FLA, because FENNEL Adversity has been here before in the play-ins. Last year, they were here at the SEA Championships, and they were so close to locking in towards the next stage, but unfortunately, they were defeated, but I believe against Flash Wolves, and they're here again. Will they finally move to the next stage, which is the knockouts rather, or will they fail again the second time?
This time, I don't think there's a Masters phobia going on for the team, but yet again, if we look at track record, I believe that we have discussed this before, back end of the stage, where FENNEL Adversity, how good are they in the best of 5s? Because track record-wise, I don't think that they're the best here. One team, they've played a 1,000 of them by now. So I feel like they've always been able to drag on games for really long. They definitely do have that stamina run here against FENNEL Adversity. And with that wealth of experience that they've had over so many of all these tournaments, I think that they can come up on top here.
Well, speaking of endurance, I think both teams pretty much have the same level of endurance, since you guys both mentioned they're loving as long as they can drag, and they know how to take advantage when it comes to dragging game of the entirety. But hey, we didn't mention about when it comes to their draft and so forth. We do know some teams who are trying to ban out certain signature champions we mentioned before, especially Lee Sin. We do know how he can control, but also we want to mention this is going to be the team joining in, following up with Cerberus to play in the playoffs. So definitely it's a huge best of 5 series. It's all down how they want to path out there, how they want to carve their great journey, because if they ended up here, it's gonna be, is it gonna be 3-0, 4-1, 3-2? That's another story. So I need to ask you guys, how long we're looking into this best of 5 series?
Full 5 games. I bet it's full 5, knowing both of these teams, how they like to play slow and steady, even series-wise. I think it's going to be a full game 5, but I think it's going to be 3-2 FENNEL Adversity.
Now, I want to bring up a point before I get to my prediction, right? Today, I really want to think back on how I should predict this, because these guys, FENNEL Adversity, 2 old Cerberus. Nobody has been able to do that. So I think that FENNEL, they will have a good head start 2-0. And then that's where, bam, reverse sweep happens. I'm going with one team.
Like letting, losing up some steam, which I think is a possibility, because when we look at FENNEL Adversity's performance in the local, like the regional finals, they would always win the first game, but then they'll lose momentum at the succeeding game. So I see Contra's point. But something that we haven't seen, though, is FENNEL Adversity is known to be a team that is so confident as a unit, as a cohesive unit. That's a time. That's the time they shine. But something that we haven't seen before is Arise being super confident in taking in the 1v1s. Usually FENNEL Adversity, they want to be together first before they go in. But this time around, they've been winning the 1v1s, the solo lanes. So I think this is a different face that I really love seeing from FENNEL Adversity. It will definitely help them against one team.
Hey, at least they upgraded throughout the entire play-ins, and that's a totally level up coming up from the side of FLA. But is it their final form? Because if that's their final form and they stop here, their journey ended up here. But it's not. We do know they are on the journey to the road of greatness. And nevertheless, we're waiting for our draft to happen. You guys watching at home to actually predict as well if also you guys think it's going to be a 3-0, 3-2, 4-1. I don't know. But hey, prediction so far, FLA is going to be on the side of Riku with a 3-2.
Yahas!
3-2 for you. And Contra?
I hate to lock this in. I know that a lot of the Filipino fans are
Lock
probably
it.
watching and they're like, Contra, please. Like, I'm gonna take torches and stuff and like, I'll find your homes. But I still think that one team, they've got so much experience in these best of 5. So I'm still going with them. I love FENNEL Adversity. I hate to see them go, but at the end of the day, it's a competition. I'm thinking that one team, they will do better in the playoffs.
What score? Reverse sweep? Wait, what?
3-2. 3-2 reverse sweep.
Production, do I have to do it as well? I don't want. Can I be neutral in this? I don't want to jinx any team right now.
I can leave you out. Hey,
I don't.
at least
Leave me out of this. I don't want to do this because I might cry. I have to. I have to. Okay. I just wish right now for me one team. I'm going for one team. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I felt like whispering in her ear. It's like FENNEL.
FLA. Almost like FLA
Yeah.
too. But hey, it's gonna be for me still one team with a maybe 3-2 or 3-1. I have no clue honestly because.
Oh, you said FENNEL?
One team.
Stop it! She's being
me.
annoyed now. She's really annoyed rather.
I get confused by me because they are both very good. I mean,
Yes.
like any team at this point, I would be happy with it, honestly speaking.
Oh yeah, for sure. Both of these teams are very, capable of facing off against teams that are currently already in the playoffs. So a lot of confidence, but of course, FENNEL Adversity. You got this.
But hey, we're just gonna have to wait and see if that's happening. But let's see who will join in CERBERUS in the playoff. Let's just jump straight into when it comes to FLA versus One Team Esports. Ladies and gents, here comes our draft in the best of 5. Who will advance for the second place here, Riku and Contra?
I don't know. It's like one of those things. Does FENNEL Adversity and one team go back to default? Go back to their regional strengths? See who's the better late game scaling team? Do something that has been working throughout the entirety of the play-ins, which is adapting towards early game junglers, mid laners, and as well as top, and then revolve around that, making the dual lane being that late game scaling insurance. And the answer will be if the Ziggs is going to get banned in the first rotation.
Well, I expect that both teams will be able to play it really safely as well. So therefore, they will just leave that option open. What they will have to worry about from One Team Esports, that you want to take out some assassins on your way if you still want to open up that double marksman. But they are taking out a marksman off the list, and that's going to be the Varus, which we saw. You can safely poke it out, and it's going to be so annoying to deal with, it could halt their progress.
Yeah, this is a thing you pick if you want a good 2v. You want to pick a short-ranged champion for Yumao. I'm looking at Kaisa, I'm looking at Vayne, I'm looking at Lucian as well to be that early game aggression, to enable early game aggression rather, and FENNEL Adversity has been picking that up for Danny as well.
Yeah, and now leaving this one ban for One Team Esports to decide what do you want to let into this matchup. Is it the Set? Is it the Camille? So whichever one you're going to be letting go of, Calm's going to be really happy to pick it up, and we've seen the Ryzen on Set before. He's been able to do fantastic on it. Now it's going to be the Set, so this is free reign for FENNEL Adversity to just lock it in.
Yeah, that's definitely free reign for them. The Camille's gonna enable a lot, especially Calm has been performing really well on the Camille. Even if it's 0-2, it doesn't matter. He can definitely slow down the bleed, act as that big 4-1 split pusher, and activate that pressure on the side lanes.
That's right, as we expected out of FENNEL Adversity. Now, one team, they also do have a few
Senna?
options available, and I think that, yes, Senna's definitely a good shout. So, Kito, as well as Shanyo, if they really want to get that Lee Sin, just like how they go up against EVOS Esports, they could possibly snatch that one away. You don't want Domeng to be unleashed throughout this match, but Gragas is going to be just as good as a pick.
Yeah, remember earlier on, FENNEL Adversity kept banning the Gragas because they want an all-in composition. The only two picks that can disengage are Braum and Gragas. Gragas is the better one just because you have really good damage early game. You have engage as well. You can set up a lot for your team. I like this Jax pick though. Look, I am so amazed how if I draw a Venn diagram of FENNEL Adversity, of Domeng and Xianyo's picks, they're just so similar. Every pick is in the middle because that's Jax, that's Lee Sin, that's Xin Zhao, and as well as, of course, the band Olaf, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I think that their odds are really good here, but one team is already telling you that, hey, I want to go 5-5-5. If we do get a good late game potential, then they really have to watch out because this hyper carry Jax need to be supplemented in that early game. So FLA, they can put in the pressure, and they start off with the Senna. So I see you going for your predictions. I think that this is going to work out for them.
Exactly right, because there are two enchanters still open, Yuumi and as well as Lulu. That is something that can help enable, accelerate, and help keep the Jax alive whenever he goes in. So does one team go through that route, or they just keep sticking with their guns, putting a lot of tanks on the board to make sure that they have a lot of sustain?
Yeah, and I really like this if they really want to ensure that they have a safe laning time. If they're going to put that Gragas down bot, it's going to be pretty risky as well because like you could just have this good chase coming from Nasus, and then you have that infinite scaling as well for FENNEL Adversity. So one team esports, they're running on a timer. They want to ensure that if they do get those fights, they want to close it off early. But this Corki here has been their staple pick, so they will just fall back to it. Is there a chance that we're going to be seeing this Gragas in the jungle? I think not.
I don't think so. I think it's still gonna be most likely either mid or bot or dual lane or support. Jax, I feel like, will be towards the side of Xianyo. But it's something that, okay, they're gonna be that late game scaling insurance instead of the dual lane. And one team is slowly looking, I'm looking at them like a very strong mid game composition. Meanwhile, for FENNEL Adversity, they're going back to their roots. A lot of scaling, look, that's Camille, that's Senna, that's Nasus. And we'll see now one team really, really looking forward, having their guard up on Arise's picks, removing the Akshan and the Zed. What's left? The Akali still up, Diana still up.
But picking an Akali here, it's going to be pretty hard to really get through the front lines. And if you dive into the back line, say if FENNEL picks it up, Corki could easily just Valkyrie away. So you, ideally, if you just burn the package, it doesn't even matter because there's other beefy boys out there. So a lot of all these safety net picks, such as the Morgana, has been taken off. And I just love for the fact that one team, they've been staying precautious to ensure that there's not going to be the most deadly assassin on the field. So now one team gets to decide, okay, what better picks should they go for here before they lock everything in? And they start off here with the Renekton, which can still be flax.
Yeah, that's true. It can still go towards mid. I feel like this is going to be a staple towards top. I feel like it's a very safe, strong early game anyways, especially Camille against the Camille. So I'm looking to see what they pick for Arise, because the Diana has been a huge key for FLA's victory, especially when we look at the Hextech ultimatum into the Moonfall, and that's ultimately huge. The biggest problem that FLA will face is the Gragas, the disengage that we're talking about. I love this from FLA, but at the same time, this worked before, but there's disengage now on the side of one team.
What I really love about this Diana pick is that they're daring one team esports to put this Corki up in the mid lane. So this is going to force them to give it over to Yumao, and now Ninja7 will have to see what really goes best against this Diana here. Honestly, looking at the options on the table, there's not many of that options that's going to be safe for them. But the Shen is going to appear. So is it going to be a Gragas mid lane? Very likely.
Yeah, okay, I think it still can be Shen top. Oh, right, you're right. It is going to be...
And yeah, like just look at that sort of bottom lane synergy between this Corki as well as Shen. Sure, early game they might struggle a little bit more as compared to this Nasus Senna combo, but I think they'll be able to hold up just fine. But split pushing, at least they can eventually have that Shen to do roam around the map, get things sorted out, work together with Shanyo to secure those pickoffs.
Yeah, it's still not the same as having an enchanter with you, but having that stand united whenever the Jax goes in, whenever Xianyo goes in, it's just going to be ultimately huge because you need hold and you have that taunt, you have that body slam, and I think that's enough of a CC for one team to get ahead.
But hey, the thing is, papers, or not on papers, can they execute it? And we talked about Calm being with the Camille before. It was really one of the best one we've seen. A very clean coming out from the side of that Camille. But we mentioned about Hullbreaker. We'll be looking a lot for Hullbreaker as well today because these two teams really love playing the split as well.
And
Renekton mid.
Yeah, Renekton mid. That's the perfect answer from One Team Esports because you put that Corki up mid, it's going to be a death wish after all. And even Gragas going up against the Diana, I guess that the Diana would still be able to do a little bit more. So I don't know who to really root for in this very first game. It's looking like it, but there's so much crowd control for one team.
Nevertheless, let's just jump straight into our Cassus and just Cassus take it away for a best of 5 series game number 1.
Everybody wanna be my nemesis. Duel ang pwedeng maging kalagayan dito ng FENNEL Adversity and one team dahil we are in a best of 5 series kung sino ang susunod na mag-qualify dito kasama na CERBERUS. By the way, kami mag-shoutcast nyo kasi Yasumyaw. Kasama ko dito si Crazy Apuru. Mainit-init to Apuru. Intro pa lang, one team, tinatlo agad. Nag-glitch agad sila tatlo ng XP sa May. Mid dito, sabay rotate na bottom lane. Kailangan dumistansya ng dalawa na duo laners natin sa side ng FENNEL Adversity. Which is, ayun na nga, medyo nagdistansya naman pero meanwhile at the top lane. Hi, hello, kamusta ka na? Okay lang ako. And hawakan lang ng tenga sa top.
Ganyan naman sa kita natin sa top side eh. Pero, totoo lang, medyo LSS pa ako eh. The misery. Anyway, anybody wants to be my enemy. Ayun na nga.
Yung enemy, naging nemesis eh, no?
Yung enemy ko naging nemesis. Pero dito na tayo mapasok sa Game 1 between FLA and One Team Esports. No? Kung sino manalo dito, will be joining CERBERUS Esports sa ating playoffs. And alam naman natin, FLA, ito ang ating second Philippine team representative dito sa WCS. So, all aboard tayo ngayon sa FLA Hype Train. Give your energy sa FENNEL Adversity para manalo sa ating best of 5 dito laban sa One Team.
Hindi kami bias. Hindi kami bias, Caster. Di ba? Tama mo, papasok si Kid.
Nagkamali siya doon.
Sabi ni Cam, masyado ka mainit. Maghintay ka, wala kang damage, okay? Wala kang damage.
Nagkamali siya doon eh. Bakit siya pumapasok eh? Sinisipa-sink pala siya nung season legs dito.
Bakit ka pumapasok? Walang pinto. Hanapan ka. Sabi dito ni Cam. Kumalma ka lang. Kaya nga yung pangalan ni Cam dito. Cam lang. Pero meanwhile, yung bottom lane, medyo hindi kumakalma. Ito si Yumao at si Ninja 7 na force na makapag-back out. Actually, mag-ano din sila. Reset din. Both ADC lane.
Gentleman's agreement sila doon sa bot side. Ay, hindi pala binili. Joke lang. Gentleman, pag makakuha na panalo sa FLA, sila yung mag-shove ng lane habang pabalik na nga sa galing base, pabalik na ng lane si Yumao sa kasi Ninja 7. Pero let's look na kung saan ang kalagayan ng mga team compositions natin between FLA at One Team. So, si One Team, ang dami yung mga blue scope mga makukunat sa harap. Ito yung Shen, yung Jax, yung Renekton at yung Gragas. Magandang frontline para sa late game composition nila para dito sa Corki. Habang sa side naman ng FENNEL Adversity, medyo marami silang team, pero hindi sila kasing consistent damage. So medyo na doon tayong niisip, paano kaya nagagawin to? Pero ako, full confidence ako dito kay paring Calm. Kasi alam naman natin gaano kagaling si Calm paggamit dito sa kamid.
Yeah, talagang tiwala lang tayo sa ating mga tropa dito na FLA. And listan nyo na, FLA na to. Listan nyo na, matik na yan. Matik na yan.
Tapos na.
Bakit pa ba natin ginagawa itong best of 5 na to? Matik na to eh, FLA na to eh. Wala ka bias-bias mga kaibigan. Wala ka bias-bias.
Wala ka bias-bias. Yun na nga tayo dito. Ito si FLA Syempre, scaling din sila sa composition. May Senna sila, may Nasus din sila. At ito yung flavor ngayon dito sa WCS play-ins natin. Imbis madalas nakikita natin sa region natin, Senna at saka Gragas. Pero ito, Nasus na meron tier pareho sa Senna. So dalawa silang nag-i-scale with that tier item. So ito take a while bago maging very effective itong dalawang champions na to sa RIP. So do expect na ang FENNEL hindi basta-basta lalaban, hindi maganda ang pwestuhan dito para ipanalo nila itong larong to sa mga darating na objective.
Yeah, actually, kanina, kung titingnan natin sa draft, no, FLA, yung kanilang draft dito, kailangan merong perfect positioning, perfect spot.
Oo.
Kasi, gaya ng sabi yung kanina, si Arise, on the moonfall, kay Diana, wala siyang ibang kasama mag-set up dito, kundi siya lang. So, pati madelikado. Pero ito, nag-up na yung ating first objective dito. Nauna na ngayon FENNEL versus sa ating Dragon. Pero the moonfall, dalawang ma-apektuhan dito. Pero makuha! Nanakaw ng one team! At may ipit pa nga dito si Kuya Danny. Kuya Danny, ano lang daw yun? Binigyan ng banse. Yung one team. Pinapalamang lang. Pinapalamang lang.
Napalaman na yan. Di ba ganun nga ang bida, di ba? Nagpapabugong sa simula, tapos pagkatapos na ay mananalo. At yun ang plano dito ng FLA. Pero to be fair naman, ganda din yung nag-steal doon ni Shantyo. Masok siya sa 800 HP yung Dragon at nakuha niya ng smite. That was a good play din coming dito sa one team. Dito sa replay na to. Lumabas si Domi kasi nakita niya, naku, nahuli tayo, medyo dehado. At least, diba, lick your wounds, wag magbigay pa ng more gold dito sa one team. Habang itong lift hell ngayon, sisimula ng one team, may CCTV,
Yeah, alala mo, paring Aporu, hindi naging maganda yung simula ng FLA ngayon dahil ito yung, ang strength kasi ng isang Kha'Zix, you can take objectives ng mabilis lang lalo na kapag ka-isolated, kapag ka ikaw yung nauna doon sa pwesto. But the thing is, kinontest sila ng one team sa pagkuha ng Dragon and even the Repair hindi din nila na-contest para sa side ng FLA dito. And alam naman natin, ang Kha'Zix kapag hindi isolated, medyo hindi naman nagpo-fall off, pero syempre, manipis ka lang din. So, dito, yung mga kunat ng one team dito, sabi niya, okay, kapag nakaltukan at na-stun natin to, easy kagat for Domi dito. Kaya kailangan talaga mag-ingat ng FLA, lalo na nabawasan pa ito rin nila sa may top lane habang 1v1 with Great One. Dito sa may bottom lane, okay, Calm and si Kid dito, sila na naman ang magkasama, pero this time sa bot naman.
Yeah, alam natin na less effective nga kumbaga itong Kha'Zix natin kapag hindi nakakaroon ng isolation damage. Pero tingnan mo din naman itong items, very curious, no? Sa both FLA at sa one team ngayon. Hullbreaker ang inuuna ni Calm doon sa kami. So alam, alam natin kung ano ang plano niya talaga. Split push all the way. Split push is the way to win. Dati nakatapatan ni Show, pero mid lane.
Yeah, mid lane dito. Mukhang nakadena naman nila dito si Ninja 7. Asserting dominance lang daw, sabi ni Ninja 7. Actually, hindi pala maaga, no? Yung Storm Razor nito ni Yumao. O, kumbaga, tama lang sa time, tama lang. Pero kasi kung ikukumpara natin sa hawak ngayon ni Danny, na-delay nga siya kanina dahil siya yung first blood na nakuha ng one team dito. Ngayon pa lang niya napulot yung kanyang Manamune para sa ating tropang Danny. Pero okay lang yan dahil hindi naman din nagkakalayo yung ating network as of now.
Yeah, yun na. Hindi nga nagkakalaya ang ating network. Medyo, may 2K lead. Si Ninja 7. Okay.
Munti ka ng munti ka ng matyanan. Ito si Arise, no.
Naka-stomach out dun Pero, teka, tatlo na dito.
Tatlo na dito, pero tatlo din naman dito yung side ng FLA. Pero actually, pwede maging 1v4 to. I mean, 4v4 kasi medyo malapit lang kanina din itong si Arisen. And hindi na din nag-go dito yung one team. Good decision yun kasi under the turret yung FLA. Sila yung pwede madamage ng tower. Pero dito naman sa middle lane, nirotatan nila itong si Arisen. Gusto lang daw niyang mag-ipon ng stacks dito, pero hindi naman siya nadedenayan ng ipon ng stacks.
Bumabalik sila sa bot lane, no?
Yup. Dahil mag-isa na lang itong si Kuya Khan, pero joke lang yan dahil yan dito si Domeng. Pag nag-overextend kayo, naku po! Na-exclusive shot! Hindi na rin siya natulungan to ng shadows ni Kuya Danny. Mamamatay si Kuya Khan. Pero keep calm nga lang daw pa at hahabol pa sila na slow nila dito itong si CU. Pero see you again later. Hindi naman siya namatay.
Hindi naman siya matay. Yun nga lang nakakuha pa ng isang kill ang one team doon. Fortunately, hindi naman up pa yung Dragon natin. So, hindi talaga malaking kalamangan niya na nakuha doon ng one team. Pero dahil nga doon, momentum is on their side. Nakuha pa sa isang kill. Nakuha pa ng another kill worth of gold. Itong si Shanyo ngayon. 2-0 na ating ang Jax ni one team. At alam na natin, malakas ang Jax pagdating sa late game, no? So, medyo na, wala ka bias pero medyo kailangan ng ng FLA dito makahanap ng pick, makuha yung bounty dito sa Jax para ma-turn around itong gold lead ngayon na nasa one team. Pero as the Ocean Drake spawns into the map, mukhang sisimulan kaagad to ng one team.
Yeah, mukhang sisimulan nga ng one team. And I do think na ibibigay na to ng FLA na pwedeng ang matahan na lang nila dito is going to be the Trip Herald. Pero i-eliminate muna nila dito itong si Shen at the top lane na pinasok na nga. Pero wait, there's more dahil yung one team dito merong package. Yumao, apakakapal ng kanyang armor. Mamamatay na yun sana kanina kaso hindi pa siya yumayao dito. Pero si Domi mukhang mahuhuli. Nakadena naman nila dito yung buhaya. Medyo napagod siya dahil na-exhaust, na slow down, hindi na makakahabol. And makakapatay pa. Pero si Kuya Cam, siya na naman yung napitas dito. Hullbreaker first item for Cam.
Yeah. Naging sagot kasi doon ng FLA. Alam nilang ipa-priority ng one team yung Dragon. So, talabon tayo top side. Try natin makakuha ng pick. Nakidala na si Yumao. Pero maaga ang pagkabili niya doon sa Stacy. So, bot time, namatay si Cam na trade at wala tuloy nakuha na kill doon ng FLA. Medyo nasa delikadong pwestuhan ngayon ang FLA. 3.5k gold lead ang one team. Referral has been started by FLA. Pero nandito ang one team.
Yeah, pero nag-blackness yun. And nag-hook shot sabay Hextech Ultimatum. Pero hindi wala sila nahuli doon para sa side ng FLA. Pero pumasok itong si Creed, medyo makunat pa. Wala ba masyadong damage na binibigay dito yung side ng FLA. Tinaboy lang sila ng one team sa loob mismo ng pit ng referral dito na pwede pa makuha ng one team yung referral as of now. Pero FLA, tinatry pa rin nilang kunin kaso nakuha pa rin talaga ng side ng one team yan. They're gonna try to chase. But paano mo kakabulin ng mga tao na ayaw na magpahabol, nagsilabasan na sila sa lahat ng pit?
Ayaw ka nila magpahabol. Sayang hindi tumama doon ang isang magandang perk ability galing kay Rice. Makatalon na sana ng Moonfall pero mga depensa dito ang one team na yun. Mukhang wala naman tayo makikita labanan dito dahil dinepensahan lang ng one team yung kanilang mid-lane. Pero nakikita mo rotation ngayon dito ng FENNEL. Pupunta silang bot side ng mapa.
Yeah, punta sila ng bot side. Kasi FENNEL Adversity, wala pa sila nakukuha dito ng mga objective. At least trade some turrets, get some turrets para makapagdagdag ng pera sa kabantero si Kuya Cam. Naku po na palalim, nag-overstay your welcome. Pero ito, magpapaiwan ako na lang ba yung sakripisyo? May hookshot pa naman din siya or wala na, hindi na rin siya naisagip ng Dawning Shadow neto ni Kuya Danny. Naku po, nagiging chewable si Kuya Cam dito. Tapos nila dito si Arise na middle lane. And medyo nasasaktan dahil binabarage lang siya ng binabarage dito ni Kuya Mao. Another bangga coming from the referral dito. Eliminating one turret away, against FLA. And yun nga, napabagsak naman nila dito yung referral. So there's no more bangga coming from the Trip Herald anymore.
Hindi nakapangalawang tackle itong Shelly natin. Pero on the other side din naman, nakita natin sa top side, nakakuha pa ng isang tower si Arise. So in terms of gold, yes, medyo lumalaki. Kanina 3.5k ito, ngayon 5k na. Pero bumabawi naman ang FENNEL Adversity. Naghahanap sila ng opening sa mapa, mga parte ng mapa na wala doon ng one team at kumukuha sila ng towers, kumukuha sila ng gold. This is still close as it could be sa panahon na to kung saan ang one team ang nakakakuha ng first advantage, first initiative sa mga laban natin. Pero FLA, hindi pa naman sila labas dito sa laban na to. Pwede pa rin sila makabawi. Kailangan nila na makahanap ng isang magandang fight. Oo, isa sa win condition nila Icy Calm on that split push. Medyo na-nullify nga lang siya ngayon dito, no? Kasi Hullbreaker divides under at 3 deaths na siya sa side lane. So medyo behind siya, pero makahanap lang isang magandang laban dito ang FLA. Kayang-kaya pa nila to i-turn around sa one team.
Yeah, oo nga, they need to look for that one specific fight. Saan sila yung may advantage, good setup coming from the Moonfall, coming from the Hextech Ultimatum. So far, hindi pa natin nakikita yan. And dahil hindi pa nga natin nakikita yan, 0-4 pa in favor of one team. Pero alam mo kasi, parang nga po, alam mo naman, mga bida talaga, nagpa-power up pa lang yan. Mamaya pa dadating yan. Kita mo, umpisa pa lang, drop pa lang, alam natin, scaling champs ang meron ng FENNEL Adversity dito. Though meron din naman dito yung one team. Pero kape. O, di ba kape pa? Pero kasi, kapag si Susan nakapag-farm na din and with Senna, di ba sasabihin nila, itabi nyo anak, kami na. Pero yun nga FLA, they just have to hold out as long as possible para makapag-farm itong dalawang late gamers natin na champion for the side of FLA. Pero another objective na naman yung makukuha dito ng one team, 3 dragon na yung nasa side ng one team ngayon. And FLA, hindi na sila makakahabol doon kasi out of position si paring Dome. Napatay pa si Danny sa top.
Out of position din siya eh. I think yun yung nag-recall. na sila doon. Pero nga, dalawang scaling champions, dalawang stacking champions dito na FLA, ang Senna at ang Nasus. Pero dahil nga, nakakuha ng pangatlong dragon na yun ng one team. Medyo mahirap na to pagdating ng Elder Drake. Malaki ang maging advance ng one team pag nakuha nila to. Nag-shove sila ngayon sa bot side ng mapa. Medyo nape-pressure dito ang FLA. Lumiliit na ang mapa nila dahil nga lahat wala pa si Khan. Daming damage.
Yup, Hexic Ultimatum, Dawning Shadow, hindi na din tumama dito, pero wala pa rin sila nahuli dito para sa side ng FENNEL Adversity. Instead, sila yung namatayan doon in the form of Arise. Hindi nga natin na masyado naramdaman yung moonfall ni Kuya Arise doon dahil na-shutdown agad siya ng side ng one team, habang yung one team kompleto pa ang miyembro and they can't even chase dahil din sa slow ng barrel roll dito ni Kuya Ninja 7.
Medyo chapsoy pa kasi item build dito ni paring Arise, no? Naka God of Ages lang siya, tapos lahat na paiba-iba na lang items. Ipan niya na buo yung Crystal Embracer. And alam natin, medyo ma-impactful ang Moonfall. Pero pag wala ka pang items, wala pa talagang damage yun. Kailangan pa natin maintay yung item breakpoint and coming from FLA. And unfortunately, ayan, medyo mataas na nagiging lamang dito ng one team. Going back into this replay, doon nakita mo yung turn ng one team. Ito yung point na talaga na as na yung lead na, dami na silang items, kaya nila kahit masolo nila itong engage galing sa FLA. Pero ang one caveat dito para sa one team, ito ang pag-asa ng FLA ay scaling pa rin naman. So pag tumagal ang laban, kaya pa yung tumubuyan ng FLA. At alam naman natin, medyo matagal-tagal ang mga laruan pag ang kalaban ay one team.
Yeah, actually matagal din ang laruan pag kalaban ay FLA. Kasi ito yung mga teams na nag-take too much time. Like, talaga sinusulit nila yung time nila sa Rift dito as much as possible. And ito pa nga, drop pa nga natin is ganito talaga mga scaling champions. But the thing is, mas nag-i-scale na dito yung one team, pero tatanong na naman nila dito si Kuya Cam nakapag-group shot away, he's still safe, pero pwede silang mag-tower dive na naman kung kompleto dito yung one team as of now. Pero as you see, one team, dalawa yung nakahiwalay sa kanila, which is the 4K, and itong si Shen na nag-split push na alam naman natin, global presence coming from Shen dito, kaya niyang rumespo kahit nasang pa siyang parte ng mundo.
Yan. Hindi lang yun. Hindi lang yung global presence. Yan, nakahalbay ka na rin siya. Dalawa na nakahalbay ka dito sa one team. So, matindi na ang 1-3-1 pressure nila. Pwedeng lagay nila Renekton sa isang side, ilagay nila yung Shen sa kabilang side naman. Anytime, pwedeng mag-react tong Shen. Isa sa mga nakikitang strategy madalas, lalo na sa LoL PC. Kapag nakita ka ng Shen at alam niyo threat ang Shen, yung ultimate ay global, i-gank niya yung Shen. Unfortunately nga na medyo mataba-taba na ito siya. Hindi basta-basta matitake down na FLA. They can try here, no? Kung kaya nilang matake down to Shen, para ma-relieve some of that pressure away dito sa team ng FLA.
Yeah, actually kanina they tried sa side ng FLA, pero sila yung sila yung natalo sa team fight kanina during the second Drake natin. And see, FLA 0-6 sila as of now, going 16 minutes into the game. And iniintay na lang natin yung Elder Drake dito. Matagal pa naman yung dating yan, mga 30 seconds medyo. And konting kembot, FLA, kailangan nilang pumorma, at least kailangan nilang makuha itong Elder Drake natin dito dahil that's a Mountain Drake. Pwede yan madagdagan yung kanilang armor dito, kakunatan nila. Dahil, kung titignan, tagalin natin itong si Nasus. Ano sila chewables, maninipis, yung side ng FLA dito. Lalo na si Arise, hindi siya makapag-set up talaga ng napakagandang moonfall kasi siya lang talaga yung nag-i-initiate siya. Kailangan mo i-channeling yung moonfall mo. Pansin mo yung mga moonfall dito ni Kuya Arise, hindi hindi sagad. Talagang ginagather niya lang in the middle, pero hindi nga siya nagiging impactful.
Yeah, yun na Kaya nga nakita din natin, napilitan na siya. Imbis na bumili ito Crystal Embrace, dinadiretso na siya itong Jet Capel up na nga.
Sinayang niya yung blast cone just to make sure na FLA hindi nila magagamit yung blast. It's either they use yung kanilang dashes dito or the flash just to go inside the pit. Pero sinisimulan na ng one team, medyo matagal nga lang, and hindi nila ino-all in. Kita mo, nino-normal lang nila. Pwede nilang gamitin ng skill yan, pero mas pinufocus nila at hinihintay nila at pinaghahandaan nila yung pagpasok dito ng side ng FLA. Pero FLA, mukhang pa-aura-aura lang, hinihintay lang nila. They do have a vision though, pero pumasok na dito sa may bandang likod. Pero wala pa aga! Nakita ko yung Kuya Tuming! Ang aga ng iyong Smiteru! And mukhang hindi pasmado itong si Shan Yu. Naipit pa siya doon. At sabi ni CU, later.
See you later. Pero si Khan, baka mahuli dito ni Kid.
Yeah, mahuhuli talaga dito ni Kid yan kasi may flash pa si Kid and the flash in and the normal attack just to end. So may transition agad on the Baron para sa side ng one team.
Yun na, nakita ko nga din gano'n kababa talaga yung HP ng Elden Ring. So mga 2-digit na lang nakita ko doon mga 80 ba o 20 yung natira doon. Pero sadly, oo, so maaga nga ng kaunti yung smite niya doon. Pero sadly, napunta pa rin ang Elder Drake dito sa one team. Exodian na sila. Lahat nandoon, pati Baron buff. Mukhang nagbabadya dito na ang game 1 ay mapupunta sa one team. Pero doon pa rin sa script tayo. Walang kabayas-bayas
Walang kabayas-bayas. FENNEL pa din, FENNEL pa din.
Di ba kasi
FENNEL
nagpapabugbog
dito,
na,
FENNEL pa
di ba?
din. Oo, pero ito
nagpapabugbog, di ba, sa simula?
Oo, pero ito, binaldog si Aryzen ng Chan dito ni Ninja 7. Pero explosive gas at tinalunan. Gumamit na siya dito ng ulti para kay Aryzen just to defend and just to run away.
Oo. Pero si Doming,
Naku, si Kuya Doming, hinilot sa likod ni Yumao. Konting rocket barrage lang yun, binigay na yun. Pero sabi ko nga sa'yo, manipis na ang isang kasi dito sa dito, yung gitna ng FLA. Bukas na ang kanilang inhibitor turret sa may gitna. At mukhang dadamay na din ang bottom turret dito ng FLA. Actually, lahat na ng tower habitat para sa side ng FLA. They only have one chance to defend this Nexus na lang na nakitira para sa kanila, pero focus lang sa go. Red Dot Rock the door, sabi ng one team dito, and one team naka 1-0 na sila against FLA, pero FLA pa din. FLA pa din.
FLA pa din.
Let's go.
Yun na ka. Let's go. One team. Ano man pangalan, diba? One team, one. Kailangan nila maka-1. At yun na nga yung 1 nila dito sa ating Best of 5 series. So, expect natin na FLA makakabawi getting a tar game 2. Pero kailangan naman natin sabihin to. Congratulations naman sa one team dahil pinakita nila doon na mainit-init pa rin sila coming from the 2 games or 2 series actually na nilaro nila kanina. So, medyo gearing up pa tong FLA natin. No? Maghahanda pa sila. Magpapaitit sila ulit para getting into this second game. Ako nahulog.
Nahulog. Pero hindi malalaglag yung FLA, guys. No, hindi na malalaglag.
Yeah.
First game pa lang naman eh. Kumbaga, ito yung testing phase, so, 'di ba, ng FLA. Alam niyo actually, kung tutusin, kaya naman manalo ng FLA diyan. Ganun talaga. Pinapalamang lang ng FLA. Pero para syempre, hindi para humble ba? Humble.
Oo, tama.
Mindset ba? Mindset.
Give one chance to others.
Yeah. Nagpapahumble pa dito yung FLA. Kaya naman nilang talunin yan eh. Pero, kidding aside, ang nag-istorya kasi noon, na-deny ng sobra ang existence ng isang Kha'Zix. And just so happen nga, nahirapan makapag-set up to almost hindi nakapag-set up si Kuya Aryzen on his Diana. Even the Camille, no, hindi siya makapagbigay ng magandang Hexic ultimatum dito dahil after all, nahuhuli and they lack the damage for the side ng FLA.
Oo nga, dahil nga naging na-behind sila, alam naman natin pag Diana medyo na-behind, kulang talaga sa damage. And isa sa nakita natin lakas ng Senna Nasus is they can control the lane. Pero na-counter yun ng one team, kudos talaga sa kanila, ay nagawa nila ng maayos yung kailangan nilang gawin doon. At one more thing is that tinasabi natin, Camille, ni Calm, ang lakas, pero na-shutdown nila kaagad. So, medyo nahirapan talaga doon ng FLA.
Yeah, indeed. Nahirapan nga talaga doon yung FLA. Pero, okay lang yun. Best of 5 to eh. Best of 5 to. Yung mga predict nga natin, 3-2. Diba? Siyempre, kailangan magpa-humble muna tayo dito. Diba? Para sa side ng FLA. Pero hopefully, no, next game, there's gonna be a better draft for FLA dito. And honestly, medyo natalo din talaga sila sa draft doon. Pero enough muna that because FENNEL, take it away.
Rico and also Contra, that game just now, it was just, I'm sorry to say, it seems like a bit snowball for the side of one team esports.
It's okay. It's a BO5. FLA is fine. FLA is fine. It's a BO5.
Huge copium right there.
I know, right? But I want to talk about, one team with their composition. It's a very textbook 1-3-1, 3-man having disengage, which was the Gragas. And that's the thing, right? How do you counter a 1-3-1? You have heavy engage because you jump on the 3-man, and that's how you basically deal with it. That's the thing. FENNEL Adversity didn't have that. Diana, I don't think it counts as reliable engage because there's a wind-up, there's a timer, you need to get close, you don't have that layering. And I felt like that's the reason why Calm couldn't do Calm things, was because you're torn. Your only reliable engage was the Hexic ultimatum. Therefore, the Camille will always have to join your team so that your team has engaged. And that's the problem. You're torn between these two things. And the fact that the 1-3-1 had double hull breaker, the only one that can match that was Arise, and Arise isn't a mage champion. You don't expect an AP champion to carry Hullbreaker. So,
We were just joking about like what you're gonna do, like Dashar's Tooth Hullbreaker. Like that's not gonna ever happen, right? So I think like One Team Esports, they assess the situation really well when it comes down to draft. It was won right there and then because they know what exactly to do when you put that Renekton up middle and you look at the overall draft. Almost everybody out of One Team Esports have hard crowd control. That also meant that Domain, whenever he enters into the fray, there is so little window of opportunity for him to access the back line. And if he does, most likely not, his life will be traded out for.
Exactly right. That's the big contrast. One team had a lot of CC. FENNEL Adversity didn't have. And I feel like this composition, while it worked against Cerberus, because the Gragas wasn't present in the entire game. They kept banning the Gragas against Cerberus because they had this type of composition. FENNEL Adversity will not be able to get away with that anymore as long as the Gragas is there.
I agree. The moment we saw the explosive cast kind of isolates in the bottom lane, the Dragon lane at first, that seems like things going just down south all the way from the side of FLA. Now, we did see the Senna side on the side of FLA. It did work for the route coming up from the Embrace, but it just didn't happen to be more engaging from my side. Or is it just a bit more to its just to disengage for them to root and run away from the Senna utility?
They picked the Senna Nasus, which, I mean, in the bans, in the draft, they've removed basically the aggressive pairs of a Senna. So you're now left with the tamed pair, which is a Nasus. Nasus doesn't do anything. He's just
nice.
He's there. He's just there, basically. He says Wither, slows you down, but that's it. It's not the same of a big impact like what a Set Senna does, as a Galio Senna does. Even a Rakan, like, FENNEL Adversity is so good with Rakan. It's going to make an appearance, I swear, in the next game. Graga's going to get banned, Rakan's going to appear.
Yeah, I do believe that there's going to be a little bit of a paradigm shift now that they have noticed, okay, this is a composition that we can't even deal with. So when it comes down to bans, sure, maybe the Gragas is worth investing on. So I think that there's also going to be a higher priority on some of the other things that they want it to let through, like the set, which have worked well. If you want to pair that Senna with somebody else, that's going to be pretty good. And we're going to look at other form of methods when it comes down to making sure that they have enough firepower to take on that fight. Domain, you can expect him to go to things like even Xin Zhao would have actually worked out since Olaf's being banned throughout the series. So I would expect that to be the constant team. But FENNEL Adversity, I believe that there's still more fight in them, and they haven't flipped the switch to even more of those assassins.
Yeah, I like how you brought up the Xin Zhao, because remember, One Team, they love their double 80 carry compositions. From Summer Super Cup up until now, they brought it up here and there during the play-in. So Xin Zhao is a really good answer to double 80 carry, because yes, your ult blocks out those projectiles.
But we saw Shen just now as well. When it comes to unconventional picks, we rarely see Shen. So are we expecting something coming out from FLA, something unconventional, if they're desperate enough to get into the playoffs, Riku?
Unconventional. I think they're a team that really shines super well when it's something that they've been playing for a long time. It's like they're the team that sticks to their strengths, and that's a strength. Like, at this point, I feel like when they went up against RQ and they had a hard time during their regional finals, they brought Danny, when their backs are against the walls, they brought Danny into a Kai'Sa pick, into a Vayne pick. And I feel like it's possible because the Yuumi wasn't banned at all. Lulu wasn't banned at all. They're free reign to do a late game scaling champion. Not like a Senna. Senna's utility. They need something that go bam, 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 like a Vayne and a Kai'Sa.
It's always a fight for you. Yeah. There you go.
I like it.
Well, maybe back to the Meow Meow connection again.
Sure.
I do think that Rengar is a better pick as compared to the Kha'Zix. At least you can bullet strike somebody out there, but it's very heavy investment, right? Like, it's always that 50-50 fights that they're going to be taking. Right now, FLA can't really go for 50-50s. They need at least a 60-40, right? And I guess that could actually work out. What you pointed out was true. And I don't even think that having a Yuumi here is going to be able to help you all too much. And it's kind of like technically like a 4 versus 5. And when you have everybody else with crowd control, it's going to be hard.
The thing is, I also realized our cast has just mentioned about that was a real mental break kind of loss. It's a really total loss coming up from FLA for their first match. Do you think it's going to be a bit tilting for them? Will they get tilted from that kind of momentum and cut off straight away?
Nah, I think FENNEL Adversity is the kind of team that doesn't break mental easily. I think they are the type of team that ramps up within the series. Like, they study their team, they adapt through the drafts, and you know, it's just game one, anything can happen. Remember, back at the C Championships, they fought against Flash Wolves, their very last VO5 to be able to enter the next stage, the group stage of that tournament at that time. They didn't get to make it, but it reached a full 5 games. So, came close. It's one of those things where, is the Masters region the bane of FENNEL Adversity again?
And speaking of which, Contra, at one, right, we saw that sometimes. Do you think they can actually drag it all the way to BO5, like with the same momentum here? Like, really?
If it's gonna be looking like this, might as well just do it, because it seemed like FENNEL Adversity didn't have any answers, right? And in essence, when you look at FENNEL Adversity in this match, I don't think that their mental went boom or so, because they didn't really make too many mistakes, right? Like, they were trying to contest for the Drakes that they know that they shouldn't really fully invest in, and there's nothing too much that they could do with all the split pushing. There was just no clear-cut answer. It's like, okay, GG, go next. I think like we'll be able to answer this later on, and I guess we just have to see whether or not have they pinpoint which sort of target parties would they actually axe out. So maybe if you can get even Lee Sin for their side, I think at least that could activate some sort of plays for the map.
Oh, so down to game number 2. Yeah, I'm not sure. Are we ready for game number 2 yet? Not yet, they say. But hey, the thing is, they need the time to recuperate themselves for the side of, especially FLA. They had a good run today. Definitely, they had the momentum, and they were downtime for them. This is what we questioned when it comes to OMO back then. The downtime will be a bit of a problem for these guys. They cut off their momentum. They need to re-warm up to get where they started, like how they start at the start of the day. But the thing is, for one, do you have any specific? Okay, we're gonna go back to the loose conditions here. For the side of FLA, okay, what's the loose condition for FLA? And for you also, I want to do you have any in mind for one team, their loose condition as well?
Loose condition, it's really hard to navigate whether if it's really a clear-cut loose condition, because I think it's about that double marksman composition that we did talk about. So when it comes down to this, we saw, okay, FLA, they're really good with their assassins, and I guess one team have been able to just outdraft them overall. So it's really not the biggest of issue for one team.
I think for loose condition, we go back to what happened between Flash Wolves and one team. What was the problem? Bruce, they have a hard time against mid laners who take control of the map. I don't think Diana at the time, Arise, yes, he won against BMM last time at CERBERUS. He did a 1v1, but against counter picks, against picks that neutralize your lane or disable your lane to get solo kills, like Renekton is able to match up. Hell, we've even seen Tryndamere against Diana matchups from other regions. We've seen Tryndamere in the mid lane as well back in the WCS PH. So it's just one of those things that one team saw it coming already, that this is Arise's best champion, so he has to dig deeper and most likely pick his mid lane early. It's one of those things where, what do I choose? Do I pick it early so that I don't get it banned, so it doesn't get banned, or do I pick it later, dig deep into our pocket picks?
Oh boy. So down to the pocket picks. We're looking at quite early. I think it's a bit early for pocket picks right now. But hey, speaking of draft, here we go. Will be very strong draft coming out from FLA this time. A bit more balance, a bit more CC to engage and get a bit aggressive in the early stage. Or will they be a bit out draft again, just like we saw earlier?
Yeah, pick engage. It is still going to be Arisen though. It's not going to be Rafe, who is the best Rakan player in the Philippines.
So you're looking for Rafe actually more?
Arisen, depending on his picks, he can get more aggressive than Rafe. But if you're going to be on a Nasus, you're definitely not going to do anything. But they're still sticking to banning out the Galio. I want to see a Gragas ban or a Gragas first pick from FLA.
Yeah, that's going to be a working magic if they can actually get their hands on it. So they're going to run it right back. Look at the same way that one team have executed it. And maybe this calls for Danny to really turn into that hyper carry that he should be, than to go on, Senate duties, NASA's duties, and such. So I think this might just be a better chance for them. Now we will expect that Jace to be taken off from either side of the Baron laners. So FLA, they're still going to leave things out in the open for themselves. So first pick, it's either that Gragas or it could be that Set too.
Yeah, if one team decides to leave that open as well. Set has been really amazing in setting up the team fights. Look at that.
Jax ban.
It's a Jax ban.
Okay, like, I don't think that targeting Shanyo is really the clear-cut answer right here, because one team Esports didn't really rely on that Jax to really get everything done. We saw the problem was also the Camille, where you could single out targets and things like that. But FLA, sure, they got that Camille and they answered with the Shen, which they have managed to just keep him on that stalemate and later on have Shanyo to supplement. So they will go unaffected, Set being banned away. So
get the Gragas, please.
Gragas, please.
Yeah, get the Gragas. That has been FLA's struggle because the composition that they would like to use, especially if they lack the CC, this is gonna definitely answer that. FLA, I think Gragas is a very safe pick. You can pick it mid, you can pick it bot, even in the jungle for the side of Dome.
I think there was also a pick that we have not
is open.
seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, they definitely will get that. And I like that call. But I was hoping to also see a Karma for either one of these teams.
Yeah,
it was
actually,
being left out in
why
the
did I
open.
forget?
Nobody
I'm mad at
picked Karma.
myself. I'm mad at myself. I'm mad at myself. I was focusing so much on the Gragas, and FLA could have picked the Karma. They put value on this Camille. If they want the split push Camille, please get an engage for Arisen, because that's what you're gonna struggle against later. Because look at that, they have Karma and Gragas.
The best of both worlds. Well, I predicted well. I'm giving myself that pat on the back.
Good
All
job.
right.
Good job, Contra.
Yeah, thank you, Riku. So FLA, now to deal with this really annoying composition, you don't want to get teetered, you don't want to be pushed back. I'm just thinking that it's kind of hard for them to even go for that Corki again. So they wanted something stable, so you can still have Calm go on this Garen duty, or you can still send it up mid while you put that Camille in the jungle.
That's true. They can still pick up the Darius as well if they want to flex the Garen in the mid lane, Darius top, and Camille in the jungle. At least you'll have a lot of more impact because you can engage for your team and leave the rest to the Darius or the Garen. But look at that, that's gonna be the Yuumi. Who are you gonna power up? Are you gonna go carry jungle, or are you gonna go Kai'Sa? Are you gonna go Vayne? But that's so dangerous because you still don't know what the bottom lane is, what can destroy the Kai'Sa in the early game. The Ziggs can poke you out of the lane, and that could be dangerous.
Yeah, and I guess that Kai'Sa will be taken away by one team. It's like they know they wanted it, but now heading into the second draft, is it going to be that Rengar that gets banned away? Because there's a very high pick potential for FLA if they really want to go with it. Combined with the Hex that ultimatum, you could just basically single out, render this Karma useless, or just get rid of this Gragas overall if he's not tanky enough.
Yeah, that's true. The Meow Meow connection being that Rengar, Thrill of the Hunt, combined with the final chapter, you lock someone down, you get a pick, and this is slowly going to be, if they do lock in the Rengar, that's slowly going to be the pick composition, because you have Hextech Ultimatum, final chapter, just remove, delete someone immediately after that CC kicks in.
Remember, Lucian's also left available, but I don't really think that it may be that perfect answer to that. But it does give them enough of that damage. If you want to put that Karma out mid, it's still going to be a little bit of trouble for her to really match up to what the Lucian could possibly do. Sure, you get a few shields and you can get a few pokes, but you could constantly be hunting her out. So I wonder what's FLA's next move, and they even answer, okay, we don't even want that Lucian here in this match.
Honestly, it's super scary if they pick the Vayne here, because there's only two choices, right? Either you empower Doming or you empower Danny. And it seems to me that if you want to match the scaling power that one team has on this Kai'Sa, it's actually super rare to see a Vayne Kai'Sa game. Either you want to shut the Kai'Sa down early, instead of strong arming, see who gets to perform well mechanically at the later stages of the game with a Vayne and Kai'Sa. I mean, you can pick the Ziggs here and let Arisen roam and then empower Doming. I think that's also another choice that they can do. Wave clear, that means your support can roam.
Yeah, I think that's basically the best answer that you've come up with, Riku. Like, if they don't pick it here, imagine if one team run that Ziggs up mid,
Yeah.
and you have that Kaisa just having such a safe way to go.
Darius?
I'm not really a big fan of
Darius?
that Jin Yumi combo.
Where's the damage? Kha'Zix, where's the damage? Who are you going to empower? Jax is out of the way. Master Yi has been changed, has been nerfed a little bit.
Okay, Twisted Fate.
Where's the damage?
Who's gonna soak in all the pressure? Okay, so this Garen from Calm, it has to do everything for the team, and I'm not so sure where or not if this Jin's gonna survive, because who's gonna protect the backline other than Yumi, right? Like, you have everyone out of one team that could literally run right at you.
Oh
I
my
don't think
God.
Twisted Fate's the answer.
Exactly, they have no disengage. This is a team where FLA is going to wait for all the melee champions to jump on them, and then that's the time they do final chapter, and hopefully somebody dies. This is a very squishy team, except for the Garen, of course. But Jin, I'm so sorry for the Jin fans out there, does no damage. Jin is categorized basically, I feel like you pick Varus first, and then Ashe next, and then unfortunately, utility-wise, you pick Jin at the very bottom of the barrel. I want to see how this works out, but it doesn't look good for FLA.
Yeah, I'm really showing my signs of concern. Like, this Riven pickup, sure, if you match it against a Garrett, it may not look literally the best, but you could still match it up over the middle. Like, that's going to be the answer for that.
Yeah, this is a standard pick composition. Yeah, the Twisted Fate, we've seen this last year. You impact the side lanes, Wait, who do you get ahead? Not the Garen. Not the Garen. Usually you see a Renekton there, or a Fiora or a Renekton, but it's a Garen. Bottom lane? Maybe you can set up, shut down the Kaisa early. I can see that happening, but that's a Gragas at the bottom portion of the map. They have disengaged. One team has a really good draft.
Yeah, I do think so. Choo Choo, what about you?
I just can't wait to see. I'm loving One Team Esports draft, but hey, something could be happening on FLA's side because they definitely have something else in mind that we maybe not know of. But Casas, take it away, the actions and the riff right now.
FLA have something brewing the pot between them and One Team as we go into game.
Second game ng
Yan na, yan na.
FLA and One Team. And see, 1-0 na nga tayo. Pinalamang lang yung One Team dito. Pero FLA, we still believe in you. Even though yung draft nila medyo shaky as of now. You're making Rico cry. You're making Rico cry as of now. Pero malay naman natin, no? Sabi nga ni Chuchu, baka merong something up their sleeve para sa side ng FLA. Parang, crazy Aporu.
Alam mo, paring, ako din, very questionable, pero there could be something magical dito sa ating draft dito na FLA. Nakikita ka natin tong Yumi na may magic na libro, malay mo may mahanap sila dito ng silver lining, may nakikita silang hindi natin nakikita dito. Pwede magbalasa ng maraming balaha ang Twisted Fate ni Arise dito pa makahanap ng plays, pero may plays doon nakikita natin ngayon medyo nagkakapwestuhan dito. Okay?
Yeah.
Wala nangyari. Pero yeah,
wala pa.
Pwede okay, mukhang may early gank dito sa bot. Kung magawa nila to, this could be the way for them. Makaroon ng early advantage dito. Pero kasi mababa na ang buhay dito, Yasu.
Oo nga, mababa na yung buhay doon. Kasi pinapasukan niya dito si Kid. Si Kid, medyo, slimy. Mayroong mahirap hulihin. May pangtalon, may pang-tumbling sa base split habang si Cam dito. May gutit lang, pero bottom lane natin, there's gonna be the root on 2. Pero hindi magiging enough yan to deal a lot of damage against one. Dahil early pa lang naman, wala pang masyadong damage both sides natin.
Oo nga, wala pang masyadong damage.
May attempt, kaso hindi naging successful. There was an attempt.
There was an attempt.
Pero wala may gwardiya.
Ay, gwardiya nga. Okay, para na sa ating mga viewers, kung may man dyan nagtatanong, bakit sa tingin namin ni Yasu na medyo dehado dito sa draft ang FLA? Kaya tata lang. Di natin nakikita na madami pang success story ang ating Jin. Oo, Jin was a good champion before, pero hindi kasi consistent yung damage niya in terms of yun, kailangan very very skilled as a player. Medyo mataas yung skill ceiling para matamaan mo yung second ability lalo na dito sa high level plays natin. So doon nakasalalay ito kay Danny para makuha sila ng picks. Also, medyo naghahanap doon nga sabi ni Rico, naiiyak na siya na kanina doon sa panel, naghahanap ng damage at yun din hinahanap natin dito ngayon sa FLA. Sa totoo lang, pag hindi tayo nakakita ng mga 5,000 gold lead at around 8 to 10 minutes, hirap na hirap ang FLA dito sa laban na to.
Well, yeah, sige, pabanguhin natin. FLA, may plano talaga sila dito.
Ano, naghahanap na tayo dito?
Kasi, alam mo kasi, there are better picks for their last 2 picks. I'm gonna be, dito honest. There are better picks for their last 2 picks. But, I do think, no, FLA, this might
may
be one of their, walang kabayas. Kasi, ang hirap mag-brainstorm. Alam mo yung draft pa lang, alam mo na medyo tabingi na, and alam natin na maganda yung draft ngayon ng One Team Esports. They have a plan, they literally have a really good draft dito. Habang FLA, we're thinking how are they gonna, paano nila masasagot tong gantong pwedeng ibigay sa kanila ng One Team. Pasok Shanyo, and then meron sila defensive na Embrace, ni Sui dito, Ticking Time Bomb, Yumao. And alam naman natin, Jean, pwede mo naman din i-block, pero ano?
Erp, nakita mo yung build ni Arise?
Arise?
Yun ako!
Uy, naku po! So, successful na tayo, pero final chapter sabay flash out. Dalawa yung naroon nila dito sa may bandang gitna. Win! Lex, to make it home. Nakuha nila yung first blood. Sabi sa inyo, may plano yung penalty dito. Pero ito na, yung birthday ball.
Walang kabayas!
na doon sa death. Itong si Ninja 7, pero sabi niya, mamaya, hold lang. Sabi sa inyo, merong plano yung FLA! Diba?
Hold my beer!
Meron!
Walang kabayas! May plans na!
Hold my beer! Pero ito nagda-dragon na dito yung FLA. Pero nice block nga ba? Nice block out. Pero ito dragon, still gonna be secure dito. Nasay ng FLA dahil si Doming hindi na siya kapado at si Kid. Medyo binasa na dito. Binasa na espada. Gaya sa kalangitan. Pero si Yumao, patayin niyo yan! Para matuluyan na yan sa may caffeine! Kaso Yumao is still alive. 1 HP in a dream. Kaso nga lang pinasukan nila dito si Arise. And Arise is still alive. And gonna back away. And finally seeing Arise using yung passive ng isang Yumi. Hinihintay ko to nung nakaraan pa pero ito gana. Sabi sa inyo, FLA, let's go! Let's go!
Nag-joke lang naman kami ni Yasu na nag-painting that bad picture para makinig din ng One Team sa atin. Pero sunod nga na bida para masama tingin sa kanila. Sila ay lumalaban. Buwabalik tayo dito sa ating UC players. Kita natin dito, best questionable actually. Alam ka, Halbreaker! Siya natin parang Arise on the Twisted Fate. Looks like it worked out. It's working out dito sa opening salvo. Opening 5 minutes dito, 2-0 up na kagad na FLA. Sabi nga natin ang isang win condition nila dito. Kaya na napakalap ng 5K gold lead, 8 to 10 minutes. Medyo on the road sila ngayon to that part. Dahil nga, nakakuha sila ng 2 quick kills, nakakuha pa sila ng Dragon. I believe the Repelled ay napunta sa side ng One Team. Pero, ang hanap na naman ng Toro dito ng FLA. Makakakuha na sila ng maraming gold para maabot sila ng win condition nila.
Actually, nakikita natin si Kuya Arise, parang Chen pero in 80. Diba? Kasi, meron kang destiny meron ka ding somewhat global, may global presence ka din And then, you can easily just shove lanes, push lanes, mabilis lang din naman yung wave clear niya kasi i-damage siya, diba? With his cards. Pero, kaya din naman niyang rumespo. And at the same time, nagbibigay din siya ng information with the destiny, di ba? Pwede siya actually gawing pang-flank against one. Pero ito na nga sinasabi kong information, pare boy. Alam niya na pwede siyang igang doon, chinek niya kung ilan yung tao sa may bottom lane. Okay, 3, back away tayo. Pero si Ninja 7, nandilikod dito. Nandito na din naman yung tropa ng ibang FLA. Pero yun, iniwanan na lang sila dito ng iinumin kahit papaano. Yun nga lang, yung turret nila na-destroy na at the bottom lane with the help of the 3 Herald na na-secure kanina ng 1K. Pero meanwhile, the top lane redemption and dyan, gamitin dito ni Kuya Calm para makasurvive kahit paano. No, though, hindi niya naman napatay din dito si Kuya Kib.
Hindi niya napatay, hindi pa niya nabubuo yung Black River niya, pero ginamit yung Ignite para mabawasan doon si Kid. Good thing hindi niya masyadong nag-over commit doon dahil mayroon pang barrier itong Riven ni Kid. Pero going back nga na dito, ang FLA nasira yung tower nila sa bot lane. Good job kay Arise doon, nag-back away siya. Makakuha ng conflict plates dito ngayon si Calm. Pero hinahanap pa rin natin, alam naman natin na FLA magaling sa mid game. Pero bago doon, bot lane.
Bot lane kasi explosive ka. Si Danny lang yung medyo napa-atras dito pero hindi yan magpapapigil sa FLA. Final chapter.
Let's go!
Exec ultimate of Black Curtain. Umuwi ka muna Ninja 7. Bawi next life.
Mabilis ang relax. Nakinita sa'yo na mo. Tayo siya kagad doon. Pero yun na nga. 3-0 ang FLA. Earth dito na. FLA bumabawi from game 1. Kanina game 1 medyo tahimik sila eh. Hindi nga sila nakakuha ng kill ng game na yun. Pero dito, pinapakita nila sa atin na guys, trust us, trust me dito sa Jin, pick ni Danny. Hindi gumagana tayo dito sa P8 pero kaya namin paganahin dito sa WCS play-in sa ating best of 5. Si Yuma, natamaan doon. Mati ka matamaan ng Prowling projectile pero going back 25 seconds sa Cloud Drake, ito yung magiging big objective dito na paglalabanan ng dalawang team. One team needs to deny this dahil nakaunang Drake na dito ang FLA. Habang FLA naghahanap ng laban ulit doon.
Yup,
Okay.
naghahanap talaga sila ng laban. Alam mo kung bakit? Mag-up na yung mga ultimates dito. Domeng, Danny. Pansin mo,
Oo.
Arisen, sabay-sabay sila lagi nag-ultimate. I think that's the plan. They can get pick off para sa side ng FLA dito, which is working. Kasi tatlo na yung nakuha nila patay dito habang wala pa nakukuha dito yung One Team Esports. Dahil open na yung Dragon natin na naman. Pinauna na naman nila dito yung One Team Esports sa may loob ng Dragon Pit. Pero kita mo yung matchup natin sa top lane. Si Kid maglalakad. Pero si Kuya Arisen, isang tawag lang ng baraha, isang cash-cash lang ng kanyang credit card, pwede na siyang bumalik at rumespo dun sa mga kakampi niya.
Tiro mo, yaman-yaman niya. 7,000 na yung gold niya compared dito kay Kiro.
5K lang?
Batuhan lang niya.
5K lang? One
5K
item
lang.
lamang yan.
5K lang, grabe ka na. Konti naman yan ako, 7K. Oh. Kaya binabatuhan ng credit card. Okay, pero nakikita naman natin na iba yung build. Hindi siya AP. Mukhang naka-sheen, longsword, pwedeng Divine Thunder, pwedeng Triforce. Ito yung mga AD carry na nakikita nating ADTF na nagsisplit push. Mga 1T1 na gustong gawing strategiya dito ng FLA. Ang Cloud Drake, ngayon pinupuntahan na ng 1.
Yup, one team na ngayon nag-umpisa ng Cloud Drake dito pero may matang FLA. Again, open lahat ng ulti dito sa side ng FLA. Oo, kitang-kita kayo sa level.
Spy satellite nila.
Another curtain call, pero iniimpayan lang nila. Pero here comes another final chapter. Pumasok na naman dito si Cam. Pero si Cam na lang ba na itali nila dito yung dalawa kami person ng FLA na nakuha pa din ng One Team Esports. Yung trago natin dito pero okay na. Bawi ulit next live Ninja 7 pero si Cam meron pang pag-sack ng Divine Justice dyan pero hindi enough yun, men. Hindi enough yun para mapabagsak yung isa pa sa side ng One Team. Okay lang, bakit? Wala naman namatay sa FLA. Makukuha din naman nila yung referral.
Ito na nga, sinisimulan na nga nila pero nabawi sa next live si Ninja 7. Nasa kadiliman pa siya, hindi pa siya nakakabalik dito yung Herald. Ayun, nakuha. Pero going back nga lang, no, Yasi doon sa fight na yun kanina. Unfortunate kay Doming yung timing ng smite. Medyo itong si paring Doming natin, gusto niyang keeping things close eh. Ayaw niyang lumaki yung lamang nila eh. Binibigay niya yung dragon eh. Wag, nung lumabas yung embrace ng Kalma, 100 HP pa pag smite ni Doming kaya nakuha ng one team yung dragon. Unfortunate timing para sa FLA pero alam mo naman, pinagbibigyan mo lang ng pag-asa kasi sa huli, FLA ang hahanap dito ang makakakamit ng panalo sa game 2 natin.
Alam mo,
Walang
kabayas-bayas. Walang kabayas-bayas. Sabi sa inyo, merong plano, hindi eroplano, men. Merong plano. Diba? Ayos ba yun? Pero ito one team dito, pansin mo, yung item dito ni Yumao, usually hanggang 4 item chapsuy yan. Pero napilitan na siya agad mag-board. So matalang kung ikukumpara natin yung item as of now ni Danny, meron na siyang Storm Razor, meron na din siyang Yomo dito. Going for
si Calm.
that pass, pero bottom lane. Si Calm lang. Kalma lang. Calm yata yan. Diba? Calm yata ng Pinas yan. Diba?
Sorry.
Bata lang yan. Wala yan. Si Calm.
Wala yan. Kahit may tropang tawag yan, wala yan. Kaya kalmado lang. Keep calm and carry on nga. Sabi nga nila, di ba, dito kay Calm. Pero nakita natin dito, FNA, hanap. Kailangan makahanap ng toro. Yun ang inis mo ngayon. Next thing na kailangan nila gawin dito si Arise. Okay, matik siya tamaan. Pero Hullbreaker, Triforce ang ating TF. Not something you see everyday dito sa Wild Rift. Pero one thing na kailangan gawin dito ng FLA laban sa one team ay masira itong Torre sa mid lane para makahanap pa ng mga pwesto dito ang FLA papasok sa jungle. Nagtataka lang ako doon, sinalo nila yung barrel na yun.
Yeah. Alam mo yung ginagawa dito ng FLA? Sinasay ko nila yung one team. Yung one team hanap ng pick-off. Yung FLA tago tayo. Tapos kapag wala na sila doon, tara back tayo, di ba? Dito tayo sa kabila. Kita mo nakakuha na sila ng tower dito kasi asan yung one team? Nasa top lane, naghahanap ng wala.
Hide and seek pala ang laruan natin dito. Pero si Yumao.
Pero yung top lane dito, mukhang may Yumao, di ba? One hit lang. Yumao! Stay down! Stay down!
Stay down!
Stay down!
Down, boy! Down! Si Yumao, na-take down na nga dito ng FLA. 5-0 in kills. Ako si Kid. Okay, calm lang naman. Calm. Kalmado tayo kay Calm.
Alam mo kasi, Kid, gabi na, may curfew. Okay, back, Kid, may curfew. Ito, Yagnarab, donut. Merong Yagnarab donut dito sa may baba, barangay Tanod sa baba. Mga bata, dapat di na lumalabas sa gabi yan, Kid, okay?
Tama. Habang si Calm, kalmado sa bot lane, siya ang nag-hold ng side na to ng mapa. Nakita naman natin karamihan ng action na nangyayari ay nasa mid lane at nasa top side ng mapa. Tulad na sabi mo, hide and seek ang laruan dito ng FLA, pero na-one up pa ng FLA yung laruan na yun eh. Kasi meron silang ultimate galing sa TF. Anong kwenta ng hide and seek? Pag yung kaya, yung naghahanap, kitang-kita ng spy satellite natin dito na gamit ni Arise. Kaya nakakalamang pa dito ang FLA. At habang nga nangyari ang lahat ng ito, palabas na ang ating Mountain Drake. Ang ating Dragon dito. At yun na ang titingnan ng mga kalahok natin dito. Pero yung member ng one team nasa taas, baka pwede kunin itong Dragon.
Yeah, nakuha nila yung tower dito. So free. This must be a free Dragon take kasi ngayon pa lang pauwi itong si Kuya Shanyo. Malayo pa ang kanya pupuntahan dito. May explosive gas naman si Ninja 7 pero hindi na nila i-dare pa. Nagulukin pa yung side ng FLA to take this Dragon. A free Dragon para sa side ng FLA.
Yun na nga, libreng Dragon. Deserve ng FLA. Deserve. Dahil nga, ito ang team composition dito. Pero yun na nga lang, kumakitang tayo sa may late game. 14 minutes into the game. 5,000 gold din na FLA. Okay, step 1, complete. Lahat ng outer thirds nasira na. Kailangan na lang makahanap dito ng FLA ng isang decisive win laban sa one team. At paano nila magagawa yun? Pick up. Dahil yun nalakas ng team nila. Meron silang Jin, second ability. Meron silang Yellow Card, galing kay Red. Meron silang Dome, meron si Calm.
Kuya Calm, kalmado lang. Alam mo, nag-yoga kasi si Kuya Calm kanina dun sa damo. Sabi niya, gano'n keep ka, Zen Mastery.
Zen, tama, Zen.
Nag-yoga lang naman. Diba?
Tama. Nagme-meditation lang siya doon. Nagme-meditate lang siya. So, chill lang tayo, guys.
Pero, parang cry si Apuru. Teka lang. Alam mo na medyo delikado. Wait lang muna dahil muna pero walang tinamaan, walang sinunod. Yung mga tumigas sa side ng one team. Kaso nga lang, medyo malalim dito. Etong si Kuya Nyoka pero keeps up dahil to yung mga stay down nga eh. Di ba? Stay down! Hindi namin niya na nga dito. Si Shanyo, pinauwi na din. Yung bata, umuwi na din kasi may curfew. Si Ninja 7, medyo duguan dito. Sui as well. They are struggling right now for the side of one team. You know why? One team, nire-respeto nila si Domeng. The exec ultimatum. Look at that 4 stasis sa side ng one team. Ganun sila katakot sa Camille, Yumi, Comp ng side ng FLA na may kasama pang kortina neto ni Kuya Danny.
Pag nilalabas yung kortina, nakakita tayo ng kamatayan dito eh. Dito nga tayo pumasok sa replay, no? Si Ninja 7, nakita mo gano'ng kalayo. Ayaw niya ulit makita yung kadilipan eh. Kanina pa siya nandoon. Kaya ayaw niya lumapit sa FLA. Alam niyang kaya siyang i-take down dito. Pero habang doon nga tayo sa replay na yun, nag-back ang FLA dahil natulak sila palayo dito sa Baron nila. Ang next objective na nandito sa mapang ito. Pag nakuha ng FLA itong Baron, kayang-kaya na nila i-siege down ang turret ng one team.
Yeah, tama ka doon, paring Apuru. And ang ganda din kasi talaga ng ginagawa ng FLA and kailangan gawin ng FLA. Knowing Yumao, kahit na Kaysa yan, napansin mo, lagi siyang humihiwalay. Akala mo split pusher, akala mo siya yung taga-rat. Diba? Si Yumao laging mag-isa, loner yarn.
Loner yarn, okay.
Pero yun
player.
Pwedeng pang samantalahan ng FLA yun eh. Na-shutdown nila dito si Yumao. Pero ito one team dito, moving as one. Diba? Kasi natatakot na sila FLA, pitas ng pitas, napipitas talaga nila dito ng 1 by 1 yung side ng one team.
Inirespeto na nila yung FLA ngayon. Diba? Sabi nga din ng panel kanina. Ginagawa mo dyan, Kid! Curfew, uwi na! Uwi ka na! Pero yun ka, diba sabi ng panel na warm up lang to ng FLA. Warm up lang yung game 1 kanina. Not counted yan, not counted. Alam mo nga rin, sabi
Pinaysa lang,
dito
gusto ko manalo.
Gusto ko tapusin. Best of 5 to, baka free. Kaya namin kunin 3 diretso, sabi nga ng FLA. Pero ito na nga, nagpwestuhan lang yung dalawang team. Naghahanap pa sila ng mapipick up. Ang ginagawa dito ng FLA ay very textbook League of Legends. Pinupush nila yung side lanes. para ma-pressure ang one team. Pero ang susunod na isang lalabas din na malaking objective ay itong Elder Ocean Drake. 20 seconds na lang ang natitira bago ito lumitaw. One team naghaharap ng pwesto, pero alam natin yung FLA. Scripted na to. Naantay nila one team makapasok dito at makakuha sila ng pick-up.
Yeah, tama ka doon. And kita mo naman, no, hindi na pinapalapit ng FLA yung one team dito sa ating Dragon Pit, no. And alam nila kung saan manggagaling yung one team. Nilalagay lang nila dito yung one team sa tamang posisyon. Pinagsasama-sama nila para yung bigay ng final chapter, ang pasok ng curtain call, and yung mga AOEs ng side ng FLA dito, nasa isang lugar lang din. One team, talagang napilitan sila na magsama-sama habang nag-i-split po si Kuya Arise. Si Kuya Arise, hindi naman siya ninja, pero ayun o, nini-ninja move yung top lane.
Oo nga eh, nini-ninja moves na yung top lane at papalitan.
Yeah, pero ito pa nga. Ito si Kuya Dome, pinapayang chapter. Sinasabi natin, sama-sama lang doon sa ulti ni Kuya Arise. Pero may babagsak ni Yumao, kills gas kay Samboy. And mukhang Nilvation Justice din sa may bandang likod para kay Kuya Sui. See you later, alligator.
See you later, alligator. At si Kid nga, help you na, uwi na. Stay ka muna sa base. Habang si Ninja 7 nakakita kalit kadiliman. 3-4-0. Elder Drake ngayon tinitake na ng ating FLA. 10-0 in kills ang scoreline ngayon. Domeng, kaya ba nitong okay, wait, may TP.
Suicide teleport yan, oo, pinasok ni Shanyo. Mag-isa lang, walang malakas sa marami, boy. Diba? GA ka pa? GA ka pa? O panoorin mo kung paano namin kuhanin yung dragon sa mukha mo, ganun.
Oo, pinakita pa kanila, oy bata, huwag ka na papasok dito. Itong kuya mong naiwan dito, wala na siya. Hindi na pwedeng i-steal tone gagon. Pero nga nakita natin dito sa replay, ang ganda ng pasok mo ni Domeng. Full fake siya sa team niya. Alam na nila yun na yung killer instinct, na kill instinct na doon si Yumawat. Pero maganda din actually, okay. To be fair naman, to be fair, hindi walang kabayas-bayas.
Walang kabayas-bayas.
Alam mo
yung ginawa ni Shanyo yun, kaya siya nag-TV. Alam niya mananakaw niya. Pag nanakaw niya, may pang-upload na siya sa TikTok. Sayang, wala.
Sayang, wala.
Eto nagbabaro na sila dito. Busy sa giveaway, baro na explosive cast. Huwag mo kami niloloko dito, Ninja 7.
Yun din, naghahanap din ng TikTok si Ninja 7 eh.
Oo, pero ito, sabab ka! 1v2 with a great pull! Sino ang kalaban nila dito is gonna be Arise. Arise is still alive.
Oh my God!
Destiny, pwede nilang i-flank yan. Nandito na si kuya nyo, Dani, ang taga-clean up.
Ayan na, curtain call!
Sama-sama sa barel. Sayaw muna. Chacharu, babugi, namatay yung isa sa likod. Naya Tarp-G with the ignite.
Pero si Domeng!
Sa likod, hindi na pinapabalik si Yumao. Dito hinahabol ni Domeng kasama si Yumi. And there's another kill for FLA off camp yun, pero okay lang yun dahil FLA nakakuha ng kill doon, and this is going to be a push again for the FLA. Pero rekta na rekta.
Let's go!
Na tayo bumilit pa. Nahuli nila dito si Shakyo. Nashanyo nung kinailangan ka namin, pero FLA panalo na! May
panalo! Yun na nga, diba? Ang bida nagpapabugbog sa simula. Pero sa dulo, sila ang kukuha ng victory.
Sabi sa inyo may plano.
May plano.
Sino yung mga nag-doubt sa FLA dyan?
Hindi ako. Hindi tayo na, Yaso. Hindi tayo.
Una pa lang, naniwala na kami sa FLA. Yung sabi nyo.
Ano ka to? Strategy yun, di ba?
Strategy yun. Ano yun? Siyempre, kaakalaan, alam mo yun, mind games, di ba? PCP nila, yung drop nila hindi malakas, ganyan. Pero, once sabi nyo malakas kami individually, kahit hindi ganun, di ba? On the face value, hindi siya mukhang gana yung drop, pero they really did have a plan para sa side ng FLA dito. They punish kung yung ginagawa dito ng one team, lalo na si Yumao na hindi siya dapat nag-iisa eh. That's a Kaisa eh. And yun nga, lagi nila na-cheppy dito itong si Kaisa, resulting na more money, more fun para sa side ng FLA.
Yun na. At saka, talagang out of left field yung pick na yun, yung TF na Salbreaker, split push. Grabe talagang, hindi, sabi mo, diba, draft feeling natin medyo dehado. Pero sa totoo lang, big brain ang tawag doon, na big brain draft ng FLA.
Alam mo kasi yun, parang Aporus, sinimulan ko to, walang naniniwala sa paligid ko. Diba, nanalo kayo yung FLA. Pinaisa lang, gusto pa manalo. Ba yun?
Game 2, nanalo FLA, best of 5 tayo dito, guys. And nakaisa. Look at the items. Ano yung items? Teka, tignan natin. Yung pinag-usapan natin, Call Breaker.
Wait lang Sorry
Teka.
pero Yumao,
Go.
talagang literal Yumao, 0-4-0. Ninja 7, 0-4-0. Shanyo, 0-4-0. Hindi ba 4-4-4? Ibig
Wala kasi
sabihin,
nagka eh.
for the base na lang kayo.
De, alam mo bakit tatlo sa kanila 4?
O
Kasi may Jin. Alam mo naman si Jin, di ba? Ang obsession niya, 4. So, kailangan lahat sila 4 deaths para perfect. Ang perfect ang mundo niya.
Perfect 4, pero para kay Danny talaga yan. Look at the damage coming from FENNEL Adversity, especially Arise. Arise kanina, hindi natin masyadong nasulit na nakita sa camera. Nakipag 1v2, may nag 1v2 sa kanya sa baba. Duguan pa yung mga nasa baba na yun. Diba, isang Kuya Arise lang yun. Paano pa kaya kung nandun ang buong tropa, diba? May utang pa na HP yung side ng one team dun.
Akin siguro, isang nininig ko dito, tama mo yung damage ni Arise on that cut, on the Yumi.
Oo nga, no, 17k. Mas mataas pa kaysa kay Danny.
Sino ang tunay na carry?
Sabi ni Arise dito, look at me. I'm the carry now. I'm the carry now.
Mas mataas pa damage ng pusa kaysa kay Yumao.
You know, ang daming mind games na ginawa dito ng FLA, Kuya Apuru. And napakaganda ng execution. Actually, we're sorry na medyo nag-doubt kami on your draft. But this proves na FLA unpredictable. And wala, magaling, ang galing. Ang ganda. We're sorry na nag-doubt kami nung umpisa.
Sorry that FLA. Next time, pag nag-doubt kami ulit.
Solid. I'll lead, FLA. Let's go.
All in na kami sa FLA.
Yeah. Well, it is what it is. FLA 1 against 1 team. We are down to 1-1, best of 3 pa ulit dahil naka-tie na sila dito. This is a best of 5 series, pero yun nga, down to best of 3 tayo, Kuya Crazy Apuru. And malay mo naman, no, magdilang ang hell si Rekdi na 3-1 FLA to, sabi niya kanina.
Ay, naniniwala ako kay Rekti eh. Yun yung tunay na prediction dito. Dito sabi ng mga paddles, si Rico medyo kulang pa sa bilip eh. 3-2? 3-1 ito. Pero yun na nga tayo, guys. Babalik na tayo sa panel bago punta sa game 3.
Wow, would have thought. Oh boy, I'm gonna ask something here, definitely. What? Not enough damage, Riku? What again?
Okay. I mean, on paper, it didn't feel like they'd have enough damage, but if you funnel all that damage into one person, you have a lot of damage. So
you're gonna take
that's
it back?
The question is,
you're
which
taking
person?
It back?
The Yumi?
Did
you expect that?
No, actually, I did not expect.
But, yeah, like we got so much to talk about on this series that we have ahead of us, but this game too, they definitely threw everybody off there. I did talk to some pro players last night, and like I was asking them, like, okay, out of all these teams that are on the tiebreaker series, which one would you think would make the cut? And like some of them were saying, oh, FENNEL Adversity, you know, their draft's looking sus. And like even we felt like the draft looked sus. And when they actually played in the series, they basically shut down one team Esports on that perfect note that they couldn't really do anything at all. Like you wanted to do what the team condition for one team was that you got to fight in close proximity, but everyone's fighting from ultra long range, and you're letting this Jin walk away with perfect cut and call, everything slapped at them. Man, this is that perfect game, and it's for FENNEL Adversity, 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I mean, the fact that we talked about this earlier before the game started, right? That final chapter, you basically wait for everyone to go near you because basically one team's composition, they have to go near you before they can do anything. Kaisa is a AD carry, a ranged carry, but still super short range, killer instinct in. Karma, most importantly, before you can do anything, you have to go near. Your range, your skills are very short range. So definitely the final chapter of the Yumi covers a lot of ground.
They're almost 18k of only, I think, Karma on one team esports side managed to deal damage output. The rest of them are barely near enough to do anything about it. But also, speaking of Yumi, Luden Seiko, Rabadon's cap, and also everything that's gonna be for the
He
AP.
skipped the Rabadon's death cap, right?
Yeah.
He went directly to Void Staff.
Yeah, Void Staff and Rabadon's cap, and then going on, he actually finished the Rabadon's cap. But the thing is, who cares about the support item? I mean, like, this Yumi though, your thoughts? Any of you?
Okay.
Okay, go.
All right, the Yumi, I think she's got a lot of things done here. Like what Omo did say, like all these other champions that's on FENNEL University side is just to give that perfect transit. It's like, okay, get there, get the final chapter done. But have we talked about that ADTF with the Hullbreaker?
Oh, yes.
Yo, that is insane. Like, who would have thought in this best of 5 series, you would build that Hullbreaker, and then, like, it all started to make sense. He's gonna have that rapid fire cannon anyways. He's got that Trinity Force, and I remember I had this chat with Husky, who were playing a ranked game together, and he was trying out this on-hit TF build. But this is even better. Like, we were asking, like, what any pro player would play an ADTF, because APTF kind of sucked, not gonna lie. You gotta feel cooldown on your first spell, second, and that's it, right? I think that we're onto a brand new meta that we'll see in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like from game 1 and game 2, there was a part that had a similarity. The free teleports. Game 1, Shen applying pressure, free teleport. Second game, Twisted Fate, split pusher, free teleport with a Destiny. So FENNEL Adversity, or both of these teams, are moving away from the usual Hullbreaker pickups like the Camille or the Fiora, but moving towards different selections like the Shen, the Twisted Fate, well, even the Renekton we saw in game number 1. So I like the adaptation. I say it a lot, but it's very important. The adaptation that we're seeing, because these things, we're definitely going to see them at the knockout stage.
Well, I didn't say anything about the draft before. I definitely say something is going on for this side, but you don't have enough faith
Okay, I admit it. I was a non-believer of the Jin. I was a non-believer of the comp.
I'm guilty too, right? Like, I say it was gonna be close. Yes, indeed, we have a series ahead of
What
us.
do you mean close? It was a perfect game.
Like, sure, like once you had a perfect game too, which was like, I was convinced.
Admit it,
but
Contra.
now,
It's okay. I admit it.
I'm
You
so
can admit
torn.
it too.
No, man, just admit it. Come on, Contra.
Yeah.
You guys were, this is sus all the way. But hey, your suspicion answered with a 0 for the side of One Team Esports. Now, what went wrong? We see One Team Esports has been very quiet. They didn't start to engage at all.
The reason why they can't really go for them for full engage is you're playing Karma. How much damage can you do? Like, sure, you get that Lee Sin in, and you have that Kai'Sa ready to go, but that Lee Sin's not going to be able to find the right targets. You're not going to be able to ever get to that Jin. So,
yeah.
What could you possibly do? You're just going to be met with that Garen who's just going to be silencing you, and that's free baking for everyone of FENNEL.
And the problem wasn't even the Jin, right? It was the Yuumi that was the biggest problem.
You're still not gonna love the Jin.
I'm so sorry, really. The problem is not the Jin. I think I'm pretty
The
sure
Camille
it's the
too.
Camille and the Yuumi. The Yuumi was a big problem because the way that one team wanted to play that composition is very straightforward. It's so linear. You go near FENNEL Adversity, you dive them, and when you dive them, it's the final chapter's gonna greet you. You can't do anything.
This is kind of like the ease of execution, but on a different scale
Press
of
R.
brains. Right? Like, I think this is the smartest play that any team has ever done here in the play-ins, and this win is definitely well-deserved.
I feel sorry for the Danny, if I'm not mistaken, coming up from FLA playing the Jen. Your curtain calls. She said
I trashed Jin earlier. I said like
it's not
bottom of the barrel when it comes to utility if you want to start a fight, right? Varus is the very top, Ashe is second, and then at the very bottom. Okay, Senna, fine. Senna's right here. Senna's right here. And the bottom is Jin.
TLDR, Riku doesn't approve Danny at this point with that curtain calls. It's just the final chapter.
It was Yuumi and Camille that did a lot, okay?
Sorry, Danny. It's just, it doesn't work that way. But hey, look at that draft just now. It was really unexpected. Well, definitely, I'm going to roast you guys the hell out of it because, no, this is not going to work. Why? But you saw what happened just now.
Yes.
That's another trick up their sleeve they haven't shown us yet. Maybe we're looking for more for if they actually advance to the playoffs.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I feel like we're going to see, if FENNEL Adversity has their backs against the wall, especially in the BO5 scenario, we're definitely going to see more of these picks, going to dig deep into the pockets of FENNEL Adversity. And so far, you know, it's a 1-1. Just as Olmo said, this is going to be uncharted territory now for both of these teams.
It's going to be a best of 3 now.
Yeah, and I guess the question remains, like, what one team decides to do from game 3 onwards, because this is a draft that changes the ball game.
Yes.
So your picks and bans will be affected. They have to let some of all the other picks through, so that FLA will gravitate towards whatever that they're doing right here and into the next game if they have a chance.
Okay, but the thing is, maybe one team esports still have some secrets under their sleeves as well, because right now both teams are quite desperate. They are at a draw. In the best of 5 series, we definitely don't think it's going to be ended up with a 3-0 either team.
No,
either
no,
way.
no, no.
So
this
definitely.
is a game 5 for sure.
Oh man! Now the thing is, we want to see, are they revealing way too much here when it comes to not getting into the playoffs? But they are maybe being forced to if they need to. Between one team esports versus FLA, we're down to the third game now, guys. The draft is happening.
All right, Riku. This is where we have to really take a look at what the bans are like. I think Yumi is a good way to start things off.
Yeah, ban Yumi. Yeah.
So if you ban Yumi, I think that we're not going to see the Jhin.
Yumi just unlocks so many things, right? Because you can go Jax jungle, you can go scaling jungler, you can go scaling AD carry, and you can do what FLA just did. Neither. It was just setting up for an anti-melee composition that one team just basically assembled.
And if ever the case, if FLA does get the same composition though, is there a way that one team esports could actually get into a different draft that could do much better as what we saw? Because I was thinking it could be maybe the lack of heavy crowd control on top of high layer of damage that could possibly get some good picks off of FLA.
No bias, but they were on the right track locking in Karma earlier.
True
That
enough.
unlocks okay, it unlocks so many things, right?
Okay.
Because just similarly like a Yumi pick, it unlocks so much. You can pair it with an Olaf. It's a really good early to mid game. But Olaf is open, by the way, so one team can take it in this first blue side pick.
Yeah, a good way to actually start things off with, because majority of that has been gotten rid of, so FLA has to go for something brand new. The Gragas is still left up in the open though, if FLA really wants to change it up and look for those heavy disengage, and you could still put it up to the mid lane, but then again, going up against an Olaf, I think that, you know, there's other better picks out there this time around. They do have the Varus on their side, so we'll just have to see what else is going to be the second pick for FLA.
One of the best picks paired with a Varus is definitely either something that can disengage Gragas or something that can facilitate the aggression with Chain of Corruptions plus Death Sentence. So a Thresh can fit here. Biggest question would be, will Arisen pick that up?
Yeah, and when you go for...
No!
Oh!
Okay. Okay.
You've learned your lesson or not right now?
Come right in, Chuchu. I need your thoughts.
Okay, the thing is, you're picking the Zed so early in the draft, right? So that means one team can respond. Last time, the only team that I remember that is so confident in picking the Zed early was RRQ with Helios. This time around, this is Arise feeling it. You know, I got this. One of the answers that FLA did against the Zed early pick was just neutralizing the lane, not giving any kills. So pick tanky champions, Garen, Darius.
But
just
it's being
nice.
done away by one team themselves, though.
Oh,
This is the reason
oh,
why they
that's true.
have
That's
that
true.
pure confidence to go in for this pickup. So maybe a Renekton here is the answer, but they will still go for that Corki. So it's like, yeah, sure, I'm just going to put this Corki down to the bot lane. I'm going to challenge you if I do get a good grand entry from my Rakan.
This can activate the double AD carry composition, right? I believe Autolus has mentioned one of the answers to the Zed would be the Akshan. Will FLA ban this at the second rotation of bans?
Double assassins! Let's go!
What is happening?
I've seen this kind of draft before where they're actually kind of hard for them to catch anybody and they can split push easily because of the shroud and everything. Yes, Riku.
One of the best counters towards this composition was the Galio. Gragas is also really good with this composition. A Braum as well, because they're assembling this very heavy melee type of composition. You basically just press your ult and then scatter everybody else. But Galio is now not in the equation because it has been banned. So we'll see what the response is. At the back of my head, at the bottom of the barrel, Leona is really good against Assassin because you dive in, then bam, you stun them.
You have to catch them first, though.
Yeah, I have to catch them first, but it's similar to like how a Garen works,
Yeah.
right? You're looking forward to them jumping onto you, put a silence down.
I could
have
also
the stun.
argue that playing a Galio against a Zed isn't really the best matchup in particular, but sure, you contribute in that team fight, but other than that, I just feel like, sure, what about the other damage output here? You have this Olaf that is trying to run at the rest of FLA, but if you get juked out, sure, it's going to be a big problem out there. Now, the rest of the bands, we have Kha'Zix taken out, Rengar as well. So what does FLA go for in the jungle?
I really love this Twisted Fate ban because Twisted Fate has been like one of those soft counters. Like if the Kali hides in the shroud, if FLA is planning something sneaky, just activate Destiny and you exactly know where they are. So now that the Lee Sin, FLA is assembling this really aggressive comp. So one team, what do? Do you pick up the Gragas here, knowing the fact that they're going to you?
I think that it's a good possibility as well,
No!
but you know what? They need something to soak in all the damage. You get chased, sure. Come right at me, bro. I'm just gonna have it, run it all down at you. Committing with the Olaf, I think this is a great idea to match up against this Zed. I'm not expecting it to go Baron lane. Sure, you have the Akali in the Shroud.
Yes.
Doesn't matter if she hides, but I think it's a clear solution if you want.
Yeah, right. So what Singe is gonna do if the Akali hides in the shroud? Gonna smoke her out.
Yeah.
Gonna leave all the poison on that Twilight
You got
Shroud.
smokes? I got smokes
I got
too.
smokes too. Wow, let's go. So this is a really nice pick, right? So how do you counter these assassins is by not dying, by being tanky. So that's the approach that they're going to do instead of strong arming and picking up assassins themselves.
Yeah, and I also like that this set appears by the very end of things.
Yep.
Because FLA is like, yeah, you throw me this crazy oddball, sure. Bring that assassin over, I'm just gonna slam him away. You Death Mark, you're not gonna do anything. But just to counter all of that, you know, sure, go ahead. I have this Alistar. It's gonna protect me from all evil. And one team here has to deal with this big red machine that's gonna be out there at the end. Well, what did I say, big red machine? Well, I think I need a Coke.
Yeah, me too, definitely. Oh my god, okay. FLA, this is a very confident draft, you know? They're very confident that the Varus is not gonna die against the Olaf, because the Olaf can basically ignore everything else. The Alistar will be no good and head straight towards the backline.
I don't know, I kind of seen this kind of composition before from FLA, where it's kind of a risky one for them to actually fight head on. But the thing is, if it comes to split push, they're really strong because they can actually just go away.
Yeah, I know. I love the confidence. That's all I'm going to say from FENNEL Adversity. After winning game number 2, they have the momentum. This is a very mechanics-heavy draft that they just drafted, and I'm excited to see how they execute it.
Yeah, I would say the same as well. PH is known for their flair, and now they're trying to see how much can they do against a very conventional team. One Team Esports, sure, they have adapted to it. They brought the set in later on. So if they can get that Alistar being caught up and slam it on the really squishy target, I think one team still has a chance at this series here.
But hey, we don't know what's gonna happen. Just Caster take the actions into the rift away.
This is it, Pansit. FLA versus one team. FLA natay nila yung one team from last match. Pero feeling ko lamang na naman FLA dito. By the way, kami nga wala ulit yung magiging shoutcaster niya kasi may kasama ko dito si Crazy Apru. And ang magiging matchup natin for the middle lane, Arise Z lang naman. Di ba? Versus si Yu dito na ang gamit niya is Singe.
Okay. Sa totoo lang, itong composition na to, ang ganda ng feeling natin dito sa FLA, no? Lumitaw yung mga champion na nating known for sila. Itong Z nga ni Arise, itong Akali nanggaling kay Cam, tapos si Dominic nakalisin. Perfect wall nila to para sa FENNEL, para ipanalo. Wala ka bias. Itong game 3 na to. Pero, lang din, may isang caveat tayo dito. Si Shunga, itong Cinch, no? Medyo siya pwedeng gawin para mahintong ang dashes ng mga assassin natin. So, do expect na medyo less ang likot na makikita natin. Pero syempre, as always, full faith tayo sa FENNEL Adversity.
Yes, full faith. Never again doubt. Never again mag-doubt tayo sa FLA. Full believe tayo sa FLA dito. And kita naman natin, no? FLA, may sagot din naman sila doon sa Cinche ng one team. Banggain ni Sangyup. Tapos, hindi mo na kailangang habulin. Papauwiin lang ni Sangyup dito. Ito si CU.
Yun ba ang pangalan ni Alice sa data? Si Sangyup?
Tawag na ito, ni Arisen.
Ni Arisen.
Sa gamit niya. Si Alistar. Si Sangyup yun eh.
Samgyup yun, iyo. Sige, okay, yun ang tawag ko from this point forward dito sa ating lista. Pwede nga nyo banggain at pahintuin lang dito si Shu pag pumapasok. Pero going here, dito sa composition, tingnan din natin kung ano yung mga win condition naman dito ang FLA. Pero mukhang may konting action dito. Okay.
Yeah, konti lang.
Kakati lang. Ano yun, banse lang dito sa top side. Hindi pa naman level 5 si Calme, so hindi pa niya na kayang i-all in. Pero in terms of win conditions, one team, the usual na paborito ng Masters, pero may dive.
Yeah, ito na naman tayo. Dive agad, tatlo agad. Ang pinasok dito si Cam! Nakapag! Wax in, wax out. Cam is still alive! Makakapag-ipi pa siya dito. Patay ka si Shanyo! Shanyo! Go home!
What was that?
What was that? Cam yata yan! Cam
yata yan!
Ano sinasabi nyo? Tower dive, tatlo pa kayo? Kahit magsama-sama pa kayo?
Hindi, it takes three. Pwede kaya si Domeng sa pa.
Nag-flash in si Domeng dito, hindi nga lang nabutan ng dabog dito ni Aryzen. And kung hindi, Yumao na agad dito si Yumao.
Si Shoot sa likod.
Yung buong tropa, nagtawag agad ng tropa, men. Natakot.
Ang bilis.
Si Aryzen tinambayan ng yung adhesive kanina. Asserting dominance, men. Nilagyan mo ng sabi niya, nilagyan mo ng adhesive. O sige, tambayan ko. Pero grabe yung ginawa ni Kuya Cam dito. Parang crazy Apuro.
Grabe, kasi kakahit lang niya ng 5 nag-crash yung wave doon sa turret. So pag 5 niya naikot-ikutan niya na backflip niya dito. Yung mga member ng one team, tapos nakagamit pa siya ng shield. So invisible siya, walang paraan para makita siya doon. Sa tagal na nasa tower. So pasakit na. Shanyu nga ang nawala doon. First blood ang nakuha pa na FLA.
Yeah. Alam mo tawag doon, parang crazy Apuro.
Ano?
Outplayed.
Tama.
Outplayed, outsmarted.
Lahat na. Outplayed, outsmart, outcomed. Kasi natin kalmado lang dito si Calm sa top side. Hindi tayo dapat ninenervyos. Pag nakikita natin madami ang pumupunta sa ating paring Calm sa kanyang lane. Pero going nga din dito, 4-minute mark na tayo dito sa ating laruan. At Inferno Drake ang unang dragon dito. So more damage kung sino makakuha dito. At alam naman natin, pag more damage, masarap na sarap yan. Gusto yan ng mga assassin. So do expect FLA, baka tignan nila ito. Pero kung i-contest din ng one team, okay lang din naman kahit yung with Herald in exchange ang makuha dito ng FENNEL.
Yeah, pero ito mukhang parehas silang interesado ngayon sa may dragon natin. And by the way, si Mao, nag-pick up na siya dito ng kanyang The Package sa Porky and sinisimula na ng one team yung dragon as of now. Nandito pa rin naman si Domeng. Remember, Domeng, the Comport champion on the D scene. Pwede yan maging Mr. Steal Your Girl. Pero we'll see. Binakuran agad sila dito ni CU with a mega adhesive gun. Bam! Pero si Mao, ginuhita. Nakuha pa rin naman dito ng one team yung dragon. Pero ang kapalit naman nun mukhang mapapanish. Etong si Shanyo. But at the same time, Aryzen fall down again. And as well, and si Aryzen din. Bumagsak yung dalawang Aryzen. Bumagsak.
Bumagsak na ang Arise at Aryzen nating mga kuya dito sa FENNEL Adversity. 2 kills na nakuha ng one team, habang isa nakuha FENNEL. Pero ibig sa punta sa FENNEL, sinisira nito yung mid lane. Kaya nila.
Sabi niya, partida, wala kaming repaired
partida. Pero basa muna tayo sa replay habang balikan natin mamaya kung nasira nga yung Torre. Nakita lang natin sa telepen, nasira nga yung Torre dito.
Nasira nila nang walang casualty sa side ng FLA. Actually, sila na yung medyo ego doon.
Si Domeng ata. Si Domeng na fall down ata, no? Doon sa
si
tower
Domeng,
take na yun. Kaya itong Herald ngayon, sinisimulan na ng one team.
Yeah, pero ito sinisimulan na nga ng one team yung Herald, pero not really. Kasi buhay na ulit dito itong si Domeng. So pwede sila mabutan dito ni Domeng. Yung Herald gusto na yata maging champion. Papunta na siya ng mid kanina. Kalma lang, Herald.
Sama na ako sa inyo. Ako yung 6 member na
FENNEL.
Oh my God!
Look at one team. Apat na Black Cleaver ang gamit ng one team. Right now. And I don't know, parang crazy Apro na sinisimulan na dito ng one team yung ating referral na napapasok na dito ito si Kuya Cam, pero nakuha pa din dito ng one team yung Chief Herald, pero okay lang naman daw. The quickness will be there, the grand entrance magkoconnect sa dalawa dito, pero si Aryzen masyado pang matapang sa may flash in and the bog. Angat nila dito si Yumao, kaso nga lang masyado siya nag-overstay doon para kay Kuya Aryzen at nabomba siya dito ni Yumao.
Nakakuha pa ng isang kill doon ng one team. So far na, one team na nakakuha ng mga objectives except sa towers pa. Wala pa sila nakuha ng tower. Pero nakakuha na sila with Herald at ng Infernal Drake. So far, medyo hindi pa nakaka-accomplish dito ang FENNEL Adversity pagdating sa ating mga objectives. Pero at the same time, nakakuha din naman sila ng gold, nakakuha sila ng kills. Very close pa rin tayo in terms of net worth between FENNEL Adversity at one team. So kaya pa rin naman in terms of assassins. Alam natin sa assassins, kailangan nila maging ahead dito sa laruan para
Yep.
yung constant pa rin yung gamit output.
Oh!
Kasi Arisen,
Yeah, si Arisen, mukhang muling babagsak. Naku po, naabutan ng ng barrage neto ni Kuya Yuma. Oh, Arisen medyo ingat muna tayo. Kalma lang, papi.
oo, gayahin na lang nila si Kuya Kal nila na kalmado lang. Huwag masyadong
Oo.
lumalayo at nagbibigay dito ng kill sa one team. One team doon, nag-hunting pa. Tinignan si Arise.
Naku po, Arise, back. Okay lang daw. Safe na yun. Masyado na malalim yan na pwedeng gawin ng one team. Magpupush na lang sila ng third dito. Hindi naman yan mapipigilan ng sign ng FLA and hindi na rin nila hahabulin pa.
Ayun na. So, ito, tingnan din natin ano bang paraan ng FLA in terms of team fights, no, para manalo. Kasi meron silang Varus. Ang alam natin si Varus, poke champion yan. Lalo na yung build ngayon dito ni Danny, nakamana moon na siya at naka-slated dirt. Malamang, ang kasunod niyan ay ang yung Ghost Blitz o Lethality. Ang gagawin yan is mag-poke lang yan sa malayo habang si Arise at si Cal mag-uubos sa member ng one team. So, yun na maging successful team fight ng FLA. Momentum nga pala ay nasa kanila kasi sila nanalo kanina ng Game 2 dito sa ating Best of 5 series. So, kung sino man manalo dito sa itong game na to, magkakaroon ng match point at magkakaroon ng advantage coming into our next game.
Oo nga, no? Basta kailangan kalmahan dito ni Kuya Arisen, di ba? By the way, 3 lang pala din yung ating Black Cleaver dito. Kala ko 4 Medyo nagdilim ang paningin natin doon, no? Pero one team FLA, medyo kinakabahan yung one team dito sa ginagawa ng FLA. Kita mo naman, hinihintay lang din nila pumasok dito yung FLA and whenever nakakaroon sila ng chance talaga na pumasok or makapatay dito, well, just because of Kuya Arisen, masyado nagtatagal doon sa range kung saan abot siya ni Yumao. I guess medyo iwas muna tayo. Talagang kalma muna dito para sa side ng FLA. Pero another objective na naman yung nag-spawn as of now, which is the Mountain Drake. At mukhang one team yung unang nakaposisyon this time. And by the way, pinasukan na ulit etong si CU. Pero CU still gonna be there, still alive. And mukhang nagalit na rin itong si Kuya Arisen. May ulti pa rin naman siya dito, unbreakable. And eto na, pinagsasama-sama nila yung one team sa may bandang likod. Si Cam manggagaling sa likod, walang information dyan. Yung side ng one team. Pero tingnan mo, FLA napapaligiran nila ngayon yung one team. Habang yung one team naglalaro lang dun sa may tribo, sa may bandang baba. Habang kinakananan ng FLA itong dragon pero not fully going in dahil sinisave nila yung kanilang mga skill dito sa pagpasok ng one team. Pero ito na nga ng kanibad na pero will be there, the showstopper as well. Napabagsak nila agad itong si Shanyo and isunod mo na sa listahan itong si CU. See you later, Alligator. Mukhang si Kid babatain na din, low HP with a double kill para kay Kuya Japan. Keep calm and trust calm. Pero the Arisen nakapagtabog naman siya pero okay lang dahil si Yumao patay, muntikan nilang ma-ace dito but still nakuha nila yung dragon, nakuha nila yung 4. FLA, lista na yan.
Lista na yan. Tama, lista na yan. Walang kabayas-bayas. 2-1 na para sa FLA. Pero sumusunod pa rin tayo dito sa script ng FLA. Alam mo bakit? Bakit yan? So kasi curfew ng ate ba ni Kid? Pinauwi na nila si Kid. Hindi nila pinahamak, hindi nila sinama sa listahan nila doon. Pero ako, sinigyan 7.
Kumbaga sa Jerk, pero eto muna tayo yung script scuttler, nagkaaway-awan pa sila dito. Pero after all, nakuha pa rin yun ni Kuya Doming.
Kalmado lang, kalmado.
Oo, may smite may smite. Yun nga, yung sinasabi ko kanina. Di ba kaya natira si Kid kanina? Kumbaga sa Germs, siya yung yung 0.01%. Tapos yung FLA, yung tagalinis, di ba, yung sabon, di ba, may 99.9%. Tapos si Kuya Kid yung 0.01% para siya yung magkukwento dun sa other germ.
Tama. Siya yung kwento na wag yun ang
wag nyo na
ang FENNEL.
Masyadong malakas.
Pero Erp, dito nga, sinisimulan na yung Herald lumayo. Pero pumasok si Arisen.
Yeah, pumasok dito si Arisen para makip check dito itong si Yumao. Actually, not just Yumao the rest of the team of one team, nilibang lang ni Arisen, nagpalibang naman.
Oo, nagpalibang. Ayan, yung subgroup pinakita niya, pinaamoy lang niya yung amoy ng nalulutong
guys,
mga...
gutom na ba kayo?
Guys, gutom na ba kayo? Huwag niyo nang puntahan doon, nakain mo na tayo dito. Pero nakuha ng FLA ang Rift Herald. At kanina, medyo dikit ang laban natin. Medyo dikit pa rin naman kahit 2,000 na ngayon ang lamang ng FLA. Pero napapansin natin yung momentum ay napupunta na dito sa FENNEL Adversity. Paul 0-1 na si ating Kuya Kal dito sa kanyang Divine Thunder Akali. Naka-Leandro Torment na yan. Siya, alam naman natin gaano ka-effective itong build na to. Nakita na natin to sa WCS PH. Imbis na 1 one hit big time, one shot damage ang Akali na ito. Mas matagalan ang labanan niya pagdating doon. Pupunta na siya sa backline, mag-heal siya gamit sa Divine Thunder. At yun may expect natin ditong magiging labanan lalo pag nakita natin nakapasok si Calm sa backline ng one team.
Yeah, nakapasok si Calm. I think we can say, no, ito yung Akali Bruiser build, no? Pwede, para may kahit pa paano survivability, may kakunatan factor kahit pa paano. Pero kita mo si Kuya Arise, nagpapabait dito. Sabi niya, parang nararamdaman ko may mga tao dito. Pero hindi siya nagpupulit.
May mga masasamang loob
Ayun
dito.
na nga, masasamang loob. Naku po, dito mali yata yung kanyang tariman na napuntahan. Nakapag-deathmark pa rin naman siya. Pero si Kuya Arise, babagsak pa rin dito. Hindi na siya nakatami ng isa. Pero yung bottom lane, Yumao na si Yumao. Talagang tinuluyan na dito ng sign of FENNEL Adversity. Muntingan nga lang madali dito si Domeng. He's still alive though, kasama si Kuya Kat. At mukhang makakauntog pa ba si Kuya Shelly dito?
Yan yung 6 man. Sayang. Dana, medyo...
Kasi yung smite na yan eh.
Oo nga, wala kasi kwenta yung smite na yun. Bakit meron yun sa lalong to?
Dapat pwede lang meron yun.
Wala ka bias. Bakit may smite si Shan yun ang panahon na yun? Dapat naka-hold down. Doon natin lalabas. In about 20 seconds, Baron is on the field na. 13 minutes na tayo dito sa laruan natin. At maganda din ang sagot ng nangyari doon ng FLA. Sabi mo nga, naaamoy ni Arise ng mga masamang loob na umakat sa top side. Kaya ang sagot doon ng FLA, push natin itong bot side. Kuha tayo din ng kills. Nakita natin gaano kalalim doon si Calm. Buti ka, nakataka siya doon. 5-0-1 na siya. At nabuo na niya Moela Nomicon. Okay, meron naman kung i-expect ko na kanyang third item. Pero pwede na at least meron siyang kaunting tankiness. Lalo na pag naunta siya sa split push. Pero nakikita natin dito, Cloud Drake is up. At ang one team ay nakapalma na dito sa ilog.
Yeah, nakaporma na agad. Sila ulit yung nauuna dito sa meeting spot. Pero si Arise and then yung na-pushback dito kasi nag-assert dominance dito yung one team as of now. Habang si Shanyo, sinusolo yung Dragon. Kita-kita naman sila sa CCTV ng FLA as of now. Nag-rise through na sila. Pumasok dito. Itong si Kuya Khan. Pero sabay, nag-stasis. Nakuha pa din dito ng one team yung Dragon natin. Pero at the same time, dugoon silang lalabas doon. Another stasis yan coming from side of one team. Pero si Kuya Khan. Khan is very alive. At yun na nga, tinapos na siya dito ni Kuya Yumao. At the same time, mawawalan din tayo ng Arise and Domeng as well. Si Kuya Arise din. Mukhang may iwan naging sakripisyo. 4 na bumagsak sa side ng FENNEL Adversity dito. Pero wait, there's more dahil ibabawi kayo ni Kuya Danny. Masyado kang makulit ha. Hinabol mo pa talaga siya. See you.
Yeah, si yun na, naka-double kill pa si Danny. May bawi naman doon FLA. Medyo nabihab sila sa labanan na yun. 4 ang nawala sa FLA pero 2 lang ang natumba doon sa one team. Pero Baron, tinitik dito ng one team. May poke-poke dito si Danny.
Uy, bakit? Ang aga niyan, Domeng, 2 seconds. So ano, ang tapang yung mag-Baron. Pero ito, teleportation coming from the side ng FNA. Hindi na nga lang mapabutan dito ito si Danny. Pero si Yumao, naku po, bakit ka nandyan? Dapat may curfew ka din. Okay, dapat hindi niyo pwede palabasin ang aso niyo sa gabi. Corgi.
Alam mo, doon siya kasi pina-follow lang din yung pangalan niya. Kaya niya Yumao muna. Habang dito yung Baron natin. Pero nga, messy. Sobrang messy na mga...
Parang ano? Dying up to his name. Hindi living up to his name, no?
Tama ka dyan, Earth dying to his following nga naman sa kanyang pangalan. Pero konting, alam naman natin, ang mananalo talaga dito ay FLA. Walang kabayas-bayas. Pero konting criticism lang sa nangyaring laban doon. Kanina kasi nakapwesto na si Arise sa top side. Libing-libing na siya for the split push. Pwede din side din na mag-TP. Nako si Arise.
Yeah, speaking of Arise dito, na facebreaker ni Kuya Kid. Ako po, napapaligiran na naman si Kuya Arise.
Distraction.
As much as possible. Nagiging distraction si Kuya Arise dito. Arise will fall down as well. Pero walang space creation na naganap this time.
At kakabolang din niya ng Hullbreaker kaya ganun kalalim siya, ganun katapang siya doon sa side lanes. Pero hindi umabot hindi nakapag-shove doon ng FLA. Medyo may dalawang pagkakamali ngayon dito na nangyayari ang FLA. Sana makabawi naman tayo dito, guys. Bawi naman. Nakapagbubul lang ulit sa simula pero babawi tayo ulit sa huli. Sabi nga ng FENNEL Adversity. Going back doon kanina doon sa top side, sana hindi siya nag-TP kasi may package up si Yumao at yun talaga yung nagpahirap sa FLA. Lalo na nagti-TP siya doon sa isang area. Alam na alam ni Shu, pero niya napagan na nag-adhesive at hindi na makakapag-dash doon si Arise. So medyo I would say not the best decision sa pangyayari doon. Pero going back, may chance pa naman dito FLA. Kayang-kaya natin dito makita FLA na ipanalo ito at nating tayo sa match point.
Yeah, kaya. Kita mo 13-10 tayo yung kill in favor ng one team pero yung net worth natin 3K in favor ng FLA as of now. Lamang sila sa tower push dito. And yes, sige sa inyo na yung dalawang dragon pero I think the Baron kailangan kunin niya ng FLA or at least prevent one team para makuha yung Baron na yan. Even the Elder Drake, no? Pero feeling ko hindi na tayo nakakarating minsan sa Elder Drake eh. Kung sino yung matalo sa Elder Drake fight, pwede nilang idiretso agad without even getting the Elder Drake kapag kalamang na lamang.
Tama, yun ang nagiging pattern natin dito, no? Pero at the start din nakita natin doon, kala ko pwesto FLA sa Baron kasi na-chunk down nila si Kid. Nahabol nila, naggamit nga si Calm ng kanyang ultimate on para mabukas-bukasan si Kid. Pero ito na, nandito na tayo sa usual natin ding na pattern at script kung saan Elder Drake nga ang next big objective 30 seconds dito na to sa mapa. Usually, Baron dance eh. Pero dahil pag nakalitaw tong pa yung objective dito sa mapa, yun na nagiging priority ng both teams which is gonna be that Elder Dragon. So expect na magkakaroon tayo ulit ng sayawan ng cha-cha-cha dito sa mid lane kung saan sinashove nila yung lane at patingin-tingin sila dito sa Elder Dragon.
Yeah, pero ito nakapag-set up na ng dance floor yung dalawang teams natin dito sa may Elder Drake. Pero FLA kailangan nila mag-reward dito. Mas may vision sila as of now. Kumpara dito sa one team sila na naman yung nauna dito sa ating Elder Drake. Pero yung kaisa-isa nilang ward na nakalagay dun sa may damo na reward na, or actually hindi na reward na, expired na para sa side ng one team. Though meron naman silang one deep ward dun sa may blue buff, pero FLA kalat pa yung mga wardings nila. So nakikita nila yung mostly movement dito ng side ng one team as of now. Pero ito 4v4 to, pwede sa ating Dragon Reef. Right now, wala pa nag-engage. Feeling ko nagkakauna-unahan. And sinasayawan sila ng FLA. Mid, Dragon, mid, the pressure ang ginagawa dito ng FLA against one team. One wall away!
Alam niya.
Alam din ni Ninja 7.
Nagkakalam mo, nasipa si Ninja 7.
Makulit ka! Nagpapapansin ka dyan. Sinipa ka tuloy. Alam mo, mga chicken, dapat nakakulong na din yan. Ay, mga manok, walang nakikita sa gabi yan. Okay? So, kailangan, nasa kulungan.
Wala nakikita, malabo panikid nila sa gabi eh. Pero yun nakita natin. Si Ninja 7 yun na nagpapakute. Nagpapakit lang kay Domi. Nasipa tuloy, napani siya. So, napalayo sila. So, nga ngayon, nakikita natin ang strategiya dito ng FLA. Si Arise, nandito sa top side, gamit kanya yung Hull Breaker. Hinahatak lang nila pala yung one team. Gusto kong ginagawa nila doon kanina si Danny. Pinufocus niya yung poke niya kay Yumao. Alam nga natin, isa sa mga star player ng one team to si Yumao. At kanina may package siya. So, binurn nila yung package bago nila sinubukan pumwesto ulit dito. Ngayon, do expect na ang FLA, baka hintayin lang nila magkamali dito ang one team. Kasi ayaw din naman nila sila yung unang mag-commit. Kasi pag sila yung unang nagko-commit dito, nababalikan sila ng one team eh. So, naghahanap ng butas dito FLA, naghahanap sila ng pick, at ang mga pick na to, pwede magsimula kay Calm, pwede din magsimula sa Chains of Corruption ni Danny on that Varus.
Yeah, and actually nag-iingat din talaga dito yung side ng one team dahil yun nga kwento mo parang crazy Apuru, naghahanap yung FLA ng pagkakamali coming from one team. One team gusto din nilang maghanap ng pagkakamali coming from FLA. So basically this is a patience game again for both teams natin. Kung sino una mag-initiate at magkamali, sila yung heavily na mapapunish dito. Pero what's good, para sa side ng FLA, nakikip pa din nila yung pressure at the top lane. Kita mo, medyo lumalalim na dito si Kuya Aray. Habang 4v4 tayo doon sa may Elder Drake. And sinisimula na nga dito ng side ng one team. Kaso medyo makunat-kunachi. Itong Dragon, una nag-TV dito. Itong si Kuya Aray para maka-join ng team fight. Pero may napop na GA dito, which is itong si Doming. Yun nga lang, mahuhuli ba nila dito si Ninja 7? Yes, pumutok na ito si Ninja 7. Pero si Kuya Calm nahula din. Kasama ni Kuya Arise, nakadadating lang din. Pero kailangan bumakawi dito ng FLA. Tatlo na lang sila natitira habang si Yumao. Buhay na buhay pa dito. Ito damage, medyo umakati na din. Pero hindi pa natatapos. Uy! Sayang kung natamaan itong si Kuya Shanyo ng piercing arrow, mapapop niya yung GA. Pero okay lang. Dahil yung one team umuwi. Buhay na ulit si Kuya Doming. And teleportation, umuulan ng teleportation ngayon.
Nagtitipid
ko ng one team,
Oo nga. Sneaky.
Naku,
Alam
nga ba?
Alam.
Alam. Yummy. Kaso kulang sila dito. Cooldown din yung teleportation dito. Both ni Arise and si Cal.
May si
Patay
Dome.
pa as of now. Pero si Kid, medyo kalahati yung buhay. Kulang yung mana dito. Si Kuya Dani. Pero ang sakit ang piercing arrow. Here comes another teleportation coming from the side ng FLA dito na pinasukan nila at napatay nila dito. Itong si Kuya Kid at pinata na nga kasi yung Elder Drake. Nakuha pa din dito ng one team. Naiwan dito si Kuya Cam. Kamit ako mo hanggat may lupa. Hindi na nila makikita dito si Kuya Cam. Pero kita mo, butas yung bottom ng one team. Huwag mong pauwiin. Hindi pinapauwi ng FLA. Kaso nakauwi itong si Siu. So makakapag-defend sila dito. Pwede nila maipit itong si Domeng, si Yumao. Low on HP. Pero pressure so much yung mid at yung bottom ng one team.
Okay, medyo tagilid lang doon ng konti ang kuhaan doon. Nakuha ng one team nga ang Dragon na si Q na ring Elder Ocean Drake. Pa nagpaikot-ikot pa, muntik pa. Makakita tayo ng base race doon kung saan maaaring makapag-split push si Dome. Pero unfortunately nga nakauwi ka agad nung si Shu. So ngayon, dito na tayo sa 22-minute mark. Late game tayo kung saan ang lakas na ng Kolki ni Yumao. Kaya nga nakita natin doon yung priority na nilagay ng FLA, no? Si Dome nag-flash in, nag-safeguard para masipa si Yumao, nasisi siya. Pero grabe kasi yung coverage dito ng one team sa pagprotekta sa kanilang marksman. So, one team, ngayon medyo nasa driving seat na sa kanilang momentum papunta dito sa Baron contest na to dahil meron silang Elder Drake. So ngayon FLA, kailangan nila makahanap ng butas, makahanap ng pick o makahanap ng split push kasi malaki ang pressure dito sa bot side ng mapa. Package though, hawak-hawak ngayon ni Yumao.
Yeah, and mag-a-attempt sila dito na mag-baron para sa side ng one team. Nandito naman ang buong tropa ng FLA except for Kuya Arise. May teleportation din naman yan pero napakabilis na nila na nagbabaron dito para sa side ng one team. May vision naman dito sa side ng FLA sa loob pero pumasok na agad. Ito si Kuya Cam, kaso nga nakuha pa rin nila yung baro para sa side ng one team. Pero huwag nyo pabakin dahil nandoon si Kuya Arise.
Kasi siya niya tumatakbo.
Naku po na, si Kuya Yumao. Naku po, inuubo sila sa may bandang likod. Hindi na nakapunch. Dito siya si Kuya Arise at mamamatay siya dito within the next one. Si Kuya Arise na lang ang natitira. Pwede sa nang diretsuhin nga ba ng side ng one team? Actually, hindi pa naman dahil buhay pa yung mga second tier turret nila.
Buhay pa ibang second tier threat. Pero ang unang mabubuhay dito, 30 seconds. So lahat ng pero natitiping ngayon dito sa mid lane. Baka enough to magaling sa one team.
Hindi enough yan.
Hindi enough yan. Di sila abot. Kaya mo yan, Arisen!
Kaya mo yan, Arisen! We believe in you! We believe in you! Come on, Arisen! Come on!
1v4 lang yan!
Naku po, 1v4 lang yan! Kaya mo yan! Kaso pinokos na ng one team dito! Panalo pa rin kayo today!
Panalo pa rin today! Pero yun na nga, one team ang nakakuha ng ating game 3 dito, Earth, at they're going to match point 2-1 dito sa ating best of 5 series. And what a game from both teams sa total. FENNEL adversity, no? Feeling ko na may ibang questionable calls doon ang pagtipin ni Arise. Pero overall, nakita mo naman yung strategy doon. One team ay coming to game 4 with a lot of momentum.
Yeah, pero pinaisa lang ulit yan ng FENNEL adversity. Promise.
Promise.
Ano to? Reverse sweep pa to. 2 consecutive FENNEL win yan. So, tinry lang ng FENNEL adversity kung gaano ba yung limit ng one team dito. And yun nga, I think, kidding aside, no, nagkaroon talaga ng mga mistakes yung FENNEL adversity. They had ball game ng kind of early natin. Hindi nila napanghawakan yun. The moment na hinahayaan lang din nila or nahahayaan nila na makuha dito ng one team yung mga objectives natin like the Dragon, the Reef Herald, medyo dun sila nagpo-fall off and dun nakahabol din yung side ng one team.
And apart from the sa Tico actually, mention din ng panel, no, na yung Singe was such a perfect pick para sa side dito ng one team dahil nahinto yung mga dashes ng mga assassins natin, nahirapan makagalaw dahil nga unang item niya usually bring realize pag nakalat na niya yung kanyang poison trail sa parte ng mapa na yun, mahirapan din yung mga assassins kasi usually kailangan mo iniisip, okay, kailangan ko tumakbo, kailangan ko habulin tong target na to, mahirapan dahil nga doon sa realize constantly nasa slow sila. So honestly, overall, nakita mo naman doon yung thinking ng FLA pero draft, maganda yung naging draft din doon ng one team.
Yeah, maganda yung counter doon sa mga assassin and doon sa mga slimy na mga champions dito ng side ng FLA, and heavily na punish sila doon, and to the point na hindi nakakapag-execute agad-agad dito yung side ng FLA because natatie down sila ng mega adhesive bomb. Pero I guess we are back to the panel, so panel, take it away.
But hey, Riku and also Contra, what's your take in that game?
Though there's just so much to talk about. It was a
Too much.
back and forth of big macro decisions. I felt like it was a big micro fight at the early to mid game, and when a 20-minute mark came, it became a battle of decision making. When when FENNEL Adversity lost that Elder Drake fight, Doming was pushing the wave, managed to get the inhibitor tower down. That means they wanted to play by distracting and going on board with the big 1-3-1. And what happened with that? One team just immediately went back, and they knew that that one team was going to win every single team fight because that's their composition. They've got 3 tanks. They've got the Corki on a Guardian Angel, Zhonya's Hourglass. He was so incredibly safe. Even if Calm, Arise, everybody else was just trying to dive towards the Corki, it wasn't going to work because Rakan was there, Singed was there, Set was there. And honestly, the way that one team just fought through the Baron, rushed the Baron, because knowing the fact that Arise didn't have teleport, they secured the Baron. They have fast TPs. They were able to manage to go back. It was just a big back and forth.
I kind of regret pulling that golden portal too early because this is hands down the best game of the play-in so far. And I can't even imagine the next 2 or even possibly 1 now that one team's up ahead. Is that, you know, it's 2 of the best styles possible, and that Baron call was the biggest 50-50 that we've seen all day.
Yes.
Where there can be 2 scenarios, right? If FLA had Domain snatching that Baron, easily Horizon would have closed it off.
Oh, yeah.
And it's due to that Baron power play that they get that empowered recall. That's how they managed to match up to that Zed as well. So other than that, if there was any sort of star players out there, sure, one team, they definitely had a whole lot more team fight potential. But Yumao, they started it off, that great Valkyrie has got them all cut off. And then after that, it was just a lot of back and forth going on. We saw FLA, they understood what they need to do in those team fights, dissect them, pull them all apart, and then that's where you saw Calm who starts to strike. And sure, he had that really huge outplay out there, but after all that, in the mid game, it was hard for him to do more.
Exactly, right? That's how FLA would enter the fight. They would come in from different directions, therefore the set setup wouldn't be of value because everybody's pretty much scattered, and they're so mobile that that's the reason why FLA can do that. But at the end of the day, you know, one team had a better team fight 5v5 composition versus FENNEL Adversity because they were a 1-3-1 comp. They wanted to split push. They wanted to melt down towers. And unfortunately, you know, those 3 consecutive team fights that FLA lost, you know, because that was it. It was a rock, paper, scissors kind of thing.
I think that was Arise that playing Zed just now, right? Was it?
Arise,
Yeah.
Zed. Yes.
Arise Zed.
Yes.
There's a reason in Arise.
Arisen
Sometimes I
Arise.
get confused between the
Yeah.
2. But hey, just now we saw the moment Arise was split pushing bottom. And there's 2 teleport coming in, and maybe even 3 at that point. I'm surprised why they didn't cancel out that teleport. Things might have changed, I think.
The teleport, if it was the Baron teleport, it was basically what do you call this? What one team did, killed everybody else from FENNEL Adversity and then TP'd back. Because of the empowered recalls, it was just too easy.
Yeah, and another play that really involved teleport right here was the call on the Elder Drake.
Oh, yeah.
I think one team really assessed the situation really well. Sure, they looked like they were losing that team fight. They were battered, bruised, but they have managed to take down 2 players of FENNEL Adversity, and they know, okay, we survived. We couldn't really do it quickly, but guess what? Let's go for that Elder Drake again. If FLA chooses to fight, and if they lose the fight, game is already over from there. And if not, they get that Elder Drake, which already empowers what they do best, team fights. Sure, they have made sure that that late game condition has been met, and after that, whatever split push that they tried to call, I think it was a masterclass performance from both ends, sure. But one team, they called it really quickly, what they needed to do. They know Superman is coming from the bot, quickly push it out, and we go for the Baron.
Yeah.
And I think that was that perfect setup. If that minute whiff was not even settled, that game could have ended.
Yeah. Imagine if FLA managed to cancel out the empowered recalls coming from the side of one team. Arise could have ended the game, but it was so hard. Baron empowered recalls are very, very hard to cancel.
But hey, the thing is, just now we saw another strat being taken out by side of FLA. Now, a lot of cards have been actually shown, and also seeing the fact that I did mention earlier that this is not a 5v5 comp coming out from FLA. So do you think if they actually have more hull breaker for the side lanes, like their Baron lane, the Akali and the Zed definitely have the hull breaker, right? So if they just split push all the way and not forcing themselves way too much, yes, the Alistar seems like a bit redundant at that point, but maybe just trying to fend off a bit. There might be a slight chance of winning, right?
It's really difficult when objectives are up. FENNEL Adversity are always forced to fight in a 5v5 scenario because they want the dragon. They want the dragon stacks and the Elder Drake win condition. Because eventually, I wouldn't say they're going to lack damage, but against tanks, it's going to be a little bit difficult because after dealing your entire combo, what's left? You have to wait for all your cooldowns to be back up again, while the tanks, they're still pretty much alive and well.
Yeah, and back to Omo's point on the very first few Drakes, right? The Infernal Drake was really important for members of FLA because they are running pure assassin comms. Well, 3 to be specific.
3.
So when it comes down to that, sure, when you don't have enough damage to really shut off all these other bruises that's running at you, it makes it so much harder to do, which is why one team does have that sort of confidence. They run it back again, like, sure, we can fight you all day long, and maybe we just have 1-2 guys who drop. Yeah, we'll just take whatever other objectives that's still left. And I guess that kind of sums out the mentality, the tenacity that one team had. We talked about them having a really long day. FLA, they come up with so many different style of brilliant plays out there. I think this loss might have hurt them a little bit because this game definitely was exhausting for both ends.
Yeah, I felt like it was a needed confidence boost, especially FENNEL Adversity. When we look back at their regional performance, they're not known to be the team that does strong 131. They're a team that does really well in 5v5, but this game, especially early, they showcased how they're really, really amazing on champions that are mechanically hard to pull off, like the Akali, like the Zed. But at the same time, this was one team also playing really well from the draft, denying any sort of snowball potential by drafting these tanks, making them really hard to kill, and as well as knowing the fact that in a 5v5 scenario, FENNEL Adversity will be forced to fight 5v5 in the Elder Drake. One team just played to their strengths once more.
You guys mentioned about the stamina for both of these teams right now. Now, that game was not the longest one yet, but
Not
3
yet.
minutes away from the longest one. Now, do you really think that they can actually take another game? Because that was just the third game. We still have 2 more to go in case there's going to be, again, another tie if FLA won. Now, from your side, Riku, you know FLA, how the stamina has been, how they've kind of sometimes dropped one game, but they can actually come back, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. They've been through BO5s already. They haven't gone through the most BO5s this season because they came from the upper bracket in the regional finals, but they still have a lot of stamina. They still have a lot of tenacity, and it shows that they have a lot of picks that we actually haven't seen in the regional finals. It feels like they have a deep pocket here for this BO5, and I feel like this is the time they have really no choice but to show it because they got to move to the next stage. They don't want to be in the same spot like last year in the C Championships where they lost against Flash Wolves in game number 5 and weren't able to move on to the next stage.
Yeah, and I can assure you, if FENNEL does move into the playoffs round, like at this current performance that we're looking at from FENNEL, they can even match CERBERUS, the ones that who are topping the group right now, just seeing that their pockets have outgrown the size of whatever size pants they're currently wearing. Like, I hope it's loaded with money if they can make it really far. So, one team, although they have always stuck to the same sort of way that they've been playing, what I really admire about them is that they are so composed. They know what to do at every single point of the game, that there was no second guessing. Everybody was in tune. The teamwork is impeccable. Sure, you could say that FENNEL, there's all this creativity going on, and they're coming up with so many of all these big outplays, but I want to see a little bit more sync just a little bit more. And I think that they will be able to push it all the way by the end of this series.
I totally agree. When the support just now coming out with the Rakan, I have to say the timing coming in with a teleport and then also the way he baited things out for the rest of him to force the fight coming out from FLA, that works out for the team. But I agree with Contra the fact that it seems like they have a bit more room of improvement to push. But we're going to jump straight into the next series, which is going to be FLA still going against one team, Esports. Right now, is it going to be a draw or will be the ending of the journey for the side of FLA here, Riku?
Yeah, this is going to be extremely critical here. FLA has to force that game number 5. And now this is the situation where backs are against the wall, where usually, based from experience, based from what we've seen in the past, this is the time where Danny plays a hyper-scaling AD carry, because we know when both of these teams duke it out, you know it's going for the long haul.
All right, tell me more about that, because we haven't seen too much of FENNEL going for this sort of comp when it comes down to this play-ins. So when we talk about those scaling hyper carries, I guess, sure, Kaisa is one of them, but is there other picks that he's very well known for?
I think the Vayne is really, really good, but it's something
Super
that we
risky
usually
though.
saw with Rafe. With Rafe as a support for the entirety of that duration. This is a different look for FLA now. It's going to be a Risen that definitely unlocks more of that aggression on the side of FLA's side, and I can see a world where they will still play that despite, you know, a different look, a different support.
Yeah, this time around, they've got themselves the Camille to start off with this bracket. We see the bands going through. It's going to be the
That is
Galio,
open.
Olaf, Jax. I guess that they just want to make Sanyo's life a little harder.
Like I mentioned, the set is kind of open right now. We do know how set can be a bit of a flex pick sometimes on the side, especially one. Now, we did mention about one loving to drag the game, but just now we saw a different side of them with a lot of force team fight and Karma here, Riku. We do know how Karma can fare in this game.
FLA puts a lot of value on the Camille because there are a lot of instances where one just literally plays around Yumao as that only carry, literally. So one of the answers to a single threat compositions is a Camille because it's literally very easy to use with your ult on the Hextech Ultimatum. And for one team, this is looking to be a very strong early to mid-game composition. I wonder if they're going for the early route because Yumao can play Lucian here. Lucian Gragas, Lucian, Karma, whatever combo you want, it's going to be an incredibly strong lane. If FLA picks Senna Nasus, then they're going to try a little bit to deny any of sort of that kill potential, but it's a set. It's a set this time.
I think it's even better if you want to make it a set composition. You already can easily deal with this Gragas, force him to go elsewhere. Put it in the jungle, put it in the Baron lane or mid lane, wherever you want to put in, right? So now, just by banning that Yuumi, there's not going to be the presence of that Jhin. One team that have definitely thought it through. But now, one more pick before we get into a second half. It's going to be Riven as they're running it back.
Oh my god, one team is literally picking every single amazing level 3. Pick the Renekton. I think it's overkill, but all strong level 3 so far. Lee Sin is also open as well. Staff of Flowing Water is going to be amazing on this composition. Ability haste on these champions so far. And not gonna lie, very scary for FLA right now. Again, I gotta trust the process from earlier. I had doubts with the Jhin, with the Camille and the Yuumi, but this time they have no Camille. They have no Yuumi rather anymore.
Yeah, you mentioned this is almost the same composition, just like the second game where FLA won, but the fact that they have Yuumi and Jhin that time. So are they thinking doing the same thing with a long range again, if they can here?
I think it's really hard to do. I think that falling back to a different style, because you can't really play Jhin. Even with the Lulu, it's not really all too effective. So I think that what they're going here, it's already stable enough so that they could basically have this sort of full engage mode for FENNEL Adversity and still have the Senna to pull them back whenever they are in a dangerous situation. Therefore, what you call for, the Renekton still look pretty good. Now that they've already banned the Assassins away.
So overkill.
I really wonder though, like, it takes a lot of resources for FENNEL to get things going, but if they get that huge showstopper to hit onto, bring the Gragas all the way to the back line, it could still work out perfectly fine for FENNEL.
We'll have to see now that they've picked up the Varus. We talked about how Karma fits in so many situations. You just enable a lot, like the Riven, like the Gragas, and you also help compensate the lack of mobility of Varus has with a shield for this Varus. And I'm seeing a lot of CC on the board already for one, with the Chain of Corruptions, Transcendent Embrace covering a whole lot of ground. And with this all-in composition coming from FENNEL Adversity, I am expecting Ninja 7 to use the Chain, well, not Chain of Corruptions, but the Explosive Cask to just spread out FLA.
Oh, we're looking at the Ari. I guess that gives a little bit more of that pick potential for FENNEL Adversity, so that they could still have that sort of stability heading into that late game with confidence, that you could always go in for that deep dive, look for that Varus, or even the Karma, because who's going to be able to guard them? And I guess with this Lee Sin pick, it's a fail-safe option for them to start things off.
Yeah, this is definitely better scaling for FENNEL Adversity, but on the other hand, one team, we know if they get ahead, every single champion in their roster right now are enablers of early to mid-game. And if they do get that, you know that one team can easily clean and end the game and move on to the next stage.
Now this definitely feels like a fight comfort favor
Oh
of the team.
yeah.
So you will not want to blink even for a second here, for everyone just watching right now. But hey, I do love the Aria on the side of FLA, because that's a very good start-up champ that trying to gank all the way.
Ease of execution again, right? It's the complete opposite here. Yes, you have Exec Ultimatum, but the charms gotta hit. Everything has to hit at this point. And in the meantime, on the other side, again, very big, strong level 3 champions, good at skirmish, good at team fights as well. So right now, I'm really loving one team's composition.
You like one team's composition? I'm actually looking at FENNEL Adversity. I think that they do have what it takes here to really put it to Game 5. And if we're going to go into that late game again, like Riven's going to scale off. Lee Sin's just going to be a kick machine. So it really boils down to how much can they quickly burst down members of FENNEL Adversity in one blow.
But hey, will this be the last game for FLA or not? Let's jump straight into the rift. Casters, take it away.
And we are back. Ako nga pala si Yasmin, kasama ko dito si Crazy Apudu. We have FLA and one team dito. Is this gonna be the last game nga ba? Pero hindi natin nakayaan yan, syempre. FLA, let's go! Let's go, FLA. Pag hindi nanalo FLA dito, best of 7 na po tayo hanggang sa malalo yung FLA, okay?
Tama. Kasi kung hindi pa nanalo, aabot tayo ng best of 9 hanggang maabot tayo.
Best of 9, best of 11. Hanggang sa manalo.
Oo, tama. Kaya ito, getting ito. Kaya muna natin dito. Focus muna tayo dito sa game 4. Yasubia habang si FLA nga. Kaya naman nila to. Ang ganda. Gusto ko yung composition nila. Marami silang pwedeng gawin. Marami silang tools para maka-start ng fights, maka-start ng plays. Lahat sila individually pwedeng gawin yun. Itong set ni Aryzen, itong, alam na natin, si Danny, most played niya itong Senna at yung Ari ni Aryzen. So, it's really gonna come down to execution ngayon ng FENNEL Adversity.
Oh! The first blood! It's happening on the bottom lane! FLA! They have a plan. Trust the process nga naman. Sabi ni Lodi Riku, di ba? FLA lang.
FL win. Wala ka bias. FL, Pinas number 1 dito at yun na nga na naka-first blood. Si Aryzen sa bot lane na patumba niya si Yumao.
Finiture pa si Yumao. Sakto! Yumao!
Yumao nga, di ba?
Nagpirma na ng
si Dome?
nag-fill up na ng port kay St. Peter.
may life plan siya doon. Pero hindi na natin. Okay, mapakita pa natin ulit dito yung replay. Linis naman, no? Flash breaker. Nice. Nice, no? Talaga nakakuha first blood. At napunta pa kay Aryzen. Pero dahil nga doon naka-first blood, Missing pa nila dito yung blue buff?
Oh yes, they have the right to steal the blue buff dahil nasa taas at nag-steal din kasi itong si Kuya Xianyu sa top ng FLA. Habang si Kid dito, binabata na naman ni Kuya Cam. Sabi kasi ni Kuya Cam, kumamba ka lang Kid, okay? Mamaya ka sa akin, sabi ni Cam dito. Lamang man si Kid dito ng XP. Actually, lamang si Kuya Cam ng XP. Kasi napaback niya dito itong si Kid. Meron pang 2 minions na makukuha dito si Kuya Cam habang si Kid, 2 minions yung na-miss niya.
Oo nga eh. So talaga magiging may counting lamang doon si Calm sa ating top side. Alam naman natin to si Calm, yung kanyang Camilo ng game 1, hindi talaga pumunta sa usual na rota niya, pero kaya naman babawi yan dito sa ating game. Abot pa tayo ng game 5 pa hanggat makita nating manalo ang ating team dito na FENNEL Adversity. Pero palapit na nga tayo sa ating mga objectives at usually doon natin nakikita ang unang away. Infernal Drake ang lilitaw una dito, Yasu. At yun na nga kung ang Infernal Drake, madalang paglalabanan nila yan pag talagang i-contest yan ng both teams. So do expect na hahanapin yan ng one team at ng FLA. Ang gagawin siguro dito ng one team, feeling ko lang ay maghahanap sila dito ng pick-up or ng ipo-poke out para may konti silang advantage dito. Kaya FLA, kung naririnig mo ang gagawin dito ng one team, dapat ang gagawin nyo ay kayo naman ang manguna. Pick-up nyo ito si Lumao o si Shu para makaroon kayo ng pwestuhan dyan sa Infernal Drake.
Yeah, kailangan talaga nilang i-pick up dito si Mao. Pero, grabe naman yun. Yung hook shot, tumama, pero bahagya dito kay Kuya Kid. Pero kita mo, lamang pa rin ang HP dito. Itong si Cam. Kahit anong lamang dito, si Cam pa din yan. Si Cam pa din ang lamang dito at the end of the day. FLA pa din. And laging 1v1 with a great one yung ginagawa nila dito sa top lane. Parehas silang level 6 as of now. And parehas silang nagbabawasan sa ngayon. Hasta doon, ito si Kuya Cam, tactical sweep. Kalma lang daw, sabi dito ni Kuya Cam. Meanwhile, sa other side ng ating mapa natin, nag-spawn na yung ating mga first objective of the game. And una nakapwesto dito yung one team dito sa ating Dragon Pit. And anong pipiliin dito ng FLA? Mukhang magte-trade na lang sila kasi pataas itong Kuya Doming.
Okay, mukhang trade na nga lang nila kasi may CCTV na dito yung one. Ayaw na nilang i-contest. Ang dami din, daming words doon ng one team ngayon doon sa river. So, good decision coming from FLA. Medyo behind din si Doming. I think nangyari yun dahil doon sa steal niya sa blue buff. Pero nakikita dito ni Kid.
Nice, pero explosive cast na naman dito yung dalawa at may iwan yata itong isa sa side ng FLA. Dani na naman yung naging unang customer dito si Kuya Cam. Hindi na rin makakaalis at hook shot away. 2 down on the side of FLA. 2-4 nothing in favor ng one team.
Oo, 2-4 nating pero nga napunta yung Rift Head sa side doon ng FLA. Tingnan lang natin mukhang nagagang sa taas si Doming.
Oo, mukhang si Doming naman yung naiwan dito sa may top lane dahil nag-transition yung one team and they're looking forward to push itong turn sa top lane kaso ngayon pa lang dumating yung kanilang minions and I do believe na hindi na nila ipupush pa yung issue na yon.
Grabe naman to si Kuya Horizon, Laging off-screen. Lagi tayong ginugulat. Pinapatay niya si Yumao. At yun na nga, dahil na nag-recall dito sa top side ang one team, sinama na yung Rift Herald. Baka makakuha tayo dito ng first threat para sa FLA at mukha nga makukuha nila ito.
Yeah, kasi bumangga pa nga dito yung Rift Herald natin sa top lane pero kahabol pa rin ba ito si Kid? Hindi na makakahabol. Nauntog siya sa pader. Hinabol niya si Doming, nauntog siya sa pader doon. Medyo nagkabukol. So, patitingnan natin mamaya yan.
Alam mo naman yung bata minsan nagkakamali, nabubukulan, nadadapa kaya naman si Kid on that event bumunggo lang. Pero going back dito, tignan natin yung item sa atin. Kaya the usual, kay Calm, naka-halbreaker na siya ngayon at meron na siyang Shin. So do expect na magsisimula na yung kanyang split push. Oo, may one death siya. So medyo nagsisimula tayo ulit sa game 1 pero naman natin ang Camila at si Calm. Kaya niya bawiin yan. At nakikita din natin dito, nangana muna na si Danny. So talagang nagpapakita sa atin dito, screening ang laruan nito ni Danny.
Yeah, scaling nga. And kailangan na naman natin maghintay dito, of course, ng mga stacks for Danny. Pero ito nanlilikod. Ito, si Kuya Ninja 7, paakyat na kay Kuya Cam. May hookshot din naman yan. And makakaalis pa din naman siya. Meanwhile, sa may bandang gitna natin, nagkakahabulan at may masasandwich na naman si Kuya Danny. Medyo delikado na naman ang vapor dito. Na-play, na showstopper naman nila dito si Kuya Shanyo. Anong ginagawa mo dito? Diba? Gusto mo ba sumali sa FLA?
nasa wrong side of the map ka, Kuya Shanyo. Alam mo si Alisan, nakita, grabe naman, 2 FLA, ayos natin pakita yung mga kills. Kinikill nila off-screen, pang-apat na nila yun, at makakuha pa sila ng pole dito sa bot lane.
Yeah, ang dami. Winning ang FLA dito as of now in all aspects. We have the network in favor ng FLA, the number of kills in favor ng FLA. Hopefully, gaya ni Ari, hawak nila ang ball game up until the end para sa side ng FLA. Dahil match point na for the side of one team.
Talagang critical na ito para sa FLA dahil match point ang one team. Sino ang mananalo dito sa ating best of 5 ay mag-move on sa playoffs at sasamahan ng ang CERBERUS doon at ako ang FLA naman ang ating magiging executive which is very much confident tayo dito. Walang kabayas-bayas na mananalo sila ng game 4 and 5. Gusto naman natin syempre makita FLA at ALQ nandoon sa playoffs.
Reverse sweep! Reverse sweep. Kaya yan. Siyempre,
Kaya.
tiwala lang. Pero kailangan natin talaga, even though sabihin natin, slowly but surely, kasi nga, scaling nga itong isang champion na side ng FLA, pero they do have 2, 3 na mga champions dito para ibigay yung space na yan. We have Camille, we have Kha'Zix, and we have an Ari. Kailangan din talaga nila mahuli dito si Yumao, which is ito na nga, no, 1-1 yung standing ni Yumao as of now. And may tendency kasi talaga si Yumao na gusto niya mapag-isa palagi. Parang gusto niya makinig sa mga kanta ng FM Static, ganon.
Medyo,
Night will be the night.
medyo may mga emo moment siya sa laro. Gusto niya mag-isa, sa sound tip lang siya. si Yuma, ano mo yung pangalan medyo edgelord dito
Edgelord, diba?
Yumao
Pero ito
na.
Ito may mga nagtatago sa gilid-gilid dito. Mukhang mag-iingat.
sa
Kailangan
gilid?
mag-ingat ng FLA. Baka mag-gripuhan sila dito ng one team. Diba? Taga ibang bansa to, pero parang may experience na sana Ito
Oo nga,
Pero ito
it's a bad way to go.
Yeah, si Kuya Cam, keep calm. Pero pinlock niya yung hookshot ni Kuya Cam dito. Pero understand yung nabibigay dito ni Kid. Pero okay lang. Cam is still alive. And si Kid, mukhang hindi na makakahabol dito. Kuha muna tayo ng mga prutas sa gedli-gedli. Pandagdag ng mana. O kita mo, nag-assert dominance dun si Cam. Sabi ni Cam, hahabol ka?
Pumulat din siya ng 45 dun konting barya, konting gold para mas mabilis makarating sa item. At yun na nga binubuo na niya dito na yun. Force. Pag naka-Typer Call Breaker na yan, very scary na. Kamil na yan sa side lane.
Yeah, and yun yung kagandahan, no? Si Kuya Cam dito, nakakapag-farm na and nakakapag-pressure pa. And forcing one team dito na mahiwalay itong si Kid as a Riven. And up na naman yung Dragon natin dito. This time, merong choice dito yung FLA, pero mukhang mag-join ng teamfight si Kuya Cam. OTW siya. So may Dragon natin dito na ginagawa na ng flash in, pero nahuli agad sila si Kuya Aray. Hindi na nagising, hindi na nakagalaw doon sa spot na yun. And mukhang mamamatay din yata dito si Kuya Arise na low
may bawi.
Pero may bawi, napapagsak nila dito. Ito si Ninja 7. Pero speaking of Yumao, ayun, patay na naman siya, naiwan sa Dragon. And si CU and the rest of the gang kami ng one team, bumakaway na habang thank you daw sa leash. Sabi ng FLA, sabay transition ng Dari Herald or push muna ng mid?
Mukhang neither. Mukhang hindi nila pinili pareho doon. Mukhang mag-recall muna sila ng side. Reset muna si Cam nasa bot lane habang nag-reset na to si Danny. Pero sisilipin ni Doming baka maglagay lang ng ward. Pero yun na nga, nakabawi doon ang ating mga tropang FENNEL adversity. Nakita natin na na-pick up nga si Arai. Speed Flash, Chains of Corruption ni Yumao, kaya na-pick up dito ng FLA sa laban niya kasi wala na nga siyang flash. Ginamit niya offensively and ang ganda. Ito, stopper face breaker doon. Pero mukhang si Cam lumalaban.
Yeah, si Cam lumalaban talaga dito. Mukhang gusto niya na pauwiin ulit itong si Kid. Kasi nga curfew na nung oras na, alas 9 na, nasa labas ka pa, Kid. Di ba? Sa loob ka lang ng bahay. Pero ito, pinasukan na ulit. Pero si Cam, keeping it calm. Still, dahil meron pa naman siyang ulti na mag-a-up in a few seconds. Actually, halos sabay lang sila dito. Pero one team na naman yun ang una sa loob ng ating kita now na. Dito si Arise, will be there. And also, Master Showstopper sa may bandang likod na sila doon ng dalawa or tatlo. Napapagsak na naman nila dito si Ninja 7. Buhay pa dito si Arise because of that haymaker. Napakakapal ng shield niya. And let's go! Triple kill! Kuya Arise habang napatay or nakapag-push pa etong si Kuya Cam at the bottom lane at tuluyan niya na pauwi si Kuya Kid doon
Oo nga na po, ito tumuro. Ganong ka-confident ito si Cam. Keep calm and carry on. Pumunta na dito sa mid lane at naka-triple kill pa si Alliance. Doon sa set natin habang sinama na itong Herald sa mid lane, hindi siya mababawasan ng buhay dahil natumba na yung Torre. Mukhang makakuha pa ng second tackle dito.
Yeah, actually pwede pang second turret dito na makuha ng FLA. And yun na, bumangga ng a few bits away yung tower dito. One more feature. Hindi pa na itong isang Reef Herald. Pero okay na, pwede na ba? Ayun na! Na-destroy na! Minions! Let's go!
Baka bayaning mga minions. Sinalay nila buhay nila para masira yung turret doon. 6-0 in turret sa FLA. 10,000 ang gold lead, 12 minutes into the game. I think itong pinakamalaking gold lead ng FLA sa ganitong kaagang panahon ng laro sa buong series na ito. So good thing so far para sa ating Philippine representative dito ang FLA. At mukha sigurado na tayo. Isulat mo na, Yasu.
Lista na tayo. Lista mo na, no? Lista mo na. FLA na to, pero ito, blacklist. tagu-taguan, maliwanag ang buwan. Nakikita naman nila kahit papano itong one na nagtatago lang sa kanilang jungle as of now. And FLA, they're just looking for a pick-up. Mukhang mag-up na yung ating next one big thing, which is the Baron. Pero I don't think an early Baron would be a good call. Ang magandang gawin dito is talagang manghuli lang sila dito ng paisa-isa sa side ng one team, punish them, lalo na kapag ka nag-moment na naman itong si Yumao.
Oo nga, pag nag-moment na naman dyan mag-isa, no? Kaya nga nakikita mo din apat yung static chip, pero si Carl, dalawa
Si
yan.
Cam, nagtawag na ng backup ito si Kuya Ki dahil hindi na kinaya na mag-isa nakapag-execute ultimatum pa siya, and just so happen, hindi niya na kinaya din even with the ultimate dito ni Danny, hindi na siya nakasurvive. Dahil nakita, 1v1 lang yung labanan, nagtawag.
Oo nga, unfair. Tinawag niya kuya niya eh. Naghanap siya ng kasama. Pero medyo...
Domain, kalma lang.
Kalma lang.
Masyadong mainit.
Testing lang. Tama. Nagparamdam lang siya doon na sabi, nandito pa ako. Kahit si Calm ay wala kami, ay dito pa rin. Matapang at malakas ang FENNEL adversity dito sa laban natin ngayon. 10,000 silang gold in 14 minutes na halos ang ating laro. 20 seconds dito ng Ocean Day, kaya pupwetuhan sila dito sa mid lane dahil usually naman pag uma-up ang dragon, kailangan i-shove itong mid lane. Kaya medyo may poke-poke battle lang. Nagcha-cha-cha sila dito sa mid lane.
Yeah, nagchat-chat lang sila dito sa mid lane. Actually, nagbibisyonan lang sila dito eh. Nag-aurahan eh. Naghihintayan sila kung sino yung una mag-i-initiate so that yung kabila magre-react na lang and will be punishing kung sino man yung magiging impatient dito. Pero ito, unang naging impatient si Kid na nauntog ulit! Nauntog ulit siya sa pader! Kid, are you okay? Are you okay?
Are you okay, Kid?
Pangalawang beses mo na yan. Pero ito
Oo
nga, may bukol na nga, pero yung embrace, parang hindi naman naramdaman ni Kuya Aryzen. And si Ninja 7, napapauwi na, pero sinatard na isa, showstopper, sinalo na 3, sabay na ni Gastuna dito. Yung isa sa side na FENNEL adversity, that would be Doming is still gonna leave though, pero not for long. He's gonna fall down. Naghahabol pa rin dito si Kuya Calm, and mukhang mamamatay naman dito si Shaggy with a double kill on Kuya Aryz. And by the way, nakuha man ng one team. Sige, sa inyo na yung dragon. Amin na yung inyong 2 miyembro, and also maybe the inhibitor turret at the bottom. Nadidetect naman ng one team as of now. Pero hindi naman mapupush yun ng FA.
Ayan, hindi na mapupush. Oy!
Flash out
Gumamit
yun?
na naman ng... naka-flash out pero gumamit ka ng Kid of Corruption ng Sio Maon. Didn't hit this mark. Pero yun nga, the Dragon went to the side of one team. So, para na lang ulit ang ating objective dito. At kung magiging same ang pattern na nakikita natin the past 3 games, babagal ulit ang ating laro habang iniintay na bumalik magkaroon ng panibagong dragon dito sa mapa, which is gonna be that Elder Mountain Drake. So kung sino makakuha niyan, lalong kukuna at lalong tataas ang helper. So malamang gusto yan ng mga team stada. Pero going back nga dito sa replay, ganda na simula dito ng FLA, no? Naka-input kaagad si Aryzen, ang dami din na maanong showstopper niya, pero kaya nga lang din nila nakuha yung dragon doon sa laban na yun.
Na-realize ko lang sa laban na yun, niligtas lang ni Ninja 7 ang sarili niya with that explosive gas. Nilayo niya lahat. O dun kayo sa mga kasangga ko, ako loyal ako.
May pa to?
Niligtas niya lang yung sarili niya eh. Yung mga kasangga niya nasa gitna ng 5 ng FLA. Pero okay lang. Ako nila yung Dragon Dawn at sila FFA. 1, that team fight. Pero ito na naman, on the hunt na naman dito yung side ng FLA. Thank you sa leash again, Lods. Thank you sa buff.
Tama tayo. Pero isa din papansin ko kasi yung actually hindi siya yung Lethality Varus. AP Varus, oh.
Oh, AP Varus!
Mura mana, Nashor's Tooth at Death Cup. So, yun ang dami dyan nagagaling doon sa second ability at sa kanyang Chains of Corruption. Dahil masakit-sakit din to in terms of burst. At ano yung ganun yung decision niya, no? Dahil nga, dalawa namin yung AD damage dealer nila itong Skid at si Shani. At meron pa silang Abyssal Mask dito ngayon kay Ninja 7. So talaga, nagbe-benefit siya doon. Medyo ibang flavor lang sa nakikita natin usually na battle. Pero, okay, nag-aulahan nga sila dito, no? Naghahanap pa ng pick.
Naghahanap pa ng pick, pinaparamdam lang dito ni Yumao yung kanyang mga piercing arrow, and nagpapakiramdaman lang talaga sila dito sa mga damo natin. Nagsiset up din kasi ng Death Brush dito yung FLA, and yung one team tamang checking lang habang 1v1 with the great one na naman yung bottom lane natin dito si Kid! Ang sakit nun, Kuya Cam! Ang sakit ng sipa na yon. Ilang bars yung nawala kay Kid just with one kick from his Camille.
Yung bata, bigla na sipa sa likod, tapos walang bawi.
Walang bawi, oo.
Dapat walang bawi. Pero yun ang power. Yun ang power ng kabit.
Sinipa ka, tapos hindi ka nakabawi. Sakit nun. Oo, magsusumbong ako nun.
kaya nga di ba nagtatawag lagi ng kuya itong si Kate? Tinatawag si Shanyo, tinatawag si Chu.
Tatawag na naman yan. Gagalit yan si Kid. Sabi
Oo.
sinusoktan ako nun,
Kuya,
Umiyak yan, no?
binubuli ako ng season legs. Na si Calm, pero nakabalik tayo dito sa laro. Nakita din natin si Shu. Ito yung binili niya yung Staff of Flowing Water. Makakatulong dito sa ability haste para kayo Gusto ko itong item build na to ni Shu. Although nga, 10k pa ng gold lead na FLA. But the longer this game goes, the less this gold lead matters dahil nakakaroon na ng mga items, nagkakapunuan na ng mga inventory slot ang mga teams natin ngayon dito. Kaya medyo mahirap-hirap to sa FLA pero kailangan natin ulit makahanap ng isang decisive na laban para mapatay dito sa ating Game 5.
Yeah, and ito na naman tayo sa Battle for the Dragon. Umaaura na naman sila parehas dito for the Dragon dahil 6 seconds mag-spawn na yung ating Elder, Drake, Mountain Drake yan. Meron ng GA dito, itong si Kuya Shanyo. Lahat ng membro ng side ng one team dito nasa gitna habang FLA ang nakapwesto doon sa Mountain Drake natin. At kinukunti-kunti na dito ni Domeng. Si Domeng mukhang iiwanan muna pero nandun tayo sa gitna. Pero ayun na nga, pinasok na nga si Kuya Ninja 7 dito na natukuan at lalabas siyang patay kasama si Yubao. Kaso si Kuya Domeng, buhay na buhay pa din! Ubusin na natin si See You Later and si Kid. Mukhang pinauwi na, Carpio mo na, Lord, Carpio na!
Uwi ka na! Punta ka sa bahay!
Na to, FLA! We are going to Game 5! Ay, wala nang gagawin dito si Kuya Shanyo. Anong ginagawa mo dyan? Magpapapap ng GA? Pero Nexus, wala ng GA!
Walang save dito! Tapos na ang laro! Game 4 ang naipanalo dito ng FENNEL Adversity. 2-2 na tayo ngayon at papasok tayo sa Game 5 kung saan sudden death na best of 1 at tayo ay very much confident na ang ating PH team ang magwawagi sa huli.
Yappy, FNL, let's go!
Let's go!
Let's go, let's go! One more game, one game away. And it's really good to see na FLA dito, PH Dream, na dalawang PH team ang magpaproceed sa playoffs natin. Siyempre, FLA! Kaya na yan! Kaya na yan ng FLA. Tama, one team tatalong yan mamaya, promise.
Siyempre, diba? FLA. And kahit ka medyo, ito nga, medyo, totoo lang, medyo nagkaroon kami ng konting doubts, FLA, lalo na nakita namin yung Game 3, pero alam mo naman, bawi sila dito sa Game 4 at mas gusto ko itong look na to, itong yung champion sa mga pinik nila dito sa Game 4. Tulad na nasabi natin, mas may ways silang gumawa ng plays individually. At nakita naman natin si Arise, ganong katapang siyang nagda-dash in, ginagamit yung Spirit Dash para makakuha ng magagandang charm.
Yeah, and ang nangyayari din kasi dito, sabi natin medyo napapa-extend itong si Kuya Arise. Nagagamit sa kanya yung mga skills dito ng side ng one team to the point na okay lang masacrifice ito si Kuya Arise, but the clean up na follow up na ginagawa dito ng FLA, nagagawa nila successfully to the point yung trade lumalamang for them. It could be a 1-4-3 trade pero sila yung nananalo on the team fight. Though medyo naging nagkaroon tayo ng problema dun sa Dragon, third Dragon, second Dragon. Pero nakabawi pa din naman doon yung FLA and kudos kay Kuya Khan. Not in one point na nalamangan siya dito ni Kid. Talagang whenever it's a 1v1, si Kuya Khan talaga yung mas lamang kay Kid in terms of the damage, in terms of talagang assessing dominance doon sa lane.
Nakita nga naman natin kahit one death down siya kay Kid. Sa totoo na pagtulungan kasi siya ng kuya na nakapaghahanap ng tulong to si Kid. Kaya medyo slightly behind pero alam natin gano'ng kagaling si Calm dito sa Camilla. Pero yun na nga, bago tayo makating sa Game 5, babalik muna tayo sa panel.
Really close actually, and also we saw almost a similar draft in game number 2. FLA still won against one team Esports. So is this not the composition that's really suitable for them, Contra?
You're spot on. Like, we see that this draft is very vulnerable in the sense that some of their members are very squishy. And what FENNEL Adversity really want to do? Overwhelm them with damage. And what are you going to do? Sure, you have Lee Sin that can easily set up. But when you're looking at a set that's going to be a down bottom lane, this set is going to be so safe and sound that there's no way that they can even crack it. And heck, I saw what went down early game. They even got their first blood going on without the help of the jungler. And things gone from, okay to bad really quickly.
Yeah, I really love this redemption story from Arisen as well, because when we look back at the original finals, Arisen only got to play once during the regional finals up against RRQ, and he's on the set this time around, which he had issues at the time when he was Baron lane. Now, look at him, he's shining bright on this champion, being able to get 3 kills early, shutting everybody down. The rest of, one team is super duper squishy, and that's where this, this set shines, because he's so tanky, he hits hard, everybody is so softy.
Yeah, and today's team, before we even get to this BO5, was that they are playing for the need for speed. And this is basically a crazy speed comp, right? So when you have Camille with so much mobility, Kha'Zix that could go in and out of fight, a Rise to look for the dive through the backline. That last fight we saw, Doming knew who to pick up. Yu Mao just get blown up, and take a look at his items.
Yeah, regarding Yu Mao's Varus, this is kind of rare for us to see a death cap and also the Nashor's tooth in there. So do you have any explanation on this kind of build?
It felt like, I to be honest, I'm only aware of either poke Varus or the on-hit Varus. And this feels like something
Neither.
out of my comfort zone. And it's like, it was Muramana first, so Damage, okay, AD. And then eventually you shifted towards Nashor's, Rabadons, and I mean, Varus, just as Contra, we were talking like, yeah, you got some AP ratios here and there. Maybe they wanted to pivot a little bit because they didn't have any consistent damage. But at the same time, you saw the pokes, right? It wasn't effective towards the squishy members of FLA. So, yeah.
Yeah, I felt like they went on a U-turn at a certain point of time for Yu Mao. Like, he's like, oh, I can't even get near to anybody to go on to auto attack because I just get bursted down. I just want to play from a really safe range. Like, when you sell a Muramana, you're essentially gone. Like, you're not gonna have enough mana. So it's like, I'm gonna keep that. I still have the Executioner. Maybe I want to switch it to Oblivion Orb. I wish I had that Luden's Echo. It's too late.
And also, we saw just now, you mentioned about, might as well, if you want to go for AP, change over to Oblivion Orb for the Executioner.
Yeah.
But I'm like, how will it affect if he actually changed to full AP though?
Honestly, I think the result will remain the same. Just look at how quickly they get blown up in these team fights, right? Like, sure, you have that Riven trying to get that access all the way towards FLA, but Arisen is just too good. Arisen. Yeah.
Arisen is super amazing on the set, and I feel like the set has been a very important compound of FENNEL Adversity's strength, which we haven't exactly seen as much because they've been playing like Yuumi, sometimes the Enchanters here and there. And I think this is a really good look, and what Oma mentioned, you only have 3 bans at the beginning of the first rotation of bans, practically. Who do you ban? Do you want to ban the Yuumi? Do you want to ban the set? Do you just give away Camille? Pick set early. Take that away from them. Because I felt like that's exactly what happened. I think Camille and set shouldn't be on FENNEL Adversity side.
It's kind of hard actually, since there's so many good champions in this season, and it's just, they have to weigh it out. Is it really worth it to let go this champion? And you know that the side of One Team Esports, they are very, very, how do I say it, very wide of champion pool down there, so they can just use anything. But hey, we are down to the best of 1. All best of 5 we're playing, so down to the best of 1 here between these 2 teams. But you know what, we need to hit the break for a bit because this is just too aggravating for us. So see you guys, Wildlings, in a tiny bit.
go. Never let me go, no go. From your love, never let me go, go. From your love, never let me go, never let me go, no go. From your love, never let me go, never let me go, no go. From your love, this love, this love, this love, waiting on this love, this love, this love, waiting on this love, this love, this love, waiting on this love, this love.
Looking for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark.
Woo-hoo-hoo! We're down to a best of one here because the whole 5 games we played for our second placement match to see who will advance with CERBERUS to be in the playoffs. One more matches here, Riku and also Contra. One more to go against 4 FLA and also 1 Team Esports.
And just as Omu has mentioned, FLA, deja vu. They have been in this place before last year at the Summer Super, or rather Sea Championships against Flash Wolves, and it all ended into a Game 5, and unfortunately they lost, meaning do they repeat history, the sad history, or do they change their destiny and finally move on to the next round?
I think it's about time. We saw how much the PH region grow in general. Even the champions before Team Secret of the region did not even make it. And we understand, like, they got knocked out by other teams out there. And when we look into this play-ins, it's the most competitive setting that we've got because of the format. And I just gotta say, whoever walks out of this alive, they're gonna do justice coming into the playoffs.
And just one thing, Rick, have faith.
Yes.
Have
yeah,
faith.
100% faith. I am unshaken. I am unfazed. I am 100% believing that FLA will take this game number 5.
Well, I think by now, the fans who are currently watching, who have seen what I've predicted early on, I think they don't mind even if I betray 1 Team Esports and say, hey, FENNEL is performing really well, and I really want to root for them. And I'm on that hype train, Riku.
Let's not push it. We might be like
I'm
doing
on
a
it.
curse thing.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
So,
I'm not betraying on my side. I'm still going with 1 Team Esports.
okay, okay. Fair enough then. I'll stick to what I've said earlier.
You don't have to.
Yeah.
It's up to your choice. You're a free man.
Okay. I'll stick to it because I think that they have shown us that they can play a really good team fight and that pass composition wasn't exactly the best way that you could possibly pull off, 5v5s in general. So I guess sticking back to what they played back in, say, Game 3 or so, or that will still look pretty good for them. Game 4 is also pretty solid for FLA if they really want to run it back.
For me right now, it's
that's
all
why I'm
about the
torn.
numbers. 1 and 3, 2 and 4. So maybe FLA love the numbers 2 and 4. We don't have
Maybe?
game 6 though.
So you're saying like odd versus even numbers?
Yes,
Oh no.
there you
So it's
go.
alternating on paper. One team should win.
Oh, we're gonna have to wait and see. I don't think that theory gonna work, but what's gonna work will be their draft here. Will they pick pocket picks and conventional picks, things that we never seen before? A lot of them have been dropping their bombs here today.
I'm glad you asked because whoever's currently playing, I think they've already exhausted a lot of all these creativity. Come playoffs, what else will they actually bring in? So
You
that's-
know, FLA shown a lot. One team, not so much just yet. They've been
Right.
playing things that we've already seen before. They've been sticking to their guns. FLA, we've seen a lot of faces here from the Twisted Fate that we've never seen before, and as well as the big 1-3-1 with the Zed picked up early on red side, and as well as the Akali for Calm.
I agree with Rico. You remember the best of one they had. Who would have thought they actually advanced here? Because when it comes to best of one, they might have a chance like here again in Contra.
Yeah, I believe so. And just going back into the drawing board once again, I think this Karma ban is extremely important because one team esports, they don't really have to pick it, but if it could be a chance where you just want to ensure that, if FENNEL picks it instead, one team's just going to copy the composition of FENNEL, so there's no point leaving it open anyways.
Yeah, that's absolutely. Wow! I actually didn't expect the Zed ban here. We'll have to see because look, Set is still open. Olaf is still open. What does one team want to prioritize here? We all know Olaf has been a very critical pick for both of these junglers, Doming and Xianyo, able to pick up the early lead. Especially, Autolus has mentioned it. Never mind, they're gonna take that away.
They knew the reason involved. That's why they
Yeah.
did that. Yeah, and
Set?
Set has to be that perfect pick here. Whether you
Camille's
want to give it to
there.
Kit,
Oh,
whether you
never
want to
mind.
give it to Ninja 7, I think it's going to work.
It's actually Galio's out this time. It's hard to see Galio sometimes because he's been
But
banned
you
out
don't really
previously,
want
but-
to give that over to FENNEL Adversity. Like,
so
you
true.
can still leave that Galio open, and then Set can still deal with the Galio anyways.
That's true. The gatekeeper is finally out of the cage here. As Galio, we'll have to see. We might see a set of Galio once more. It has been unlocked when it comes to being aggressive. If you want to be more tamed in the lane, be playing more on the safe side, it's going to be a
Oh.
Senna, a Nasus. But I doubt it. Galio's open. Pick that here right now. It's really, really good.
Yeah, I love it. It's a perfect pairing for Senna, where you just have high crowd control. So yeah, back to Chuchi's point. The reason why this Galio is going to be a value pick, well, you could basically run another marksman over mid, and therefore, FLA, they love their chances.
Now, the biggest question is what would be the delivery system for FLA? We know there's a couple of choices. We've seen Riven, we've seen, what do you call this, Sin Zhao. We've seen Lee Sin on paper as well. I mean, Domeng plays a pretty mean Lee Sin. We've seen that before earlier, so that could be another option.
Yeah, I was just talking to Chuchu early on in between the games where Xin Zhao could actually supplement what FENNEL Adversity does, where they could just easily front to back it. But now with the existence of Jax, sure, you want to go for the 3 talent strike? Nah, I'm going to cancel all 3 of it.
Yeah, exactly, right. But my worry is for one team, if they draft something that's very full melee, then that's the Galio having the time of his life. It's going to be an easy way to taunt.
Yeah, and I really want to look at what other options are left available for one team if in the case that they don't want to get this set to go into support role, because you could still try to ensure you have this Jax to just run directly at them. But this is something that we've seen before. Yumao plays an excellent Corki, and I don't think that they want to give this over to Siu.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is going to be, the pick that won them over the most exciting game that we've seen so far in the play-ins, and really decent scaling on the Corki. So for FLA, what do you respond with? You had a hard time earlier. How about not dying at all? Garen now being picked.
I like that. So I'm not too sure if you should put this Garen up mid, but I think if it's ever gonna be that set up in the Baron, it's just basically telling one team's like, yeah, shove that set somewhere else.
No, this is almost the same composition one had in first game before. So if that's gonna happen, I think FLA, well, they won that, just to put it in mind. But FLA, are they going for all bruisers sort of lineup? If that's actually true, that's gonna be hard, especially to fight. But that will be really fight all the way now, Riku.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially if they pick up the Rakan, because we still don't know where the set is going to go, because one team still has no idea where the mid lane for FLA is. It still could be Galio mid, Garen mid. So at this point, if they pick up a Rakan, it's going to be deadly. They have double engage, showstopper, grand entrance into the charms, the ult coming from the Rakan. I think it's going to be deadly. And they have decent amount of scaling too. I believe Corki's really good mid-game up until late. And you also have someone to catch you to transition to that, which is the Jax, which is scaling into the late game.
I just love the target bans that I'm seeing right now. We saw that cinch early on where Chuchu say, yeah, this is the exact comp. What are we missing here? I was forgetting that final recipe. Cinch. So now that forces one to really react a different way, and one team just have to ensure there's no more burst coming out of FENNEL.
Exactly right. There's a little bit of burst, I guess, in the early game. Graves, jungle. You know, I was gonna complain and say, "Where's the damage again?" But I keep my mouth shut before I complain about where's the damage. And there it is. That's the Graves matching the scaling, because you're gonna kite the melee champions on the board. You're gonna kite.
I have a little issues with this Graves because coming late game, I'm always looking at late game because one team wants to look for that late game fight, right? But then,
Kaisa?
Maybe.
Could it be?
Kaisa? Corki mid? Kaisa? Vayne?
Vayne,
Sounds
possibly.
good to
I have
me.
a feeling that it's gonna be Vayne, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. So sure, you have this Graves that can basically blind them, and you finally you got it all complete. Now that means it's a Lulu mid.
Yep, it's gonna be funneling all the way for the sort of Jax here.
Yes.
Yes.
This is what they want, and this is why I feel this Graves may sound great in the early game, but coming late game, sure, when everyone's beefy enough and it takes too long to kill that Jax, he's going to be rendered useless on his Graves.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, when it comes to scaling, I believe Jax is much better. But they're going for a you're not going to kill us composition.
Double dunk him.
Double dunk him. And then you have the Graves having that true grit as well. So he has that sustainability, or rather armor, being able to match up against this 80 heavy composition. It's going to be a mid lane Lulu. Not going to be a Rakan mid. Don't worry, FLA. You don't have to face the Rakan mid nightmares again in this series for your last game.
Boy, oh boy.
I feel like we never know. We never know. Maybe.
That's true. That's true.
And also remember that this set is on one team side. You got both Garen as well as Darius, who's gonna be beefy boys. You slam them over these squishy units. It's still hard.
I know it's still going to be hard, but take note, this is a very melee-heavy composition from the side of one team. Remember, spin to win. That's the Garen, that's the Darius. It's so easy to get value off of your kit because you know the Jax is coming in, you know the set's coming in, you know the Rakan is going in.
You got the grand entrance too to set things up perfectly for this set. So, is that Grand Slam that they're looking for?
We'll see.
I don't know.
Game 5!
This is so excited. Up to the point, this is like Bruiser. So many tanks, so many undying people in this. So thick on the side. But hey, fighting against FENNEL adversity, use funneling strat. Sounds very punny, but hey, for the casters, they're definitely gonna be us waiting for you guys to get us into the rift. So take it away.
Simulan nyo na ang rambling dahil apakadaming wall. May wall Maria, wall Sina, wall Rose sa side ng FENNEL Adversity. Makukuna at Chiwa. By the way, kami ulit magiging shoutcaster na kasi may kasama ko dito si paring Crazy Apadu. And feeling ko talaga pag nagda-doubt tayo sa FENNEL na nanalo yung FENNEL eh. Ano yan? Medyo doubt ako sa FENNEL yan eh.
Oo nga, walang kabayas-bayas. Medyo nahirapan ako dito. Walang bawas ng team nila eh. Pero tatlong Okay. Ito na naman yung hilig, no? Hilig talaga ng one team. Tingin ko, gumagana to eh. sa FENNEL. Pero yun na nga, mahilig sila sinashop agad yung mid lane. Pero nakita natin dito, nag-steal ng Raptors. Parang always, hot na hot siya dito.
Actually, gusto lang talaga ni Arise gamitin sana yung Scryer's Bloom dito ng side ng one team. Just so happen, nandun itong si Kuya Siwi, pero sabi niya, gagamitin ko na yan bago mo gamitin. Pero
Tama,
top
tama.
lane, medyo si Kuya Cam nasasaktan dito ni Kuya Kid. Eh sabi
Oo.
kasi dito ni, ni Kuya Cam, suntukan lang. Ay sabi ni Kid, suntukan lang, walang magdadalang weapon.
Sa totoo lang, tama. Kaya nga nasuntok ng malakasan. Pero grabe na naman. MVP, deserve tong sa ating si Alaisen no, kanina. Yung set niya na support kuno pero ginawang carry. Pero I think marami tayong nakitang action across the map though.
Ow! Medyo nasasaktan dito si Kuya Cam, ha? Medyo doubt. Medyo. Game 5, let's go!
Game 5, pakilala din natin sa mga viewers natin dito ang sitwasyon ngayon, kalagayan ng ating laruan dito. Game 5 na tayo sa ating Best of 5 series. Kung sino manalo dito ay pakalating sa ating playoff, which is mag-i-start bukas. So make sure guys na manood din kayo bukas. Pero bago tayo makarating doon sa laruan na yun, kailangan natin muna dito makita kung sino ang magwawagi between one team at FENNEL Adversity.
Yeah, actually, as of now, no, maingat yung ating both teams sa ngayon. Medyo bahagyang lamang dito yung side ng one team. Konting kembot, as in konting kembot lang. Actually, wala pa talaga nagkakalamangan dito, pero FLA, they do have a plan. Maingat din sila dito. They have to scale, they have to wait, kahit papano. And hindi madaling tibagin kasi talaga yung mga front lines with an S dahil tatlo yung pwede pumonta talaga dito sa side ng FLA. Habang yung side ng one team, mahirapan sila mag-penetrate dahil wala naman silang assassin like Kha'Zix or Akali or even Zed na pwedeng makapang-backline sa FLA.
Sabi nga, di ba, kanina ng panel, thick na thick ang frontline dito na FENNEL versus ni Darius, Garen at yung Galio. Talagang tatlong bodyguard para dito sa ating Sena. Tatlong bouncer. Tapos may isa pa na dating nag-ios na bouncer, pero ito nga si Graves, no?
Si Graves.
Ay masakit din ang bawas pag nagdating tayo sa late game. Pero nakita man din yung build item, pero si Ryzen, baka mahuli.
Yep, grand entrance, pero do they have the damage? Naku po, sabi niya Ryzen, ayan, parang wala naman. Damage yarn.
Damage yarn. Gawa ako sa bato. Wala yan sa akin. Pero gano'n na nga dito makikita din natin na yung item builds nila Domeng sa kanito ni Arise. Mukhang unahin nila dito Black Label. Mga expect tayo siguro mga 2-3 Black Label sa simula. Lalo na magkakaroon tayo ng Dragon dito. Pero si Arise.
Arise. Gusto lang naman daw mag-model ni Ninja 7 din sa may bottom. Dumaan sa may mismong tower tapos nag-drive pero yung top lane natin lumipat itong si Danny as of now doon sa may top lane. I guess kaya namang i-hold din kasi ni Arise yung bottom lane. So basically parang nagpalit lang yung bot naging top tapos naging baron lane ulit si Arise.
Actually, nga naman, talaga. Kaya nga kanina grabe yung performance nito ni Arise nung ginamit niya kanina yung set. Siya yung highest DPM doon pero 4-minute mark, Infernal Drake na naman ang unang dagon natin dito. And kailangan to ng one team kung gusto nilang ma-damage yung thick na frontline ng FENNEL Adversity.
Yeah, pero ito FENNEL Adversity, out of position sila dito sa both objective natin, nakakaspawn lang as of now. Kala ko sisimulan na nila Shanyo. I guess kinlear muna nila yung mga minions sa the bottom lane. And talagang packet support ang dala-dala dito ni Shanyo. Sunod-sunod lagi sa kanya si Siu. Sabi niya, packet support mo parang packet Sage ba? Do yarn?
Okay. Yung packet support niya yan, lulo pa nga. Kahit ano pa din dati, kahit sa League PC, lulo saka mga Nami, yung mga packet na support. Pero na nga, mukhang sinisimulan na yung Infernal Drake ng one team. May package dito si Yumo, kaya talagang nirespeto dito na FLA.
Yeah, pero ito, nag-lock miss na dito yung side ng FLA. Habang pinasukan sila ng Duck League and also the package, kinukita na din para hindi maka-fronta pa yung side ng FLA dito. Napabagsak na yung Dragon in the favor ng one team. Pero the first blood will be secured dito ng side ng FENNEL Adversity. Pero FENNEL Adversity, hindi sila papayag na ganun-ganun lang. Mukhang gusto nilang bawian yung Torre dito kasi one team, magre-reset sila Walang contest na magagaling coming sa side ng one team. Sabay transition on that referral.
Grabe, 5 minutes. Grabe talagang hot na hot. Dito FENNEL Adversity, nakita nila nanalo tayo sa Drake Fight. The Great nga lahat ng member ng one team. Kapanuhan nila kagad yung mid-lane turret at si Shelly ay kanilang secure na dito.
Yeah, grabe. Tumatrabaho talaga dito yung FENNEL Adversity. Nakuha na nila Reeds, Herald, the Scuttler, the turret, important turret at the middle lane. And they are going to the top lane para i-pressure naman itong lane na to. Na si Kid lang yung nagbabantay as of now.
Yan, na nakita din ng FLA na hindi na tinuloy. Oo,
Buti ka eh.
Calm. Dapat kalmado tayo. Talaga, ito ni Calm na nakita natin ngayon sa inyong mga screen. At yun nga, ang ganda din naging reaction doon ng one team. After nila sinira yung bot side turret, pero mukhang magkakaroon ng okay, nagtatapikan lang sila dito.
Yup.
Pero 4 na miyembro ngayon ng one team dito sa top side ng mapa.
Yeah, mag-espadahan sila dito dahil si Domeng at si Kuya yung arise. Dalawang espada ang dala sa may top lane. Sige, lumapit kayo, sabi. Lapit, lapit. Natakot sila eh. Bak sila eh.
Buksin kanina, kailangan tandaan ng one team, respetuhin. Calm ka rin. Si Calm lang.
Kalma lang, trabaho lang.
Trabaho lang. And all in the day's work dito sa bot side. Nakakuha na siya. Dalawa? Hindi niya nakuha yung pangalawang plate. Pero malapit na. Konti na lang. Isang tapik lang makukuha niya yun.
Yapi. So, medyo magiging slow muna tayo dito. Pero alam mo si Yumao talaga. Hindi ko alam ha. Kanina medyo lumalalim siya. Mag-isa lang na naman siya doon. Si Yumao may, talagang gusto niya mapag-isa, no?
May mga emo moments siya na kailangan niya, I want to go my own way. I want to be an independent Colkey.
Parang gusto kong malaman kung ano yung playlist ni Yumao eh. Feeling ko yung mga nito, FM Static, mga My Chemical Romance, mga
Fallout Boy. Dinalaman na natin dito yung mga The Script. Si Yumao, talagang hot din tayo. Nakatingin tayo dito kay Yumao kasi grabe man din tong player na to. Kung tutuusin dito sa one team. Pero syempre, wala ka bias. Tayo ay nakatingin din sa FLA. And alam mo, konting doubt.
Ang ginamit ni Kuya Kim sa may bottom lane dahil binisita siya ng tatlo. Actually, make that work kasi, kala ko, untog ba siya Repair. Psych. Munti ka na. Very. Pero ito, mukhang may nakita. Sabi sa'yo si Yumao, mag-isa na naman.
Binigay pa niya yung root.
Dinamay pa si Kid dito. Ngayon si Kid papauwiin. Na-curfew na naman siya. Pero si Kid buhay pa din naman doon. Pero yun nga, umuwi pa din siya. Iba talaga si Yumao.
Iba. Uy, mga ka.
Munti ka na! Pero top lane natin dito, 1v1 in the great one. Napabagsak naman dito ni Shanyo. Yung top ng side ng FNA. At least one turret or another turret na napunta sa side ng one team.
Ito si Shanya ginagaya itong ating Calm Trabaho lang din siya doon sa top side. Hindi niya pinapakailaman si Arise habang tinatamaan na siya ng malaking espada nitong ating Garen sa top side. Pero yun na nga, 4 na Black Cleaver ang nasa inventory ngayon. Di ba galit sa Albo itong mga tao?
Usually si Shanyo lang yung medyo talagang haharap dito, Shanyo Kid. So kung sino yung haharap dito, talagang mahuhubaran ng armor, Lods.
Oo nga, talagang pagtagping-tagpay, ubos ang armor kung sino matamaan nito na FLA, no?
Munti ka na. Calm lang daw. Kala ko huli na naman si Yumao.
Kaya alam mo, may record na to si Yumao sa atin Laging humaharap, lagi nagkapaharap at binigay pa kanina yung root kay Kid. Gusto niya kasama sa curfew. Dinamay pa nga Pero Ocean Drake, medyo na agresibo dito habang pa-up na ang ating repair. Let's see kung sino makakuha ng pick dito kasi malamang yun din ang hinahanap dito ng FLA. Isang decisive na team fight na gusto nila ipanalo dito sa Dragon na ito.
Yeah, yun ang gusto nga talaga dito ng FLA. And FLA still keeping the pressure sa may middle lane dito habang si Kuya Ka manggagaling dito sa likod. And talagang may pocket support. Siya hindi iniiwan talaga niya si dito Diba?
Parang shadow lang niya
Susundan-sundan lang niya I will not let you go alone. I'm with you all the time. Diba? Pero ito yung Dragon natin sinisimula na ng FLA as of now. May vision naman dyan yung side ng one team and ito na yung si Shanyo. Pumupronta na nga dito sa isang lugar na sila galing dito sa tower. Nandiyan na din the business of well na-connect dito sa side ng FLA but it's Drowning Shadows making it extend! Nakuha pa ni CU yung Dragon dito. Pero ang kapalit naman nun is mapapanish. Damay-damay na tayo dito sa kadenang ginto na binigay ni Kuya Danny habang may iwan yung dalawa. And mamamatay dito itong si Shanyo and Shan kayo pupunta. 2 champions yung na-punish dito na side ng FLA.
Nga, 2 champions ang nakuha doon ng FLA. Pero grabe din naman tong si Shu. Sabi niya, see you later. Nakuha ko na tong Dragon na steal niya. Siya ang huling nakahit. Kasi pero yung mga smite hindi nagamit ata doon ng ating mga jungler. Pero yun na nga, nakuha yung objective. Pero nakakuha ng 2 kills pang FLA. So yung gold lead ay napupunta ka na. Tingnan nga natin yung play ko. Sayang, hindi natin nakita kung saan yung dragon. Pero after this fight, 5-man hit ang FLA. Naghahanap ng laban. Sayang nga dito may ulti si Calm. Nakapag-execute hindi niya na tuloy-tuloy. Kung na-jumping niya, na-dunk niya lahat, nakakuha siya ng kill. Pero mukhang down na yung Herald. Nasa kamay ngayon daw may harap sinisira at top side turret.
Yeah, Ben. Ang dami pa din naman nakuha ng side ng FLA after that dragon fight. We can say na lamang pa rin sila dito after the dragon fight dahil not only the dragon, nakakuha na silang Torre dito, nakakuha pa sila ng kills on 1 kill. I mean, 1 team kanina, no? Actually, wala pang 1 kill yung 1 team eh. Ano pa lang sila?
The prophecy has been foretold. 1 kill lang, ko wala 1 team dito. Pili ko, ginijigs ko na yung sarili ko eh. Pagsabi ko.
Walang kabayas-bayas.
Walang kabayas-bayas. Tama. Yan na rin. Walang kabayas-bayas. Di ba napag nga medyo may doubt? Teka, lagyan natin ng konting doubt.
Hindi makakuha ng dragon. Dalawa na yung dragon dito ng 1 team. FLA medyo tagilid ang Vapor ng FLA. Paano yun?
Wala sila agad dito. Pero tingnan natin kung ano pa pwedeng gawin dito ng FLA dahil pero yung team may scaling Sen at saka Graves habang sa kabilang side naman ay yung Jack ay yung call. Kaya kita natin in terms of gold sa pantay lang si Shanyo saka si Dogen. Pero para sa akin kasi overall mas lamang ang FLA obviously dahil nga sa gold, diba? Mas maraming gold yung mga ibang miyembro nila. So pagdating sa straight up fight, kaya to ng FLA. So inaantay na lang natin yung mga next set of objectives bago naglaban dahil yung team na to gano'n talaga ang estilo nila eh. Wait for objectives bago lumaban.
Kung mapapansin din natin, no, yung mga wardings dito ng FLA, kind of, hindi naman really deep in the jungle ng 1 team, pero ang dami niyang eskinita na naiilawan dito para sa side ng FLA, giving information kung sakaling doon pupunta yung side ng 1 team. Pero 1 team, they're out to hunt someone, to pick off someone. They're looking for a pick off pero wala silang mahanap. Kahit sama-sama pa sila dito, FLA, alam na namin yan, sabi ng FLA. Huwag natin ibigay yung gusto nila pero the next big thing will be the Baron. But I don't think maganda yung call na yun na mag-Baron ng early. Of course, may scuttler pa lang. Uy, sinenda ng outlooms, men. Minulto.
Hinahanap na. Yun yung mga XP ng FLA, yung mga multong nagbinubulong kung nasaan na miyembro ng 1 team. Kaya nga nag-push out nila. I think na ginagawa lang talaga ng 1 team. Medyo nag-try ng timing play at nakakuha ng whip scattered ng scattered card. Pero nga sila man itong whip to top side. Itong tinitignan nga ng FENNEL.
Yan. Looking forward to push this when wala namang pagdedef na magagawa dito yung side ng 1 team. Pero yung top lane kasi, yung bottom lane ng FLA, pinipressure ni Kid. Si Kid naka-proto belt na ngayon so wala siyang teleportation pero hindi din siya nagtagal dun sa may bottom lane dahil sabi niya I don't feel safe inuwian na kasi neto ni Kuya Arise.
Lampas na siya sa Kelvin medyo na kailangan niya munang umuwi, mag-report muna sa magulang niya bago siya ulit magsubok maghahanap dito ng any play dito sa mapa natin. Mountain Drake has spawned na into the map and as per usual, ito na ang next na objective na tili ng mga koponan natin maglalaban sila dito. May package din Mao, isa to sa mga malalaking skills na kailangan natin tignan dito na gagamitin ng 1 team.
Yeah, and 1 team na naman yung nauna dito sa ating Beat Dragon pero Dreaded din ang wapan napakasarap naman nung run entrance the quickness, 4 yun for the side of FLA but FLA is still alive, wala pa nabawa sa kanila but yun nga, nawala na naman sila ng Dragon dito, same, no casualty for the side of 1 team.
Pero ito yung usual ng pattern na nakikita natin dito. FLA hindi nila nagawa yung Dragon pero nanalo sila na medyo in terms of HP bars kaya nakakuha sila sa tower dito. Second tier pero sa mid lane ay nag-fall na pero si Kid naghahanap ng away.
Si Kid naghahanap ng away. Naku po, magkaibang away yung hinahanap dito ni Shanyo na nabawasan sila dito. Si Domen na nakuha na isa pero nag-Stacy. Nakabawi naman sila dito with a Ninja 7. 1 for 1 exchange. Pero yun nga, support lang yung nakuha dito ng FLA.
Support na nakuha nila. Confidence play na doon yung 1 team. Si Shanyo talaga naghahanap na dahil nakakuha na siya ng 3 items. Triforce, Blade of the Women King at Death's Dance. Ganda pa ditong Death's Dance na to dito sa Jax na to kasi binibigyan ng armor. Sinisimulan na nila ngayon yung Baron.
Naku po kasi wala nga namang jungler yung side of FENNEL Adversity, but I don't think they have enough firepower to finish this Baron right away. Nasaktan pa si Yumao. Si Yumao talaga yung pinakamatapang sa kanila. Ben, grabe naman dito si Yumao. Talagang ano ba? Mag-go ba kayo kay Baron? Binibwisit nyo si Baron eh.
Ginagalit nyo eh. Hindi kayo decisive sa decision nyo eh.
Kulit-kulit nyo eh.
ang daming pinapalipad na ano ba yung mga laboy ba?
Mga toxic. Dumudura dito si pareng Baron dahil kinukulit siya ng one team dito. Maybe smoking out yung location ng ibang member ng FLA dito. Pero kasi sila yung pwede madelegado doon kasi sila yung tumatangke ng Baron. And eto na nga, buhay na ulit si Domeg looking for dito yung FLA. Ano ba? Bakit yung ginagawa mo Ninja 7? May CCTV dyan. Bakit ka dyan nagsasayaw? Bawal mag-meditate dyan. Don't step on the grass.
Bawal mag-yoga dyan. Kitang-kita ka ng lahat ng buong mundo dyan, Ninja 7. Kaya nga natulak siya palayo doon.
Ayun, inulit niya.
Ayun, alam. Wala na yung CCTV nag-expire na. Pero as the prophecy has foretold, may 1 kill na dito ang one team. Let's see kung ma-stick dito sa 1 kill.
Nagaling sa likod! Yung side ng FLA. Pero redemption and channel niya sa linya to survive and the entrance will be there as well. Kaso napakangat sila dito ng grand entrance. Hindi enough yun para may ligtas si Shanyo and even Ninja 7 will fall down in the hands of FLA. Baron, rekta na yung FLA dito. Paano nyo ika-contest to para sa side ng one team? Ang natira na lang, si Kid, si Siu, tsaka si Yumao. Naku, si Yumao, yun ang isama yan dahil pala mo naman, pagpagkita si Yumao, matik yan, nililista agad ito ng FLA sa there is knocking, diba? Pero Baron, na-secure na dito ng side ng FLA without any contest nga from the side of one team.
Walang kabayas-bayas. Yan ang iniintay nating makuha ng FENNEL Adversity. Itong Baron Buff. Makakashove na sila ng lanes. At lalo na ngayon, similan na lahat ng outer tier turrets, tier 1, tier 2 turrets. Inhibitor turrets na natitira dito. So kung FLA makahanap na ng butas dito sa formation ng one team. Mashove nila yung mga lanes dito. Mahatak nila palayo-layo ang one team. Kaya nilang makakuha at least isang inhibitor turret dito.
Kailangan nila ma-maximize talaga yung nakuha nila na Baron para sa side ng FLA. So, binapressure nila dito yung middle lane pero at the same time top lane as well. Andito si Kuya, Cam, and actually lahat ng lanes pwede nilang i-pressure for the side of FLA Kasi kita mo naman yung marcha ng mga minions natin in favor ng side ng FLA. Talagang 1-3-1 and giving them no choice. Giving one team no choice para mag-depend. Naku po, narot pa yung dalawa dun kanina under the turret. Pero ito, si Kid naghahanap na naman ng away. The showstopper will be there and will be given as well. Kasama na the quickness pero parang wala naman. Yung Rolling Shadows natin, enough na yan para makasurvive it to extend team fight and binutas na nga, not just one, but 2 inhibitor turrets dito ng side ng one team.
Lumalabas sa Elko nyo guys, one team, layuan nyo na ang FLA dahil ang FLA alam the death march, gusto nila sirahin ng huling inhibitor turret dito.
Let's go, FLA! Let's go! Isang tore na lang na natitira na inhibitor dito ng side ng one team. Pero FLA, sabi na, chill lang, Lods, chill lang. Let's make sure na ma-secure talaga natin tong game na to.
Tama. Play it methodically, play it smartly, play it intelligently para dito sa ating koponan dito na FENNEL Adversity. Going nga dito sa replay, no? Ay, ang dami nangyari. Not really a lot of skills na napunta dito sa FLA. Pero ang importante dito ay nakuha nila yung dalawang inhibitor. Pagbalik natin dito sa game, may Elder Drake na nandito. Kaya ang one team ay pumapesto. Pero dahil nga, dalawang lane, mid lane at bot lane, wala na silang inhibitor. Super minions na andyan. Big point of pressure. One team kailangan mag-force ang fight dito sa Elder Drake.
Oh my god, doming lang, sapat na para sa Elder Drake habang yung 4, i-checking nila yung 5 ng side ng one team dito. Huwag yung palapatin doon, pero the Blacklist will be there as well. Tama dito kay Kuya nyo. Isa sa kanila. Naku, si Kit, nawala. May Kit kanina, biglang nawala. Rose entrance. Buhay pa naman dito. Ito si Kuya Arise. And silence yung top sa may bottom na. Tumakbo na dito si Ninja 7 at naiwan pa yung dalawa. Si Ninja 7 na lang yung natitira dito. Si Shanyo. Mukhang magiging goodbye. Rekta airplay na yan. And 4 down para sa side ng one team dito. Itamay na natin yung Nexus. Huwag na mag-Elder Drake. Rekta na Rekta. Dahil FLA. Tapusin. Dito sa ating playoff. They will proceed sa playoffs and FLA. 3-2. Binastang malakas. Walang kabayas-bayas.
Walang kabayas-bayas ang FENNEL Adversity ang mag-a-advance sa playoffs. Nakuha nila ang second spot. Nakita niyo naman ang excitement nila, ang pagsisigaw nila ngayon, ang sobrang saya nila dahil mag-move on sila sa next part ng WCS Finals.
Natumba! Baka ma-injured! Kalma lang, Lods! Kalma
Grabe.
lang, Lods! Play-ins pa lang tayo! Baka ma-injured!
Maraming araw pa.
Yeah, may playoffs pa tayo, Lods. Ingat-ingat lang pag may time. Ingat-ingat pag may time. FENNEL Adversity! Hindi na natin kailangan i-breakdown yung game na to dahil FENNEL Adversity, magpo-proceed sila. Meron tayong 2 bala for the playoffs ng WCS Finals.
Oo, at gusto ko lang din sabihin Erp, na predict natin yung number ng kills ng one team. Nakaisa ka lang sila sa game na yun. Nakaisa lang sila.
Doming lang. Doming pa lang dinner mamaya.
Nakasya lang.
Nagpapitas.
Siya yung manlilibre kasi siya yung namatay.
Sige, yun na lang.
Magse-celebrate din sila syempre dahil nga nakalampas sila dito sa play-ins. It took 5 games pero ang FENNEL Adversity makakasama ang RRQ.
And really looking forward doon sa ating playoffs. 2 yung bala ng Pinas dito, which is ang saya-saya, di ba? And though threat pa rin naman etong CERBERUS, pero binugbog lang kasi yun ng FENNEL. Binugbog lang yun, 2-0. Kasi CERBERUS, sabi nyo. Sabi CERBERUS, EVOS, Conteam. Bugbog ka, FLA lang. Tapos may RRQ pa tayo, di ba? Yung sa WCS Finals natin, Finals, ang finals doon, Pinas, 2.
Oo, tama. PH versus PH.
Mindset ba? Mindset.
Alam mo, teka. Run it back muna tayo ng konti nito, Yaso, kasi sabi naman natin, diba? May konting doubt bago tayo makarating doon. Pero, at least, dito sa sitwasyon na to, dito sa okasyon na to, sabihin natin, Pilipinas lang ang sakalam.
Oo, hindi. Pilipinas lang talaga ang sakalam. And together with CERBERUS, FENNEL Adversity, they will advance to the playoffs with the other teams na nandun na sa mga susunod na days, makikita din natin kung paano ba sila maglaro. Including RRQ na isa din sa galing sa Pilipinas. And by the way, Panel, you can take it away.
Like, they've used this composition before. Well, not exactly, but the Darius Garen combo where you're super duper tanky, you're up against linear compositions where you know they're gonna dive into you. So it's expected that the Jax comes in, you silence them, every single thing on your kit has value, you spin around, you deal damage, you have a lot of burst, you have a lot of resets to work with because of the Darius ult as well. It's just so perfect. And at the end of the day, FLA drafted this composition. I was like, where's the damage? Graves was there. And it's just, wow.
You believe in them this time. You believe in them.
And I won't say I was a non-believer, but I am all in. I will root FLA till the very end. I think that they have been the most creative team, the cleanest team in many of all these execution towards what they wanted in the draft. And look at this, right? They have clear-cut answers to this hyper-scaling Jax that we were all worried about. So what do they really have to do? One team, they drafted double support, but that also make them lack in terms of the damage output. Nobody can kill either the Garen or anybody at all. The only kill only went to Shenyo, so just to disrupt that perfect run once again, but I feel that there can be no better execution than this.
Yeah, don't forget about the healing that Danny provided as the Senna, the shields, the Galio also supplementing the necessary CC to put them in their place and keep spinning around. It's Beyblade time. It was Beyblade time.
And they are so tanky. We're talking about the Darius Garen, both of them in there. Plus also, Rakan from Ninja 7 tried to get in. Find who? There's nothing he can do.
Yeah, it was really hard. Even though there was a setup happening, you get the knock up down, but that's fine. They're all melee champions. They're gonna spin around. They have a lot of sustain, a lot of shielding, and it's all about out-sustaining, one team in that scenario.
Yeah, props to Omo, Grandin, and everybody else out there. I think they had to work overtime to cover this entirety of the bout, and so many back and forths going on, and in this instance of a series where we saw, FLA, they have shut down so many of all these teams making their mark here in WCS Southeast Asia history that I think from here on, like, everyone will look at them as a team worthy of champions.
Exactly. There's so much to look at for FENNEL Adversity. They've shown that they're capable of running different types of composition with finesse, with confidence. And it didn't look that they were, uncomfy at all. They were like, yeah, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And it was such an amazing look for them because when we look back at the regional finals, their regional performance, just a big, huge amount of growth for this team.
Yeah, they're so comfy until someone falls down just now in the camera.
Oh, yeah.
I hope he's okay. He still needs to play for tomorrow, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's okay. They're just very, very happy about this moment.
Yeah, Contra.
Well, if you get a little bit injury, it's like, yeah, like at least you'll remember it. It's like, okay, I was celebrating hard, right? Like, yeah, you have a cool story to tell to everybody out there, so that's absolutely fine.
For some reason, we have like a lot of iconic celebrations from the Philippine region. Got RQ ruining the table, jumping up and down. FENNEL Adversity this time around, moving on to the knockout stages. They're repeating. Look at them jumping up and down, and then suddenly.
Wait, who was that? Who was that?
Who fell? Somebody fell. There he is.
Was that Ryzen?
Maybe. He had his back against us, so yeah.
I hope he's going to be okay because they just qualified themselves to the playoff. It's not over yet. We have so many best of 5 starting tomorrow.
2 Philippine teams representing WCS Finals. Woo!
Hell yeah.
Mabuhay the Philippines to the WCS Finals because definitely tomorrow is going to be a grind here. We can see Odolus just grinning all the way.
He's staring at
smug
us.
Look.
He took over almost. He is like, yeah, I want to see what you guys have to say. I'm the biggest. I'm the one laughing now, right?
I need the emote here where we have the brand creepy smile. That's definitely Odolus' face. Yeah, definitely Odolus right now. But hey, we're going to throw the break for a bit because after this, we still have the live draw and also interviewing our CERBERUS first placement in the play-in. See you guys after this.
Control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are, even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark.
Wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, everybody. We're down to our end of play-ins, and we're gonna walk over to our playoff starting tomorrow. But you guys are tuning in the day 3 of WCS Finals, and also this is brought to you by Riot Games, and thank you Coca-Cola, One Esports, and definitely Goosey Gamers. But right now, Riku and Contra, we're gonna interview our first place of the play-ins, which is gonna be Cerberus Esports. Woo!
Well, I'm really excited. They definitely do extremely well throughout the course of the play-ins, and they were unfazed. We saw that teams such as FLA even had trials and tribulations against them, and we look back, they just had those perfect runs until we saw early on today FLA clinching that win. They definitely deserve to be on the second spot.
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. They had a very dominating start here over at the play-ins of the WCS Finals, and it made, it just solidified where they are in the entirety for at least during the play-ins. I'm excited to see them perform during the knockout stages.
Definitely, because right now we do have both of the teams finished off for the play-ins today. FLA plays the second, but we'll be interviewing, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be Genza from Cerberus Esports. So is he already here right now? We have no clue. But definitely Cerberus, the only team managed to defeat them was FLA. And both teams, Cerberus and FLA, will actually start to be in action tomorrow for the rest of 6 more teams in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's just a lot. They're able to warm up during the play-ins. They're able to get a taste of a little bit about region versus region, and I feel like they've warmed up enough and ready for the knockout stages. But don't forget, I did a really nice Cerberus fan art, by the way. Check it out on my Twitter.
Oh.
At RicoCast. Thanks.
All right, I'll retweet that for you later.
Thanks, dude. Thanks.
I'll help you out.
Thank you.
Oh, there you go. We have Genza on the panel and on the screen back of our heads right now. Genza, how are you feeling? Congratulations to Cerberus Esports winning first place in the play-ins. But how are you feeling heading over to the playoffs starting tomorrow?
Họ hỏi em á là đầu tiên là chúc mừng em về cái cuộc chiến thắng để mà lấy được slot vào ngày mai, và muốn hỏi em rằng là hôm nay là em cảm thấy như thế nào về cái trận đấu và cho ngày mai như thế nào nữa.
Dạ, thứ nhất thì em rất là vui vì tụi em đã nhất bảng và đã giành được slot vô, và tiếp đến là ngày mai tụi em phải cố gắng nhiều hơn nữa để giành slot được đi châu Âu.
First of all, thank you for congratulating us. We were so happy to get the first place in our group stage, and tomorrow we will try our best to try to get the slot to go to Europe.
Wow. Awesome, awesome. And of course, congratulations once again. Genza, you and your team have went through a very difficult play-in stage, and I want to ask, what were the main challenges for you, and how did you prepare for this WCS Finals overall?
Trước tiên á, là muốn hỏi em là về cái sự chuẩn bị cho cái giải đấu này á, thì trong những trận đấu qua á, là những cái khó khăn mà ở chính em á, đã gặp và team mình đã gặp á, thì trong những cái số thử thách đó thì em cảm thấy cái gì mà nó làm em cảm thấy khó khăn nhất, và em đã chuẩn bị cho nó như thế nào?
Trong cái quãng thời gian đó thì tụi em có nghiên cứu về đối thủ rất là rõ, và hầu như là trong các trận tập luyện á, tụi em đều có trải qua với họ nhiều rồi, cho nên tụi em vẫn có một cái phần nào đó thông tin về họ, nên tụi em chuẩn bị tốt hơn cho nên mới thắng.
As for the preparation, we did a lot of scrims with a lot of the opponents that we facing in WCS, and we had a lot of times that we have faced against them in scrims, so we had like a small idea like how we would like to face them in the WCS.
That's awesome, and all that preparation was definitely worth it based on your experience and even getting that first place towards in the play-ins. But my question is, of course, congratulations once again to you, Genza, and Cerberus Esports. My question is, now we're moving forward towards the knockout stages. Which team are you looking forward to face and why?
Sắp tới là vòng loại của WCS, thì trong những các team mà em đã gặp thì em muốn gặp ai trong cái vòng loại tiếp theo?
Đối với em, vòng loại tiếp theo em muốn gặp AQ và Buriram.
So as you can hear from Genza, he is very interested in meeting RQ and Bodianza.
That's definitely a match that we're looking forward
Yeah,
to.
but definitely that's going to be the one that we should look at. Hopefully, it depends on our live roll later. But thank you so much, Genza. And we wish you from the panelists, all the crew here today, all the best for tomorrow when it's starting off for playoff. Hopefully, these guys will draw you in a good bracket. And congratulations again for Cerberus Esports.
Thì họ chúc mừng CERBERUS Esports về cái trận vì cái slot của mình. Lại thứ hai nữa là họ chúc mình là ngày mai mình sẽ có một trận thi đấu tốt. Em có một lời nói gì muốn gửi cho họ?
Em cảm ơn họ đã cổ vũ động viên team em, và tất cả mọi người đã xem team em đánh. Tụi em sẽ cố gắng hết sức.
Thank you to the analyst desk and the crew for supporting us, and also the fans that have watched all of the games. We will try our best to maintain our performances.
Thank you. Bye.
Awesome.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Cerberus, let's go!
Genza is so adorable.
I know, right?
He looks so kind and adorable. He's so nice. The way he speaks is so different from the way he plays.
Yeah, he's so fierce as the best marksman of Vietnam. So I think like it's a little bit of stark contrast, like, you know, in and out of the game, he's still great overall.
That's true.
I mean, like we've done for our play-ins, yeah, setting off our foot on the right track when it comes to day number 4 tomorrow. But we're done with day number 3. What do you have for your thoughts here today when it comes to the entirety of play-ins, Riku?
All I'm gonna say, 2 teams representing the Philippine region in the playoffs. Let's go!
Well, I could also say the same for the Vietnam region overall, because now we will also have them as well as Team Flash. So now let's take a look at the brackets once again. It's been a long journey, huh?
It has been.
This is the standings, by the way, not the bracket. Just to get confused with tomorrow's playoff. CES, Cerberus Esports maintained number 1 spot by the end of our play-ins, but it was just the day 3 of WCS Finals. FLA finally emerged after that. What a gruesome best of 5, getting themselves that 8 points there.
Yeah, I know, it's so crazy when we think about the history of FENNEL adversity. Last year, they were here before, play-ins, and they were beaten down by basically the Masters region, Flash Wolves. This time around, they got to meet Masters again, but in a different form. It was one Esports, but the difference is they defeated their inner demons. They defeated one team, and now they move on to the next round. Ah, so exciting.
Yeah, and you remember about the callouts where they wanted to meet Brum United or so. Now there's only going to be one representative of Thailand and another from the Masters region. I wonder if there's going to be any sort of answers back if they were ever to clash eventually. I honestly can't wait for playoffs to happen. It's happening pretty soon.
Yup. So yeah, right now, definitely we want to know who will be in which bracket. And definitely one of the teams who will be in the bracket, it will be CERBERUS and also FLA joining the rest of the 6 teams that confirm in the playoff. Buriram, RRQF, Sam9. Who else are left out again?
Versus Esports.
Team Flash.
There you go. All the flashes is in there as well. But for now, we're going to take a break for a bit because we're going to just prepare for the live draw and we're going to see the bracket later on. See you guys in just a tiny bit. Wait more, okay?
Some days I just can't get up, comatose, stupor. Same old energy, scared of what the future holds for me and all my friends. We want so much better. We can only get there if we all just come together. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now, now. Your love is what's most important. No one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other. Recognition, demolition, I just need your light. Upside down, turn it around. I know you know I'm right. Take this love and give it all your heartbeat, heartbeat. We can only get there, it's a two-way street. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now, now. Your love is what's most important. No one's gonna take us down. So love I can hear whispers too far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. I can hear whispers too far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. If I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. If my heart was lighter than a feather, if I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. But I'm not ready to fly. I can hear whispers too far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. I can hear whispers too far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. If I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. If my heart was lighter than a feather, if I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. But I'm not ready to fly. But I'm not ready to fly. When the lights go out, you are mine and you know it. We can both be loud, we don't care and we show it. Taking me down, taking me down. Taking me round, taking me round. Take me there, hear what I'm saying. Anywhere, we're just beginning. Time to start, lost in the feeling. When you look at me. In the early hours, we can hold one another. We can take our time, so much more to discover. Taking me down, taking me down. Taking me round, taking me round. Take me there, hear what I'm saying. Anywhere, we're just beginning. Time to start, lost in the feeling. When you look at
Welcome back, everyone, and this is the WCS Finals playoff draw, and we'll be determining the 8-team bracket. So, you know what? We're not wasting any more time. Let's get started.
All
So,
right.
basically, I'm gonna explain first. We have two pools here, which are gonna be pool 1 and pool 2. We have 4 teams each of this pool, and divided into A, B, C, D bracket. Each bracket for the first slot will be taken by pool 1, and the second slot will be by pool 2. In case we actually draw out the same region in pool 1 and pool 2, it's going to be pushed down or actually swap over. So to actually make you guys understand, we're going to start it off straight away with also Odolus and Riku on our panel. Are you guys ready for the draw? We're going to take pool 1 first, and I'm not even looking at it. Can I even put it in the ball? Not looking at it, and just going to mix it over. And who's going to take the fate of the teams first?
I'll go first.
Yeah, alphabetical order, Autolus.
Yeah, very Zotulus, right?
No,
no peeking.
Very
no
high spirits.
peeking.
Alright, let's go. Okay.
There you go.
First team.
First team.
First team. The fate is in your hands.
Oh,
now.
I love it. I love it. It's
Thank
really
you.
rolled.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. Alright. It's from our region.
Oh, oh my god, this is straight from your region. Who's fighting it? It's going to be dependent on you guys to determine about them as well.
Yeah.
Since you guys are both from the Philippine region, both from Philippines are joining in with FLA. And the first one, RQ, Riku.
Yeah, this is RQ. This is their debut in the WCS tournament, an SCA level tournament when it comes to Wild Rift. So very excited for their performance. Got the #1 mid laner, the #1 jungler all in one team. We've got Chaz and Helio. So excited to see how they perform in the tournament.
So Riku, are you ready for the next one?
Oh, hell yeah. Here we go.
No peeking. There you go.
Mixing it up.
Mixing it with a magical touch.
You know the best part about it is I think I will get tagged with the R key. thingy.
Oh yeah, like Autolus again. Oh, here we go. I got it. The second team is boom,
Flash Wolf. This gonna be quite hard for the Masters region have spoken in the B bracket.
The champion of the Masters region. Unfortunately for them, they will only be having just one team, at least for the playoffs. Why? Because of FENNEL adversity. Well, just putting it out there. But as Brandon said, I was actually talking to him earlier, and I was eager to tell him, hey, you know what? In Southeast Asia, we have a clear, defined 2 best regions already in Vietnam and Philippines. But he said, don't count out Flash Wolves.
Yeah, for sure.
Back to you, Autolus.
All right,
Are you
let's
ready
go.
for the next one?
Oh, he is ready.
He's more than ready. He's always ready.
He
to
already
torch his
picked RQ, so
Yeah.
extra ready.
Yeah, that's true. That's the only thing I
Now,
care about.
who will be in this bracket?
Let's see.
Oh.
There will be Buriram United Esports.
We've talked about them with just now CERBERUS Esports.
Yeah, Cerberus is definitely looking forward to face Buriram United Esports. They had an amazing run last year, actually, during the CE Champs. They were winning a lot of these BO5s. They were relying heavily on late game scaling. So I'm excited to see what the changes are, because we see a lot of teams so far in the play-ins changing their play style. So we'll have to see.
And speaking of play-ins, they were from the play-ins last year.
That's
and
true.
They really impressed a lot. In fact, last chance qualifier, if I remember correctly, and just went on a rampage.
Riku, it's down to you for the last bracket here.
I'm still going to mix it up, even though there's just
Yeah,
one
it's
left.
just one ball, but mix it anyway.
Integrity. Let's
yeah.
go.
Okay, I'm opening this up, and it's going to be I mean, of course, it's the only one left, right? So I should know what it is. Team Flash.
So both C and D bracket will be with the Flash. We do know team with the Flash name, including Team Flash, is going to be one of the most aggressive ones.
I think most of the talents has pegged Team Flash as the #1 team in this tournament, and for a good reason, right? They dismantled Cerberus Esports during their regional finals, and the first team that came out from the play-ins is actually that team.
Yeah,
Cerberus.
yeah. Exactly. I'm so excited to see Coyote play. Like, I'm a big fan of Coyote because he plays
shy.
every single mid laner. Can play anything in the mid lane, rather.
That's true.
There's just oceans of pool of champions, more than oceans. But hey, we're gonna jump over for pool 2 now. Now this is where it gets spicy. I'm gonna mix over who will actually draw. If look for me, Aurelius, who's actually in the first bracket if we draw this.
It will be RRQ, right? So
just to
the
remind.
only time that there will be an adjustment is if I pick their code.
Yeah, FENNEL adversity. Yeah, pretty much.
So who started first? Aurelius? He just can't wait. Okay,
Yeah,
no
yeah.
peeking. No peeking. There you go.
No.
Take one.
Alright, so
this is so...
RRQ, I'm sorry in advance. Alright, we'll see. Oh my god, this is
Oh no.
Percy's
Percy's
Esports.
Esports versus RRQ versus Riku. Your thoughts?
Well, I believe Autolus won a fan
Yeah,
boy about Percy's
reunion!
Esports.
I'm sorry because the Baron laner who was able to bag multiple MVPs for Percy's Esports is actually a former Baron laner for Rex Ragub Khan
Exactly.
on RQ. And RQ being an ID org, it will be like a civil war thing, right?
Oh,
it will be very interesting
no.
as to how the comments will play out.
It's gonna be Autolus fault for that. Hey, next one, Riku. A lot of responsibility here.
Yep, let's see. I'm mixing it up. I picked one up and wait, okay.
For the second bracket, it's gonna be against. Is it match 3?
It's gonna be Flash Wolves.
It's-
I believe.
it will be Flash Wolves, yeah.
Okay, thank
Match
you.
Okay,
number
I
2.
got the piece of paper, and it's gonna be boom.
Cerberus
Esports.
Wow.
Oh my god, that's so spicy.
That's too spicy.
Holy balls of fire, it's very spicy.
The Cerberus.
I mean, for Cerberus Esports, what I'm concerned about them is that they weren't able to get over the hump against Team Flash, and now they face another Goliath, another big team in Flash Show. So that's definitely spicy and definitely worth watching.
Oh, definitely one of the best for tomorrow, but we're not done. We still have 2 more teams to go to lose.
Number 3.
Yeah, who's gonna face Buriram United Esports?
Number 3.
Yep.
Let's see.
Buriram.
Orange goes
What's
there.
with that expression?
feels like something off here. Are you okay? Sam9! Oh, this is my region team. Now, Sam9, they're all new vamped up before this new are known as Bajaya Dragons, but they definitely have additional team. And this is, I have to say, their best team for MY for now, for SG region as well. So we're gonna have to wait and see if this lineup will actually fare good enough when it comes to against Buriram, one of the toughest actually. We'll see.
That's true. Well, I'm good friends with Sagi, and Sagi will have a handful.
Yeah.
Buriram United Esports, yeah. We'll see.
We'll see if it's gonna happen. But last one here, Riku, down to you.
I know there's just one team left.
Yeah,
and we
we
all
just-
know who
we
it
just
is.
pretend
But I'll
we don't
pretend
know.
I don't know what this is, okay? I'm gonna open it up.
Yep.
Ish. And then I'm gonna put it here. And then, wow, will you look at that? It's...
FENNEL Adversity!
Oh! They're going up against Team Flash. Oh my god.
Oh my god, that's a very tough opponent for FENNEL Adversity.
I believe in them.
Everybody just like,
But if
Thank
there is
you.
any, silver lining, they were able to win against Cerberus
That's
2-0, right? So, borrowing some of their plays from Team Flash, from Team Flash themselves, I believe they've studied Team Flash in advance. And again, this is what we have.
It's all down to you guys to actually do the draw just now. But look at this, so spicy since the start. RRQ versus Persis, and then we have Flash Wolf versus Cerberus. Buriram versus Sam9 and Team Flash for Final Adversity. Final Adversity, they had so much gain today.
I know.
And have to face such a strong opening for tomorrow as well.
That's okay. That's the momentum that will drive you to the next level, right? You don't want to stop here.
Yep.
You want to stop once you're already content, and I think content is when they are already booked for Icons Global.
Exactly. I think that's definitely the main goal for everyone here in the WCS Finals. And for those of you who are fans of all the teams here, don't have to worry. As you can see on your screens, there's a lower bracket. If they lose on their first match, they fall down to the lower bracket. There's that safety net.
Yep, still another chance to go. So there's going to be double elimination format. So that concludes our draw. And I definitely can't wait for tomorrow's match. And you guys watching at home, be sure you jot down the time and also the date, especially when it comes to tomorrow's matches. We have no clue who's fighting against each other yet. But who's actually going first? Because we only have 2 series for best of 5 starting off tomorrow. So we'll see you guys. Again, for all the casters and panelists on their behalf, I'm thanking all of you guys been following us since day 1. We still have more to go. Thank you again, Rico and Odolus, for the live draw as well. So see you guys back here for our playoff.
Bye-bye! Good night!
Let's go!
Took it all for granted. Caught up in the madness, yeah. It goes hand in hand, but I'm on my path, yeah. Now I know my plans. Oh, never stayed for too long. Felt a pull inside so strong. You just got to hang on, take a chance, let it go. You can never let you on. I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what you need to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the wheel of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. I've been walking that walk. What I hear it's all talk, yeah. Never taking days off. Wait till I'm on top, yeah. That show me love. Oh, always play the same song. Don't forget what's right from wrong. You just got to hang on, take a chance, let it go. You can never let you on. I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what you need to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the wheel of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh.
Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. Just you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So
looking for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. Think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart.